In the village of Qingqiu, there exists an ancestral decree. Return home before sunset. This is due to the presence of a formidable demon lurking outside the village. At the entrance of the village, a cluster of villagers gathered, their anxious gazes fixed upon the horizon. Why hasn't a Mu returned yet? An elderly woman fretted. Don't worry, May, the sun hasn't set yet, reassured the village chief, Zhuo Chongli, leaning on his cane, though his heart bore as much concern as amaze. As the sun dipped below the western hills, shadows elongated across the ground. Suddenly, a dark line emerged in the distance, tightening the villagers' hearts. Demon mist, May gasped, her voice trembling. Within this mist resided a great demon, leaving no survivors in its wake. Fortuitously, the mountain deity shielded this village, deterring any demon from encroaching upon it. Yet, as the sun fully disappeared, the mist began to rise ominously before their eyes. The mist drew nearer, but still, they could not spot Chen Mu's figure. It's all your fault, you wretched old man. I told you not to let a Mu hunt alone, yet you insisted. May lamented, beginning to weep softly. Poor child. Suddenly someone shouted, Look, is that a shadow running towards us? The villagers raised their heads in unison, spotting a young boy sprinting towards them, shouldering the corpse of a 5-meter-long wolf demon. It's a Mu. An observant villager recognized him. Upon hearing this, May rushed forward, wanting to urge Chen Mu to hurry, yet fearing she might startle him. Behind Chen Mu, the demon mist pursued relentlessly, as if hunting prey. Chen Mu dared not pause, his head bowed, racing towards the village. Quick! Clear the way for a Mu. Zhuo Chongli reacted first. With such velocity, Chen Mu would not be able to halt in time. As the mist drew closer, May covered her mouth, whispering a Mu. Hurry! The villagers held their breath, not daring to disturb Chen Mu. Just as he was a mere step away from the village boundary, the mist surged forward. A massive maw, filled with sharp teeth, lunged at Chen Mu. No! May fainted at the horrifying sight. The giant mouth was not merely aimed at the wolf demon's corpse, but intended to devour Chen Mu as well. With a thud, Chen Mu slammed his foot into the ground and leaped forward, propelling himself into the safety of the village. However, a third of the wolf demon's body vanished behind him. Boom! The mist collided with the village's protective barrier, violently repelled, soaring over Qingqiu mountain and disappearing elsewhere. Chen Mu tumbled forward, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Finally made it back. He sighed in relief. A Mu! Zhuo Chongli and the villagers approached him. Grandpa Village Chief, Chen Mu rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt. Why is everyone gathered here? Where's May? A Mu! May, who had just regained consciousness with the help of another, pushed through the crowd to reach him. A Mu, are you all right? She asked anxiously. Chen Mu spun around and smiled. I'm fine. Don't worry, May still felt a lingering fear. You child, come home earlier next time. Chen Mu nodded, then glanced at the wolf demon's corpse, noting the clean cut. May, what exactly is in that mist? It feels so powerful. Naturally, it's a demon beast. So Chongli approached, leaning on his cane. He elaborated, the beasts within are not to be compared with mere wolf demons. Above all, you must return before nightfall in the future. The village chief emphasized earnestly. Chen Mu nodded solemnly. I remember, Grandpa Village Chief. Zhuo Chongli turned to May, take a Mu to wash up. I will help the others take care of this wolf demon. All right. The two headed toward a stream flowing down from Qingqiu mountain, while Zhuo Chongli and the others prepared to process the carcass for meals. Qingqiu village was not large, comprising just over 100 residents, including Chen Mu. The villagers had stumbled upon this place decades ago and discovered they could not leave. As for Chen Mu, he had been found 12 years prior on Qingqiu mountain, his origins a mystery to all. He had been an infant, cradled within a cauldron. May volunteered to raise him, naming him Chen Mu after the character inscribed on a jade pendant he possessed. Since that day, small demons occasionally met their demise at the village's threshold, ensuring the villagers never faced hunger again. Thus, they believed him a divine gift from the mountain deity. Chen Mu was remarkably intelligent, speaking at 1 year of age, swimming like a fish by 2, and climbing trees effortlessly by 3. By the age of 8, he could knock out a wolf demon with a single punch. Since the small demons ceased to perish at the village's entrance, he took it upon himself to hunt, providing sustenance for the entire village. A Mu, The village chief is calling for dinner. With a splash, Chen Mu emerged from the stream, shaking off the water. Amei dressed him in a brand new demon beast hide and handed him a torch. Amei, you go ahead. He'll return for my cauldron, Chen Mu said, for only he could lift the cauldron, while no one else could budge an inch. The cauldron bore the characters Qian and Kun on its sides. Hence it was called the Qiankun cauldron. All right, take your time, she replied, turning to leave. To ordinary folk, demon beast meat was akin to poison. However, the villagers of Zhuoqiu could consume it. Even the children. An adult could eat a small bowl and remain satiated for 3 days. Chen Mu, on the other hand, only ever consumed from his cauldron, ensuring the first bite was reserved for the cauldron itself. After Amei departed, Chen Mu glanced towards the mountainside, where a shrine to the mountain deity emitted a faint glow visible only to him. He hurried back to his humble abode, retrieved the cauldron, and dashed towards the village center. The villagers always shared communal meals, a tradition unbroken through the years. Grandpa Village Chief, I'm here. The wolf demon had been thoroughly processed, its hide sufficient for several garments. The remaining meat was divided, with today's portions set aside for immediate consumption, while the rest would be preserved for future meals. If all went as anticipated, this wolf demon would sustain them for half a month. Carrying the cauldron, Chen Mu was the first to reach the cooking pot. Come, Amu. Zhuoqiu filled his cauldron generously, placing a demon heart within. By the old custom, take this heart to the mountain deity's shrine as an offering. Chen Mu grinned, rest assured, Grandpa Village Chief. Then Zhuoqiu produced a palm-sized, rosy orb. Before you go, you should eat this. Upon seeing the object, Chen Mu's eyes brightened. Demon Dan. Chapter 2. The Auspicious Beast. I feast upon the auspicious beast. Upon seeing the demon heart, Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to that of a connoisseur gazing upon a sumptuous feast. This precious item was indeed remarkable. A significant portion of Chen Mu and Apos' current strength stemmed from consuming numerous demon hearts. The other half of his formidable power was attributed to his unique constitution, known only to him. Without hesitation, Chen Mu grasped the demon heart in both hands and swallowed it whole. In the entire village, he was the only one bold enough to partake in demon hearts. The others merely settled for some demon meat. Remarkably, at the tender age of 12, Chen Mu possessed the strength of 3 bulls. In stark contrast, the strongest adult in the village could barely muster the strength of 1 bull. Village Chief. I shall take my leave, Chen Mu exclaimed, dashing off, the meat atop his head remaining untouched. Slow down, came the admonition from Zhuoqiu behind him. Understood. Chen Mu's voice faded as the others began to eat, their hunger long overdue. At the mountainside, nestled within the sacred temple, stood an altar and a statue of the mountain deity. Curiously, the statue did not depict an elderly man, but rather an image resembling a child of about 12 or 13, strikingly reminiscent of the current Chen Mu. However, the statue had been crafted by the villagers 6 years prior, inspired by visions from Chen Mu and Apos' dreams. Upon entering the temple, Chen Mu deftly removed the cauldron from his head and placed it upon a stone rack beside him. His movements were so practiced that it was evident this was not his first endeavor. He then retrieved the wolf demon's heart from his waist and placed it upon the altar, kneeling before the statue to bow 3 times. O great mountain deity, the feast commences. With his words, the heart began to vanish, as if consumed by an unseen force. Only when the heart had completely disappeared did Chen Mu rise and sit beside his cauldron. Brother Cauldron, you should have the first bite, he declared, and a piece of meat fell from the cauldron. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Chen Mu pouted, Brother Cauldron, you've eaten too much. He then lifted the cauldron and tilted it back, allowing the entire contents to flow into his mouth like a torrent. Chewing was a sign of disrespect towards food. Yet within 10 seconds, he had devoured all the meat, contentedly patting his unchanged belly. Ah, delicious. He then approached the nearby spring and took a long drink before returning to the temple. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, he murmured, O great mountain deity, I shall take my rest. 3 seconds later, the temple was filled with the soft sounds of his breathing. As Chen Mu drifted into slumber, a golden light emanated from the statue, enveloping him. This golden aura stirred his vital energy, accelerating the absorption of the energy contained within the demon meat. His sleep was merely a protective mechanism, a result of his inability to cultivate an excess of energy within. He slept for a full 3 days, stretching his limbs. Chen Mu felt invigorated, his body crackling with newfound strength. "O great mountain deity, why did you not wake me?" The statue remained silent, a testament to its innocence. After a series of stretches, Chen Mu sensed his strength had increased to 4 bulls. Ha! Ha! He threw several punches, feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of power surging through him. Excitedly, he gazed at his fists. "I have fully absorbed the demon heart. My strength has grown. Now, if I were to face a wolf demon, a single punch could shatter its skull. O grandfather mountain deity, do you deem me formidable now?" A low hum emanated from the statue, as if it were genuinely communicating with Chen Mu. "Ah, would someone like me be struck down with a single blow if I ventured out? Then I must consume even more demon meat." As if to validate his words, a demon beast suddenly charged into the temple, colliding with a stone pillar and collapsing in a daze. It resembled a fox, adorned with horns, its body a striking yellow-white, with a tail equal in length to its body, tipped with sharp claws, and 2 flesh bags upon its back. "Huh, a demon beast," Chen Mu exclaimed, rushing over to seize the creature. Yet, he quickly realized something was amiss. "O great mountain deity, why has a demon beast come here? Did you not say that no demon beast could enter?" A low hum responded. "What? This is an auspicious beast?" Chen Mu was perplexed. "Isn't an auspicious beast still a demon?" "Yes, it is a demon. Yet, demons can be classified as good or bad." The creature Chen Mu had captured was indeed an auspicious beast, Cheng Huang, rumored to possess the ability to influence the fortunes of the mortal realm. Legend has it that capturing one could elevate one to great heights. After hearing the statue's words, Chen Mu timidly inquired, "Can I consume it?" Once again, the statue fell silent. While others would go to great lengths to appease an auspicious beast in hopes of receiving its blessings, Chen Mu was intent on eating it. A stern warning echoed in his mind from the statue. Should he truly consume it, not only would he incur the wrath of celestial laws, but the demon clan would also seek vengeance. Yet Chen Mu scoffed, "Celestial laws? If they were just, why do they not punish those monstrous demons that devour humans amidst the demon mist? Why only me, an insignificant being?" Hypocrisy. With his proclamation, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky as if in response to his defiance. The statue remained silent, and Chen Mu stormed out of the temple, pointing at the sky and shouting, "If you forbid me from eating, then I shall eat." With that, he raised his cauldron and struck the auspicious beast's head with a resounding crack, blood splattering everywhere. This so-called auspicious beast possessed no combat prowess and had survived solely due to the fortune that did not belong to it. The blood clinging to the cauldron began to slowly vanish. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, heralding an approaching storm. Chen Mu proceeded to eviscerate the demon beast, discovering an array of precious herbs within its 2 small flesh bags. How curious that such small pouches could hold so many treasures. He then extracted the demon heart and placed it upon the altar. "O great mountain deity, do try some." Yet this time, the demon heart remained stubbornly intact. After rummaging through the creature and Apos' body, he finally unearthed a thumb-sized yellow-white demon heart. So small, even smaller than the wolf demon's. Chen Mu swallowed it whole, akin to savoring a sweet treat. Above the temple, dark clouds swirled, portentous of an impending storm, while Chen Mu, brimming with enthusiasm, prepared to cook the demon beast. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests approached the village entrance, clad in golden armor and masks, riding upon the golden-maned demon beast, an entity that had already gathered spiritual energy. Among them was a youth of extraordinary demeanor, who casually gestured for someone to step forward. The village chief, Zhuchangli, along with the villagers, brandished weapons to block their entry. One of the intruders unveiled a scroll depicting a demon beast resembling a fox with horns. "Old man, we seek a specific demon beast that has fled into your village. Either step aside and let us in, or face death." Within the mountain temple, Chen Mu was fervently processing the demon beast, muttering to himself, "Not only will I consume your flesh, but I shall also strip your hide to fashion garments." As he spoke, he meticulously removed the skin from the demon beast. After completing the task, Chen Mu fetched a cauldron of water from outside and began to simmer. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of culinary techniques. Furthermore, the cauldron possessed a remarkable quality. It could create exquisite dishes without the need for any additional ingredients. More importantly, it was capable of accommodating even the largest of monstrous beasts. While waiting for the beast and Apos' meat to stew, Chen Mu casually glanced at the altar, noticing the monster's heart still remained. He couldn't help but inquire, "Great mountain god, why have you not yet partaken?" This time, there was no response. as if the deity had vanished entirely. Chen Mu continued, "Oh, I understand now. You must not be hungry yet. Do remember to eat when you are." An hour later, a delightful aroma wafted from the cauldron, permeating the entire mountain god temple. It was more fragrant than any beast he had previously tasted. Chen Mu inhaled deeply, waving his hand in front of him. Wow, truly a divine beast. How fragrant. He extinguished the fire beneath the cauldron, but before he could utter a word, a quarter of the meat had already disappeared. "Brother Cauldron, how can you consume so much?" Chen Mu pouted in dissatisfaction, and then disregarding the heat, he tilted his head back and drank, his teeth barely grazing the soup. In just 10 seconds, he had consumed the entire cauldron. Burp. Quite filling. This time, he was indeed overwhelmed, for the beast contained an immense reservoir of energy. After finishing the meal, Chen Mu stroked his chin, pondering aloud, since this beast possesses extraordinary fortune. If I consume it now, will my luck also improve? Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth trickling onto his hand. Looking down, he noticed more warmth cascading down. Blood? He instinctively touched his nose, discovering his hand was smeared with blood. How am I bleeding? Almost immediately, he felt a wave of heat enveloping him. Smoke rising from his head. Hot. So hot. Chen Mu hastily stripped off his clothing, but to no avail. Soon, his body visibly reddened and even began to swell. His mind grew heavier, and the world around him started to blur, tilting dangerously. Water, water. Stumbling to his feet, he accidentally toppled the cauldron to the ground and staggered toward the temple's water pool, plunging into it with a splash. Initially, small bubbles surfaced, but soon the entire pool transformed into a vivid crimson. At that moment, a barely audible sigh echoed from within the mountain god temple, and gradually, the monster's heart began to fade away. Once it completely vanished, a beam of golden light emanated from the mountain god statue, heading straight for Chen Mu, who lay submerged at the bottom of the pool. Boom. Just then, a thunderclap resounded from the heavens, striking the mountain god statue. Crack, crack. The statue began to slowly fissure. Meanwhile, Chen Mu at the pool and Appo's bottom had lost all consciousness, until the golden light enveloped him, isolating him from the surrounding water. His blood fell onto a jade pendant at his neck, and in the next moment, the pendant began to merge into his body. Within him, an ancient tome began to take shape, revealing 4 prominent characters: mountain, sea, illustrated, scroll. The book slowly opened, pausing on a blank page. Before words began to emerge spontaneously from the paper. The Xian Huang, resembling a fox, bearing horns upon its back, lives for 2,000 years. It bestowed upon him the power of the Xian Huang, seizing the fortune of the heavens. Once the recording concluded, the ancient tome turned its pages, stopping on one with only 3 characters, Mountain Sea Secret. Instantly, a stream of golden text surged forth, swirling within Chen Mu's energy sea, aiding him in absorbing the energy from the beast and Appo's flesh and refining the monster and Appo's core. Chapter 3, The Scroll of Mountains and Seas. In the village, the bodies of Zhuo Changli and his companions lay in a heap, while a young boy clad in golden armor sat nearby, gently swaying his teacup. Young master, we have searched the entire village but have found no trace of the beast. One person knelt half-heartedly before the boy. Just as the boy was about to respond, a loud thunderclap echoed from the sky, followed by a flash of lightning. The boy suddenly rose, gazing towards the back mountain, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Not good, young master. The beast-seeking device has completely stopped responding. The boy seemed oblivious to the man and Appo's words, staring into the distance and murmuring softly, daring to kill the auspicious beast. What? The auspicious beast has been slain. Young master, what shall we do now? The boy waved his hand, rising swiftly. It in Appo's. It's almost dark. We must leave here at once. But the auspicious beast. The boy mounted his horse, casting one last glance at the back mountain. Do not concern yourself. That person will not survive. Clean this place thoroughly, as if we have never been here. With that, he spurred his horse forward, while the man left behind tossed a torch and followed suit. Days later, Chen Mu finally regained consciousness. Ouch, that hurts. He felt as though his entire body was shattered, struggling to rise. Nearby, he spotted a wooden stick and instinctively used it for support, but as he grasped it, the stick broke effortlessly. What is happening? Chen Mu frowned. When did I become this strong? He picked up a stone and squeezed it gently, instantly shattering it into countless fragments. He gazed at his hands in disbelief, murmuring, I never expected that beast to be so formidable. It has granted me the strength of 99 bulls. The strength of 99 bulls was equivalent to the peak of a cultivator's qi training. The mountain god deceived me, claiming I would face divine retribution. Yet here I am unscathed. He intended to enter the temple, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed plumes of black smoke rising from the base of the mountain. Is the village on fire? A sense of panic welled up within him. I must go see. Ignoring the pain in his body, he dashed down the mountain towards the village. Upon reaching the outskirts, he stared in horror at the ruins of what was once his home. The village is gone. Staggering forward, he called out, "Village chief." And aim. In the center of the village, the ground was strewn with a fine, gray ash. Chen Mu's pupils flickered, his mouth agape as he stared at the pile of ash, feeling a pang of dread. Just as he prepared to investigate further, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the ash away. Chen Mu looked around, his anxiety intensifying. No, it cannot be. The village chief and the others must have hidden themselves. The mountain god. Yes, the mountain god must know what has happened. With that thought, Chen Mu hurried back to the mountain god temple halfway up the hill. Mountain god. Great mountain god. However, upon entering the temple, he was met with the sight of the cracked statue of the mountain god, its head lying on the ground, facing him. Chen Mu stammered. Mountain god, what happened? Why is your statue shattered? Panic surged within him as he recalled that ever since he had slain the so-called auspicious beast, he had not heard the mountain god and Apos' voice. Could it be that the mountain god? Child. An elderly voice resonated behind Chen Mu. He turned around in joy. Great mountain god. But disappointment washed over him as he found only a white-bearded old man. Who are you? The old man did not respond directly, but instead muttered to himself. You cannot remain here. No, I cannot leave. Chen Mu retorted defiantly. I must find the village chief and the others. They must be hiding. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at the old man with hope. Old man, you must have seen what happened. Do you know where the village chief and the others went? The old man and Apos' eyes flickered with hesitation. But he eventually spoke slowly under Chen Mu and Apos' expectant gaze. You should not have killed that auspicious beast. At these words, Chen Mu froze, the light of hope fading from his eyes as his hands fell limply to his sides. So it was me. It was I who killed the auspicious beast, causing the village chief and Slap. Chen Mu suddenly struck himself across the face. It and Apos', that's all my fault. Slap. It and Apos', that's all my doing. Slap. Why did I let greed consume me? The old man sighed, unable to contain himself as he watched Chen Mu mercilessly slap himself again and again. Alas, it is all fated. In truth, you are merely an indirect cause. The ones responsible for their fate are others. Hearing this, Chen Mu and Apos' head shot up. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Who is it? I will kill him. Chen Mu and Apos' demeanor became frenzied, resembling a beast on the verge of unleashing its wrath, with only a thread of reason keeping him grounded. Meeting Chen Mu and Apos' crimson gaze, the old man gently raised his hand, pointing to his forehead. Hatred will only blind your eyes. Besides, you are too weak to seek revenge now. When you possess sufficient strength, you will naturally discover who your enemy is. For now, put these thoughts aside. As the old man and Apos' words resonated, Chen Mu and Apos' emotions gradually settled. When he opened his eyes once more, confusion flickered within, but clarity soon returned. Old man, who are you? Why did you touch me? The old man slowly withdrew his hand and smiled gently. I am a deity. You came to learn cultivation from me, did you not? Chen Mu frowned, sensing that the old man was deceiving him. Really? Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting in his cheeks, reaching up to touch them, only to feel more pain. Ouch! Old man, why did you hit me? The old man and Apos' mouth twitched. It seemed he could not escape this predicament. It was and Apos' me. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu raised his head defiantly. Not you? Then who else could it be? Am I supposed to have slapped myself? I may be young, but I am not foolish. The old man cleared his throat. Changing the subject. Do you wish to learn cultivation from me? Chen Mu eyed him suspiciously. Are you really a deity? No. The old man shook his head. There are no deities in this world. Then why should I learn from you? Chen Mu rolled his eyes dramatically. The old man, appearing like a con artist, found himself under Chen Mu and Apos' vigilant gaze. Are you trying to trick me into selling me off? I can assure you, I am incredibly strong. The old man sighed helplessly. It seemed he had overlooked some of Chen Mu and Appo's memories when sealing them. He would have to prove himself through action. In the astonished gaze of Chen Mu, the old man gradually lifted off the ground. Wow, you can fly. I want to learn. Can I learn? The old man stood with his hands behind his back, slowly descending. Not for now. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu seized the critical point. So, that means I can learn in the future? I don't and Appo's, no. Chen Mu was momentarily stunned. The old man spoke in a manner that seemed utterly absurd. All right, old man, I see what you and Appo's redoing. You and Appo's just here to toy with me. I can and Appo's be bothered with your nonsense. I and Appo's am off to hunt demon beasts before I starve. With that, Chen Mu turned to leave. But the old man called out to him once more. Wait a moment. Chen Mu turned back, casting a glance filled with reproach. What is it? You might as well sit down, breathe deeply, and close your eyes to feel it. Seeing the old man and Appo's earnest expression, Chen Mu decided to oblige. After all, the old man had no reason to deceive him. He seated himself on the ground, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Upon reopening his eyes, Chen Mu found himself in a peculiar place. Where is this? He gazed at a book floating before him and a crimson pillar in the distance. What is that? That is the scroll of mountains and seas. Every time you absorb the inner core of a demon beast, it gets recorded in the scroll, granting you corresponding powers. The old man and Appo's voice echoed from outside. As Chen Mu opened the scroll of mountains and seas, he discovered that one entry had already been recorded. So, my current strength is largely thanks to this. But what about this and Appo's, Qinglong and Appo's? I don't and Appo's. Do you recall ever absorbing it? The old man paused for a moment before responding. That was a gift from me. Oh, Chen Mu nodded. So this scroll of mountains and seas is also a gift from you? Indeed. Well, you're quite generous. Chen Mu had no doubts about the old man and Appo's words, as he distinctly remembered never possessing such items. What is the purpose of this mountain and sea technique? Is it my cultivation method? He flipped through the scroll, examining the strange characters. Aside from the 3 characters and Appo's, mountain and sea technique and Appo's, he recognized none. Yes and no. It allows you to rapidly absorb the energy of demon beasts, enhancing your vitality. Setting the book down, Chen Mu looked up at the pillar nearby, realization dawning upon him. So this red pillar represents my current vitality? Exactly. A pillar of vitality signifies you possess the strength of 99 bulls. Upon hearing this number, Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement. So, am I quite formidable now? Could I crush a demon beast with a single punch? In comparison to other cultivators of his age, Chen Mu could easily crush them with his newfound strength. Chapter 4. The horse is gone. Upon hearing Chen Mu and Appo's words, the old man with a white beard pondered for a moment before speaking. If it were an ordinary beast, it would be a trivial matter. However, if it were a beast that has embarked on the path of cultivation, then it would be a different story. Can beasts cultivate too? Chen Mu inquired, perplexed. Humans have their way, and beasts undoubtedly have theirs. The old man replied. After contemplating this, Chen Mu pressed on. Then surely humans and beasts must cultivate different paths? Indeed. Came the old man and Appo's voice once more. Human cultivators progress through the stages of chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit separation, integration, tribulation crossing, ultimately achieving the status of a sage. Meanwhile, the beast can follow the stages of spirit gathering, intelligence communication, body tempering, bone refinement, beast core formation, transformation, soul condensation, void breaking, and tribulation crossing. Chen Mu scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. That sounds quite complicated. What stage am I at right now? The old man hesitated for a moment before responding. If we must compare, you are at the pinnacle of chi refinement. At the tender age of 12, achieving such mastery is a feat only possible for the scions of sacred cultivation grounds, aided by an abundance of spiritual elixirs. Yet you have accomplished this solely through the companionship of a unique beast. Oh, then what stage must I reach to fly like you? Chen Mu asked. I do not know, the old man replied succinctly. The bluntness of his answer left Chen Mu momentarily speechless. Why not? Am I really that special? Yes. You are indeed quite special, the old man affirmed. What makes me special? Chen Mu continued to probe, his interest in the path of cultivation peaked. After a long pause, The old man finally spoke. You cannot cultivate the human path. Chen Mu was filled with confusion. Why not? Am I not human? The old man did not respond. Seeing the old man and Appo's silence, Chen Mu pressed on. If that is the case, then surely I can cultivate the beast path? You cannot cultivate the beast path either. The old man's calm voice only served to irritate Chen Mu further. Nothing is allowed? Are you simply toying with me? That old rascal. Chen Mu opened his eyes, his consciousness returning as he stood to leave. Though you cannot cultivate the human or beast paths, it does not mean you cannot cultivate it all. The old man and Appo's voice called out from behind. Chen Mu halted, turning to face the old man. Wait, old man, one moment you say I can and Appo's and the next you say I can. Are you truly not playing with me? The old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, floating before Chen Mu. Certainly not. You have your own path to cultivation, a path that remains unknown, and only you can discern how to traverse it. The old man's sincerity was evident. He did not seem to be deceiving Chen Mu. Chen Mu regarded the old man with a scrutinizing gaze. How do you know that I would know? Who exactly are you? The old man smiled gently, a kind expression gracing his features. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you must leave this place now. Why? I've been quite comfortable here. If I'm hungry, I simply catch a beast to eat. Why must I venture out to suffer? Chen Mu questioned, utterly bewildered by the old man and Appo's insistence. Because the beasts of the tribe are soon to come hunting for you. The old man explained. Hunting me? Is it because I consumed a few too many beasts? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. The old man merely smiled, remaining silent. Suddenly, a realization struck Chen Mu, and his eyes widened. Oh, could it be because of that beast in the painting? The old man chuckled softly. I knew you had ulterior motives. At this moment, Chen Mu was fully aware that he could not afford to provoke those powerful beasts. Otherwise, he would have devoured them long ago. What about my debt to you? The old man spoke casually. I owe you nothing. Chen Mu crossed his arms defiantly, lifting his chin. You gifted it to me. So why should I repay you? I am leaving. With that, Chen Mu turned to flee, believing that if he could not confront the beasts, he could at least evade them. One day, when he had mastered his cultivation, he would return and consume them all. Wait. The old man called out once more, stopping Chen Mu in his tracks. Annoyed, Chen Mu turned back. What now? Why are you so persistent, old man? The old man pointed to a cauldron that had fallen to the ground. You forgot your cauldron. Chen Mu slapped his forehead, rushing over to retrieve the cauldron. My apologies. Brother Cauldron, I almost left you behind. At this moment, a golden line had appeared on the cauldron, dragging it behind him. Chen Mu turned to wave at the old man. Old man, I'm off. Thank you for your gift. With that, he ran away without looking back. And this time the old man did not call after him. Keep running south, do not look back, until you see a grand road. The old man and Appo's voice faded as Chen Mu moved further away. Outside the mountain god temple, at the edge of a cliff, the old man stood with his hands behind his back, watching a distant dark speck move swiftly. He murmured to himself, in this second chance, I hope you no longer endure a life of solitude. As his words faded, the old man and Appo's figure gradually vanished, and at the foot of the mountain, 107 wooden tablets stood erect, including one bearing Chen Mu and Appo's name. 3 days passed swiftly. Following the old man and Appo's advice, Chen Mu had run south without once looking back. However, after 3 days and nights of running, he had yet to encounter any grand road. That deceitful old man. He tricked me. He was now so famished that he lacked the strength to continue. If he stopped, he would be unable to rise again, especially with a cauldron weighing him down. Brother Cauldron, why have you become so heavy? Why not let me ride inside while you carry me? Receiving no response, he took it as consent. With the last of his strength, Chen Mu removed the cauldron from his back and flung it forward, then jumped in with a thud. The cauldron, as if equipped with wheels, sped away faster than Chen Mu could ever hope to run. Woohoo! Charge ahead, Brother Cauldron. Time slipped away, and soon Chen Mu fell asleep inside the cauldron. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself stopped, staring at an endless road stretching before him. Above the road and Appo's entrance, a massive dragon head loomed. Chen Mu rose, slinging his bag over his shoulder, and gazed upwards. This must be the road the old man spoke of. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the path below was unfathomably deep, shrouded in darkness. Sister, we have reached the exit. There should be no danger now. I heard there is an ice spring nearby. Let us go relax. A sudden female voice startled Chen Mu, prompting him to hide. Soon after, a horse-drawn carriage came into view. Perhaps we should reconsider, even though we and Oppos, V arrived at the wild road. What if a powerful beast emerges? Oh, come on, sister. I Haven and Oppos, T bathed in days, and it would be utterly embarrassing to go out like this. All right, whatever you say. But what about the carriage? Dawn and Oppos, T worry, sister. No one would dare steal anything from the Great Wilderness Academy. Let us go. Once the voices faded, Chen Mu cautiously peeked out. The Great Wilderness Academy? They must be outsiders. With that thought, Chen Mu glanced at the horse tethered nearby, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Half an hour later, the pair of twin sisters returned, looking strikingly alike and quite beautiful, clad in light blue dresses, with wet hair and fair skin. Where and Oppos, my horse. My horse is gone. The shriek echoed through the air as the sisters discovered that their carriage was left behind. Chapter 5. I want to eat. Behind a patch of grass. Chen Mu inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. How delightful. Having gone days without sustenance, he could no longer endure the hunger. At the exit of the wilds, twin sisters stood perplexed before a vehicle. The younger sister, Nangong Zhao, was vociferously berating the horse thief when suddenly a tantalizing scent captured her attention, causing her nose to twitch. Sister, do you smell that? It's so fragrant. The moment she spoke, her stomach audibly protested. Nangong Ye rose, releasing her grip on the vehicle. Did you catch that? Is someone cooking nearby? Zhao pointed in the direction from whence the aroma emanated. Sister, let us go snag some food. This, isn't that inappropriate? Ye's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, come on, sister, don't be so reserved. We can always trade with spirit stones. With that, she tugged her sister's hand, racing towards the source of the scent, leaving thoughts of the horse far behind. Meanwhile, Chen Mu stirred the meat in the cauldron with a stick he had casually broken off. To his surprise, the horse was no ordinary beast. Its scent was far more enticing than that of a wolf demon. He then picked up a demon core, retrieved from the horse's body. Will this core enhance my strength? As he raised it to his mouth, a sudden voice startled him from behind. Sister, he is over here. The unexpected exclamation made Chen Mu fumble the demon core, which tumbled into his mouth. Due to the shock, it lodged in his throat, and he instinctively clutched his neck. Rolling his eyes back, Nangong Ye immediately perceived his plight. Oh no, he is choking. She rushed behind him, delivering a gentle pat to his back. A soothing energy flowed into Chen Mu, dislodging the demon core. However, he surmised the nature of the two girls and, fearing the consequences, swallowed it again. Seeing this, Zhao shouted, Hey, are you foolish? Spit it out. Yet, Ye swiftly produced a bowl of clear spring water from her bracelet. Quick, drink this. Sister, are you out of your mind? That water is hard-earned. The clear spring water was a treasure from the Great Wilderness Academy, known to heal hidden injuries. Ignoring her sister and Oppos' protest, Ye poured the spring water into Chen Mu's mouth. He seized the bowl, drinking it down in one go. Zhao exclaimed, her hands flailing in frustration. You're just being overly kind-hearted. I'm done with you. After drinking, Chen Mu felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. Are you all right, little brother? Ye gently patted his back, her voice soft. Chen Mu looked up, meeting the gaze of the girl before him, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age. For reasons unknown, he noticed a soft glow radiating from her. The fragrance of osmanthus enveloped him, igniting a warmth within. I'm fine, thank you. He quickly distanced himself from her. Zhao, observing their interaction, remarked, Sister, see? This is the person you wasted resources to save. And he doesn't even appreciate it. Chen Mu turned to Zhao, momentarily taken aback by the striking resemblance between the two sisters. As he shifted his gaze between their faces, Zhao, hands on her hips, glared at him. What are you staring at? Do you want me to pluck out your eyeballs? Enough, Zhao, Ye interjected, stepping forward. He is still a child, don't frighten him. Humph. Zhao crossed her arms, turning away. Little brother, why are you here alone? Where are the adults? Ye inquired with concern. Though this is not the heart of the demon realm, it remains perilous. Chen Mu hesitated, feeling shy. In his memory, this was his first encounter with girls of a similar age. I have no adults. No adults? Zhao interrupted. If you have no adults, how did you come here? Are you living here? Hearing Zhao's relentless questioning, Ye gently admonished her. All right, Zhao. Then turning to Chen Mu, she smiled. If you don't wish to share, that's perfectly fine. We merely came to buy some food from you. At this, Zhao Zhao's attention was drawn to the cauldron simmering with meat, the aroma intoxicating. Chen Mu suddenly remembered he still had meat cooking and hurriedly lifted the cauldron off the fire. Be careful, it's hot, Ye warned. Though Chen Mu showed no signs of being burned as he handled it barehanded, the sisters regarded him with newfound seriousness, and their eyes met. Sister. He is not an ordinary person. Indeed, but I don't sense any spiritual energy from him. Could he possibly be a great demon? Setting down the cauldron. Chen Mu noticed their silence and the apprehension in their gazes. Sister, he said, you saved me earlier. Allow me to treat you to some meat soup. And no. That is not necessary, Ye stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. They had just imagined this pot of meat might be something a practitioner had prepared. It's quite delicious. Chen Mu insisted, filling a bowl with soup and handing it to Ye. Zhao Zhao, contemplating how to refuse the soup he presented, was taken aback when Chen Mu lifted the cauldron to drink directly. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. Once he finished, she snapped back to reality. Why didn't you fill a bowl for me? Chen Mu blinked innocently. You didn't save me, so why should I give you any? You. Zhao Zhao fumed. Her earlier conversation with her sister forgotten. I want to eat. She snatched the bowl from Ye's hands and took a sip. Something else off. She took another sip. Still not right. Zhao Zhao. Ye queried, puzzled. Is it good? Zhao Zhao frowned, shaking her head. Not good. Let me try again. Just as she was about to drink more, Ye swiftly reclaimed the bowl, knowing her sister well after years of living together. As Ye was about to finish the last of the soup, Zhao Zhao cried out, Sister, slow down. Let me have another sip. Before Ye could lick her lips clean of the creamy liquid, a figure suddenly pulled her head to lick it off. Chen Mu, standing nearby, quickly covered his eyes, but couldn't resist peeking through his fingers. After all, he was still just a 12-year-old boy. Chapter 6, A Great Catch. After a considerable time, Negong Zhao Zhao finally released Negong Yayao, whose cheeks had already turned crimson. Humph. This is what you get for not sharing your food with me. Zhao. At that moment, Nangong Yayao wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was only then that Nangong Zhao Zhao realized there was a boy present, albeit a young one. Turning her head, she spotted Chen Mu, who was covering his eyes, feigning ignorance. I saw nothing. The world outside is too chaotic. He longed to return to Zuoqiashan. Are you even human? Nangong Zhao Zhao asked in a calm tone, lacking the earlier intensity. Chen Mu, puzzled, turned his head. Do I not resemble a human? I have 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and 1 mouth. Am I not human? Merely resembling a human does not guarantee that one is human. Nangong Zhao Zhao continued, in this realm of monsters, it is not surprising to encounter many formidable beings, some of which can take on human forms. Finally, Chen Mu understood why the two had suddenly feared him. He shrugged helplessly. I assure you, I am indeed human. And how do you intend to prove that? Nangong Zhao Zhao remained skeptical. Zhao Zhao. Nangong Yayao attempted to interject, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Nangong Zhao Zhao. Sister, do not speak. Your kindness has made you gullible, even counting the money for others. Nangong Yayao pouted defiantly. I did not. Not yet. Nangong Zhao Zhao retorted angrily. Last time, a blind man claimed his cow was about to give birth and needed a midwife, and you gave him all your silver. And the time before that, a beggar said his cousin was about to deliver, and you gave him all your money. Seeing her sister was about to continue, Nangong Yaya hurriedly covered her mouth. Her pretty face resembled a ripe peach as she cast a glance at Chen Mu and whispered in Nangong Zhao Zhao's ear, Stop talking. Nangong Zhao held her hand down, as if she were the elder sister, and stepped aside. Once Nangong Yayao obediently moved away, she turned to Chen Mu and asked, What proof do you offer to demonstrate your humanity? Chen Mu was somewhat at a loss for words. I am a human. How can one prove such a thing? Moreover, why must I prove anything to you? Nangong Zhao Zhao was speechless. Nangong Yayao quietly asked in her ear, Indeed, Zhao Zhao, if he is not a monster, ISN and Oppos, that sufficient? Why must he prove it? A sudden silence enveloped the scene. The three stood in quiet contemplation. Young miss. Fortunately, at that moment, a female voice broke the silence. They turned to see a woman approaching, sword in hand. Sister Xianglan, what brings you here? Nangong Yayao exclaimed with delight. The family sent word that the aura of your Qianfeng horse had vanished. We feared for your safety and hurried here. Chen Mu felt a pang of guilt. What horse? How could they know it had perished? Would they discover it was he who had consumed it? Nangong Zhaoao stomped her foot in anger. This is infuriating. I cannot fathom which scoundrel stole our horse. If I catch them, I shall ensure they pay dearly. The Qiankun horse, capable of traveling 100 miles a day, was gentle in nature and worth over 1,000 taels of silver. Achoo! Chen Mu suddenly sneezed, causing all three women to turn their heads toward him in unison. A bug just flew up my nose. Xianglong furrowed her brow and tightened her grip on her sword. Miss, who is this? Oh, this young brother is someone we encountered by chance. Nagong Yayao explained. He even treated us to beast soup, though he was rather stingy, only giving my sister and me one bowl from such a large pot. Nagong Zhaoao interjected, rolling her eyes. Xianglong and Appo's brow furrowed even more. Miss, young miss, how can you casually consume food from a stranger? This is a realm of monsters. What if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals? Sister Xianglong, Nagong Yayao interjected. This young brother is not a bad person. Upon hearing this, Nagong Zhaoao rolled her eyes, clearly tired of hearing such reassurances. Miss, I understand your kindness. Xianglong continued. But that does not mean everyone else is well-intentioned. Chen Mu was at a loss for words. They were judging him right in front of him. Madam, while there are indeed many nefarious characters in this world, it is quite impolite to assume someone is bad without knowing them. Sister, I shall take my leave. He waved goodbye to Nagong Yayao, dragging the pot behind him. Young brother, will you leave too? Why not accompany me? Sister, miss. Under their gazes, Nagong Yayao lowered her head. Upon reaching the exit of the wild path, Chen Mu patted the pot behind him. Brother Ding, we are about to leave. Are you ready? Buzz. Then let us set forth. Following this, an unusual sight emerged along the wild path. Amidst the bustling carriages, a young boy sprinted while dragging a pot behind him. This wild path posed no danger, as numerous lined the way. Hey, whose child is this? Such a young age, yet training so diligently. Chen Mu ran swiftly, and by midday he had only covered half of the distance. This road is quite long. Hey, young brother. Just as Chen Mu prepared to continue running, a person emerged from a nearby inn. Young brother, are you tired from running? Why not come inside for a bite to eat? There will be no rest stops ahead. Chen Mu turned back to discover he was the only one present. Are you calling me? He asked, pointing to himself. Of course. The man offered a cup of tea. Here, have a cup of cool tea. Chen Mu, still bewildered, found the tea quite pleasant and reluctantly followed the man inside. Young brother, we have everything here. Take a look and choose something to eat. Though Chen Mu was not particularly hungry, considering he was already there, he decided, then I'll have a bit of everything. Everything. The man's eyes widened. Young brother, can you finish all that? If I cannot, I will pack it in the pot to take with me. The man suppressed his excitement. Very well, wait here. Once in the back, the man suppressed his smile and whispered to another, we and Appo's, V caught a big fish. Summon Big Tiger to help. Is he difficult to handle? He and Appo's, just an 11 or 12-year-old child. How can he pose any challenge? While Chen Mu awaited his meal, Nagong Yayao's carriage passed by outside. Wait, Nagong Yayao called out. What is it, miss? Xianglong halted the carriage and inquired from within. Zhao, look. Isn't that the young brother's pot? Nagong Zhao followed her gaze and spotted the pot. Come on, sister, can't you let it go? What does he have to do with us? Nagong Yayao replied with a hint of concern. But I am worried. Sister Xianglong, let us move on. Chapter 7, Money. What is that? In the inn, Chen Mu was ravenously devouring the sumptuous dishes presented by the establishment. Each time a platter was brought forth, before the server could retreat, Chen Mu had consumed it entirely. Even the most seasoned innkeepers, accustomed to the famished, had never encountered anyone like him. Hey, little brother, slow down. You're going to choke yourself, one server stammered. Chen Mu waved dismissively, mumbling, Don't worry, I'm only a third full. Is there more? Yes, of course. Just a moment. As Chen Mu feasted, 3 figures entered through the door. With a fish still dangling from his mouth, he looked up to see Nagong Yaya and her companions. Oh, it's you, big sister, Chen Mu exclaimed, feigning ignorance of anyone else. Nagong Zhao, not pleased with being overlooked, slammed her hands on the table. Hey, what do you mean? Can't you see me and Sister Xianglong are here too? Xianglong frowned, feeling insulted by Chen Mu's earlier comment referring to her as aunt. I see you, but are we familiar? Chen Mu continued to eat, swallowing the entire fish whole. You, Nagong Zhao huffed, her frustration palpable. What a heartless little brat. She crossed her arms, glancing at her sister. Sister, he seems to be doing just fine on his own. He doesn't need us to take him out. At that moment, the innkeeper emerged with 2 more platters, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the 3 beauties. Ladies, may I offer you something? His gaze lingered as he discreetly surveyed their figures, licking his parched lips. Xianglan's brow furrowed, and she unsheathed her sword, pressing it against the innkeeper's throat. If I catch you looking at us with those disgusting eyes again, I will gouge them out. Chen Mu paused mid-bite, finding the remark eerily familiar. The innkeeper immediately begged for mercy. Yes, yes. I want an amp, oppos. Do it again. Xianglan sheathed her sword and moved closer to her companions, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Mu. Nangong Yaya then addressed Chen Mu. Little brother, would you like to ride in our carriage? It's quite a long journey ahead. Initially, the three had intended to leave, but Nangong Yaya's insistence compelled them to return. Chen Mu glanced at the two girls, sensing their displeasure, and firmly declined. No, big sister. I can make it on my own. But Nangong Yaya began, only to be interrupted by Xianglan. Miss, since he does not wish to leave, let it be. Your family awaits you. Xianglan expressed her approval of Chen Mu's independence, noting how many would exploit the kindness of their young lady. Nangong Zhao remained silent, secretly relieved at the thought of not sharing a carriage with Chen Mu. Had it not been for her sister's feelings, she would have never allowed them to return. After the three departed, the innkeeper cautiously peeked out. Phew, that was close. I nearly provoked the Nangong family. Suddenly, a burly man appeared behind him. Brother, what are you muttering about? The man's sudden voice startled the innkeeper. Dahu, how do you walk without making a sound? You nearly scared me to death. Dahu sheepishly scratched his head. Brother, it wasn't intentional. I just broke through to the later stage of Qi training. You broke through. The innkeeper exclaimed with excitement. That and amp, oppos. That's wonderful. Dahu, didn't and amp, oppos. Do you say there was a big fish? Where is it? Da appeared around, noticing no troublesome patrons. The innkeeper pointed towards Chen Mu and amp, oppos, as table. Do you see that child? Yes, Dahu replied, puzzled. Brother, you can and amp, oppos. Do you possibly mean the big fish is him? Why not? The innkeeper patted Dahu and amp, oppos, as head. Don and amp, oppos, be fooled by his size. He has consumed our entire stock for half a month. Do you see that pot? It must be extraordinary. You should. At the table, Chen Mu finished another platter, feeling only half full. After consuming so much, he felt less than a wolf demon. Just then, the innkeeper emerged with a smile. Little brother, are you full? Half full. Do you have more? I and amp, oppos. LL take some to go. The innkeeper immediately shook his head. None left. Not a single morsel. Chen Mu nodded regretfully and prepared to leave. The innkeeper grasped Chen Mu and amp, oppos, as hand. Little brother, did you forget something? Forget what? Chen Mu asked, puzzled. The innkeeper and amp, oppos, expression darkened as he lowered his voice ominously. You aren't thinking of dining and dashing, are you? Dine and dash? Is that an option? Is it tasty? Chen Mu's barrage of questions caused the innkeeper and amp, oppos, face to darken further. Ah, so you intend to trick me into feeding you? He called out, Dahu. As the name echoed, a towering man emerged, glaring down at Chen Mu. Huh. Dahu flexed his muscles, attempting to intimidate Chen Mu. Yet, Chen Mu pinched his nose and turned away. Brother, did you eat something foul? It stinks. Dahu immediately covered his mouth, inhaling deeply. There is a bit of an odor. Smack. The innkeeper slapped Dahu on the back of the head. What are you doing standing there? Disable him, so he doesn't escape. Suddenly, Chen Mu and amp, oppos, icy gaze fell upon the innkeeper. You intend to disable me? The innkeeper retreated a step, hiding behind Dahu. What of it? Unless you pay me 3,000 taels. If anyone else had heard, they would have condemned them as unscrupulous merchants. Chen Mu and amp, oppos, earlier feast could not have cost more than 100 taels. Money? What money? Chen Mu inquired, leaving the innkeeper momentarily speechless, for Chen Mu appeared genuine. If you lack money, then that pot is mine. The innkeeper continued. So, you desire my pot. Chen Mu and amp, oppos, expression hardened, revealing a demeanor typically reserved for encounters with demonic beasts. The innkeeper was startled, but seeing only a child before him, he felt a wave of embarrassment, swiftly pushing Dahu forward. Capture him. As Dahu charged, emanating a formidable aura akin to a beast, Chen Mu vanished from their sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Dahu, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Dahu was sent flying out the door, colliding with a passing carriage. How dare you? A furious voice rang out as Dahu was kicked away, crashing heavily against the wall, his fate uncertain. An elderly man with a youthful countenance emerged, positioning himself before the carriage, glaring menacingly at the inn. "Who dares disturb my young lady? Can you bear the consequences?" Inside the inn, witnessing Dala being struck away left the innkeeper paralyzed, losing control of his faculties and fainting. Dahu was a practitioner of the later stage of Qi training, and even he had been sent flying by a mere slap. What could an ordinary person do? As the elderly man spotted a boy dragging a pot from the inn, his brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 8. He must be a powerful being. As Chen Mu and Apos' gaze met that of the old man, a sudden silence enveloped the air. The old man and Apos' aura was reminiscent of those formidable demons Chen Mu had encountered before, leaving him somewhat astonished. In the demon realm, he had evaded numerous powerful beings through various means, yet now he found himself face to face with one. The old man, too, was grappling with his thoughts. This individual emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet managed to incapacitate a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner with a single blow, indicating he was far from ordinary. The old man's eyes fixated on Chen Mu as he pondered. Could this person be a shape-shifted demon? It was clear. The boy appeared no older than 12 or 13, and there was no way he could be human. With this conclusion, the old man decided against taking any rash actions. Meanwhile, Chen Mu's mind was racing. Why was the old man staring at him so intently? Could it be that he viewed him as a beast? At that moment, a clear voice emerged from the carriage. "Uncle Wu, what happened?" Wu Mubai withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from Chen Mu and approached the carriage, speaking softly. "Miss, there was a conflict, and someone nearly collided with our carriage." "Who was it?" Yan Yi's melodious voice chimed in again. Wu Mubai glanced back at Chen Mu, who was dragging a cauldron. "It is a young lad." "A young lad?" Yan Yi gently parted the curtain, casting her curious gaze upon Chen Mu. There stood a bronze-skinned youth, exuding a sense of heroism as he looked back at them. Chen Mu peered towards the carriage but could see nothing, only intrigued by the voice. Moments later, the old man stepped forward again, slightly bowing. "This esteemed young brother, may I inquire why you attacked us earlier?" Wu Mubai and Apos' tone remained calm, devoid of any intent to escalate the situation. Chen Mu was taken aback. "Attack you? Why would I do that?" Upon hearing Chen Mu and Apos' response, Wu Mubai visibly relaxed and smiled. "In that case, it appears to be a misunderstanding. May I ask why you engaged in such a violent altercation with the establishment?" As the steward of the city lord and Apos' mansion, and with the city lord and Apos' daughter present in the carriage, he felt compelled to investigate the matter further. Chen Mu pulled his cauldron closer and replied coolly, "It was they who struck first. They invited me to dine, then refused to let me leave after the meal, demanding money and attempting to seize my cauldron, which prompted my response." Wu Mubai's lips twitched slightly at Chen Mu's words. It was evident he had been caught attempting to dine without payment. "Young brother, paying for one and Apos' meal is a matter of principle." Chen Mu shrugged. "But I have no money." "And what exactly is money?" The crowd that had gathered couldn't and Apos' help but chuckle at this. Ha ha ha, could he possibly be a wild man, entirely unaware of what money is? Could it be that he is feigning ignorance to avoid paying? Amidst the raucous discussions, Yan Yi called for Wu Mubai again, issuing some instructions. "Young brother, we shall cover your expenses, but you must agree to serve as our hired escort before departing the wilderness path. How does that sound?" Wu Mubai proposed gently. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mu nodded, as he too intended to leave. "All right." At that moment, the shopkeeper, who had been feigning distress, rushed out, sniffling and sobbing. "Sir, you must stand up for me." Seeing the shopkeeper and Apos' lower half soaked and reeking of urine, Wu Mubai took a step back in disgust. How much did this person eat? The shopkeeper, sensing the shift in power, immediately changed his demeanor. "Sir, he consumed a total of 3,000 taels." Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. 3,000 taels. This lad, merely an ordinary person, had eaten more than a demon beast? I doubt he is ordinary. Otherwise, how could Steward Wu possibly hire him? That's a valid point. Steward Wu is a mid-stage nascent soul expert. He surely wouldn't make a mistake. Wu Mubai raised an eyebrow, eyeing the shopkeeper critically. 3,000 taels? I believe your establishment might not be able to continue operating. The shopkeeper, feeling the pressure, lowered his gaze. Sir, he consumed only high-grade demon beast meat and devoured half a month and Apos' worth of my supplies. 3,000 taels is truly not excessive. Chen Mu approached, dragging his cauldron, causing the shopkeeper to retreat in fear. You claim that ordinary beast meat is high-grade demon meat? I consume demon meat daily. How could I not know its flavor? The shopkeeper stammered. Well, of course, it's high-grade demon meat. Sir, he is slandering me. These establishments along the wilderness path were developed by the great wilderness city, and those who paid more could operate them. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, so it is him. This fellow is a swindler, charging tenfold prices while passing off inferior goods. Wu Mubai's eyes narrowed, his gaze towards the shopkeeper growing increasingly hostile. And no, it's not like that. The shopkeeper hastily defended himself. Sir, he is framing me. Seize him and take him back to the city lord's mansion. The shopkeeper was dragged away, resembling a defeated dog. With that brief interlude concluded, Chen Mu continued on the journey with them. Wu Mubai invited him to sit beside the carriage where Yin Yi was seated. During the ride, Wu Mubai made a point to examine Chen Mu and Appos, as cauldron. Intending to assist him, yet before he could express his intention, he found himself unable to move it even slightly after exerting tremendous effort. This only solidified his belief that Chen Mu was indeed a shape-shifted demon of considerable power. Outside the carriage, Chen Mu inquired, Old sir, what exactly is silver? His experience suggested that this item held significant importance. Could this be his first encounter with the outside world? Wu Mubai mused, contemplating the possibility of deceiving him into visiting the city lord's mansion. Noticing Wu Mubai and Appos' silence, Chen Mu called out again, Old sir? Wu Mubai snapped back to reality, momentarily astonished. Oh, young brother, you can simply call me Old Wu. As he spoke, he produced a piece of silver and handed it to Chen Mu. This is silver. With it, you can acquire anything you desire. Chen Mu accepted the silver curiously, murmuring, Is this it? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Along the journey, Chen Mu bombarded Wu Mubai with questions, prompting Yin Yi to peek through the curtain, intrigued by his demeanor, which seemed entirely detached from the outside world. Before long, a small portion of the day had passed, and they were nearing the exit. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, and upon hearing the sound, Chen Mu felt an unsettling familiarity. Yin Yi anxiously exclaimed, Uncle Wu, what is happening now? Wu Mubai lowered his voice, Miss, do not step outside. Chapter 9. My hand is not molded from dough. Wu Mubai and Appos' task was to ensure the safety of his young mistress, which meant he could not stray even a step away from her. At that moment, Chen Mu was already rushing toward the source of the sound, holding up a cauldron. Yin Yi pulled aside the curtain, her delicate brows furrowed. Uncle Wu, what on earth is happening? It seems someone has been assassinated ahead. Wu Mubai's expression darkened as he gazed into the distance. Yin Yi froze for a moment. Assassination? Who would be so audacious as to carry out such an act on the wild road? Do they not fear attracting the wrath of the great demons from the demon realm? Uncle Wu, you must go and investigate. Yin Yi urged anxiously. Absolutely not. Wu Mubai firmly rejected her. What if this is a ploy to lure us away? My priority is to protect your safety. He glanced in the direction Chen Mu had vanished. It was then that Yin Yi recalled her lingering doubts. Uncle Wu, you seem somewhat apprehensive of him. Is he someone you know? My lady, he may very well be a powerful demon in disguise from the demon realm. Wu Mubai stated gravely. Yin Yi gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She could hardly believe that this boy, seemingly of her own age, could actually be a beast. Are you certain, Uncle Wu? Wu Mubai shook his head slightly, lacking absolute certainty. But that cauldron he wields is beyond my ability to budge, indicating it is no ordinary object. Ahead, the ones being assassinated were none other than Negong Yaya and her companions. The scream that pierced the air came from Negong Yaya, as Xianglan had been stabbed in the shoulder while trying to protect her. Young miss, quickly retreat. Xianglan shoved Negong Yaya away, turning to intercept the enemy and Appos' sword. Sister Xianglan, Negong Yaya cried out, unable to bear leaving her behind. Hurry. Meanwhile, Negong Zhao found herself embroiled in a fierce battle as well. With her cultivation only at the early stage of foundation establishment, she was beset by opponents who were all early-stage foundation establishment experts. Even if their techniques were inferior, she was still outnumbered. Before long, her body was already covered in wounds. Sis, hurry and find help. Upon hearing this, Negong Yaya gritted her teeth and turned to flee. Not good, that wretched girl is escaping. After her, a group of cloaked figures pursued Negong Yaya, having been lying in wait to eliminate the two young ladies of the Negong family. As for who sent them, Negong Yaya dodged attacks as she ran, aware that her cultivation in the Qi refinement stage rendered her no match for the foundation establishment experts. Suddenly, a dagger flew from behind, aimed directly at the back of her head. Feeling a chill, Nangong Yaya rolled to the side, narrowly evading the deadly strike. However, another assailant with a blade appeared before her, swinging towards her face. Swish. Nangong Yaya and Amp, Appos, S pupils dilated as the cloaked figure loomed larger in her vision, wielding a long knife. Am I to meet my end? In that fleeting moment, a cauldron soared through the air, crashing down upon the assailant, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact caused him to spew blood, his chest caved in, and he fell lifelessly. How shameful to bully a girl! Nangong Yaya, emerging from the grip of fear, gazed at the familiar cauldron and turned to see Chen Mu approaching with an air of sanctity. Chen Mu knelt beside the prostrate Nangong Yaya, helping her to her feet. Big sister, are you all right? I and Amp, Appos, am fine. Nangong Yaya stammered, recovering from her daze, though her back was already soaked with sweat. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. One of the cloaked figures, wary, pointed his blade at Chen Mu, having witnessed his formidable strike. Chen Mu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Nangong Yaya, his gaze resolute. I will safeguard her. The cloaked figures exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with malice as they charged at the two. Then let you all perish. Chen Mu rushed forward with astonishing speed, arriving before one of the attackers in an instant. How swift! With a mere flick of his palm, the man and Appos' head exploded, releasing a viscous, indescribable substance. Earlier in the shop, Chen Mu had merely touched him, and he had yet to regain consciousness. Nangong Yaya and Amp, Appos' eyes widened in disbelief, her hands covering her mouth in shock at the incredible prowess of this young boy. At that moment, a convoy of carriages approached from behind. Yaya, it and Amp, Appos, SU. Nangong Yaya turned to see Yin Yi and slightly bowed her head. Young city lord. Wu Mubai observed Chen Mu and Amp, Appos' effortless dispatch of an opponent and became increasingly convinced of his earlier suspicions. Yaya, have you been attacked? Yin Yi grasped Nangong Yaya and Amp, Appos' hand. Yes. Nangong Yaya replied urgently, Young city lord, please save my sister and sister Xianglan. Uncle Wu. Yin Yi called out to Wu Mubai. Yes, my lady. Wu Mubai waved his hand, and several individuals leapt forth, following him into the fray. The two young ladies held hands, watching Chen Mu and Amp, Appos' agile form as he dispatched one foe after another. I had no idea he was so remarkable, Nangong Yaya murmured softly. Yin Yi glanced at her, noticing the admiration glimmering in her eyes. Yaya, do you know him? Huh? Nangong Yaya hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Did they truly know each other? Considering she didn't even know his name. Before long, all the cloaked figures lay dead, their gruesome fates chilling to behold. Chen Mu retrieved his cauldron and approached the two young ladies, grinning widely. Big sister, are you all right? Nangong Yaya and Amp, Appos' cheeks flushed slightly as she forced herself to avert her gaze from Chen Mu and Amp, Appos' muscular physique. I and Amp, Appos, am fine, thank you. Yet she couldn't and Appos help but steal another glance. No need for thanks. You are a good person and one and Appos meet an easy end. Chen Mu and Appos' unexpected declaration that you are a good person left both young ladies momentarily puzzled. Yin Yi blinked, then asked, do you know Yaya? Chen Mu turned to the porcelain doll like Yin Yi, who also radiated a soft, ethereal glow. Indeed, she saved me earlier. Chen Mu replied with a Navi smile. Observing Chen Mu and Amp, Appos' innocent demeanor, Yin Yi couldn't and Amp, Appos help but inquire, are you a great demon? A great demon? Chen Mu was taken aback. Not at all. Why does everyone think I am a great demon? You all? Yin Yi and Amp, Appos' eyes sparkled. Is there someone else who thinks you are a great demon? There is another girl with this big sister, very fierce. Upon hearing Chen Mu and Amp, Appos' words, Nangong Yaya felt a bit embarrassed. That would be Zhao, my sister. Understanding dawned on Yin Yi, and she looked back at Chen Mu. Earlier, you said Yaya is a good person because she saved you? Not exactly. Chen Mu shook his head. Then why? Yin Yi pressed on. Chapter 10, Seeking Fortune? One must certainly visit the Grand Casino. Just as Chen Mu was about to speak, an anxious voice rang out from behind. Sister. Nangong Zhao, covered in wounds, pushed through the crowd and rushed to Nangong Yaya and Amp, Appos' side, surveying her condition. Sister. Are you all right? Upon seeing the multitude of injuries on Nangong Zhao, Nangong Yaya felt a wave of panic wash over her. Zhao, how did you get so hurt? Are you okay? Tears welled up in her eyes. However, after confirming her sister was unharmed, Nangong Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile, she shook her head, Sister, I am fine. Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao. Yin Yi exclaimed, quick, help her onto the carriage. Naturally, it was her carriage. Their own had long since vanished. Xiang Lan fared better, as her cultivation realm surpassed that of Nangong Zhao Zhao, and she sustained no serious injuries. Once the four women boarded the carriage, they began tending to Nangong Zhao Zhao and Amp, Appos, S wounds. Wu Mubai patted Chen Mu on the shoulder. Little brother, it and Amp, Appos, S time to board. We must depart. Old Wu. Just call me Chen Mu. The group set off once more and soon left the wilds behind. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Great Wilderness City, the largest and most prosperous city in the northern wilderness. Chen Mu gazed around with immense curiosity. These events once again validated Wu Mubai and Amp, Appos, as assumptions, though he merely smiled faintly. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and the four women stepped out. Nangong Zhao Zhao and Amp, Appos, S condition had improved significantly. Nearby, a team of carriages stopped as a middle-aged man hurried over, his face etched with concern. Xiao Zhao, are you all right? He grasped their hands, his voice trembling. Nangong Yi gently reassured him, Father, we are fine. Good. As long as you are safe. He then turned to Yin Yi and the others, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Miss Yi, Steward Wu, the Nangong family will forever be indebted for your kindness. This middle-aged man was none other than Nangong Chunli, the head of the Nangong family and father to Nangong Yaya and her sister. Wu Mubai also clasped his hands, smiling, Master Nangong. It was this young brother who saved both young ladies. At that moment, Chen Mu had just picked up a delectable snack from a street vendor, preparing to take a bite, only to be interrupted by Wu Mubai and Appos' remark. Reluctantly, Chen Mu set the food down. Hey, you touched it with your hands. How am I supposed to sell it now? Pay up. Witnessing this scene, the previously delicate atmosphere lightened considerably. Nangong Chunli called over someone nearby and instructed them briefly. The person then approached Chen Mu and purchased all the food. Chen Mu gratefully accepted, joining the others while munching on his snack, inquiring what happened. Nangong Chunli offered a slight bow to Chen Mu. Despite him being merely a child, young sir, thank you for rescuing my daughter. The Nangong family will remember this kindness. Please, do not hesitate to ask for any reward you desire. Father. Nangong Yi gently tugged at her father and Amp, Appos' sleeve, aware that he wished to distance himself from Chen Mu. Enough, Xiaoyu. They saved you. It is only right to offer them a reward. His words were well structured, devoid of fault, yet they inadvertently introduced a layer of estrangement. Yin Yi and Wu Mubai exchanged glances, remaining silent. Chen Mu waved his hand, still chewing on his recently acquired snack. Big sister is a good person. If I hadn't saved her, someone else would have. Nangong Chunli was taken aback, not expecting Chen Mu to respond in such a manner. His daughter was indeed known for her good deeds, yet it often caused him headaches. One must acknowledge a debt of gratitude. You saved Xiaoya, and we must repay you. He certainly did not want Chen Mu to come seeking favors in the future. After pondering briefly, Chen Mu raised the bag of snacks in his hand. How about this? It and Amp, Appos, very delicious. Nangong Chunli was left momentarily speechless, unable to discern Chen Mu and Amp, Appos' intentions. Thus, he took his daughters and departed, though Nangong Yaya cast frequent glances back, reluctant to leave. With their departure, only Yin Yi, Wu Mubai, and the others remained. Chen Mu, what are your plans next? Wu Mubai inquired. As for me, Chen Mu contemplated. I intend to stay here for a while and find a place to cultivate. If you're seeking a place to cultivate, you might consider the Great Wilderness Academy. Yin Yi suggested. The Great Wilderness Academy? This was not the first time Chen Mu had heard that name. Nangong Yaya and the others had mentioned it while in the monster realm. Indeed, Yin Yi continued. The Great Wilderness Academy is the premier sanctuary for cultivation in Great Wilderness City, where all cultivators vie to enter. Chen Mu pondered for a moment before asking, do they provide meals? Upon arriving, Chen Mu and Amp, Appos' sole concern was the issue of sustenance, as he could no longer hunt beasts for food. Yin Yi nearly lost composure, having noticed Chen Mu and Amp, Appos' perpetual preoccupation with food since their first encounter. Of course, the Great Wilderness Academy offers free meals and lodging, and you can earn spirit stones for cultivation by completing tasks. Yin Yi elucidated. She was also nearing the time to attend the academy, finding Chen Mu to be quite intriguing. That sounds like a viable option. Yin Yi added, in that case, 3 days from now, the Great Wilderness Academy will hold an enrollment event in the city center. You can simply go there. All right, thank you. Wu Mubai approached, standing across from Chen Mu. Do you have a place to stay? Perhaps. He glanced at Yin Yi, who nodded slightly, prompting Wu Mu Bai to continue. You could stay with me at the city lord and Appo's mansion for a couple of days. You are new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. It would be easy to be taken advantage of. Haha. Chen Mu grinned widely. Old Wu, you underestimate me. I've always been the one to bully others. With that, Chen Mu embraced his food and vanished into the throng. Wu Mu Bai shook his head in mild regret, muttering, what a pity. Uncle Wu. Yin Yi withdrew her gaze, pondering, is he truly a beast? Miss, he most certainly is. Wu Mu Bai asserted with conviction, having lived half his life. He could hardly be mistaken, yet he claims he is not. Miss. Wu Mu Bai responded with a hint of profundity, out in the world, one and amp, Appo's identity is self-assigned. He likely prefers to keep a low profile. Yin Yi nodded thoughtfully and returned to the carriage, heading towards the city lord and amp, Appo's mansion. Meanwhile, Chen Mu navigated the bustling streets, examining this and that, appearing very much like a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city. Whoa, hey, is that hot oil? Can you touch it with your hands? Fool. Chen Mu chuckled as he skipped away. Suddenly, he paused in front of an inn. This should be a place to eat. But I have no money. Where can I earn some? At that moment, a man passed by, and Chen Mu seized his hand. Big brother. The man impatiently shook off Chen Mu and amp, Appo's grip. What do you want? Don't delay me from making money. Making money? Chen Mu and amp, Appo's eyes sparkled with interest. Brother, do you know where I can earn money? A lot and quickly. The man eyed Chen Mu up and down. You want to make money? Chen Mu nodded eagerly, hope glimmering in his eyes. To earn money, you must certainly visit the Grand Casino. Chapter 11, A Windfall. The Grand Gambler and amp, Appo's den? Chen Mu murmured softly. The individual he had previously grasped had already dashed ahead. Surely, he too was headed in that direction. With that thought, Chen Mu promptly pursued him, and not long after, he beheld an opulent building. Gazing at the plaque above, he noted that the first character was unmistakably correct. This must be the place. As he stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he navigated through the throngs of people toward the more crowded area. Upon reaching the stage, he was greeted by a dazzling display of silver coins. A sure bet. Chen Mu scrutinized the game closely. It was a mere matter of comparing sizes. 112, small. Was it truly this simple? A slight grin crept across his lips. Yet, he had no silver to wager and thus could not participate. Just then, he spotted the earlier man, who now appeared dejected. Clearly, he had lost. Brother, have you lost? Upon seeing this young boy had genuinely followed him, the man hastily waved his hands. Go away, little brat. This is no place for you. Chen Mu merely crossed his arms with a smile, regarding the man. Brother, do you wish to earn some money? The man was taken aback, his brow furrowing with confusion. You can help me win? That is certainly out of the question. Chen Mu shook his head. The man felt tricked, and in his frustration from losing money, he retorted. Are you toying with me, little brat? Chen Mu remained unperturbed, responding calmly. Brother, lend me your remaining silver, and I shall repay you 100-fold shortly. No way. The man rejected without a moment and amp, Appo's thought. This last bit is for my wife and amp, Appo's clothing. He clutched the final 2 taels of silver, shaking his head vigorously. Chen Mu stepped closer and stated, You've already lost so much. What difference does this last tael make? Besides, how can you be certain I will lose? Seeing Chen Mu and amp, Appo's unwavering confidence, the man hesitated and inquired, Are you quite skilled at gambling? Not at all. Chen Mu admitted candidly. It was you who informed me that one could make money here, prompting my arrival. Upon hearing this, the man slapped his own face in regret. What a fool I am. He then turned to Chen Mu, earnestly advising, Child, you should leave this place. Gambling can ruin a life. He himself was filled with regret at this moment. Chen Mu sighed in resignation. It appeared his plan was futile. As he turned to seek other opportunities, a figure approached from the side, a man who had been observing him for quite some time. Young brother, do you need a loan? This man had a shifty demeanor. Unmistakably a nefarious character. Chen Mu looked up at him. Would you truly lend me money? Aren't and amp, Appo's, are you concerned I might default? Oh, come now. The man waved his hand dismissively. It and amp, Appo's, merely an investment. There are always gains and losses. What he said outwardly contrasted sharply with the thought swirling in his mind. Default? I can always sell you off to a loan shark to recoup my losses. Chen Mu nodded. Very well, then, lend it to me. The man produced 10 taels of silver, handing them to Chen Mu, before adding, I will lend you the silver, but I must charge interest. Interest? How much? Chen Mu and Amp, Oppo's, S brow furrowed. The man and Amp, Oppo's, S lips curled into a smug smile as he extended a finger. Not much, just 1 tael for a stick of incense and Amp, Oppo's, S worth of time. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu and Amp, Oppo's, S expression darkened. If I win, everything is fine, but if I lose, the silver will accrue endlessly. The timer has already begun. Are you not going? The man smiled faintly, having awaited a novice for several days. Regardless of whether Chen Mu won or lost, he stood to gain. Chen Mu pushed through the crowd, reaching the betting table without hesitation, placing all 10 taels on the small side. This audacious move left onlookers astonished. Whose child is this? So daring. 10 taels? I and Amp, Oppo's, LL bet on large. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chen Mu crossed his arms, awaiting the outcome. 124, small. With this round, Chen Mu and Amp, Oppo's, S wealth doubled to 20 taels. The man who had lent him money watched in disbelief as Chen Mu actually won. What a pity. In the next round, Chen Mu again placed all his bets on small. This kid is truly bold. I and Amp, Oppo's, LL bet on large. I too bet on large. 1-2, small. 20 taels turned into 40. Soon, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In the span of a single stick of incense, Chen Mu and Amp, Oppo's, S silver multiplied exponentially. 40 taels became 80. 80 became 160. The crowd held their breath as Chen Mu refrained from betting, and they too followed suit. When Chen Mu successfully placed another winning bet, his total reached 5,120 taels, prompting the dealer to exchange glances with another man, who promptly withdrew. Seeing such a vast sum of silver, Chen Mu tossed 20 taels to the man who had lent him money. I borrowed 10 taels, and here's 20 in return. Is that unreasonable? The man's eyes turned red with envy. You little brat, who told you 20 taels was sufficient? Had it not been for my loan, would you have earned so much? Observing the man and Amp, Oppo's, S resentful demeanor, Chen Mu found it amusing, for he resembled the beast he had encountered in the demon realm. Eager to devour him. What amount do you believe I should give you? The man, sensing an opportunity, felt a surge of delight. Cough, cough, you see. Had I not lent you those 10 taels, you would have had no chance to win. Therefore, you should simply give me 1,000 taels. At this, a dangerous smile crept across Chen Mu and Amp, Oppo's, S face, realizing this man had no respect for him. Wang Matzi, you truly have no shame. Before Chen Mu could act, a young gentleman clad in white stepped forward, exuding an air of refined elegance. It was young Master Fong. To his astonishment, young Master Fong had arrived. Undoubtedly drawn by Chen Mu and Amp, Oppo's, S presence. Indeed, no one dared leave the grand gambler and Amp, Oppo's, S den with such a sum. The earlier man trembled upon seeing the newcomer. Why young Master Fong? Before he could finish, Fong Wenyu waved his hand, and someone promptly ejected him from the premises. Fong Wenyu regarded Chen Mu with a warm smile and remarked, I have heard that an extraordinary talent has graced my gambling house. I did not anticipate you to be so young. Chen Mu toyed with a silver coin, casting a casual glance at Fong Wenyu. Just lucky, are you here to take my money? Chen Mu discerned the greed reflected in the eyes of those present. After all, Chen Mu appeared merely as a child, and a child possessing such wealth was surely guilty. Fong Wenyu closed his fan, his expression momentarily astonished. He had not expected Chen Mu to be so forthright. Not at all. Fong Wenyu approached the stage, picked up the dice, and looked at Chen Mu. I have come to save your life. Chapter 12. A remarkable composure. Upon hearing Fong Wenyu and Amp, Oppo's, S words, Chen Mu could not help but chuckle. Is this your gambling house? Aside from you, who else would wish for my demise? Chen Mu lifted his gaze to Fong Wenyu, enunciating each word with clarity, or perhaps, you cannot afford to lose? With a snap, Fong Wenyu and Amp, Oppo's, S fan broke in his grip. His expression stiffened for a fleeting moment before returning to normal. My young brother is jesting. I run a gambling establishment. Where there are losers, there are also winners. I merely heard that you have an uncanny ability to predict outcomes. Hence my interest in placing a wager with you. What do you say? Fong Wenyu and Oppo's, S narrowed eyes appeared to question Chen Mu, yet his tone brooked no refusal. In his eyes, Chen Mu was merely an ordinary child, even if he managed to leave with his life and his winnings. He would surely perish on the streets before long. Thus, was he not effectively saving the boy's life? I find that disagreeable. However, Chen Mu remained unfazed by the threatening glare, methodically placing the silver coins into his Qiankun Ding. The abundance of silver was ample enough for him to indulge in all of Great Wilderness City. Unhurriedly, after securing all the coins, Chen Mu turned to Fong Wenyu with a slight smile. I do not wish to engage with those of foul character. Indeed. Despite Fang Wenyu's outward demeanor of a refined gentleman, to Chen Mu, he exuded an unmistakable stench of malice. Fang Wenyu was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing as he sniffed at his clothing, detecting no foul odor, only a hint of floral fragrance. When he looked up again, Chen Mu had already dragged the ding away. A dangerous glint flickered in Fang Wenyu's eyes. "You dare to toy with me," he remarked, departing in kind. Once they had both left, the others resumed their gambling, while the man who had initially declined to lend Chen Mu money was now filled with remorse. He had willingly pushed away the fortune within reach. Gazing at the scant silver in his palm, he steeled himself and squeezed through to the betting table. Outside, Chen Mu, dragging a ding full of silver, attracted considerable attention. They had never seen such audacity. Reluctantly, Chen Mu had no choice, with so much silver. Only the Qiankun Ding could contain it. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach protested, prompting Chen Mu to rub his belly. "First, I should find a place to eat." With that, he made his way toward the nearest tavern, where the young attendant's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Chen Mu pulling such an amount of silver. "Welcome, young master. Would you like to dine on? Our tavern has an abundance of offerings." The attendant trailed behind Chen Mu, whispering introductions. However, Chen Mu did not even glance back, directly stating, "Bring me a serving of all the beast meats." The attendant was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Young master, do you have other companions? Surely, one person cannot consume all that? Is it not permissible for me to eat alone?" Chen Mu inquired, puzzled. The attendant quickly lowered his head. "That is not the issue. It is merely that our tavern's owner disapproves of wastefulness, so if you would." He gestured toward a sign at the entrance. "Waste penalties." Chen Mu leaned over to read, but found the text incomprehensible. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment, but the attendant quickly regained composure, explaining his. "Our tavern has a rule. Whatever you order must be consumed entirely, or else you incur a tenfold penalty. Typically, other establishments would not dare impose such a rule, as they eagerly awaited patrons to order more. However, this tavern, named Donglai Tavern, had the backing of the Great Wilderness Academy. All ingredients were sourced from the academy, and not everyone could dine here. Those of ill repute could not even enter." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu nodded. "Then let us do it this way. Serve me each dish one at a time. I shall finish them before you bring the next. Thank you for your understanding." "Young master." The attendant breathed a sigh of relief. Although his daily wages were considerable, he was always on edge, fearful of inadvertently provoking a major troublemaker. Even one as seemingly innocuous as Chen Mu. Seated at a table, Chen Mu noticed two individuals observing him from a distance since his entrance. "Senior brother. This person is rather ostentatious, flaunting so much silver. Is he not afraid of being robbed?" The young woman, disguised as a man, spoke. The older male, referred to as senior brother, tenderly placed a piece of meat into the bowl of his female companion. "Let us refrain from excessive speculation about others, and focus on your meal." "But senior brother," the girl persisted, "why can I not sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy from him? Could he be an ordinary person?" Upon hearing this, the young man turned slightly to observe Chen Mu. Just as Chen Mu, sipping water, sensed their gaze and looked up, their eyes met. The girl quickly averted her gaze, glancing outside, while the young man offered Chen Mu a slight smile and a nod before returning his attention. Chen Mu felt puzzled. Why were they incessantly watching him? In a hushed tone, the girl leaned toward her senior brother. "How did you manage to be caught observing someone yet remain so calm as to greet them?" The young man lightly tapped her on the head. "You were the one peeking, not I. Furthermore, he is certainly not an ordinary person." Soon, the attendant brought out the first platter, filled to the brim. "Young master, enjoy your meal." Just as he was about to leave, Chen Mu called him back. "Wait a moment, I have finished." The attendant's eyes widened. He had merely turned around, and an entire platter of meat had vanished. He regarded Chen Mu skeptically, suspecting he had secretly disposed of it. Yet, finding no evidence, he could only depart with the empty plate. The flavor of the beast meat was delightful, surpassing even that which he had captured in the beast realm. Chen Mu was thoroughly satisfied, though the pace was somewhat slow. Beside him, the girl was equally astonished, covering her mouth, for she had just witnessed Chen Mu devour the entire platter in one go. Senior brother, did you see that?" He, the girl stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, this was beast meat. Even she and her senior brother would not dare to eat in such a manner. Tap. The young man tapped her head once more. "Stop staring. It is impolite." Despite the reprimand, the girl's curiosity remained piqued. While she ate, her gaze continually flicked toward Chen Mu. Upon seeing him receive another platter from the attendant, devouring it in one bite before handing the plate back, she was left speechless. Throughout, The plate had never graced the table. The attendant was equally astonished. He had never encountered such a voracious guest before. Returning to the kitchen with the empty plate, he found the chef washing pots, who frowned at his reappearance. "What brings you back again?" The attendant sighed. "Chef Kai, he is finished once more." "Finished again? So soon? Are you certain he did not dispose of it?" Initially, the attendant had entertained such thoughts, but this time, he had witnessed Chen Mu consume it all. "Chef Kai. He truly finished it himself." Chef Kai clearly did not believe him and promptly prepared another platter, intending to serve it himself. Chapter 13. The Spiritual Root Test at the Great Wilderness Academy. Soon, Master Kai prepared a large platter and personally presented it to Chen Mu. Upon seeing a different person before him, Chen Mu felt a tinge of confusion. However, as his gaze fell upon the delectable food, he couldn't resist indulging. When Master Kai witnessed Chen Mu devouring the entire platter of meat as if it were mere water, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Mu smacked his lips, savoring the delightful flavors. Oh, Master Kai momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Chen Mu looked at him, puzzled. "What's the matter? Are you out of food?" "Of course not." Master Kai chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, I shall prepare more. As a chef." Nothing terrified him more than the thought of his dishes going uneaten, and someone like Chen Mu, who relished every bite, was a blessing. Meanwhile, a young girl secretly observed Chen Mu. "Senior brother, this guy can eat a lot. I wonder which unfortunate sect took him in. Knock it off." The young man lightly tapped the girl's head, softly chiding her. "I told you to eat quickly. We have important matters to attend to." Outside the Eastcombe Tavern, Fong Wenyu sat in a tea shed, his gaze fixed intently on the tavern's interior. "Young master, that fellow has yet to emerge," a companion exclaimed, cupping his hands. Fong Wenyu took a delicate sip of tea, only to grimace and spit it out in disdain. "Keep an eye on him. As soon as he steps out, eliminate him. If you have the audacity to take money from my gambling house." A glint of danger flickered in his eyes. "I will head to Spring Breeze Tower to cool off and deal with the child. If you fail, do not return." With that, Fong Wenyu rose and departed, unwilling to waste time on an ordinary individual. Inside the tavern, Chen Mu had devoured all the ingredients, feeling for the first time a sense of fullness. Master Kai and his companions were left speechless. "Young master, are you all right?" A worried attendant approached, fearing for Chen Mu's well-being. "I'm fine." Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. "How much do I owe?" After a brief calculation, the attendant replied, "Young master, your total comes to 1,020 taels, but I'll charge you just 1,000. Upon hearing this sum, Chen Mu furrowed his brow. "Is it really that expensive?" The attendant patiently explained, "Young master, all our ingredients are cultivated within the Great Wilderness Academy. Ordinary folks cannot consume such quantities, and they are especially beneficial for cultivators." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu felt a warm current coursing through his body, akin to having consumed a magical beast. At that moment, the two who had been observing him rose. The young man spoke, "Little brother, you indeed consumed about 1,000 taels worth." Chen Mu glanced at them, noticing the faint white glow surrounding their forms. Though dim, it was evident they were good-hearted individuals. "Oh, thank you." Chen Mu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The girl trailing behind the young man made a face at Chen Mu before following him out. After settling the bill, Chen Mu inquired, "Did they pay?" The attendant clarified, "Those two? They are disciples of the Great Wilderness Academy. This tavern belongs to the Academy, so they need not pay." Disciples of the Great Wilderness Academy? Chen Mu had anticipated encountering them here. He was set to participate in the Academy's new disciple recruitment event in a few days and wished he had inquired about it earlier. As he stepped outside, the two had already vanished from sight. Did they leave so quickly? Chen Mu scratched his head. "I should find a place to rest." After spending 1,000 taels on that meal, his meager funds were wholly insufficient. Chen Mu pondered whether he needed to return to the gambling house for more money. As he walked, Chen Mu suddenly sensed someone trailing him. Without turning around, he caught a glimpse of individuals feigning interest in purchasing items. Were they after me or my money? Feigning ignorance, Chen Mu chose a secluded alley. The pursuers exchanged glances, nodded, and continued to follow him. Upon turning a deserted corner, they found Chen Mu waiting for them. Discovered? How could this be? He is just an ordinary child. Chen Mu smiled faintly. "I must ask, after following me for so long, is there something you need?" The leader frowned, realizing they'd been detected. "When did you notice us?" Chen Mu casually scratched his ear and blew lightly. "You were quite obvious. It would be hard not to notice you the moment I stepped outside. Now, speak. Why are you following me?" The leader scoffed. "Even if you aren't an ordinary person, we are 5 mid-stage Qi cultivators. We can easily handle a child." "Humph. Just now, You took so much money from my gambling house, and you think you can leave unscathed? So, they had indeed come for that reason. Chen Mu couldn't help but sneer. What? I want it fair and square. Am I not allowed to take it? Of course not. The leader shouted. Once you enter my gambling house, you cannot take away a single tael. TSK. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but click his tongue. What sort of gambling house is this? It's nothing more than a den of robbers. The leader, however, wore a smug expression. You are not wrong, but what of it? The dead cannot expose our secrets. At this, Chen Mu's eyes turned cold, a murderous intent flickering within. To him, these individuals were no different from beasts. Charge. The five rushed at Chen Mu, who vanished like a specter, leaving only a Qiankun cauldron in his wake. Where did he go? The five stood dumbfounded, scanning their surroundings. Moments later, Chen Mu emerged, having seized one of them by the throat, effortlessly snapping it. Witnessing this scene, the remaining four's pupils constricted in horror. When Chen Mu turned to face them, they felt a chilling sensation around their necks. Before long, Chen Mu emerged from the quiet alley, dragging the cauldron behind him. No one knew what had transpired within. Initially, Chen Mu had no intention of killing them, but they had foolishly provoked his wrath. After leaving the scene, Chen Mu found an inn to stay at, awaiting the upcoming recruitment event at the Great Wilderness Academy. Meanwhile, Feng Wenyu, upon discovering that the men he had sent had vanished without a trace, wore a dark expression. So many of them, yet they can't even handle a little brat. I might as well have kept some useless trash. Finally, the day of recruitment at the Great Wilderness Academy arrived. They occupied the largest square in Great Wilderness City, with the city's military maintaining order. This was due to the fact that the Great Wilderness Academy was the premier cultivation sanctuary in the city, and entry was not something that could be bought with money. The first step would involve testing spiritual roots and age. As long as one was of mixed spiritual roots, they would have a chance to advance to the second round of assessments. Chen Mu, dragging the Qiankun cauldron, excitedly navigated through the crowd, while those he brushed past glared at him with displeasure. Chapter 14. Taking the back door. Chen Mu found a square pillar and climbed it, allowing him a clear view of everything. Suddenly, a disciple clad in the attire of the Great Wilderness Academy shouted at him, "Hey, you there. Get down. And be careful with that cauldron. Don't let it fall and injure someone." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly stepped back, fearful of the cauldron's potential descent upon them. Chen Mu jumped down and grasped the disciple's arm, inquiring, "Brother, could you please tell me how I can join the Great Wilderness Academy?" The disciple's demeanor softened significantly upon realizing Chen Mu was also there for the same purpose. "Are you here to register for our Great Wilderness Academy?" he asked. "Do you see that line over there?" Chen Mu followed the direction of his finger and nodded. "Just go there to queue up, then take the aptitude test. If you pass, there will be a second round of assessments, and if you succeed, you will become part of our Great Wilderness Academy." After finishing, he patted Chen Mu on the shoulder, encouraging him to proceed. "Oh, thank you, brother," Chen Mu said, dragging the cauldron as he moved to the end of the line. "This kid is already starting weight training before even entering the academy. I hope his talent isn't too poor. Hey, you over there, get down." Standing at the back of the queue, Chen Mu looked ahead, realizing the line twisted and turned endlessly. He wondered how long it would be until his turn arrived. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd. "The young city lord has arrived." The young city lord? Chen Mu turned to see Yin Yi striding confidently toward him, dressed in sleek attire. "I heard the young city lord possesses an exceptional ice affinity spirit root. Surely she will be this year's top student at the Great Wilderness Academy." Another voice chimed in. "Not necessarily. The Nangong family has also produced a prodigy this year named Nangong Yi, who is even younger than the young city lord." Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Mu realized that she was not only the young city lord of Great Wilderness City, but also a rare talent. He pulled a nearby person aside and asked, "Hey, why aren't they waiting in line?" The individual looked at him as if he were foolish. "You don't know this?" Chen Mu explained, "I'm from outside." Upon hearing this, the person's eyes reflected disdain. "Ah, an outsider. In our Great Wilderness City, strength is paramount. They are geniuses, the future pillars against demon beasts, so of course, they have privileges. But someone like you." The individual scanned Chen Mu from head to toe. "You seem quite ordinary." Before he could finish, he was struck dumb, staring incredulously behind Chen Mu. "Ordinary?" Chen Mu waved his hand in front of him. "Why young city lord?" Chen Mu, puzzled, raised an eyebrow. "Can someone like me really be the young city lord?" "Chen Mu." A melodious voice rang out behind him. He turned to meet Yin Yi's beaming gaze. "Oh, it's you." Chen Mu waved and greeted her. Yin Yi nodded slightly at the surrounding crowd before speaking to him. "Chen Mu, You're here to register for the Great Wilderness Academy, right? Why not come with me? The crowd was instantly taken aback by the invitation from the young city lord. Does this person know the young city lord? What is their relationship? A torrent of questions flooded their minds. Just then, Nangongyi, who had approached from behind, glanced their way, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes, before continuing forward. Go with you? That might not be appropriate. Chen Mu replied, as he preferred not to draw attention. Yin Yi smiled subtly, like a blooming flower, addressing the others, everyone. He is my friend. May I take him ahead in line? The crowd readily agreed, realizing it was only fitting for the young city lord to bring along her friend. The very person who had looked down on Chen Mu moments before now forcibly pushed him out of the queue. Yin Yi nodded in gratitude to the crowd, who laughed and called, Young city lord, take care. Chen Mu dragged the cauldron and walked alongside Yin Yi, attracting countless gazes. You seem to have quite a reputation, Chen Mu whispered, leaning closer to her ear. Yin Yi felt a warm breath against her skin, causing her cheeks to flush. It's all because of my father. I merely benefit from his influence. Chen Mu turned to her and remarked, You are a good person. Your father must also be a good person. Hearing this again, Yin Yi felt a twinge of curiosity, as Chen Mu had said something similar during their last meeting. How do you know I'm a good person? What if I'm deceiving you? Chen Mu flashed a bright smile. What could I possibly have to gain from deceiving you? This cauldron is all I possess. Besides, I can tell who is good and who is not. Yin Yi had never encountered someone with such an ability before, which made her even more intrigued. Together, they entered the testing area, specifically established for the talents of Great Wilderness City, where they would receive the most accurate evaluations, aiding them in selecting suitable mentors upon entering the academy. As they entered, several individuals were already present, their gazes falling upon the two of them. Though no words were spoken, the curiosity in their eyes made it evident that they were eager to learn the identity of the young man standing beside the young city lord. Suddenly, Chen Mu felt an unusual gaze and looked up to meet the piercing eyes of Fang Wenyu, who was emanating a chilling intent. However, Chen Mu merely smiled at him and returned his gaze elsewhere. Fang Wenyu did not retract his murderous aura, which was palpable to Yin Yi and the others, prompting many in the vicinity to wear expressions of schadenfreude. Before even entering the Great Wilderness Academy, he had already offended a senior. How could he possibly gain admission now? Yin Yi furrowed her brows and quietly inquired, How did you offend him? Oh, it's nothing much. Chen Mu nonchalantly patted his cauldron. I just won a bit of money in his gambling den. He did not intentionally lower his voice, ensuring everyone, including Fang Wenyu, could hear. Fang Wenyu tightened his grip on his fan, knuckles turning white, yet he maintained a smile. This young brother, running a gambling den naturally entails wins and losses. If your fortune is good, it is only natural for you to profit. Seeing Fang Wenyu's insincere demeanor, Chen Mu feigned innocence and directly exposed his true character. Is that so? Then why did you have your men follow me? At these words, Fang Wenyu's expression froze, and the surrounding individuals cast scrutinizing glances his way. Although he was seething with anger, he could not display a hint of it, replying, This young brother is jesting. I know nothing of this matter. Perhaps someone is using my name to frame me. Chen Mu nodded. Oh, is that so? But they said that once you enter your gambling den, you want to be able to take even a single tael of silver out. Hearing Chen Mu's words, Fang Wenyu's face fell, not expecting Chen Mu to be so audacious as to strip him of all pretense. Chapter 15. The test begins. Chen Mu directly unmasks Fang Wenyu's disguise. Fang Wenyu gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. I have no idea what you were talking about. This could never be the doing of my people. Should you dare to slander me again, do not blame me for being impolite. In the face of Fang Wenyu's threat, Chen Mu merely chuckled. What? Are you going to take matters into your own hands? Be careful not to end up with a punch that could be your last. Crack. The fan in Fang Wenyu's hand shattered once more. He was a formidable master at the late foundation building stage, merely 15 years old, and one of the rare talents within the Great Wilderness Academy. Fang Wenyu shot Chen Mu a glare, saying nothing, before turning to leave. He would confront Chen Mu. But not at this moment. Initially, the onlookers had focused on Chen Mu because he stood beside Yin Yi. Now, however, their curiosity was piqued as to what capital he possessed to dare challenge an inner disciple of the Great Wilderness Academy. Yin Yi whispered in Chen Mu's ear. He's not a good person. You should be careful. I know. Chen Mu replied without lowering his voice. He's so foul, he can't possibly be good. At this, Fang Wenyu, preparing to depart, stumbled slightly but ultimately did not turn back. Yin Yi rolled her eyes at Chen Mu. This guy is doing it on purpose. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. It's you, big glutton. The crowd turned to see a young man approaching, accompanied by a girl. The girl, with 2 buns atop her head, appeared quite adorable. They were the same 2 individuals Chen Mu had encountered not long ago. The young man lightly tapped the girl on the head, junior sister. No need to be rude. He then turned to Chen Mu with an apologetic smile. My apologies, my junior sister can be mischievous. The girl covered her head, glaring at the young man with feigned anger. Brother, you hit my head again. The young man then nodded slightly at Yin Yi, young city lord. Yin Yi returned the gesture with a slight bow. You can just call me Yi, Shi Xiang. Chen Mu looked at the pair and asked, do you know each other? Shang Weixin smiled. Yi is an official disciple of our spirit sword peak. Chen Mu frowned slightly, glancing at Yin Yi. Isn't that cheating? Just as Yin Yi was about to explain, Shang Weixin interjected, not quite. There must still be a test, but with Yi's strength, she could never be eliminated. Chen Mu nodded, and Shang Weixin smiled at him. Little brother, I eagerly await your joining. My junior sister and I must prepare for the recruitment test. So we will take our leave. After exchanging pleasantries, Shang Weixin departed with the mischievous junior sister, who once again made a face at Chen Mu. Once they were gone, Yin Yi finally spoke. When did you get to know Shi Xiang? Shang Weixin? Who? Chen Mu asked, having no idea who he was. Shang Weixin. The one who just greeted you. He is the chief disciple of the Spirit Sword Peak, the peak master of the Great Wilderness Academy. This year, he just turned 18 but is already at the late Golden Core stage. Chen Mu shook his head, replying, I don't know him. I just ran into them at a restaurant. I see. Yet, it was evident that Shang Weixin's attitude towards Chen Mu hinted at an intention to recruit him. Yin Yi's gaze shifted, and she continued, Chen Mu, have you thought about which peak master you would like to join if you pass the test? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu fell into silence, as he had no understanding of the matter. He was primarily concerned with food. If you have no preferences, I could recommend Spirit Sword Peak to you, Yin Yi suggested. The Peak Master, by Li Wanqing, is a formidable being at the integration stage. His mastery of the Divine Sword technique allows him to defeat opponents of higher levels. He can be considered the second strongest in the Great Wilderness Academy. While Chen Mu felt indifferent to Yin Yi's earlier words, his eyes lit up upon hearing second strongest. Is he really that powerful? Absolutely. Yin Yi continued. Moreover, Spirit Sword Peak has the most disciples in the Great Wilderness Academy. Yin Yi's recommendation of Spirit Sword Peak carried a hint of personal interest. However, Chen Mu was not particularly interested in swordsmanship. Which peak has the best food and imposes no restrictions on eating? Chen Mu looked at Yin Yi with hopeful eyes, causing a bead of sweat to form on her forehead. This guy only cares about food. No wonder the junior sister called him a glutton. There is one, but no need to elaborate. I will go there. What is its name? Huh? Yin Yi was taken aback. This was far too casual. Won't you reconsider? Entering the Great Wilderness Academy offers only this one chance to select a peak, and moreover, Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. No need to think about it. I and Appos am going there. Hearing this, Yin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. All right, that peak is called Spirit Beast Peak, typically frequented by those with lesser talents. It mainly focuses on raising spirit beasts or cultivating spirit plants. Essentially, it serves a logistical role. The food from other peaks, including materials from Dongai Restaurant, all comes from here. Of course, it requires payment, and in the Great Wilderness Academy, the currency is not silver but spirit stones used for cultivation. Chen Mu listened, already envisioning a grand feast for dinner. Soon, the test commenced. The first step was the test for spiritual roots. Even though certain prodigy spiritual roots were already known, testing was still necessary. The one responsible for this task was Shang Weixin. The test will now officially begin. Please maintain silence. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the minds of everyone present. The venue fell silent. They were all geniuses from prominent families in Great Wilderness City and naturally understood the importance of decorum. First up, Fang Shiji. A 13-year-old boy with a defiant demeanor stepped forward. Yin Yi leaned in again, whispering to Chen Mu, he's Fang Wenyu's younger brother. Be cautious. This scene caught the attention of Ne Gongyi from a distance, who clenched his fists. Shang Weixin disregarded Fang Shiji's attitude. It was normal for a child to be a bit arrogant. He placed his hand on the spirit testing stone, then closed his eyes to channel his internal spiritual energy. Fang Shiji complied, and soon, a dazzling green light flashed across the venue. Superior with spiritual root, pass. A triumphant smile spread across Fang Shiji's face as he turned to leave the stage, casting a neck-slashing gesture towards Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu merely smiled. If he dared to come, Chen Mu would ensure he returned empty-handed. Next, Shang Weixin called out one by one, and amongst them, the weakest had at least a medium spiritual root, but one individual possessed a dual spiritual root. Thus, These were the most gifted individuals from Great Wilderness City. Next, Nangongyi. Upon hearing this name, Chen Mu recalled the pair of twins. They appeared to be from the Nangong family. However, Chen Mu couldn't remember their names. Yet he had forgotten that the other party had never introduced themselves. Chen Mu tilted his head, pointing at Nangongyi on stage, inquiring, "Is he?" "Indeed." Yanyi nodded. "He is the younger brother of Yaya." Chapter 16. The Exceptional Five-Element Spiritual Roots. Nangongyi ascended the stage and respectfully greeted Shang Weixin, senior brother. Firstly, he had already surpassed Fang Shiji in terms of personal conduct by a considerable margin. Shang Weixin nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. "Come forward and place your hand on the spirit testing stone." "Yes." Nangongyi stepped forward with measured grace, gently placing his hand upon the stone and closing his eyes. Although the crowd already knew he possessed extraordinary spiritual roots, anticipation still filled the air. What if he did not possess exceptional roots? The Nangong family would be left in disgrace, subject to ridicule from numerous prominent families in the Great Wilderness City. However, their doubts were soon dispelled as a brilliant red light erupted from the stone, accompanied by a wave of warmth that swept across the platform. "All right, that's enough," Shang Weixin said softly, flashing another smile at Nangongyi. "Congratulations, junior brother. You possess exceptional fire spiritual roots. It seems we shall soon be true brothers in the sect." Nangongyi clasped his hands again. "I hope for your guidance, senior brother." Shang Weixin nodded, naturally. "You may rest over there for now." "Yes, senior brother." The composure Nangongyi displayed was remarkable for his age. However, just before he descended from the stage, Chen Mu cast a hostile glance in his direction, leaving him perplexed. What is wrong with him? Chen Mu muttered under his breath, for he had never wronged this individual. "What did you say?" Yin Yi, overhearing Chen Mu's murmurs, inquired. Chen Mu merely shook his head. "Nothing. Regardless of who dared provoke him, they should be prepared for his retribution." After a few more individuals tested their roots, it was Yin Yi's turn. She stood, offering Chen Mu a gentle smile. "I'm going now." "All right." Yin Yi approached the stage and also greeted Shang Weixin with a bow. "Senior brother Shang." Shang Weixin smiled and nodded. "Go for it, junior sister Yi." Yin Yi stepped forward, placing her hand on the spirit testing stone, and soon, a brilliant blue-white light burst forth, accompanied by an intense chill that penetrated to the bone. Exceptional ice spiritual roots. The little junior sister beside Shang Weixin exclaimed in awe. This was a special root beyond the five elements, and it was exceptional. Although they had long known Yin Yi possessed extraordinary roots, they had not anticipated her to have a special one. Among the crowd, only three remained unfazed: Shang Weixin, who had mentally prepared himself, Chen Mu, who lacked comprehension of the significance, and a girl clad in a form-fitting black outfit, veiled from view. The girl beside Shang Weixin reached out curiously to touch the stone, only to be gently reprimanded by him. Stan, don't be foolish." The girl pouted in disappointment, retracting her hand. Shang Weixin nodded at Yin Yi. "It's done." The glow subsided, and the surrounding temperature returned to normal. "Congratulations, junior sister Yi. You possess exceptional ice spiritual roots. Coincidentally, our esteemed second master also has ice roots." While Yin Yi maintained a composed visage, her heart brimmed with joy. "Thank you, senior brother. I hope for your guidance in the future." Before Shang Weixin could respond, the girl beside him playfully patted her non-existent chest. "Don't worry. As your senior sister, I will definitely look out for you." Her words elicited muffled laughter from the crowd. Crack. Shang Weixin lightly tapped her head, and the girl pouted, looking up at him with innocent eyes. "Senior brother, why did you hit me again? What do you think? When we return, review the foundational texts." At the mention of this, the girl dramatically pretended to faint. Alarmed, Yin Yi rushed to help her, but Shang Weixin stopped her. "No need to worry. She'll be fine soon. You should go rest now." Yin Yi hesitated, concern etched on her face. "Senior brother, are you sure we shouldn't help her?" Shang Weixin cast a resigned glance at the girl. "Enough already. No need to study." In an instant, the girl sat up, feigning innocence. "Huh? Why did I faint?" "Senior brother, you didn't even help me." She opened her mouth to say more but fell silent upon seeing Shang Weixin raise his hand in warning. Retreating to the side, Yin Yi walked over to Chen Mu, her eyes sparkling with pride. She longed to hear Chen Mu praise her, yet he merely smiled foolishly. Yin Yi pouted, lowering her voice. "Aren't you going to compliment me?" Chen Mu, puzzled, turned to her and asked, "Compliment you for what?" Yin Yi sighed. "Forget it. It's fine." She vowed never to initiate conversation with Chen Mu again. As Chen Mu observed Yin Yi turning away in silence, his confusion deepened. How strange. Soon, Shang Weixin called out a rather peculiar name. Next, Hu Yunyun. Upon hearing this name, curiosity rippled through the crowd. Is there truly a family with the surname Hu? Their intrigue heightened as a veiled girl stepped onto the stage, for they realized they did not recognize her. Unlike Chen Mu, who had come with Yinyi, this Hu Yunyun appeared to have descended from nowhere. Hu Yunyun approached the stage and nodded gently towards Shang Weixing. For reasons unknown, Shang Weixing felt a sense of vertigo upon meeting her gaze. Senior brother? Only when the little junior sister beside him spoke did Shang Weixing regain his composure. Nodding subtly at Hu Yunyun, please place your hand on the spirit testing stone. He dared not look directly into her eyes again. Hu Yunyun delicately placed her hand upon the stone, and as soon as she did, a dazzling golden light erupted. Exceptional gold spiritual roots. Another exceptional root. When did exceptional roots become so commonplace? In the next moment, the brilliant golden light transformed into a vibrant green, causing the crowd to gasp in disbelief. Exceptional with spiritual roots. Double exceptional roots. Exceptional roots are the hallmark of genius, but possessing double exceptional roots is the mark of a sage. A gulp echoed from the crowd, followed by the green light shifting once more into a clear blue, bright and pure. At this moment, even Shang Weixing could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Exceptional water spiritual roots. Before he could fully process the shock, the brilliance transformed into a passionate red. Nagong-E's eyes were wide with disbelief as he stammered. Exceptional fire spiritual roots. He instinctively clenched his fists, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Finally, the red light faded, giving way to a profound brown hue that soared skyward. Yinyi gazed at the girl, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Who exactly is she? Chen Mu similarly focused on her retreating figure, sensing a familiar aura emanating from her. Yet, he could not pinpoint why it felt so peculiar. As the radiant manifestations of the 5 exceptional spiritual roots intertwined, Shang Weixing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Exceptional 5-element spiritual roots. She possesses the exceptional 5-element spiritual roots. Even he, typically as steadfast as a mountain, could hardly contain the sudden thrill. No time to waste. I must inform Master at once. With that, he formed a gesture with his hands and pointed towards the horizon. Chapter 17, The Rootless Individual Yet. The commotion at the scene was not confined to him alone. Disciples from other peaks were also sending messages to their masters. The last occurrence of a superior 5-element spiritual root was centuries ago. If they could protect this individual properly, he would surely achieve the status of a sage. As the 5 intertwining lights gradually faded, Hu Yunyun released the spirit testing stone, opened her eyes, and turned to Shang Weixing, asking, "Is it ready?" At that moment, Shang Weixing came back to his senses, nodded, and replied, "Yes, it's ready. Please step aside and rest." Hu Yunyun nodded indifferently and moved to the side. However, the gaze of the crowd remained fixed on her. They were intensely curious about her origins and the power behind her. Could they possibly recruit her? Yet, the cold aura emanating from Hu Yunyun deterred them from approaching. Taking a deep breath, Shang Weixing, as the esteemed disciple of Lingjian Peak, had witnessed numerous grand spectacles. The testing continued. As one by one completed their tests, only Chen Mu remained. The crowd turned to him. Shang Weixing furrowed his brow. He did not recognize Chen Mu's name, nor did it appear on his list. He called out, "Young brother, what is your name?" "Me?" Chen Mu pointed to himself in curiosity. Shang Weixing smiled and nodded, prompting Chen Mu to respond, "Oh, I am Chen Mu." Shang Weixing noted Chen Mu's name on the list, rather casually. "Come forth, Chen Mu, it is your turn." Chen Mu stepped up beside Shang Weixing, and the crowd began to whisper among themselves. What was his relationship with the young city lord? Could he also possess a superior spiritual root? It was quite possible. After all, standing alongside the young city lord implied exceptional talent. In the crowd, Hu Yunyun, veiled, observed Chen Mu's silhouette, her eyes flickering with contemplation. Shang Weixing offered a reassuring smile to Chen Mu, saying, "Do not be nervous. It is merely a simple test. Just relax." Chen Mu shrugged. "I'm not nervous." "That's good." Shang Weixing patted Chen Mu's shoulder. "Go ahead." Observing the familiarity between Chen Mu and Shang Weixing, the crowd began to speculate about their connection. After all, Chen Mu was the only one who had prompted Shang Weixing to take action. Chen Mu approached the spirit testing stone, gently exhaled, placed his hand upon it, and closed his eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. A minute passed, yet the stone showed no reaction. The crowd displayed expressions of confusion. While Yinyi clenched her fists, feeling anxious, Shang Weixing's brow furrowed. How could this be? Even a beggar would elicit some response from the stone. For any human would possess a spiritual root, even if it were a mixed one unsuitable for cultivation. The current scenario could only imply one conclusion. Chen Mu had no spiritual root at all. He was not human. Chen Mu, puzzled, turned to Shang Weixing. Is it ready now?" Shang Weixing softly urged, Try again. Channel your inner strength. Following his instruction, Chen Mu attempted once more, but still, there was no response. What was happening? Could the spirit testing stone be malfunctioning? Surely not. Could it be that he truly lacked a spiritual root? Impossible. Without a spiritual root. Could he still be considered human? Yin Yi bit her lip, her worry deepening. If Chen Mu had no spiritual root, he could not join the Great Wilderness Academy. Meanwhile, Fang Shiji sported a look of schadenfreude. Initially, he planned to teach Chen Mu a lesson in the upcoming entrance examination. It appeared that would no longer be necessary. Nan Gongyi observed Chen Mu, wishing to compete with him on equal footing. Thus, he felt relieved. But Hu Yun's gaze towards Chen Mu grew more intriguing, as she sensed a pressure emanating from his bloodline. Time passed once more, and Chen Mu opened his eyes, turning to Shang Weixin. Is it good now? Shang Weixin's eyes reflected regret. Chen Mu, you possess no spiritual root. It's a pity, but you cannot join the Great Wilderness Academy. The words shocked the crowd, who realized they were witnessing history. A true rootless individual? Did this imply he was worthless? Lacking a spiritual root meant one could not cultivate. Was he anything but a waste? Why then did the young city lord stand beside him? Was it possible he had deceived the young city lord? Numerous voices of skepticism filled the air. Yet Yin Yi chose to ignore them. After all, she had witnessed Chen Mu's prowess firsthand. Hearing Shang Weixin's words, Chen Mu struggled to believe it. Huh? He then glanced at the spirit-testing stone, gently tapping it. Could it be that you were faulty? At that moment, another inner disciple stepped forward, casting a disapproving glare at Chen Mu. Do not speak nonsense. This is crack. Before he could finish, a sound of shattering echoed. The murmuring crowd turned their heads toward the source of the noise. To their astonishment, the spirit-testing stone crumbled into pieces, scattering across the ground. The disciple's pupils widened. The spirit-testing stone shattered. Chen Mu quickly retreated a step, turning to Shang Weixin. This wants Timi. It broke on its own. He knew if this were to be blamed on him, it would cost a considerable sum. A melodious laugh broke the tense atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. It was Hu Yunyun. Her laughter carried an enchanting quality. Shang Weixin offered Chen Mu a reassuring smile, saying, Do not worry, it will not be held against you. As Shang Weixin's words settled, the crowd returned their focus to Chen Mu. No wonder there was no response. It turned out the stone was broken. Yet, the spirit-testing stone of the Great Wilderness Academy had been in existence for centuries. How could it suddenly malfunction? Could it be that the exceptional five-element spiritual root of the girl earlier was too precious? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes back to Hu Yunyun, while Fang Shiji looked at her with an insatiable desire, as if she were a coveted treasure. At that moment, Yin Yi stepped forward, addressing Shang Weixin. What shall we do about Chen Mu's test then? Shang Weixin found himself at a loss. This was a situation he had never encountered before, and Chen Mu was the last to test. Other spirit-testing stones would take time to arrive. I have a suggestion. The voice belonged to Fang Wenyu, who had just returned. Upon seeing him, Yin Yi furrowed her brow, sensing that misfortune was afoot. Fang Wenyu resumed his previous gentlemanly demeanor, slightly bowing to Shang Weixin. Brother, does our Great Wilderness Academy not allow entry by martial prowess? Entry by martial prowess? The crowd began to murmur again. They had heard of this rule, yet no one had ever attempted it, as it required defeating an inner disciple. Chapter 18. Entering the academy through martial prowess, even the inner disciples with mediocre talent still possess the strength of the mid-foundation stage. As for Fang Wenyu, he is rather gifted, boasting the prowess of the late foundation stage. Shang Weixin furrowed his brow, pondering where to find a suitable disciple at such short notice. Fang Wenyu smiled slightly, bowing once more to Shang Weixin. Senior brother, I am willing to take on this role. His declaration sent ripples through the crowd, akin to a pebble dropped into still waters. The individual who had just clashed with Chen Mu now stood as his assessment teacher. The motives behind this shift were glaringly evident. No. Yin Yi was the first to voice her refusal, aware that Fang Wenyu likely sought to exploit this opportunity to retaliate against Chen Mu. She could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Fang Wenyu turned to scrutinize Yin Yi, a fleeting glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes. Young city lord, oh no, junior sister, why do you refuse? This is the rule of our Dahuang Academy. If anyone were to refuse, it should be him. At his words, the crowd's curious gazes shifted toward her and Chen Mu. Yin Yi bit her lip, her fist clenched, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Fang Wenyu looked back at Chen Mu, grinning. Junior brother, what do you think of this arrangement? Of course, you may refuse, however. If you wish to join the Dahuang Academy, you will have to wait for the next opportunity. His eyes sparkled with provocation, concealing an undercurrent of malice. He had deliberately come to thwart Chen Mu's admission into the academy. As long as Chen Mu remained excluded, he would eventually find a way to eliminate him. Alternatively, during the assessment, he could feign a momentary lapse in control and render Chen Mu crippled. The Dehuang Academy would never accept a cripple. Yet, in the face of Fang Wenyu and Appos, as provocation, Chen Mu remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Shang Weixin hesitated, glancing at Chen Mu. What do you think? Although I sense you may not be as simple as you appear, Fang Wenyu is indeed at the late foundation stage. He has trained for 3 full years more than you. What could you have possibly done to offend this young master of the Fang family? Surely, it cannot be merely because he bested you in a gambling game? If that were the case, it would only signify misfortune for this lad, first. A misfortune with the spirit stone, and now an offense to the young master of the Fang family. However, Chen Mu merely grinned, addressing Fang Wenyu. Do you believe you can easily manipulate me? For reasons unknown, the crowd was taken aback by Chen Mu's smile, an eerie sensation washing over them. Fang Wenyu, standing closest, felt a distinct shiver run through him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his anger mounting. How could he be intimidated by this mere child? He vowed to break this brat's limbs and feed him to the beasts. Chen Mu turned to Shang Weixin, declaring, Senior brother, I accept. He pointed at Fang Wenyu. Let him be my opponent. Shang Weixin did not immediately concur, instead cautioning, he possesses the strength of the late foundation stage. Are you truly prepared for this? Indeed. Chen Mu nodded, his resolve firm. It shall be him. Feeling the disdain radiating from Chen Mu, Fang Wenyu snapped his fan shut with a huff. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. With that, he spun on his heel and strode toward the combat platform. Chen Mu approached Yin Yi, reclaiming his Qiankun cauldron. Are you certain you're okay? She asked, a note of concern in her voice. Chen Mu flashed her a reassuring smile. Fear not. I am more than capable of handling him. The testing phase had concluded, and the crowd surged forward, eager to witness the unfolding drama. They were curious to see what gave Chen Mu the audacity to challenge a formidable opponent at the late foundation stage. Outside, individuals were still registering, and not far away. A pair of twin sisters searched for something in the throng. Zhao Zhao, look. It's that little brother. Negong Zhao Zhao spotted Chen Mu, her brow furrowing. How did he end up here? At that moment, Negong Yi joined them, exclaiming, Sister, you're here. Xiaoyi, you made it out. How did the test go? Negong Zhao Zhao inquired, her concern evident. Negong Yi smiled softly. The test went splendidly. I have an exceptional fire spirit root. Upon hearing this, the sisters joyfully embraced each other. The Negong sisters were also part of the Dehuang Academy, albeit as outer disciples, with rather average talent. Once their excitement subsided, Negong Zhao Zhao continued, You must be the standout. An exceptional fire spirit root is quite remarkable. Negong Yi chuckled lightly. Not quite. What? Is there something even more impressive than an exceptional spirit root? Negong Zhao Zhao asked, incredulous. Negong Yi's gaze drifted toward Yin Yi in the distance as she whispered. Yi has an exceptional ice spirit root. The sisters gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment. An exceptional ice spirit root. Before they could process this revelation, Negong Yi pointed at Hu Yunyun. This one, I don't know where she appeared from, possesses an exceptional 5-element spirit root. 5-element spirit root. The sisters were left speechless. All right, sister, there's an exciting match over there. Let us go. The trio made their way toward the combat platform, followed curiously by the rest of the crowd, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Only when Chen Mu and Fang Wenyu ascended the combat platform did someone exclaim, That person is an inner disciple of the Dehuang Academy. Could this be the infamous entrance test through martial prowess? What? Someone actually dares to participate in this? Below. Negong Yi and her companions squeezed him beside Yin Yi. Yi, Negong Yi called softly. Turning around, Yin Yi was momentarily surprised to see Negong Yi, along with Negong Zhao Zhao and Negong Yi. Sister Yi, what brings you here? Negong Yi took Yin Yi and Appos' hand as a habit, smiling. Xiaoyi mentioned there was excitement to be seen, so we came to take a look. As she raised her gaze, Negong Yi spotted Chen Mu on the platform. It's him. She turned to Yin Yi. How did he end up there? Yin Yi briefly recounted the events, causing Negong Yi to tighten her grip on Yin Yi's hand. Behind them, Negong Yi asked Negong Zhao Zhao, second sister, do you know that Chen Mu? Negong Zhao Zhao. On the platform, Fang Wenyu elegantly fanned himself, chuckling. Chen Mu, where is your weapon? When you lose, don't say I bullied you. Leaning against his Qiankun cauldron, Chen Mu replied nonchalantly, ISNT my weapon right here? Fang Wenyu mistakenly thought Chen Mu referred to the silver he had won from him, and his expression darkened instantly. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Chen Mu, you are quite audacious, repeatedly humiliating me. Chen Mu found it utterly baffling. When had he ever humiliated him? Shang Weixin stepped onto the platform, positioning himself between the two. This entrance test through martial prowess will be conducted with restraint. Do not inflict harm with malicious intent. As he spoke, he shot a stern glance at Fang Wenyu, a clear admonition. Chapter 19. The Brutal Assault. Fang Wenyu was aware that Shang Weixin was cautioning him, and he couldn't disregard the latter's face. He could only superficially assure, rest assured, senior brother. This is merely an assessment. Nothing as grave as you suggest will occur. However, Chen Mu coldly scoffed, hypocritical. Do you not wish to eliminate me? At this remark, the crowd fell into silence, and Fang Wenyu's smile froze once more. He did not anticipate that Chen Mu would be so unabashedly forthright. Chen Mu continued, what a coincidence. I too wish to see you perish. I detest having someone constantly fixated on me. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Shang Weixin furrowed his brow. Chen Mu, do not act recklessly. He still sought to protect Chen Mu. Even if Chen Mu had not yet clashed with Fang Wenyu, there would always be another opportunity. Fang Wenyu's expression darkened like the depths of a stormy sea. He had never been so publicly humiliated, and in his eyes, Chen Mu had already become a dead man. Since senior brother has spoken, Chen Mu reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. For now, I shall spare your miserable life. Below the stage, whispers erupted. How arrogant. What does he have to contend with an inner sect disciple at the foundation establishment stage? Moreover, I hear Fang Wenyu's fan is a spirit artifact. Shang Weixin glanced at the two, realizing the extent of their conflict. Are you prepared? Both nodded. Shang Weixin departed the stage, leaving only Chen Mu and Fang Wenyu. Yet neither moved, merely staring each other down. What is happening? Still not making a move? What do you know? This is strategic planning. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Wenyu, brandishing his fan, lunged at Chen Mu with remarkable speed, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Spring breeze seal. A fan-shaped wave of spirit energy surged toward Chen Mu. What? He actually employed a combat technique. Shang Weixin remained vigilant on the stage, ready to intervene should anything uncontrollable transpire. Seeing Fang Wenyu resorting to a combat technique against someone who had yet to cultivate, his brow furrowed deeply. While the use of combat techniques was not prohibited, it was a matter of face, one ought not to employ such tactics against a weaker opponent. As the fan approached, Chen Mu merely smirked, then seized the Qiankun Ding, hurling it towards the attack. Some doubted, how could an ordinary ding withstand a combat technique? Yet, who claimed this was an ordinary ding? It was the Qiankun Ding. Upon collision, Fang Wenyu's fan seal shattered, and the Qiankun Ding maintained its momentum. Fang Wenyu's pupils constricted. He had dismissed Chen Mu's Qiankun Ding entirely. What could a destitute wretch possess that was of any worth? Meanwhile, Chen Mu swiftly propelled himself towards the Qiankun Ding, planting a powerful kick upon it. The Qiankun Ding surged forward, rapidly barreling toward Fang Wenyu. Caught off guard, Fang Wenyu did not attempt to evade. Humph, just a ding. Before he could finish, the Qiankun Ding was upon him, and he hurriedly cast a spirit energy seal with his fan. Yet, it did nothing to diminish the ding's momentum. As the Qiankun Ding reached Fang Wenyu, he absurdly attempted to shield himself with his left shoulder, bracing it against the ding. However, upon impact, he was sent reeling backwards, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, nearly tearing through his shoes. The Qiankun Ding gradually came to a halt. Just as Fang Wenyu intended to mock Chen Mu, he found the latter had vanished from sight. Where is he? Fang Wenyu's heart raced. In the next instant, Chen Mu's voice echoed in his ear. Are you looking for me? Fang Wenyu, struck by lightning, turned to flee, but Chen Mu would not allow such an escape. He swiftly advanced, delivering a kick that sent Fang Wenyu soaring into the air. Thud. Chen Mu's kick was forceful enough to make Fang Wenyu spew blood. Following that, Chen Mu sprang off, causing several cracks to appear on the stage, and in the blink of an eye, he was positioned above Fang Wenyu. With another kick to his abdomen, Fang Wenyu expelled another mouthful of blood. Boom. Fang Wenyu crashed heavily onto the stage, creating a multitude of fissures. Silence fell over the arena, a stark stillness enveloping the spectators. Just moments prior, they had questioned what Chen Mu could possibly do, yet in mere moments, Fang Wenyu lay sprawled on the ground. Could this truly be a 12-year-old child? Negong Yaya and her companions gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths. Though they had previously witnessed Chen Mu's prowess, this was an inner sect disciple of the Great Wilderness Academy. Beside them, Negong clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. Rather than continue his assault, Chen Mu seated himself atop the Qiankun Ding, leisurely observing Fang Wenyu, who resembled a defeated dog. Hey, are you still capable? This is your sole opportunity to kill me. Hearing Chen Mu's taunt, Fang Wenyu's eyes turned crimson as he clutched his abdomen. glaring at Chen Mu in fury before rising. With a twisted visage, he hissed, "You little wretch, I will see you dead." The current Fang Wenyu bore no resemblance to his earlier refined demeanor. It had all been a facade. With that, he produced an unknown item, consuming it in one swift motion. In the next moment, his aura surged dramatically. He even seemed to forget the pain coursing through his body. The crowd gasped in shock. "It's the Blood Fury pill." Shang Weixin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Fang Wenyu would resort to the Blood Fury pill, though merely a second-tier elixir. It could instantly amplify one's power, and the lower one's realm, the greater the enhancement. In Fang Wenyu's case, his strength now approached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Yet, the side effects were severe. One would be left exceedingly weak afterward, and their cultivation speed would be permanently hindered. Observing Fang Wenyu's escalating aura, Chen Mu finally regarded him with earnestness. Such a significant boost. With a furious roar, Fang Wenyu charged at Chen Mu like a frenzied beast, incessantly shouting, "Die, die, die." However, Chen Mu's agility allowed him to evade effortlessly. Fang Wenyu could not even lay a finger on him. Chen Mu understood that such a method could only be temporary. Once the effects wore off, it would all come to an end. Moreover, he was no longer the same Chen Mu who had just emerged from the monster realm. Previously consumed beasts at the Donglai Tavern had been fully digested, and now 2 pillars of vitality resided within him. Could Fang Wenyu, who had just ingested the Blood Fury pill, truly pose a challenge? This child is formidable. Hu Yunyan regarded Chen Mu, a subtle smile gracing her lips beneath her veil, a fleeting brilliance flickering in her eyes. On the stage, Fang Wenyu, missing blow after blow, felt increasingly anxious. He halted and bellowed at Chen Mu, "You little wretch. Can you do nothing but evade? Do you dare to face me head-on?" Chen Mu flashed an innocent smile. "You've taken medicine. Why should I not wait until its effects wear off before striking? Are you foolish, or am I?" "You." Fang Wenyu, under the influence of the elixir and agitated by the taunt, charged at Chen Mu once more. Yet this time, Chen Mu did not shy away. With a smirk, he began to gather strength in his right hand, preparing for a direct confrontation with Fang Wenyu. Chapter 20. The Master of Lingjin Peak. By Li Wanxing, upon witnessing the unfolding events, many in the crowd were gripped by apprehension. Hadn't he just displayed reckless bravado? How could he suddenly revert to such audacity? Perhaps this was the pride of a true warrior. Nagong Yaya and the others held their breaths, intently focused on the stage. In her hand, Yin Yi clutched a vial of medicine, poised to rush forward and administer it to Chen Mu should he falter. The most anxious of all was Shang Weixin. The battle between the two had transformed drastically from its inception, particularly since Fang Wenyu had resorted to consuming illicit substances. On stage, the combatants closed the distance, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. A shockwave erupted from their clash, prompting the onlookers to instinctively shield themselves. Crack. At that moment, a barely audible sound of shattering echoed from the platform. A piercing scream followed. "Ah, my hand." Fang Wenyu lay on the ground, clutching his contorted right hand, wailing in agony. The rapidity of this scene left the audience in stunned silence. Fang Wenyu had been defeated. The inner disciple, emblematic of strength and potential, had fallen to a newcomer. Seeing this, a faint smile curled Yin Yi's lips as she stowed away the vial. "Brother." Fang Shiji's eyes flashed with fear as he called out to the agonized Fang Wenyu on stage. However, the challenge was not yet over. He was powerless to intervene. Step by step, Chen Mu approached Fang Wenyu, the crowd holding their breath in anticipation. Crack. Arriving before Fang Wenyu, Chen Mu unhesitatingly crushed his left leg. "This is for having someone follow me." Crack. Another stomp shattered Fang Wenyu's right leg. "This is for your earlier insult." Crack. A third stomp shattered Fang Wenyu's left hand. "And this one. This is for your second insult." With all his limbs broken, Fang Wenyu lay on the brink of death, just as Chen Mu aimed for Fang Wenyu's groin to deliver the final blow. A surge of sword energy shot forth from the distance, aimed directly at Chen Mu's face. He swiftly evaded, taking refuge behind the Qiankun cauldron. Boom. The forceful impact sent him reeling, yet the cauldron remained unscathed. Suddenly, a stern voice pierced the air. "At such a tender age, how can one be so merciless? Today, I shall rid the world of this scourge." A middle-aged man, his face etched with frost, soared into view. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fang Shiji exclaimed with joy, "Father, quickly, kill that bastard." Chen Mu's expression grew grave as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from the man, reminiscent of the powerful demons he dared not provoke in the demon realm. Shang Weixin stood protectively before Chen Mu, glaring defiantly at the middle-aged man. "Fang family head, what is your intention?" Fang Tong snorted coldly, rebuking, "My son is a member of your great wilderness academy. How can you remain indifferent while this little bastard inflicts such grievous harm upon him? Shang Weixin understood the implications of the term little bastard and recognized the Fong family's true nature. This competition had been initiated by Fong Wenyu himself, and his use of drugs had led to this disastrous outcome, a result of his own folly. A glint of coldness flashed in Fong Tong's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Mu. It seems you refuse to provide me with an explanation. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. In Fong Tong's view, Chen Mu had to die today, setting aside the enmity with his son. He was deeply intimidated by Chen Mu's terrifying potential. Thus, no matter the cost, Chen Mu must perish. Chen Mu was not a member of the Great Wilderness Academy, and with his demise, the Academy would be powerless to retaliate against Fong Tong, who would merely bear the stigma of attacking a younger opponent. If Chen Mu were to mature, the Fong family would find no refuge. In a flash, Fong Tong closed the distance to Chen Mu. Little bastard, perish. A wild gleam flickered in Fong Tong's eyes. Yet as his sword descended upon Chen Mu's neck, a protective force enveloped Chen Mu. Bang! Fong Tong was unexpectedly sent flying, spitting blood. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Yin Yi and the others utterly unprepared for the swift conclusion. However, upon witnessing the scene, she felt a surge of fear, her heartbeat quickening. She dashed to Chen Mu's side, softly inquiring, "Chen Mu, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Amidst the crowd, Hu Yunyu discreetly concealed an item in her possession. Chen Mu shook his head, feigning strength while feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. At that moment, an elder with striking features appeared, first casting a glance at Chen Mu before turning his cold gaze upon Fong Tong. "Fong Tong, unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, your Fong family shall cease to exist." At these words, Fong Shiji trembled, collapsing to the ground. Shang Weixin stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. Master? Could this be by Li Wanqing, the esteemed leader of Lingjian Peak? The very presence of the Peak Master raised questions regarding his purpose for being there. Fong Tong spat another mouthful of blood. He had intended to eliminate Chen Mu while the attention was elsewhere. Yet, he never anticipated the arrival of the Lingjian Peak Master. Bai Li, I merely seek vengeance for my son. How can it be permissible for him to cripple my child while I am denied the chance to retaliate? Bai Li Wanqing's gaze turned even colder as he replied. They were participating in the martial examination of my Great Wilderness Academy. Your son's drug use and subsequent defeat were entirely self-inflicted. As for you, what right do you have to interfere, being an outsider? The moment the words left his mouth, Fong Tong was again sent sprawling, blood spurting forth. A flicker of resentment darkened Fong Tong's eyes. However, he had no choice but to concede. Gradually rising, he knelt before the platform. I acknowledge my mistake and am willing to donate 10,000 spirit stones to aid in the repairs of the Lingjian Peak's pavilion. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. He lost the gamble, allowing Chen Mu to survive. 10,000 spirit stones were no trifling matter. An outer disciple of the Great Wilderness Academy earned but a single spirit stone in a month. Bai Li Wanqing scoffed. You nearly inflicted severe injury upon him. Do you expect to let this slide? Fong Tong gritted his teeth, reluctant yet compelled to speak. I am willing to offer this young friend 1,000 spirit stones as an apology. 1,000 spirit stones were sufficient for a person to cultivate to the latter stages of foundation establishment. Bai Li Wanqing turned to Chen Mu, asking, What say you? Chen Mu, clutching his chest, approached and kicked the unconscious Fong Wenyu toward Fong Tong. If the Peak Master deems it acceptable, then it shall suffice. Chen Mu was not capitulating. He sought his own vengeance. In the demon realm, he had always relied solely on himself, and now that he was out, he would not depend on others to exact his revenge. Bai Li Wanqing remained silent. Fong Tong, gazing upon his son, who resembled a beaten dog, was consumed by a profound hatred. He desired Chen Mu's death. He wanted everyone dead. Yin Yi supported Chen Mu as they departed. For the second round of the examination still loomed half a day away. Chapter 21. The arrival of all the Peak Masters. Meanwhile, after handing over the spirit stones, Fong Tong departed with his son in his arms. There was no uproar, no hesitation. Shang Weixin glanced at Chen Mu's retreating figure and called out to Bai Li Wanqing, Master. Bai Li Wanqing raised his hand to halt him. Let this matter rest. You can give him the 1,000 spirit stones. Shang Weixin felt it unwise to press further. Bai Li Wanqing's gaze fell upon Hu Yunyun, his eyes brimming with fervor. Yet, he chose to conceal his emotions and departed. Yin Yi assisted Chen Mu in sitting down and produced a healing elixir, offering it to him. Take this. You will feel better before the second round of assessments begins. Chen Mu accepted the elixir, inquiring, What is this? It's a healing elixir. Haven't you ever had one? Yin Yi asked, puzzled. Upon tasting it, Chen Mu felt no remarkable sensation. I have only consumed those from magical beasts. At that moment, Nangong Yaya rushed over, her face a mask of concern as she queried about Chen Mu's condition. Following her were Nangong Zhao Zhao and Nangong Yi, both visibly reluctant. Nangong Yi's heart churned with discomfort as he observed Yin Yi's attentive care for Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu did not dismiss Nangong Yaya's goodwill. Just then, Shang Weixin approached, asking, Chen Mu, are you all right? The others moved aside as Shang Weixin stepped closer. Chen Mu shook his head, assuring him, it's nothing serious. Shang Weixin nodded, handing Chen Mu a bag containing 1,000 spirit stones. That's good. Here are the spirit stones. Take them. Chen Mu accepted the bag without pretense, and under Yin Yi's guidance, learned how to use it. Store. The Qiankun Ding was received into the bag, sparing Chen Mu the burden of carrying it daily. Chen Mu. About this matter. Shang Weixin hesitated, but Chen Mu sensed no impropriety. It's fine. I will take my revenge myself in the future. I, Chen Mu, am my own support. Yin Yi frowned slightly, her lips parting. The Fong family is not as simple as it appears. Today you have incapacitated their son. They will surely seek retribution. At the Fong residence, Fong when you lay in bed, having consumed the finest healing elixir, finally able to speak. Father, I want that bastard dead. I want him dead. Fong Tong's expression darkened. Rest assured, Wen Yu, if he fails to join the Great Wilderness Academy, I will have him kneel before your bed by tomorrow. Should fortune favor him, he will eventually descend the mountain for training, and I will ensure he never returns. Before long, half a day had passed, and all participants for the second round of assessments had been confirmed. They were led to the entrance of a secret realm. At the forefront stood the peak masters of the Great Wilderness Academy. The master of the Spirit Pill Peak was present. The master of the Spirit Artifact Peak had arrived as well, and the master of the Spirit Array Peak. The master of the Spirit Maiden Peak was exceptionally beautiful. Why are the Spirit Beast Peak members absent? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Why had so many peak masters come for this recruitment? On the summit, a woman with an air of mystery spoke. Is that the girl with the 5-element spiritual root? She is indeed enchanting. She would be perfect for my Spirit Maiden Peak. Nonsense. An elderly man with a white beard, wielding a hammer, retorted angrily. She is far more suited for my Spirit Artifact Peak. Not at all. A middle-aged man holding a feather fan interjected. Such an extraordinary 5-element spiritual root belongs to our Spirit Array Peak, where she can truly unleash her potential. A white-haired elder carrying a large gourd stroked his beard, declaring, you are all mistaken. She belongs with us at the Spirit Pill Peak. At his words, the others glared at him in indignation. Do not meddle. She is a rare talent, not meant for your alchemy. Enough, Bailey Wanxing said, hands clasped behind his back. She is destined for my Spirit Sword Peak. The woman shot Bailey Wanxing an incredulous look. You presume to claim her? Has she even agreed? Bailey Wanxing merely smiled slightly. If she joins my Spirit Sword Peak, I shall take her as my personal disciple, promising to find her a spirit sword and provide her with 1,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in disbelief. They had not anticipated Bailey Wanxing's willingness to part with such treasures. Meanwhile, Shang Weixin stood before all the prospective new disciples, his demeanor grave. Everyone, the second assessment will commence shortly. This round carries a significant risk of losing your lives. If anyone wishes to withdraw, this is your final opportunity. As his words hung in the air, Shang Weixin scanned the crowd, yet not a single person stepped forward. They had all come seeking the Great Wilderness Academy. And having come this far, how could they abandon their aspirations? Very well. I shall now announce the rules. You will pass through this secret realm entrance and be transported to a desolate corner of the wasteland, teeming with mindless magical beasts. Your task is to slay these beasts and acquire their demon cores. Some among the crowd trembled at the mention of magical beasts, for they could easily devour a person whole. However, one individual stood apart. Upon hearing of the magical beasts, Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips. You may cooperate or act alone. Acquiring a single demon core suffices to pass the test. However, the more cores you obtain, the higher your ranking in this assessment, allowing you to choose your preferred peak first, alongside rewards of spirit stones and a spirit artifact. In this realm, weapon classifications include magical tools, spirit artifacts, magical treasures, spiritual treasures, ancient spiritual treasures, profound heavenly treasures, and immortal artifacts. Of course, there are others yet to be discovered. They are even offering spirit artifacts as rewards. This has never happened before. Yin Yi listened to Shang Weixin's words, casting a subtle glance at Hu Yunyun in the distance. Yet, Chen Mu remained unconcerned by it all. his thoughts fixated on capturing a magical beast to stew for a meal. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Chen Mu suddenly slapped his forehead and dashed into the crowd of onlookers. Noticing Chen Mu's departure, Shang Weixin's gaze lingered on him. Chen Mu sought out Nangong Yaya. Sister Yaya. Nangong Yaya paused, perplexed as to why Chen Mu would approach her at such a moment. Sister Yaya. Chen Mu reached her side. Do you have any seasonings? You know, the kind needed for cooking. After spending so many days in the great wilderness city, Chen Mu could not shake his craving for those seasonings. For a moment, silence enveloped the onlookers, all staring at Chen Mu with bewildered expressions. Nangong Yaya asked, What do you need that for? To stew meat. Chen Mu replied matter-of-factly. At his words, one individual burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. You aren't planning to stew meat in the wasteland, are you? Ha ha. Chapter 22. Can't we stew meat in the wasteland? Chen Mu cast a calm glance at the individual, nodding slightly. Why not? The man's smile faded instantly under Chen Mu's gaze. Just moments ago, Fang Wenyu had been struck down by him, unable to stand. Nangong Yaya expressed her concern. Chen Mu. That is a wasteland. Lighting a fire could easily attract the beasts. Well, we can just slay them all, can't we? Chen Mu shrugged indifferently. What more could Nangong Yaya say? She could only assist him in gathering the necessary spices. Thank you, Yaya. With the spices in hand, Chen Mu returned to his spot. Satisfied. Behind him, Nangong Zhao Zhao voiced her discontent. Sister, why do you always help him? Zhao Zhao, he did save us. You shouldn't harbor such animosity towards him. Nangong Zhao pouted. Who knows what his true intentions are? Observing Chen Mu's actions, Shang Weixin found himself both amused and exasperated. Hearing Chen Mu express such delight at the thought of going to the wasteland was a rarity indeed. Fang Shiji clenched his fists, hatred burning in his gaze as he watched Chen Mu's silhouette. You little brat, if you perish in the wasteland, he muttered under his breath. His eyes fixed on Chen Mu's back. At that moment, Chen Mu unexpectedly turned and smiled at him, startling Fang Shiji into hastily averting his gaze. With a wave of his hand, Shang Weixin distributed a jade token to each person, continuing. This jade token will transport you away from the wasteland in the event of your death or upon your voluntary use. The timing of its use is yours to determine. You have 3 days, but you are not obligated to stay the entire duration. Shang Weixin scanned the group, lingering his gaze longest on Hu Yuyun. Prepare yourselves. And step into the secret realm. As his words resonated, the group stepped into the secret realm one after another. Before entering, Fang Shiji shot a glare at Chen Mu. Nangami cast a glance at Yin Yi while also glancing at Chen Mu. However, Hu Yuyun smiled warmly at Chen Mu before stepping in, leaving him perplexed as to why everyone seemed to look his way. Noticing Hu Yunyun's action, Yin Yi turned her head and, upon seeing Chen Mu still fixated on Hu Yunyun's figure, let out a cold huff, tossing her hair as she stepped into the secret realm. What did I do? Chen Mu pondered as he entered the secret realm, where they would be teleported to any location within the wasteland. However, there were restrictions. They would not encounter overly powerful beasts. On a mountaintop, a rotund figure arrived. Oh, everyone's here. I hope I'm not late. The newcomer was none other than Wei Zhenhai, the leader of the Spirit Beast Peak. Bailey Wanqing raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. What brings you here? Aren't you busy tending to your treasures? Wei Zhenhai made himself comfortable in a nearby spot. Ah, I heard there are quite a few promising new students this year. So I came to take a look. The leader of the Spirit Maiden Peak, Su Miao, giggled. Wei Ge, has your Spirit Beast Peak gone years without recruiting disciples? Wei Zhenhai laughed heartily, popping a grape into his mouth. Haha, Miao girl, that's not quite fair. I have a specific goal in mind this time. Oh? Su Miao inquired, intrigued. Are you here for that girl with the 5-element spirit root? Wei Zhenhai waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. It would be a waste to have a top-tier 5-element spirit root merely raising beasts. Bailey Wanqing snorted. At least you have some sense. Su Miao continued to press. Then who are you here for, Wei Ge? Oh, just a certain lad who can eat even more than I can, and he passed the assessment today, in the wasteland. Upon landing, Chen Mu found himself enveloped in a shroud of mist. The sight of the mist made his expression grow solemn. This was reminiscent of the demon mist encountered in the demon realm, teeming with formidable beasts. Just as he contemplated this, a massive maw lunged at him. Prepared, Chen Mu unleashed a powerful punch, striking the beast's neck with formidable force. The creature's neck caved in instantly, sending it flying into a stone pillar, silencing it with a howl. As he approached, Chen Mu discovered the beast to be an iron-spiked deer, its physique no different from that of an ordinary deer. Yet its back was adorned with spikes. It was unfortunate for it to have encountered Chen Mu. Chen Mu reached into the iron-spiked deer's abdomen with his bare hands, searching for a demon core, but alas, there was none. Come on, you haven't even refined a demon core, and you dare to roam about. With that, he kicked the carcass aside and moved forward. Outside, they could observe the situation through the jade tokens. However, apart from Chen Mu, who was attacked by beasts upon entry, no one else had such misfortune. As Chen Mu traversed further, yet another beast charged at him, only to meet its demise at the hands of his punch. These beasts were all lowly creatures without demon cores. Is this fellow a demon-absorbing physique? No one else has encountered any, yet they all seem to be rushing towards him without regard for their lives. On the mountaintop, Wei Zhenhai observed Chen Mu with a smirk, finding the situation amusing. Meanwhile, the others were fixated on Hu Yuyun. Strangely enough, the beast scattered at the sight of her, completely opposite to their behavior with Chen Mu. Su Miao leaned closer to Wei Zhenhai. Wei Ge, is this the young man you have your eye on? Wei Zhenhai remained silent, simply watching intently. In the wasteland, after a considerable amount of time, Chen Mu grew weary of the incessant stream of beasts charging to their doom. Could I not encounter a single one with a demon core? He was loath to consume those without. Suddenly, Chen Mu's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance. Following his gaze, others could only see two blazing flames. What was that? As he approached, Chen Mu discerned it was a horse. Yet it boasted wings. And those wings were aflame. Chen Mu licked his lips. You're the one. On the mountaintop, upon spotting the beast, Wei Zhenhai straightened up. A fire-wing horse. It truly is a fire-wing horse. Once tamed, this creature can cover 1,000 miles in a day. I have sought it in the wasteland before, but have never encountered one. Wei Zhenhai was thrilled, hastily reaching out to Ning Yukai, the leader of the Spirit Tool Peak. Quickly, Brother Yukai, give me 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. I want this lad to tame it. However, Ning Yukai poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Brother Zhenhai, that is a fire-wing horse in the body refinement stage. Do you believe he'll not meet his end? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenhai was momentarily stunned, realization dawning on him as he shook off his excitement. Right. Kid, please do not act foolishly. Chen Mu, oblivious to the warnings, was steadily approaching the horse, which was currently drinking water. If startled, he would be unable to catch it, regardless of his speed. He could only hope for a decisive strike. Chapter 23. The Talking Bird. Chen Mu cautiously approached the fire-wing horse. Suddenly, as it drank water, the creature seemed to sense his presence, pausing momentarily to glance back. Not noticing anything amiss, it resumed drinking. Hidden behind a tree, Chen Mu pressed closely against its trunk, grateful for his quick reflexes that kept him undetected. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his stance and crept closer until he reached what he deemed a lethal distance. With a swift motion, the Qiankun Ding appeared in his hand, hurtling towards the fire-wing horse with astonishing speed. Little horse, meet your demise. Sensing the disturbance behind it, the fire-wing horse spread its fiery wings and soared into the sky, narrowly evading Chen Mu's strike. What? It reacted that quickly? Suspended in midair, the fire-wing horse spotted Chen Mu below and let out a shriek, charging towards him. Instinctively, he turned to flee. The fire-wing horse opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that chased after Chen Mu. Please, don't burn me. I was wrong. The flames illuminated the misty surroundings, causing nearby beasts to quietly retreat. On the mountain, witnessing Chen Mu being pursued by the fire-wing horse, Wei Zhenhai felt a mix of anger and urgency. This foolish boy thinks he can knock out the fire-wing horse with a ding? Who taught him such folly? Su Miao stifled a laugh beside him. Wei Ge, if he doesn't use the jade token soon, he'll be roasted to a crisp. Get out of here. Wei Zhenhai waved her away, his mood darkening as he pondered the boy's reckless nature. In the wilderness, Chen Mu dodged and searched for an advantageous position to counterattack. Finally, he spotted a fallen tree with a hollow underneath. With a swift slide, he dove in, then grasped a branch on the other side, performing a flip to land squarely on the fire-wing horse's back. The fire-wing horse thrashed violently, attempting to throw him off, but Chen Mu clung on tightly, gripping a tuft of its mane. No matter how fiercely it bucked, he remained steadfast. At that moment, the tables turned. Chen Mu grinned, raising his fist to strike the fire-wing horse's head. As he pounded it, he demanded, "What did I do wrong? Tell me." With no choice left, the fire-wing horse began to flail desperately, but only injured itself further. After several blows, it felt a throbbing pain in its head, causing Wei Zhenhai to wince in sympathy. At last, the fire-wing horse succumbed. It lay motionless on the ground, even expressing a willingness to enter a servant contract with Chen Mu. What? You wish to be my steed? Wei Zhenhai's face lit up with excitement. Quick, sign the contract. Once it's tamed, we can find other horses to breed with it before he could finish. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. A few onlookers gathered, Curious to see what was happening, Chen Mu summoned his Qiankun Ding again and slammed it down onto the firewing horse's head, ending its life on the spot. Clapping his hands, he remarked, "Did I need you as my mount? Just fulfill your role as food." He then rummaged through the horse's carcass, extracting a fist-sized red demon core. Not too shabby. In a state of shock, he swallowed it whole before the astonished crowd. The peak master of the spirit pill peak stared wide-eyed, stammering, He ate it? Then he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "What a spendthrift. This is a demon core from a body-refining stage beast. Imagine how many third-grade pills could be refined from it." At that moment, Li Wanqing, who had been observing Hu Yunyun, finally turned to Chen Mu. How audacious for a mere novice to consume a demon core from a body-refining beast. Did he not fear exploding from such an act? Chen Mu licked his lips, feeling no adverse effects. He fetched water with the Qiankun Ding, igniting a fire right there and tossing the firewing horse into it. The onlookers were taken aback. What kind of audacity did it take to do such a thing? Most would have fled the scene after slaying a beast. Hu Yunyun's methods of dispatching beasts were inscrutable. A mere flicker of light from her eyes would leave the demon standing still, awaiting her blade. Soon, Chen Mu's stew was nearing completion as he pulled out the seasonings prepared by Nangong Yaya, indiscriminately pouring them into the pot. Wait, is he really cooking in the wilderness? Could this hodgepodge stew possibly taste good? Of course, with the Qiankun Ding, everything was possible. On the mountain, the crowd watched Chen Mu's actions, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Only Ning Yukai, the master of the spirit tool peak, furrowed his brow, concerned about his ding. As the delightful aroma wafted from the pot, Chen Mu moved it aside, extinguishing the flame. Delightful. The crowd stared at the pot, its appearance surprisingly appetizing, and they instinctively swallowed hard. Just as Chen Mu prepared to eat, a gray bird, seemingly appearing from nowhere, snatched a piece of meat from the pot and attempted to flee. Chen Mu's gaze sharpened. A thief. His reflexes were so swift that no one could see clearly as he captured the bird by its claws. The little gray bird was no larger than an ordinary parakeet, flapping desperately in Chen Mu's grasp, only to suddenly speak. "Let me go? Let me go? You fool." Not just Chen Mu, but everyone around turned their curious eyes towards the talking bird. Oh, a talking bird. It should taste delicious when roasted. Chen Mu's words petrified the bird, silencing its struggles. "Please don't eat me. My meat is too tough and not tasty." The formerly arrogant bird began to plead for mercy. Outside, Wei Jinhai furrowed his brow at the sight of the bird in Chen Mu's grip. Su Miao whispered, "Wei Ge, what kind of beast is that? It looks rather weak, yet it can speak." Wei Jinhai scrutinized the bird, finally shaking his head. "I've never seen one like this before." It wasn't that he hadn't encountered such birds, but he had never encountered one capable of human speech. Chen Mu weighed the bird in his hand. It was light enough to be devoured in one bite. "If you want me not to eat you, you better tell me your origins and why you can speak." Holding the bird, Chen Mu settled beside the Qiankun Ding. "I am a member of the gray feather parrot clan, surviving by consuming the remains of other beasts. One day, I stumbled upon a peculiar fruit in a secret realm. Suddenly, my mind became clear, and I learned to mimic some speaking beasts I encountered. Today, I caught a whiff of your delicious meat and couldn't resist. Please, spare me." The crowd was instantly intrigued by the parrot's human-like pleas for mercy. Chapter 24. The Power of the Fiery Wings. Chen Mu glanced at the parrot in his hand, pondering for a moment. "How about this? Tell me your specialties, and perhaps I might spare you." What an odd atmosphere this was. Meanwhile, outside, Wei Jinhai was nearly beside himself with impatience. "Kid, this is a talking bird. Think of the research value. Bring it out to me at once. Otherwise, don't even think about joining my sect." Upon hearing this, several individuals nearby exchanged glances. "How do you know he wants to join your spirit beast peak?" "I believe this lad suits my spirit tool peak perfectly." Wei Jinhai shot him a disdainful look and replied, "You should wait until he finishes eating before considering whether you can afford to raise him." In the wasteland, the gray parrot hung upside down in Chen Mu's grasp, contemplating for quite some time before finally blurting out, "I can fly." Smack! Chen Mu delivered a swift slap to its head, causing it to spin in confusion. "Of course, you're a bird. If you can't fly, wouldn't that be embarrassing?" The parrot shielded its head with its wings. "Well, I can talk too." It had barely finished speaking when Chen Mu slapped it again. "I can talk as well." At that moment, the parrot was on the verge of tears, lamenting its gluttonous nature. Now, its very life was at stake. It couldn't fight, couldn't search for treasure, and all it did was eat. Useless in every aspect, yet zealous when it came to food. Seeing that the parrot was struggling to come up with anything, Chen Mu grew impatient. If he waited any longer, his meal would grow cold. Just as he raised his hand to dispose of the parrot, two voices rang out simultaneously. "Don't!" cried the parrot. "Don't!" exclaimed Wei Zhenhai. Although Chen Mu could only hear the parrot's voice, he looked down and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" I. The parrot stammered, "I can curse." Everyone recalled that when Chen Mu first captured it, it had called him a fool. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Haha, this bird is hilarious. Can cursing really be considered a specialty? However, Chen Mu began to ponder seriously. It seemed he truly couldn't curse. Having a bird to do it for him wasn't such a bad deal. Very well, your ability is commendable. I shall accept you for now. If you fail to impress me later, I'll reconsider your fate. The parrot's momentary relief was quickly replaced with dread. Right. You spirit beasts can sign contracts, correct? Yes. The parrot eagerly replied. This was its only chance for survival. Then conjure one. Spirit beasts inherently possess the ability to form contracts, not solely with humans. Soon, a magical formation appeared beneath their feet, followed by a phantom tome materializing before them. The parrot eagerly pressed its claw against it and then looked expectantly at Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu merely sneered at the parrot. An equal contract? Do you think I'm oblivious? The parrot felt a pang of guilt. Well. Initially, it had thought that signing an equal contract would make it his pet, preventing him from threatening to eat it at a whim. Yet, it had been exposed. I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, that cauldron will be your final resting place. Hearing this, the parrot could only droop its head and reluctantly switch to a servant contract, becoming Chen Mu's subordinate. Thus, its life and death now rested in Chen Mu's hands. A unique bond was forged between the man and the bird. All right, master. After feeling the connection, Chen Mu finally released the parrot. He retrieved a bowl and scooped a portion from the cauldron, placing it on the ground. The parrot was ecstatic, but still turned to Chen Mu and asked, "Master, is this for me?" Yes. After all, this was Chen Mu's first contracted spirit beast. Just as the parrot was about to eat, it paused, looking up at Chen Mu. Do you have a name? The parrot shook its head. It was merely a spirit beast. What need had it for a name? Since you are a talking parrot, I shall call you Little Gray. Little Gray thought to itself. Very well, master. That name is quite pleasant. Little Gray likes it very much. Meanwhile, outside, Wei Zhenhai wiped the sweat from his brow upon seeing Chen Mu complete the contract. Phew, this kid. In the next moment, everyone watched in astonishment as Chen Mu lifted the cauldron and began to drink from it, as if it were water, finishing it in no time. This scene left most, except for a few who were prepared, utterly shocked. This was the flesh of a body-refining stage spirit beast, something most cultivators would hesitate to consume in such quantities. Yet, not only had Chen Mu eaten it all, but he had also consumed the previous demon core. Afterward, Chen Mu felt a warmth spread throughout his body and immediately sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. The mountain and sea art began to circulate within him, and soon, a faint glow enveloped his form. On the peak, the leader of the spirit tool peak chuckled awkwardly. This kid has consumed so much without exploding. Brother Zhenhai, it seems only your spirit beast peak can afford to raise him. Not necessarily. Bai Li Wanqing interjected. My spirit sword peak is not lacking in spirit stones. Wei Zhenhai's beard bristled as he pointed at Bai Li Wanqing. What do you mean, Bai Li Wanqing? Aren't you the one who has your eyes on that 5-element spiritual root? Are you trying to snatch him from me too? Bai Li Wanqing replied with a calm smile. A good seedling is never too many. Besides, I only offer him a choice. As the discussion heated up, time ticked away. The mountain and sea scroll within Chen Mu gradually unfolded, recording the spirit beast chapter. There is a horse, its body snowy white, with fiery wings upon its back, bestowing the power of fiery wings. An hour passed, and the glow surrounding Chen Mu slowly receded. Emerging from his meditation, he noticed that Little Gray had fallen asleep in his embrace. Lifting it up, Chen Mu discovered that a golden tuft had sprouted atop Little Gray's head. Smack! Chen Mu playfully slapped Little Gray's face, causing it to spring up in alarm. Which little rascal! But upon meeting Chen Mu's gaze, it wilted. Master, good afternoon. Chen Mu tossed it aside, and Little Gray flapped its wings, alighting nearby. Why did he feel so sticky? Chen Mu rose, feeling uncomfortable all over. He decided to head to the spot where the fiery-winged horse had drunk water to wash up. Little Gray immediately fluttered its wings to follow. Master, where are we going now? First, a bath, then back to slaying spirit beasts. As the crowd observed Chen Mu's lingering, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Yun Yun has already gathered 10 demon cores. The man and bird arrived at the water pool, the water appearing somewhat murky and tinted green. Chen Mu stripped off his clothes, revealing his well-defined physique. Some females who caught sight of this scene instinctively covered their eyes, but couldn't resist peeking through their fingers. Chen Mu plunged into the pool, and soon, there was no sign of him. Hey, where did he go? Confusion spread through the onlookers. Could it be that a spirit beast resides below, and he fell right into its mouth? As soon as the words left their lips, a column of water shot into the sky as Chen Mu soared into the air, sprouting wings from his back. Chapter 25. As long as I have a bite of meat, you shall have a sip of soup. In an instant, everyone beheld the sight of Chen Mu, completely unclad, soaring into the air. To their astonishment, he bore wings identical to those of the fire-winged horse from earlier. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement among Wei Zhenhai and his companions atop the mountain. Su Miao boldly voiced the collective curiosity. What is the origin of those wings? Amidst the astonished gazes, a colossal maw erupted from the water, lunging directly toward Chen Mu. Oh dear! Cried Xiao Hui, startled by the sudden turn of events. As it flapped its wings frantically to escape, Chen Mu, who had been ascending, glanced back periodically. Only when the monstrous mouth began to slow and descend did he dive swiftly downward. Was he truly intent on plunging into the beast's maw? Witnesses to this audacious act were left bewildered, perceiving it as sheer madness. The creature seemed to sense Chen Mu's approach. As he neared, its massive jaws snapped shut. Yet, Chen Mu deftly evaded capture, appearing behind the beast and delivering a powerful kick to its back. The creature was sent hurtling toward the shore, crashing beneath the tree where Xiao Hui had taken refuge. The Emperor Crocodile! Wei Zhenhai exclaimed in shock. Though this creature was of a comparable realm to the fire-winged horse, it was far more ferocious and had a particular penchant for flesh. The realization dawned upon Wei Zhenhai that the earlier fire-winged horse had likely been intended as the Emperor Crocodile's meal, only to be snatched away by Chen Mu. And now, Chen Mu had once again intruded upon its domain. The Emperor Crocodile righted itself, its massive jaws agape, letting out a furious roar that sent the surrounding lesser beasts into panicked flight. Chen Mu, suspended in midair with his fiery wings gently fluttering, was questioned by an onlooker about the similarity of his wings to those of the horse. However, most of the spectators, unfamiliar even with the fire-winged horse, could not fathom the significance. I just had a meal, and I haven't had my dessert yet, Chen Mu murmured, licking his lips. His words left the others utterly astonished. Hearing this, Nangong Zhao Zhao remarked softly, "What a glutton! Doesn't he fear overindulging?" At her words, Nangong Yaya merely shook her head, contemplating. It seems I must ensure my sister has less contact with Chen Mu in the future. The Emperor Crocodile roared once more at Chen Mu, who coldly retorted, "What are you roaring about? Do you think a loud cry will grant you freedom?" With that, Chen Mu brandished his Qiankun Ding. The creature's roar was but a means to bolster its own morale. "Behold the ding!" he exclaimed, forcefully hurling it at the Emperor Crocodile. The beast, refusing to back down, opened its jaws to shatter the Qiankun Ding. Yet, with a resounding crack, its razor-sharp teeth began to fall away one by one. But that was not the end. The moment Chen Mu threw the ding, he followed closely behind it. As the Emperor Crocodile clamped down on the ding, Chen Mu swiftly mounted its back, delivering a fierce punch to its jaw. The creature's upper jaw crumpled inward, while the Qiankun Ding remained entirely unscathed. Witnesses instinctively recoiled, as if the punch had landed upon their own heads. In the desolate expanse, Chen Mu continued to rain down blows upon the Emperor Crocodile. Before long, the beast lay lifeless. Another formidable creature of the tempered body realm had fallen to Chen Mu's relentless fists. Devoid of any flamboyant martial techniques, only the sheer force of his strikes. On the mountain, the other peak lords were equally taken aback. Ning Yukai, the peak master of the Spirit Tool Peak, remarked, "This young man possesses remarkable strength. His power may surpass even that of an alchemy disciple." Baili Wanqing commented softly, "He may be full of brute strength, but he lacks finesse." Hearing this, Wei Zhenhai shot him a glance and coolly replied, "If that is the case, Master Baili, you must not be interested in him, so let us not compete over him." Baili Wanqing returned the glance, stating, "It is precisely due to his lack of skill that I wish to bring him to my Spirit Sword Peak for the finest guidance." As the Emperor Crocodile fell silent, Chen Mu dismounted and retrieved the Qiankun Ding from its maw. At that moment, Xiao Hui, who had been hiding, returned and landed atop the creature's back. Master is so impressive. Master is so mighty. Are we cooking again? However, Chen Mu simply rose and walked back toward the water pool. Keep an eye on this beast's carcass. I shall return shortly. With that, Chen Mu dove into the water without revealing his intentions. Why has he gone back into the water? Could there be something valuable beneath? They wondered, for this was the desolate wilderness, a treasure trove beneath every stone. Yet, possessing the means to collect treasures does not guarantee one's survival in doing so. Time passed, and Chen Mu remained submerged without a hint of activity. Xiao Hui flapped its wings, hovering at the water's edge. It sensed that Chen Mu was unharmed. Finally, bubbles began to rise from the depths. Just as the onlookers braced for another beast's emergence, Chen Mu burst forth from the water, gasping for air. Master, you've returned, cried Xiao Hui. Chen Mu ignored it, dragging the Qiankun Ding toward the shore. Following the direction of his hand, the others beheld 3 plump, white eggs nestled within the ding, each roughly the size of a human head. Wei Zhenhai's excitement surged anew. These are the eggs of the Emperor Crocodile. This is fantastic. We can take them back to incubate, ensuring a future supply of Emperor Crocodiles. At this moment, a soft chuckle came from Su Miao. Wei Zhenhai furrowed his brow. Glancing at her, Sister Miao, what are you laughing at? Wei, have you forgotten the essence of this young man? Do you truly believe he will bring those eggs out? A silence fell over the group as they watched Chen Mu reignite a fire and begin to process the Emperor Crocodile's carcass, extracting the demon core. He did not consume it but instead stored it within his Qiankun pouch. Next, he placed the entire Emperor Crocodile into the ding, followed by the 3 eggs. Witnessing this, Su Miao laughed heartily, while Wei Zhenhai's expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui, eagerly awaiting its meal, lavished praise upon Chen Mu. Master is truly remarkable, dispatching a beast with such ease. Following Master, I shall certainly enjoy both meat and soup. I am so fortunate to have encountered him. Though these words struck a peculiar note, they were nevertheless comforting. Chen Mu retrieved the bowl he had previously given Xiao Hui and placed it before it. Fear not. Follow me, and you shall feast thrice daily. As time passed, the aroma of meat wafted from the ding once more, and the 3 eggs resting atop it glistened tantalizingly. How delightful! Suddenly, a voice filled with allure echoed through the air. Chapter 26. I, Chen Mu, am never tempted. Who? Upon hearing the voice, Chen Mu immediately became alert. In the next moment, the veiled Hu Yunyun emerged. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she waved at Chen Mu. Hello, young sir. Her voice was crisp, laced with an intoxicating allure that left many weak-willed individuals entranced, their eyes glazed over, drooling in response. Previously, Hu Yunyun had never spoken. The onlookers had assumed she was simply reticent. However, it was evident that was not the case. Moreover, what was with her slightly coquettish tone? Yet, Chen Mu did not lower his guard. Who are you? What brings you here? Having lived in the demon realm for so long, he feared not the beasts, but rather grew more vigilant upon encountering humans. At Chen Mu's words, a flicker of hurt crossed Hu Yunyun's eyes. Young sir, we came here together for the assessment. Perhaps we shall be fellow disciples in the future. Chen Mu indeed had momentarily forgotten, but her words reminded him of her identity. She was the one with the 5 elements spiritual root. Yet, Chen Mu remained oblivious to its significance, caring little beyond his singular focus, food. Relaxing his stance, he returned to his position beside his Qiankun Ding and replied nonchalantly, So, why are you not hunting demon beasts? What is your purpose here? Hu Yunyun approached, drawn by the aroma wafting from the pot. She instinctively swallowed hard. It smells divine. The moment the words escaped her lips, she snapped back to reality, her face flushing slightly beneath the veil. What is happening? Why am I longing for food? This is absurd. I have savored countless delicacies. Why would I desire mere stewed meat? Chen Mu gently stirred the meat within the pot, affirming its deliciousness, after all. It contained the essence of an entire demon beast. Meanwhile, the timid Xiao Hui trembled beside him, too intimidated to utter a word when Hu Yunyun arrived. With a playful glint in her eyes, Hu Yunyun settled beside him and sweetly inquired, Young sir, did you prepare this? It truly smells amazing. I have never encountered meat so fragrant. Upon hearing her praise, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, stewing meat is my unique skill. I've been perfecting it since childhood. On the mountain peak, several leaders exchanged glances, bewildered. Bai Li Wanqing's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated the previously silent Hu Yunyun would reveal such a stark contrast in demeanor. Wasn't she supposed to be aloof and composed? Su Miao, observing the scene, questioned, Is it truly that fragrant? They had all reached a state of fasting, dismissing ordinary food. Naturally, exceptions were made for items that could enhance strength. Among them, only Wei Jinhai indulged in daily meals. Being the leader of the spirit beast peak, he had to sample the flavors of the beasts he cultivated. After showering Chen Mu with compliments, Hu Yunyun finally voiced her intent. So, young sir, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in days. With this, she displayed a pitiful expression that would compel anyone to offer her a serving. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Chen Mu. No. Chen Mu replied without a moment's hesitation. Hu Yunyun was taken aback, her heart puzzled. Had she failed? But she pressed on. Young sir, you have so much meat. Surely you can't consume it all. Just share a little with me. As she spoke, she delicately grasped the edge of Chen Mu's garment, her gaze brimming with vulnerability. Outside, some captivated by the scene began to voice their discontent towards Chen Mu. What is wrong with this fellow? Is he so unaware of his surroundings? Why not share even a small portion of that enormous pot of meat? Indeed, how selfish. She deserves a share. Of course, Chen Mu remained oblivious to their murmurs. His expression resolute. The only individuals permitted to partake in his meat were those who had aided him, like the previously encountered Nangong Yaya, or those with whom he had a bond, such as the already subservient Xiao Hui. You have neither helped me nor share any connection with me. Hence it is out of the question. Upon hearing Chen Mu's reasoning, Hu Yunyun stood frozen in disbelief. Yet, when she saw Chen Mu retrieve a bowl and fill it with meat, a smile threatened to break across her face. Ah, a man of contradictions. He clearly wishes to share. As she reached out to take the bowl, Chen Mu lowered it to the ground. Hu Yunyun's smile faltered. She looked down to find a gray bird blocking the bowl. Xiao Hui, sensing her gaze, quickly turned to shield the bowl, fearing she would snatch it away. Hu Yunyun's smile twitched. So, I am inferior to a mere bird? Biting her lip, she gazed at Chen Mu with a hint of reproach. Then what must I do to earn a meal? Her voice, once sweet, revealed her frustration. After contemplating, Chen Mu replied, If you truly wish to eat, you may exchange it for demon cores. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist-sized demon core landed before him. Is this sufficient? However, Chen Mu shook his head. Not enough. Hu Yunyun clenched her fists, nearly losing her temper. She had never encountered such a miserly man before. Previous suitors had knelt, begging her to accept their gifts. How many do you desire? Chen Mu extended a hand and stated flatly, 5 demon cores. Hu Yunyun inhaled deeply, suppressing her anger. After much effort, she had accumulated merely 12 demon cores. For him to demand 5 felt like a blatant ripoff. Do you not think that is excessive? She challenged, locking eyes with Chen Mu. Yet Chen Mu did not even glance at her, retorting, I never asked you for anything. Indeed, it was merely her request. Chen Mu was not particularly interested in the cores. Acquiring 5 cores was simply a matter of slaying 5 demon beasts, easily accomplished when hunger struck again. Fine. Hu Yunyun gritted her teeth and produced 3 additional demon cores. Is this enough? She was unwilling to let her pride falter. Others might think she could not afford it. Moreover, she was curious about what made the meat so special. Chen Mu accepted the demon cores and extended his hand once more towards Hu Yunyun, who was momentarily bewildered. What now? The bowl. Chen Mu replied, exasperated. Are you intending to eat with your hands? Why was this girl acting so foolish? Hu Yunyun's frustration mounted, after spending 5 demon cores for a meal. He wouldn't even provide proper utensils? Once she finished, she vowed to give Chen Mu a scathing review and teach him a lesson. With a swift motion, Hu Yunyun drew a jade bowl from one of her bracelets. Here. Chen Mu accepted the jade bowl, filled it for her, and even added an egg. Chapter 27. Even a beauty cannot escape the allure. Upon receiving the items presented by Chen Mu, Hu Yunyun was momentarily taken aback. To her surprise, the 5 demon cores included an egg. Relief washed over her. Thank you. She stammered, feeling a tad embarrassed. However, Chen Mu paid her no heed. He lifted the Qiankun Ding and tilted his head back to consume its contents. This audacious act astounded Hu Yunyun. She had anticipated him using a spoon or a bowl, but never imagined such a spectacle. Before long, Chen Mu finished his meal, savoring the remnants on his lips. Noticing that Hu Yunyun had yet to eat, he inquired, Why haven't you started? Don't you like it? And no. Fearing that Chen Mu might reclaim his offering, she hastily took a bite. Upon tasting it, her expression froze, followed by disbelief as she gazed into the bowl. After a second mouthful, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. Delicious. What kind of meat is this? How can it taste so exquisite? Why does my body feel so warm? A flurry of questions surged through Hu Yunyun's mind. Meanwhile, Chen Mu began to peel the eggshell. At that moment, Xiao Hui finally mustered the courage to leap before Chen Mu, though it remained silent. As Chen Mu continued to peel, he cast a glance at Xiao Hui, asking, What's wrong? Xiao Hui's eyes were fixated on the egg in Chen Mu's hand, clearly conveying its desire. I want to eat. After peeling the first egg, Chen Mu extracted the yolk and offered the remaining egg white to Xiao Hui before starting on the second egg. Hu Yunyun, having just finished the meat in her bowl, licked her red lips, clearly unsatisfied. Her gaze fell upon the egg, and she eagerly peeled it open, disregarding any notion of propriety. On the mountain peak, Wei Zhenhai and his companions swallowed hard in unison. Su Miao Miao furrowed her brows, questioning the extraordinary flavor of Chen Mu's dish. Is it the quality of the demon beasts? Is wild game superior to domesticated? Wei Zhenhai pondered before shaking his head. It shouldn't be due to the demon beasts. Logically, wild demon meat is tougher and drier. This boy's cooking is rough and the seasonings are haphazard. Any competent cook wouldn't prepare it this way. Ning Yukai, the peak master of the spirit tool peak, suddenly brightened and exclaimed, it must be the cauldron's influence. Could it be a magical artifact? He contemplated how to borrow it from Chen Mu for further study upon his return. In the wilderness, after peeling the eggshell, Hu Yunyun took a hearty bite, her face lighting up with satisfaction, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes with delight, 2 dimples adorning her cheeks. As she finished, warmth surged through her body, akin to a fervent need for release. Yet, seeing Chen Mu's calm demeanor quelled her urge. Soon, she felt a rush of energy coursing through her, compelling her to sit cross-legged and circulate her cultivation techniques to assimilate the newfound power. Chen Mu, preparing to leave, glanced at Hu Yunyun, who remained seated, and decided to join her in practicing the Shanhaijing. Originally, he did not require cultivation after consuming the inner dan. Yet he couldn't abandon someone who had partaken of his meat. The qi and blood within Chen Mu roiled like crashing waves, though it remained confined within his consciousness. As he practiced, his energy gradually stabilized, and the pillar of qi and blood within him increased by half a unit, augmenting his strength. Presently, in terms of cultivation level, Chen Mu had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. When he finally awakened, he found that some time had passed, and Hu Yunyun was already awake. Curiously examining Xiao Hui, I didn't expect you could speak, little creature. How extraordinary. Upon sensing Chen Mu's awakening, Xiao Hui cried out in a voice tinged with desperation. Master, save me. At this, Hu Yunyun turned to meet Chen Mu's gaze. You're awake. Releasing Xiao Hui, it tumbled to the ground and scurried behind Chen Mu. Thank you. Hu Yunyun smiled at Chen Mu. Of course. Chen Mu replied without hesitation, feeling that her gratitude was well-deserved. Since you are well, I shall take my leave. With that, he retracted his Qiankun Ding and prepared to depart. Wait. Hu Yunyun called out, prompting Chen Mu to turn, puzzled. He had no intention of forming a team. He had come here to indulge himself. And the several demon cores he had collected were sufficient for his entry into the Great Wilderness Academy. Stepping forward, Hu Yunyun presented him with a delicate bell. This is for you, as a token of my gratitude. Chen Mu accepted the bell, but before he could inquire about its purpose, Hu Yunyun had already turned to leave. As she departed, Xiao Hui let out a sigh of relief. Chen Mu stored the bell away and looked at Xiao Hui. You seem quite fearful of her? Xiao Hui cautiously glanced around before responding. Master, there is demonic energy. A great demon. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu smacked Xiao Hui gently on its small head. We are in the wilderness. Is it not normal to sense demonic energy? Now, let us go. Meanwhile, not far from where Hu Yunyun walked away, a mysterious smile graced her lips. An interesting individual. In the outside world, however, a somber atmosphere prevailed as the first casualty of the assessment had finally emerged. The sight of a person with their lower half completely severed, terror etched in their eyes, sent a chill through onlookers. Can you believe this audacious individual dared to steal spirit herbs in the territory of a demon beast at the body refinement stage? Indeed. That's a demon beast of the body refinement stage, comparable to a golden core cultivator. Shang Weixing gazed solemnly at the mangled corpse, remarking, Greed is inherent to human nature. The girl standing behind him displayed a glimmer of pity in her eyes. Senior brother, how pitiful he is. Shall we not save him? Shang Weixing shook his head solemnly. No, everything is preordained. Turning to the girl, he cautioned, Xian, your abilities come with a backlash. Do not use them recklessly. Hu Xian lowered her head, whispering, I understand. Senior brother. With a sigh, Shang Weixing gently patted her head. In the wilderness, Chen Mu and Xiao Hui had traversed for quite some time without encountering a single demon beast. This piqued his curiosity, for previously, demon beasts had recklessly rushed toward him. Now, however, they had not encountered even one. Strange. Xiao Hui, can you sense the presence of nearby demon beasts? Following closely behind, Xiao Hui flapped its wings. Master. I cannot. Before it could finish, Xiao Hui suddenly felt the piercing gaze of something upon it, sending a chilling sensation coursing through its body. Their demonic energy. Upon uttering this, Xiao Hui dove behind Chen Mu. Yet, Chen Mu had already sensed the murderous intent coming from all directions even before Xiao Hui spoke. Chapter 28. The World Destruction Demon Dragon's Ninth Offspring, Qiankun. On the mountaintop. Upon witnessing Chen Mu's sudden alertness as he surveyed his surroundings, Wei Zhenhai and his companions could not help but feel an increasing sense of tension. Although they were unable to perceive the environment that Chen Mu was in, his demeanor indicated that the situation was far from simple. Ning Yukai squeezed next to Wei Zhenhai, inquiring about the matter. What has happened? Su Miao furrowed her brows, observing. His expression suggests he has encountered a formidable beast. Impossible, Bai Li Wanqing declared with conviction. In this corner of the wasteland, even the fiercest of beasts would be at the body-tempering stage. There is no chance something more powerful could exist. The others nodded in agreement, as they had personally explored this area. Moreover, beasts possess a sense of territory. The more powerful they are, the less likely they are to stray from their domain. In the wasteland, Hu Yunyu, who had just extracted a demon core from a beast, suddenly turned her gaze towards a particular direction. A look of shock crossed her face, and she swiftly ran towards it. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, confronted by the murderous intent surrounding him, furrowed his brow. He sensed the presence of powerful demons in the demon realm, those formidable beings he could only evade by feigning death. Hand over the power of the yellow dragon. A hoarse voice erupted like thunder in Chen Mu's mind. The next moment, a tangible attack surged toward him. Instinctively, he grabbed the Qiankun cauldron to defend himself, yet he was still pushed back a distance. What are you? Chen Mu shouted in anger, determined to uncover the nature of this entity. If I can defeat you, I will. If not, I shall shatter the jade token and escape. As his voice echoed, a shadowy figure began to materialize before him. The creature, with a dragon's head and a fish's body, gazed at Chen Mu with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Qiankun. On the mountaintop, Wei Zhenhai gasped in astonishment, while the others wore expressions of grave concern. Qiankun, the ninth offspring of the legendary world destruction demon dragon, was known for its insatiable greed and penchant for devouring, though none among them had ever laid eyes upon the world destruction demon dragon itself. They were familiar with its 9 offspring, each comparable to the strongest cultivators of humanity. Su Miao frowned and softly remarked, how could Qiankun possibly appear in such a place? Could it be an illusion? The moment her words were spoken, the group snapped back to reality. Indeed, it was impossible for Qiankun to abandon its lair. The longer it lived, the more it feared death. Bai Li Wanqing elucidated, thus, it is highly probable that this is merely a projection of its essence. However, upon hearing this conclusion, Wei Zhenhai's brow furrowed even deeper. Even as a projection, it was still an immensely powerful beast. Chen Mu must leave at once. With that, Wei Zhenhai swiftly turned to Ning Yukai. Yukai, quickly, 1,000-mile talisman. I will compensate you with spirit stones later. Ning Yukai produced a 1,000-mile talisman and handed it to Wei Zhenhai, saying, Zhenhai, do not panic. That lad is no fool. He must have his own plans. But how could Wei Zhenhai not feel anxious? He had grown fond of Chen Mu, and the thought of him perishing within was unbearable. We cannot afford to be calm. Do you not remember? Beasts possess their own territories, and once one enters their domain, nothing can intrude unless one breaks through from within. A sense of foreboding washed over the group at these words. Bai Li Wanqing frowned and proposed, let us transmit a message to all disciples undergoing the assessment. Terminate the trials immediately. In the wasteland, Chen Mu remained fixated on the shadowy figure of the beast, unyielding in his stance. Hand over the power of the yellow dragon. The apparition roared again, exhaling a plume of black flames from its mouth. With a powerful beat of his wings, Chen Mu soared into the air as the black flames erupted below, incinerating the surrounding vegetation to ashes. Recognizing the peril, he dashed towards Xiao Hui, scooping it up before shattering the jade token. Turning back, he waved at the shadowy figure. Big guy, I will remember you. Await my return to feast upon you. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed, and Chen Mu found himself still standing in place. What is happening? Wasn't it said that shattering the jade token would allow me to return? Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a ring of black flames had inexplicably risen, encircling him. Even above his head, it resembled a prison of black fire, ensnaring him within. Suddenly, the figure in midair expelled 2 plumes of foul air from its nostrils, its low, raspy voice resounding once more. Hand over the power of the yellow dragon. The voice struck at the very soul, imbued with an air of chilling dominance. Out in the world, as Chen Mu shattered the jade token, he vanished from sight. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What kind of beast is that? I have never seen such a creature before. I believe I have heard of it. It seems to be called a dragon. Everyone assumed that Chen Mu, having shattered the jade token, would soon emerge, yet as time passed, his figure remained absent. On the mountaintop, upon witnessing Chen Mu shatter the jade token, Wei Zhenhai finally exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, the 1,000-mile talisman had been dispatched, and all disciples within the wasteland received the message. One by one, they shattered their jade tokens, returning to the entrance of the secret realm. Shang Weixin observed the influx of new arrivals, yet Chen Mu was conspicuously missing. He had personally witnessed Chen Mu being the first to shatter his jade token. Could it be? At that moment, the 6 peak masters appeared behind Shang Weixin. Weixin, upon turning, he saw his master and the other peak masters, greeting them with respectful gestures. Master, esteemed uncles. Before Bai Li Wanqing could speak, Wei Zhenhai rushed to Shang Weixin's side. Weixin, has Chen Mu emerged? Having landed, he began scanning the crowd, but he did not spot Chen Mu, prompting his anxious inquiry. Among the emerging disciples, Yin Yi also looked around, not finding Chen Mu, her brow furrowing slightly. The expression on Shang Weixin's face was grim as he responded, Uncle, I too saw him shatter the jade token, yet he has not returned. A thunderous clap echoed in Wei Zhenhai's mind. The fact that Chen Mu had shattered the jade token yet remained absent could only imply one thing. Chen Mu was indeed trapped within the territory. This could only mean that Chen Mu was in grave danger. Just then, Bai Li Wanqing spoke up, he is unharmed. Everyone looked up to see Hu Yunyu tearing a rift in the territory, leaping inside. Meanwhile, within, Chen Mu was playfully pursuing the projection of Chaiwen, as lively as if they were engaged in a game. Wei Zhenhai pushed through the crowd to Bai Li Wanqing's side, asking, who else has not emerged aside from Chen Mu? Hu Yunyu. Sun Yao focused intently on the scene. Chapter 29. I am not called He. At this moment, the only image visible to the crowd was projected from Hu Yunyun's jade token. They beheld Chen Mu, deftly evading the black flames emitted by the Qingqiu doppelganger with the graceful flapping of his wings. Upon entering, Hu Yunyun caught sight of Chen Mu's predicament and could not help but chuckle. It seems you are having quite a bit of fun. Hearing her voice, Chen Mu cast a fleeting glance downwards, yet his movements did not falter. He expressed his surprise. How did you get in here? He had attempted to leave, but the black flame seemed intent on consuming him. With her arms crossed, Hu Yunyun smirked at him. I simply walked in. It appears you are in a bit of trouble. Do you require assistance? Just as Chen Mu touched down, he abruptly sprang back into the air. The ground beneath him instantly engulfed in a surge of black flames. What trouble do I seem to be in? Can't you see I'm evading it? The Qingqiu doppelganger paid no heed to Hu Yunyun, fixating solely on Chen Mu, relentlessly spewing black flames as if they were inexhaustible. On the mountaintop, onlookers pondered the remarkable prowess of the new students. Is this the caliber of the new recruits nowadays? First, Hu Yunyun had slain over a dozen beasts, and now Chen Mu was toying with an aberrant beast's avatar. The peak master of Lingjin Peak, Shu Changyuan, remarked, that lad's wings resemble those of the firewing horse. They all knew that Chen Mu had merely consumed the firewing horse. Bai Li Wanqing's expression grew solemn as he instructed Shang Weixin, Weixin, see to the arrangements for all the new students. Following this, he departed with the solitary image, while the others, though eager to remain, dared not request that a peak master stay behind. In the wasteland, Hu Yunyun seized an opportune moment, directing a burst of spiritual energy at the Qingqiu doppelganger, diverting its attention from Chen Mu to herself. You are. The Qingqiu doppelganger turned towards Hu Yunyun, a flicker of contemplation crossing its eyes. Yet Hu Yunyun ignored it, gathering more energy and calling out to Chen Mu. Hey, stop running. Let us eliminate it together. Chen Mu halted and glanced back at Hu Yunyun. First, I am not called He. My name is Chen Mu. Second, I have already engaged it. Chen Mu's fist struck the Qingqiu doppelganger, but it proved utterly ineffective. The creature's defenses were formidable beyond measure. When Hu Yunyun attacked the Qingqiu doppelganger once more, it seemed to finally grasp something. Why, do you? Upon hearing the doppelganger's words, Chen Mu turned to Hu Yunyun in confusion. It appears to recognize you. Hu Yunyun shot him a look of exasperation. It is merely a beast's doppelganger. How could it possibly know me? A beast? Do you know it? Chen Mu pressed, intrigued. It was his first encounter with such a grotesque creature. Was it a dragon gone astray? Or a fish that leaped over the dragon gate? Hu Yunyun, while dodging the aerial attacks of the Qingqiu doppelganger, explained. I have seen it in ancient texts at home. It is the fabled offspring of the world-destroying demon dragon, Qiankun. Upon hearing this name, Chen Mu's eyes gleamed. If it was indeed a dragon, it should be quite delectable. Hu Yunyun responded with a look of disbelief. You still think about eating at a time like this? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? At that moment, the Qingqiu doppelganger descended slowly to the ground, gradually transforming into a humanoid form. Roar! Surrender the power of the Qinglong. A wave of energy radiated outward from it, strong enough to force both of them to retreat. Hu Yunyun turned to Chen Mu. The power of the Qinglong? What did you steal from it? Chen Mu maintained his composure, spreading his hands. What could I possibly have stolen from it? Just as Chen Mu was about to respond, the Qingqiu doppelganger surged towards him. Rather than retreating, Chen Mu boldly advanced to meet it. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, sending a shockwave through the air. Chen Mu staggered back 3 steps, while the Qingqiu doppelganger was forced back 1 step. This spectacle left the spectators in stunned silence. Wei Zhenhai exclaimed with excitement, "What a lad! His strength is formidable." He held his ground against the Qingqiu doppelganger with only a slight disadvantage. Bai Li Wanqing furrowed his brow, speaking softly, "Does anyone know Chen Mu's background?" This question left several in attendance momentarily speechless. Indeed, it seemed that Chen Mu had appeared out of nowhere. If he were from the great wilderness city, such a prodigy would not have gone unnoticed. Bai Li Wanqing continued, "Nangong Chunli once mentioned to me that on their way back from the wild path, his 2 daughters were rescued by a young man." Su Miao interjected, "Was it Chen Mu who saved them?" "Indeed." Bai Li Wanqing nodded. "Moreover, investigations suggest he likely emerged from the beast realm." At this revelation, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. In the wasteland, Hu Yunyun observed Chen Mu daring to confront the opponent head-on. Seizing the moment while he was retreating, she approached the back of the Qingqiu doppelganger and conjured a ball of purple flame with her bare hands. Demonic fox flame. The purple fire struck the doppelganger's back, causing no damage at all. Instead, the Qingqiu doppelganger casually waved its hand, unleashing a more potent black flame towards Hu Yunyun. She rolled away just in time to evade the fiery onslaught. Glancing at the scorched ground, she muttered, "What a terrifying devouring ability. And this is merely a doppelganger. Hey, are you all right?" Chen Mu called out to Hu Yunyun, astonished that she still had the leisure to jest with him. "I am not called Hey. My name is Hu Yunyun." Their introductions, oddly synchronized, were quite peculiar. Roar! The Qingqiu doppelganger bellowed again and charged at Chen Mu. Aware that he could not overpower it, Chen Mu drew forth the Qiankun Ding and brought it crashing down upon the doppelganger. Ding! The Qingqiu doppelganger's fist collided with the Qiankun Ding, producing a piercing sound that reverberated through the air. Both combatants grimaced, covering their ears, while the Qingqiu doppelganger was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Witnessing that the Qiankun Ding remained unscathed, Ning Yukai, the peak master of the spirit artifact peak, was visibly excited. This lad's ding is undoubtedly a treasure of superior quality. The bystanders exchanged curious glances at his remark. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ning Yukai rubbed his nose and said, "Haha. I believe discussing his past background is unnecessary at this point. After all, he is human now, is he not?" Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed enlightened. Indeed, what relevance do his past experiences hold in light of who he is now? The path of simplicity is the ultimate truth. In the wasteland, Chen Mu covered his ears and struggled to open one eye, only to find the Qingqiu doppelganger standing motionless. Once the noise subsided, Hu Yunyun swiftly approached Chen Mu. "It appears, it is terrified of the sound of that ding." Chen Mu certainly noted this, retracting the ding with a swift gesture. "Do you possess any formidable items that could vanquish this creature in an instant?" Chapter 30. The Triune Demon Sealing Formation. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Hu Yunyun lowered her head in contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. "Yes. However, I require time to prepare." Grasping the Qiankun Ding, Chen Mu charged once more towards the Qiyuan avatar. "I will hold it off. You take your time to prepare." Perhaps aware of the formidable nature of Chen Mu's Qiankun Ding, the Qiyuan avatar hesitated to confront it directly. While Chen Mu engaged the Qiyuan avatar in a fierce struggle, Hu Yunyun swiftly stored the jade tablet within her bracelet. Consequently, Bai Li Wanqing and the others were left in ignorance. What is happening? Ning Yukai furrowed his brow. Why has she concealed the jade tablet? Bai Li Wanqing stroked his beard and remarked, perhaps she wishes to keep it hidden from view. Observing the calm demeanor of the group, Wei Zhenhai could no longer remain seated. "Hey, I say, aren't you all worried?" You should be devising a plan to rescue those two at once. Wei Zhenhai pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Li Wanqing, exclaiming, "Isn't that girl your most coveted five-element spiritual root? Are you not concerned about her safety?" Ningyu Kai stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Wei Zhenhai's shoulder. "Brother Zhenhai, please remain calm." "I cannot remain calm," Wei Zhenhai retorted, showing no signs of restraint. "The wild domain was a territory you all personally ventured to explore, yet you failed to detect even a single avatar of a strange beast. If these promising individuals were to lose their lives due to your negligence." "Enough," Bai Li Wanqing shouted, glaring at Wei Zhenhai. "At this juncture, instead of laying blame, we ought to focus on devising a means to rescue them." In the wilderness, Chen Mu found himself intertwined with the Qi avatar. As time wore on, he began to feel the toll of fatigue. Yet, he still possessed demon cores. He promptly retrieved a demon core, consuming it in one swift motion, allowing the mountain and sea technique to automatically activate, instantly revitalizing him. However, the Qi avatar showed no signs of depletion. After being struck away by a powerful fist, Chen Mu called out to Hu Yunyun, "Are you ready yet?" At that moment, Hu Yunyun was diligently arranging the final formation eye. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated, and a faint smile graced Hu Yunyun's lips. "It's done." Swiftly, she distanced herself, intertwining her hands to form a gesture. "Triune Demon Sealing Formation. Activate." In an instant, the three formation eyes she established illuminated with radiant light, converging to form a triangle, ensnaring the Qi avatar within. Suddenly, the beams of light shot skyward, lifting the Qi avatar into the air, rendering it immobile. With a mere movement of her hands, countless blades whirled within the formation, and soon, the Qi avatar was left battered and bruised. The ensnared Qi avatar glared intently at Chen Mu, demanding the power of Huang. Boom. In the next moment, the Qi avatar exploded, dissipating into fine powder. The surrounding flames gradually extinguished. As the avatar disintegrated, Hu Yunyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, her body drenched in sweat. Chen Mu gazed at the vanishing formation, marveling at its brilliance. However, upon turning to see Hu Yunyun, who appeared somewhat drained, he was taken aback. What happened to you?" Approaching her side, Chen Mu extended his hand but hesitated to make contact. Hu Yunyun exhaled heavily. "I am fine, merely drained of spiritual energy." "Ah, what shall we do?" Struggling, Hu Yunyun sat on the ground, retrieving a pill from her bracelet and swallowing it whole. "Allow me a moment to recover. You guard me." "All right." The formation she had just executed was specifically designed for vanquishing demon beasts. Evidently, Hu Yunyun's current strength was insufficient to withstand its demands. In a secluded dragon lair, a man clad in black robes sat upon a lotus platform, abruptly opening his eyes. His slit pupils resembled whirlpools, seemingly ready to engulf all that they beheld. "At last, I have found you." A sinister smile crept across his lips as his gaze drifted towards the horizon. At the Great Wilderness Academy, Shangwei Xin ensured all disciples were settled before approaching Bai Li Wanqing and the others. "Master, the 6 peak leaders, the new disciples are all settled, except for Chen Mu and Hu Yunyun." Meanwhile, the peak leaders wore expressions of deep concern. It had been half an hour since contact with Chen Mu and Hu Yunyun was lost. Wei Zhenhai could no longer contain himself. He rose, exclaiming loudly, "If we have no plan, I suggest we activate the Divine Movement Array." Shuchang Yuan, the peak leader of the Spirit Array Peak, frowned at his words. Each activation of the Divine Movement Array consumes 100,000 spirit stones, a sum that represents several months of cultivation resources for outer disciples. Spirit stones. Spirit stones. Wei Zhenhai glared at Shuchang Yuan, shouting, "You only care about those worthless spirit stones. Don't you realize that the lives of 2 prodigies are worth far more than 100,000 spirit stones?" Ningyu Kai again intervened, urging Wei Zhenhai to remain composed. Wei Zhenhai shrugged off Ningyu Kai's hand, his countenance darkening. Typically, he had little interest in conversing with these individuals, spending his days tending to spirit beasts atop his mountain. These people always prioritize their own interests above all else. "I too support the use of the Divine Movement Array." Su Miao spoke up. "In this way, the cost of the spirit stones for the array will be borne solely by Wei Ge and myself. However, once these 2 return, they must join our respective peaks." "No way." Except for Bai Li Wanqing, the other 3 spoke in unison. Wei Zhenhai's forehead throbbed with veins as he pointed accusingly at the trio, berating them. "This is unacceptable, and that is unacceptable. What exactly do you want?" Ningyu Kai once again sought to calm Wei Zhenhai before turning to Bai Li Wanqing, stating, "I too agree to activate the Divine Movement Array. Sacrificing 100,000 spirit stones for 2 immensely promising prodigies is not a loss." While Li Wanqing paused briefly before softly responding, have you considered that so much time has passed, and they may already? That is still due to your indecisiveness and failure to make a decision. At the mention of this, Wei Zhenhai's ire flared. Having lived for over a century, I feel ashamed for you all. Wei Zhenhai unleashed his full fury, sparing no dignity even for Bai Li Wanqing. Even as he pointed his finger and hurled insults, the others could only remain silent with grim faces, pondering the potential consequences should the spirit beast peak cease to provide them with demon beasts. Enough, Bai Li Wanqing declared loudly. Stop the bickering and prepare to activate the divine movement array. In the wilderness, Chen Mu, noticing that Hu Yunyun had yet to awaken, produced his Qiankun Ding, allowing Xiaohui to stand guard as he reclined within the ding to rest. Xiaohui remained vigilant, unwavering, and alert throughout. Finally, Hu Yunyun emerged from her meditation. Upon awakening, her gaze fell upon Chen Mu, who was peacefully sleeping nearby. As Xiaohui prepared to rouse Chen Mu, Hu Yunyun shot a warning glance, halting its movement. Gradually rising, she stretched, elegantly unfurling her lithe form. Next, she plucked a blade of dogtail grass and approached Chen Mu's side. Chapter 31. A Successful Departure. As Chen Mu awakened, he felt a tickle in his nose and saw Hu Yunyun stifling a laugh, her veil mysteriously absent. You're awake, she exclaimed, casting a playful glance his way. You truly have a carefree spirit. This is a wasteland, and yet you dared to sleep. Chen Mu slowly extricated himself from the cauldron, nonchalantly replying, What's the big deal? I've slept here before. Although they had vanquished the Qi-Wing doppelganger, they now faced a new dilemma: how to escape the wasteland. Hu Yunyun's jade token could only facilitate her own departure, leaving Chen Mu behind. Thus, they resolved to attempt to walk out together. As they journeyed, Hu Yunyun frequently glanced back at Chen Mu. Why do you keep looking at me? He asked, perplexed. If you have a question, just ask. After a moment's hesitation, she finally inquired, Are you human? Chen Mu shot her a quizzical look. What do you mean? I grew up in the demon realm. But I am certainly human. Is there an issue? Seeing Chen Mu's earnest expression, Hu Yunyun merely smiled. No problem. They continued in one direction, and after a while, Hu Yunyun spoke again. So, are we friends now? Chen Mu turned to her, his gaze serious, causing her to feel a little bashful under his scrutiny. Noticing the faint white light radiating from her, he declared, You are a good person. We have just faced life and death together, so of course we are friends. Upon hearing this, Hu Yunyun laughed again, her eyes curving into crescent moons. At that moment, a peculiar array formed beneath her feet. Chen Mu instinctively pulled her out of the formation, sensing something amiss. Yet, in the next instant, the array followed her, reappearing beneath her once again. Wait. Hu Yunyun produced her jade token from her bracelet, observing it glowing in resonance with the array below. She looked up at Chen Mu. This must be the Academy's doing. They are trying to rescue us. Chen Mu remained skeptical. Is that true? Hu Yunyun nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Before I entered the domain, I received a message from the Academy, and the other candidates must have returned long ago. Suddenly, the array beneath them erupted in brilliant light. Chen Mu shouted to the nearby Xiaohui, Xiaohui. The little creature flapped its wings desperately and tumbled into Chen Mu's hands. Hu Yunyun extended her hand, signaling Chen Mu to take hold of her, ensuring they would not be separated should any unforeseen events occur. Feeling a strange sensation, Chen Mu grasped Hu Yunyun's hand, noting its softness and smallness, as though he could crush it with a mere flick. In the next moment, the trio vanished from their location. At the spirit array peak of the Great Wilderness Academy, they materialized in the center of the teleportation array. Where are we? Chen Mu wondered, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. He was certain he had never been here before. Their hands remained intertwined. Cough, cough. A voice echoed from a distance, and they turned to see Bai Li Wanqing and several other peak masters, including Shangwei Xin, approaching. As the voice resonated, Hu Yunyun gently withdrew her hand from Chen Mu's, a blush gracing her cheeks. Wei Zhenhai excitedly dashed to Chen Mu, exclaiming, Kid, I knew you weren't dead. Aha. Suddenly lifted by Wei Zhenhai, Chen Mu leaned back, slightly annoyed. Hey, who are you? Cough, cough. Wei Zhenhai set Chen Mu down, covering his mouth as he cleared his throat. Let me introduce myself. I am Wei Zhenhai, the peak master of the Spirit Beast Peak. Would you be interested in joining my peak? Enough. Bai Li Wanqing interjected. They've just arrived and must be exhausted. Let them rest first. He continued. Tomorrow, let them join the other new disciples in choosing their desired peak. With Bai Li Wanqing's command, others fell silent. Bai Li Wanqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the two. The new student assessment has concluded early. Congratulations. You are now part of the Great Wilderness Academy. Tomorrow, you will have a day to rest and say farewell to your families. the day after. You will return to the academy for your rewards. With that, he turned to Shang Wei Xin, please escort them down the mountain. Yes, master. Shang Wei Xin nodded respectfully before gesturing to Chen Mu and Hu Yunyun. Chen Mu followed Shang Wei Xin down, while Xiao Hui perched silently on his shoulder. Hu Yunyun offered a slight bow to the peak masters before trailing behind them. As they departed, the 6 observers exchanged knowing glances, each harboring their own thoughts. These 2 disciples were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared, and they must ensure they attracted them with the greatest benefits. On their descent, Shang Wei Xin smiled at the duo. I didn't expect you 2 to defeat the beast doppelganger. Hu Yunyun smiled modestly, it was luck. However, Shang Wei Xin continued to praise them. That was no mere luck. You are the 2 strongest among the new students. He then turned to Hu Yunyun. I cannot gauge Chen Mu's strength, but you must be on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage, correct? Hu Yunyun merely smiled without confirming or denying. Chen Mu looked at Shang Wei Xin in confusion. Brother, why can't you see through it? I want to know my current strength. Shang Wei Xin chuckled. Perhaps you possess a special constitution. Moreover, being inscrutable in strength is a blessing. It means fewer will dare to bully you. Chen Mu waved his fist defiantly. Anyone who dares to bully me will regret it. As he spoke, he accidentally flung Xiao Hui from his shoulder. Hey, Xiao Hui. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found everyone had already departed. Although curiosity lingered regarding Chen Mu and Hu Yunyun's fate, the primary concern was that their own children had passed the assessment. As they approached the base, Shang Wei Xin asked, Are you heading home? Hu Yunyun smiled. My family has come to pick me up. Shang Wei Xin nodded. That's good. He then turned to Chen Mu. And you? If you have nowhere to go, you can. Chen Mu waved his hand. I'm planning to spend the day at the Donglai Tavern. Hearing this, Xiao Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement. At the foot of the mountain, in addition to the beast cart picking up Hu Yunyun, there was another cart adorned with a yin banner. Oh, Shang Wei Xin exclaimed. Isn't that the beast cart from the city lord's family? As soon as he spoke, Yin Yi emerged from the cart. Having changed into a simple yet elegant outfit that complemented her exquisite features beautifully. Chapter 32, The Lord's Residence. Yin stepped down from the beast cart. Her smile reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Chen Mu, you have emerged. Yet, Chen Mu's demeanor remained quite indifferent. Oh, it's you. Why haven't you returned yet? Yin blurted out, I've been waiting for you. Chen Mu was taken aback, assuming she awaited him for some significant matter, thus inquired, Is there something you need? Yin remained silent, casting a glance at the fox girl beside him. Observing this, Shang Weixin merely smiled gently before addressing the duo. Very well. I shall escort you only this far. I have numerous matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Safe travels, senior brother. The 3 exchanged courteous gestures, with Chen Mu belatedly following suit, though the action felt rather peculiar. Once Shang Weixin departed, only the 3 of them remained. However, the fox girl showed no intention of leaving, and the 2 women engaged in a silent stare, as if an invisible flame had ignited between them. Chen Mu, glancing at the pair, felt a strange sensation. You too. It was not until Chen Mu's voice broke the silence that the women withdrew their gazes. The fox girl smiled lightly at Chen Mu. Chen Mu, I must take my leave. If there is a next opportunity, do visit my home. I have many exotic beasts you have yet to taste. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's heart stirred, but the latter part of her statement ignited his enthusiasm. Really? When? Beside them, Yin pouted in discontent, muttering, Vixen. Although Yin and the fox girl were of similar age, the latter's beauty and figure slightly eclipsed Yin's. Of course. The fox girl continued, her gaze shifting to Yin. I had intended to invite you today, but since the young lord seeks you, it must be for an important matter. When the time is right, I will mention it to my family and extend an invitation. Before Chen Mu could respond, the anxious Xiao Hui interjected, What about me? What about me? The fox girl playfully flicked Xiao Hui's head, chuckling, You're included, of course. The fox girl then boarded her beast cart. Lifting the curtain and smiling at the 2, farewell. Watching this unfold, Yin felt a twinge of discomfort, as if Chen Mu's relationship with her had grown closer. It was not until the fox girl's cart vanished from sight that Chen Mu turned to Yin, asking, What did you want to discuss? I was planning to dine at Donglai restaurant. Yin, however, did not answer, instead asking, What is your relationship with her? Chen Mu, bewildered by the question, scratched his head. She is a friend. Aren't we friends too? At this, Yin's face lit up with joy, dispelling the clouds of gloom that had previously loomed over her. Observing her demeanor, Chen Mu couldn't help but suspect she was unwell. Hey, are you all right? Huh? Yin snapped back to reality. I'm fine. Oh right. My father asked me to invite you for dinner. You wouldn't mind, would you? As she spoke, Yinny nervously fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. Chen Mu considered, realizing he had nowhere else to go in the great wilderness city, and thus agreed. Consequently, Yinny took Chen Mu's hand and led him towards her beast cart, prompting a disapproving shake of the head from the steward. Whoa. Soon, the beast cart arrived, not at the Lord's residence, but at the Yin family home. The Lord's residence merely served as a place for handling affairs. Upon disembarking, a beautiful woman awaited them at the door. Upon spotting Yinny, she joyfully waved. Hearing her name, Yinny dashed into the woman's embrace. Mother. After Chen Mu descended, Wu extended a hand towards him. Young Master Chen, this way please. Yinny suddenly remembered Chen Mu, pulling him to stand before her mother. Mother, this is Chen Mu, the one I mentioned before. The woman smiled warmly, scrutinizing Chen Mu from head to toe. Chen Mu, feeling slightly awkward, fumbled for words, unsure how to address her, and managed to utter, hello. Seeing Chen Mu's bashful demeanor, Yinny couldn't contain her laughter. Hello, the woman replied, still smiling. You look quite healthy. If you don't mind, you may call me Auntie. Chen Mu nodded in agreement, then cupped his hands. Auntie. Very well. The woman smiled slightly. Yinny played with her mother's hand while Chen Mu followed closely behind as they walked inside. Before they could even catch sight of Yin Huaguang, Yinny exclaimed, Father. Yin Huaguang, who had been amusing a bird, felt a headache coming on at the sound of his daughter's voice. He stepped out from the courtyard into the hall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the approaching trio. You've returned. Yinny quickly stepped forward, grasping Yin Huaguang's hand and bringing him before Chen Mu. Father. This is Chen Mu. A hint of helplessness flashed across Yin Huaguang's face. After all, he was the lord of the great wilderness city. Other than the headmaster of the great wilderness academy, no one had ever prompted him to welcome them so eagerly. Chen Mu, this is my father. Chen Mu cupped his hands once more. Uncle. Yin Huaguang feigned indifference, responding lightly. You're back. In the next moment, Yinny seized hold of Yin Huaguang's beard. Father, this is my first time bringing a friend home. Can't you be a bit more welcoming? Ouch, that hurts. Let go. Chen Mu's eyes widened at this scene. How was it that Yinny transformed completely upon returning home? Outside, she was the dignified and virtuous young lord, but at home, she was a lively and mischievous daughter. Yinny released Yin Huaguang's beard, turning slightly to look at Chen Mu, and softly reassured him, Chen Mu, don't be nervous. Just act like you usually do. Yin Huaguang felt a pang of bitterness. Although he often encouraged his daughter to bring friends home, she had chosen to bring back a boy for the first time. What was he supposed to think? Fortunately, at that moment, Yin's mother approached. Let us have dinner first. And Chen Mu must be hungry. Yinny linked arms with her mother. I'm so hungry. Let us hurry to dinner. The two walked ahead, leaving Chen Mu and Yin Huaguang to follow awkwardly behind. Yinny leaned close to her mother, whispering, Mother, Chen Mu can eat a lot. I told you to have the kitchen prepare more, didn't you? Yin's mother playfully pinched Yinny's nose, chuckling, Don't worry. This is your first time bringing a friend home. How could I not be attentive? Soon, the four of them were seated together. Suddenly, Yinny noticed Xiao Hui, who had been quietly perched on Chen Mu's shoulder, and called out, Steward Wu. Steward Wu approached. Miss, what can I do for you? Yinny pointed at Xiao Hui on Chen Mu's shoulder, saying, Steward Wu, please bring him a bowl and chopsticks. Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily stunned. You want to give a bird a bowl and chopsticks? Chen Mu waved his hands. No need. He can just eat with me. It's fine. Yinny insisted, after all. He is your first contracted beast. Chapter 33, The Spring Breeze Pavilion. As Yin Yi had expressed her intentions, Chen Mu found it difficult to decline. The next moment, Xiao Hui opened its mouth and said, Thank you. Yin Huaguang. Yin mother. Hearing Xiao Hui speak astonished both of them. Could it be that this is also a great spirit? They exchanged glances, speechless, while Yin Yi showed no signs of surprise, clearly already aware. The dinner was quite peculiar. Despite Yin Huaguang and his wife striving to maintain their composure, once the meal concluded and Chen Mu departed, Yin Huaguang could no longer contain himself and seized Yin Yi's arm. My dear daughter, is that little bird of yours also a transformed spirit? Yin Yi shot him a disapproving glance. What are you talking about, Dad? His name is Xiao Hui, and he is just an ordinary bird. An ordinary bird can talk? Yin Huaguang questioned, perplexed. Well, it's just a somewhat special ordinary bird. Yin Yi was quite displeased with her father's behavior today. It was her first time bringing a friend home, and he was not welcoming at all. Dear daughter. Yin Huaguang leaned closer. Are you certain of his identity? If so, then you should. Dad. Before Yin Huaguang could finish his sentence, Yin Yi grew irritated. I don't care if he has a great spirit or not. We are friends now, and as friends, I will not approach him with any ulterior motives. For in Chen Mu's eyes, I did not see the kind of disdainful gaze that others often cast upon me. He wouldn't flatter me simply because I am the young city lord. Oh, Yin Huaguang sighed. You're nearly 13. You're growing up. And I won't impose too many restrictions on you. But as the young city lord, you must always prioritize the interests of the great wilderness city. Yin Huaguang began his usual lecture again, prompting Yin Yi to cover her ears and walk away. Meanwhile, after leaving the Yin residence, Chen Mu pondered where to spend his day, considering that he still had another day ahead. As he walked, he noticed a crowd rushing in one direction. Curiosity piqued. He stopped a passerby and inquired, "Brother, why is everyone in such a hurry? Has something happened up ahead?" "Of course, it's a big deal," the man replied excitedly. Chen Mu pressed further, "What kind of big deal?" The man glanced at Chen Mu and began, "Today, the courtesan of the Spring Breeze Pavilion has choreographed a new dance, and we are all heading to appreciate it. Young brother, would you like to join us?" Chen Mu was taken aback. Spring Breeze Pavilion? Courtesan? What is that? Losing interest upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the man dismissed him. "Oh, just a Navi brat. Let go of me. I need to secure a good spot." With that, he pushed Chen Mu aside and sprinted off. After a moment's thought, Chen Mu decided to follow, eager to see what all the fuss was about. Upon arriving outside the Spring Breeze Pavilion, he was greeted by a throng of flamboyantly dressed women, cheerfully beckoning at the entrance. "Young master, come in and have some fun." Each person entering was met with a playful touch from the women. "Is this really the Spring Breeze Pavilion?" Chen Mu observed the scene, finding nothing particularly surprising. Little did he know, the real excitement lay within. At that moment, a voluptuous woman spotted the hesitant Chen Mu and approached him with a smile. "Little brother, is this your first time here?" As she reached out, Chen Mu felt a wave of unease and quickly pushed her hand away. "No fun. I'm not interested." He turned to leave, but the women at the entrance swiftly surrounded him. "Don't go, little brother. Today is Sister Sweki's new dance debut. Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" Faced with their relentless advances, Chen Mu felt somewhat at a loss. If they were beasts, he would have struck them down by now, but they were merely ordinary people. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of that young brother. If you have any grievances, come at me." A male voice rang out nearby, and a boy who appeared to be around 15 years old glared at the women who were attacking Chen Mu. The crowd momentarily froze, then all the women approached the boy with cheerful smiles. "Young Master Ding, we haven't seen you in a long time." Ding Cheng chuckled, grabbing one of the women's chins. "I've just been too busy." "Humph, liar. Just yesterday, someone said you were with the neighbors Chunhua." Ding Cheng embraced two women, and they displayed expressions of enjoyment. They must be spreading rumors. Meanwhile, Chen Mu watched this scene with a shiver of discomfort, and just as he was about to leave, Ding Cheng called after him, "Wait a moment, little brother." Chen Mu turned around to see Ding Cheng patting the women, who then returned to the entrance to continue their invitations. Ding Cheng stood with his hands behind his back, assuming an air of sophistication as he approached Chen Mu. "Little brother, is this your first visit? Would you like me to introduce you?" Chen Mu quickly waved his hands, initially thinking there might be food here. "No, I don't need that." Seeing Chen Mu's intention to leave, Ding Cheng grabbed his hand and dragged him into the Spring Breeze Pavilion. "Come on. Now that you're here, everyone has their first time. Since we've met, it's fate. This time, it's on me. Hey." Without giving Chen Mu a chance to resist, Ding Cheng pulled him inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere was entirely different, boisterous and uniquely adorned. The first floor was filled with patrons, who merely needed a seat to sit down. However, Ding Cheng was a regular and had reserved a private room. Upon reaching the second floor, the door closed, and the noise diminished considerably. "Little brother, make yourself at home." Chen Mu surveyed the room, noting its meticulous decor, with a balcony offering a view of the stage below. Shortly after, several women entered, dressed rather revealingly, startling Chen Mu. Fortunately, they merely brought in some snacks and drinks before leaving. Observing Chen Mu's reaction, Ding Cheng couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. Little brother, you're not still a virgin, are you?" Chen Mu blinked. "What is a virgin? Is it tasty?" Ding Cheng. Ding Cheng was momentarily rendered speechless by his question, but soon regained his composure. "No worries. Miss Sweki won't be out for a while yet. Let us have a drink first." He filled both his and Chen Mu's glasses. Sitting opposite Ding Cheng, Chen Mu lifted his glass, sniffing it before furrowing his brow slightly. Noticing this, Ding Cheng asked, "What's wrong?" Is this not to your taste? This is the signature drink of the Spring Breeze Pavilion by Chunfeng. Chen Mu took a small sip. It was sweet at first, followed by a hint of spiciness, and a warming sensation as it went down. Instantly, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. He downed the entire glass in one go. Hee. Seeing Chen Mu's reaction, Ding Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. How is it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Delicious. This was Chen Mu's first experience with alcohol. Although it was slightly overwhelming, he thoroughly enjoyed it. Chapter 34, The Courtesan. Ding Chen once again filled the cups for the two and raised his glass. Come, my young brother, it is fate that brings us together from afar. Cheers. Chen Mu, perplexed, lifted his cup in imitation of his companion. With a resounding clink, Ding Cheng brought his cup to meet Chen Mu's, then tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. After finishing another cup, Chen Mu picked up a piece of pastry he had never seen before and took a bite. What is this? Ding Chen glanced at it and replied, that is mung bean cake, one of the delicacies from Chunfeng Tower. Chen Mu devoured the pastries as if he had not eaten in days. A realization dawned upon him. Indeed, this place was a haven for food. The taste was quite delightful. Seeing Chen Mu consume the pastries with such fervor, Ding Cheng's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Brother, how long has it been since your parents last fed you? Chen Mu, with his mouth full, looked at Ding Cheng in confusion. I have no parents. Ding Cheng's expression shifted to one of deep remorse. It's all right, little brother. Eat to your heart's content. I take a liking to you. So today's feast is on me. With a light clap of his hands, a maid entered. Young master, how may I serve you? Bring me one of everything you have. The maid nodded and exited. Ding Cheng lifted his cup again. Little brother, don't just focus on eating. Cheers. He downed his drink in one gulp. After taking another piece of the cake, Chen Mu turned to the youth opposite him and asked, Do you know me? Ding Cheng shook his head. Not at all. Then why are you treating me to such delightful food? Chen Mu queried, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Cheng replied, Perhaps it's simply that I find you pleasing to the eye. While this reasoning was not entirely unfounded, it felt rather whimsical. Soon, an array of diverse pastries was presented, filling the entire private room. As the drinks flowed, the two engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, jolting Ding Cheng from his stupor. Little brother, it's starting. At this moment, Chen Mu was beginning to feel drowsy. What is starting? The courtesan's new dance, of course. That is the very purpose of our visit tonight. Dragging Chen Mu to the outdoor terrace, they gazed at the stage below. Chen Mu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. On the stage, several dancing maidens were poised, yet the much-anticipated woman was nowhere to be seen. Where is Miss Sweki? Why hasn't she taken the stage yet? Indeed, we have been waiting so long for her. Amidst the clamor, a silk scarf floated down from above, and a veiled maiden gracefully descended. Her enchanting figure and striking silhouette, clad in a delicate yellow gown, resembled a celestial being making her entrance. In an instant, the surrounding chatter ceased, all eyes fixated on the maiden on stage. Leaning against the railing, Chen Mu struggled to keep his heavy eyelids open, peering down and feeling an uncanny familiarity with the hazy figure. Fox. Ding Cheng, catching Chen Mu's words, chuckled. Hee, little brother, it seems we share the same taste. You too find her alluring like a fox spirit. Then, a lively melody began to play, and the dancer in the center of the stage moved like a flower sprite, captivating the audience with her graceful motions and playful glances, causing some to swoon dramatically. Suddenly, the dancing maiden's gaze met the drowsy Chen Mu on the second floor, and the corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile beneath her veil. In the next moment, she leaped toward the terrace where Ding Cheng and Chen Mu sat. Ding Cheng was ecstatic. Could he be so fortunate? Was he finally granted the chance to engage with the famed courtesan up close? Although Chunfeng Tower engaged in the flesh trade, the courtesans there, including the renowned Ning Sweki, had always remained steadfast to their principles. No one had ever entered her private quarters. Miss Sweki. Just as Ding Cheng reached out, the maiden glided past him and landed beside the nearly unconscious Chen Mu. She then extended her delicate hand, gliding it from Chen Mu's left cheek to his right. In his dazed state, Chen Mu felt a gentle caress on his face and opened his eyes. Seeing the blurred figure before him, he murmured, Fox Yun. The maiden lightly pressed her fingertip to Chen Mu's brow, causing him to topple backward. This action stirred envy among the onlookers. Simultaneously, it raised questions about his identity, and Ding Cheng cast a resentful glance at the fallen Chen Mu. Now you don't seem so pleasing to the eye. Soon, as the dance concluded, the maiden vanished from the stage, and the audience regained their senses. Chatter erupting once more. Ding Cheng dragged Chen Mu back into the room, unceremoniously tossing him aside. What a wretched fellow! Such an opportunity wasted. With that, he ignored the drunken Chen Mu and returned to the pastries. Suddenly, the private room door swung open, and another maid entered. I didn't call for you, Ding Cheng remarked in confusion. The maid bowed slightly, placing a jug of wine on the table. Young Master Ding, this is a gift from our Miss Sweki, she said, glancing at the sprawled Chen Mu, and for that gentleman. Ding Cheng was taken aback. He had frequented Chunfeng Tower before, but had never received such treatment. He examined Chen Mu and addressed the maid. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Once the maid departed, Ding Cheng lifted the jug to his nose and inhaled deeply. A rich fragrance enveloping his senses, conjuring images of his favorite woman in his mind. After a spell, he returned to reality. What exquisite wine, he murmured. Even my golden core cultivation is intoxicated by just the scent. Setting the jug down, Ding Cheng moved beside Chen Mu, resting his head on his hand. Gazing intently at him. What manner of person are you, little brother? Could it be that I've unwittingly brought in a scapegoat who was actually an acquaintance of the courtesan? Just then, an irate female voice rang out from outside. Ding Cheng, you come out here this instant. Ding Cheng's expression shifted drastically. Oh no, the senior sister has come. He swiftly leaped up, preparing to escape the terrace. But then he returned and slipped a spirit stone into Chen Mu's embrace. Little brother, I must trouble you. Having completed his tasks, he promptly fled. In the next moment, the door to the private room was kicked open, the maid unable to impede the entry. A woman clad in the uniform of the Dehuang Academy strode in, brandishing a long sword, her face flushed. Whether from anger or embarrassment, it was unclear. In the room, apart from the unconscious Chen Mu, there was no one else. The woman approached and kicked Chen Mu in the side. Where's Ding Cheng? Where has he hidden himself? Bring him out. But Chen Mu was far beyond the reach of consciousness, unable to respond. Seeing the girl about to strike again, the maid immediately knelt before Chen Mu. Miss, please do not harm an innocent. Otherwise, even if you are from the Dehuang Academy, our master will demand an explanation. Chapter 35, The Selection Conference begins. The young girl cast a glance at her maid, her chest adorned in pure white, spat softly, and turned away. Meanwhile, Ding Cheng, who had long since escaped, let out a sigh of relief. Few close call. Ding Cheng placed a hand on his startled heart, saying to himself, little buddy, I've treated you to so many pastries, surely you could shield me just this once. It appeared he would need to venture next door. In the room, Chen Mu lay sprawled on the floor, thoroughly intoxicated, blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired. When he finally regained consciousness, a day had already passed. Ouch! Chen Mu felt a throbbing pain in his head. Nearby, Xiao Hui, who was munching on something, immediately flew to his side upon noticing Chen Mu's awakening. Master, you are finally awake. Xiao Hui? Chen Mu looked around, finding no one else present. What about that person? Xiao Hui bounced a couple of times and replied. You mean the one who brought you in? Yes. Xiao Hui recounted everything that had occurred the previous night. At that time, it had been too frightened to speak, fearing it might be captured and roasted by that woman. After listening to Xiao Hui, Chen Mu felt at a loss. But how had he lost consciousness? That seemed entirely unjustifiable. Just then, Chen Mu's nose twitched as a delightful aroma wafted into his senses. How fragrant! Following the scent, he spotted a jug of wine not far away. He approached gently and took a whiff. Upon inhalation, his head felt even heavier. After a moment, he finally returned to normal. Where did this wine come from? Chen Mu turned to Xiao Hui, unable to recall any such wine. It seems it was sent here. At this, an image of the graceful girl from the night before flashed fleetingly in Chen Mu's mind, and he abruptly shook his head to regain composure. How long have I been asleep, Xiao Hui? Xiao Hui pointed at its feathers, counted, and slowly replied, a day and a half. A day and a half. Chen Mu was taken aback. If that were the case, did that mean the selection conference was starting today? With this thought, Chen Mu grabbed Xiao Hui and dashed toward the foot of the Great Wilderness Academy. At that moment, at the foot of the Great Wilderness Academy, the disciples who had passed the assessment had already gathered. Yin Yi frequently glanced toward the road below, her face betraying a hint of worry. Nangongyi kept his eyes on Yin Yi, fully aware that she awaited someone. Among the crowd, some disciples began to whisper, Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived? Don't you know? It's said that the first place in this assessment, Hu Yunyun, hasn't shown up yet, along with that lad who stood beside the young city master. Shang Weixing cast a glance at the crowd and called out, Silence. As Chen Mu sprinted along, a beast cart suddenly blocked his path. He came to an abrupt halt, ready to curse, when the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Hu Yunyun, veiled, peering out. Chen Mu, care to join me? Hu Yunyun, what are you still doing here? Chen Mu thought everyone should have arrived by now. Hu Yunyun smiled slightly and explained, my home is rather far, so it took a bit of time to get here. Why not come up and chat? Without hesitation, Chen Mu leaped onto the beast cart, as it would certainly be faster than running. Observing Chen Mu panting heavily, Hu Yunyun inquired, what happened to you? Chen Mu waved his hand, not wanting to elaborate, simply stating, overslept. Before long, the beast cart reached the foot of the mountain, and all eyes turned toward it. Finally arrived. Quite the entrance, making all of us wait. Mind your words. I heard she single-handedly took down a savage beast. If she overhears you, you'll be in for it. However, when the crowd saw Chen Mu disembarking from the cart, they were left dumbfounded. Especially Yinyi, her brows knitted tightly. How could Chen Mu emerge from her beast cart? What had they been doing during their disappearance? Soon after, it was Hu Yunyun who stepped out. Fang Shiji, amidst the crowd, shot a resentful glare at Chen Mu, thinking, if it weren't for him, my brother wouldn't still be bedridden. Yet, his father had strictly instructed him to avoid conflict with Chen Mu at the academy, leaving him with no choice. Chen Mu disregarded the stares of others and walked straight toward Yinyi, asking, why are you still here? Yinyi shot him an exasperated look. What do you expect me to do? Besides waiting for you, am I supposed to drink the northwestern wind? With that, she turned and walked away, ignoring Chen Mu. Perplexed, Chen Mu scratched his head and turned to Nangongyi, asking, what's wrong with her? Nangongyi looked at Chen Mu and said, if you choose her, keep your distance from Yi. With that, he turned to chase after Yinyi. Chen Mu was even more baffled. What was going on? At the forefront, Shang Weixin waited until everyone had gathered before announcing, let us proceed. This time, there were approximately 200 new students, a greater number than in previous years. Upon reaching the summit, 6 peak masters sat in the main seats, while the remaining disciples stood on either side, creating a grand spectacle. Shang Weixin addressed all the new disciples, saying first, congratulations to all of you for joining the Great Wilderness Academy, but this is merely the beginning. Next, the selection conference officially commences. After a day of rest, I trust each of you has formed your own aspirations. First up, Lu Quan. The selection order for the conference began with those ranked lowest, as they were primarily outer disciples. Unsurprisingly, most chose the Spirit Sword Peak. In terms of both strength and numbers, Spirit Sword Peak was far ahead, as the art of sword flight was the dream of countless individuals. Originally, Chen Mu's score should have placed him at the bottom. Yet thanks to the few pills Hu Yunyun had given him, he now ranked quite favorably, at least ahead of Fang Shiji. Fang Shiji still opted for Spirit Sword Peak, intent on mastering the strongest sword techniques, dreaming of one day killing Chen Mu. In response to Fang Shiji's dark gaze, Chen Mu merely smiled lightly, thinking, if you dare to come, I will gladly fight you, ensuring you meet the same fate as your brother. Before long, it was Chen Mu's turn. The gazes of the 6 figures at the main seat converged upon him. They all understood why Chen Mu had only ranked 4th. Shang Weixin smiled and asked Chen Mu, do you have a preferred main peak? Just as Chen Mu was about to respond, the master of the Spirit Tool Peak interjected, Chen Mu, join my Spirit Tool Peak, and you will enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple, plus I can personally craft a set of spirit tools for you. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What? A personal set of spirit tools? That is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Before anyone could react, the master of the Spirit Pill Peak chimed in, Chen Mu, as long as you join my Spirit Pill Peak, all the medicinal pills you need for breakthroughs will be readily available. The new disciples were baffled, unaware of why a single Chen Mu prompted such fierce competition between the 2 peak masters. At that moment, the master of the Spirit Array Peak spoke up, Chen Mu, my Spirit Array Peak possesses countless ancient formations. Should you have any interest, you are welcome to come and learn. Chapter 36. By Li Wanqing takes action. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu felt a stirring in his heart. After all, Hu Yun's formation had effortlessly annihilated the Chaiwan's avatars. Just then, Bai Li Wanqing spoke up. Chen Mu, join my Lingjin Peak, and I shall accept you as my direct disciple, granting you an opportunity to venture to the Sword Mountain to obtain your life spirit sword. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Some were envious, others jealous, and a few filled with resentment. Fang Shiji stood amidst the crowd, fixating on Chen Mu's back, his mind racing with questions. Why him? What right does he have to receive such advantages? Yet, at the center of it all, Chen Mu remained unperturbed. He merely inclined his hands in a respectful gesture and met the gaze of Wei Zhenhai, who had been observing him intently. Wei Zhenhai smiled faintly and rose slowly. Chen Mu, should you choose to join my Ling Beast Peak, you will become my treasured disciple. The beasts of Ling Beast Peak are abundant. If you find them lacking, raise your own. Chen Mu and Appo's eyes sparkled with interest. Without hesitation, he declared, I choose to join Ling Beast Peak. At this, reactions varied. Some rejoiced, others were taken aback, and a few were sour expressions. How could he abandon the privilege of being a direct disciple of Ling Jin Peak to raise spirit beasts? Was there something amiss with his judgment? Perhaps raising spirit beasts was his true aspiration. Let us not interfere. Fang Shiji scoffed, calling him a fool. Meanwhile, Yin Yi seemed to have anticipated this outcome, showing no visible reaction. Huyan glanced at Chen Mu before averting her gaze. The one most displeased was undoubtedly by Li Wanqing, who coldly remarked, Chen Mu, are you aware that Ling Beast Peak currently has only 6 disciples? All lacking in cultivation talent? Do not squander your potential. What do you mean by that, Li Wanqing? Wei Zhenhai retorted. Though Ling Beast Peak has only 6 disciples. Reflect on where the beasts devoured by your disciples come from throughout the vast wilderness academy. Li Wanqing shot a glance at Wei Zhenhai and countered, Zhenhai, do not be so agitated. I simply wish to prevent such talent from languishing in your Ling Beast Peak, raising beasts. How does joining my Ling Beast Peak equate to squandering potential? Wei Zhenhai protested. There are myriad paths. Is your sword path the only righteous one? Li Wanqing replied coolly, I have never claimed such. He then turned back to Chen Mu, offering, I shall give you another chance. If you choose to join my Ling Jin Peak, I will allow you a day in the Great Wilderness Academy for further study. The Great Wilderness Academy? The institution renowned for housing countless techniques, costing thousands of spirit stones for just a day? Surely, he could not refuse such an opportunity. One coveted by all in the Great Wilderness City. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wei Zhenhai grew anxious. His Ling Beast Peak indeed lacked such resources. He could only shout in frustration at Li Wanqing. Li Wanqing, you lack martial ethics. Li Wanqing merely glanced at him and replied, I only wish to prevent him from wasting his talents. All eyes once again fell upon Chen Mu. Yin Yi clenched her fists secretly. She hoped Chen Mu would choose Ling Jin Peak, for she herself aspired to join it. After a moment, Chen Mu slightly inclined his hands towards Li Wanqing. Observing this, Li Wanqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, and everyone assumed Chen Mu had chosen Ling Jin Peak. Fang Shiji's expression darkened further, his dissatisfaction intensifying. However, Chen Mu's next words left everyone in shock. I apologize, but I still choose Ling Beast Peak. Bang. In that instant, Li Wanqing lost control, crushing the armrest of his chair to dust. He narrowed his eyes, fixated on Chen Mu. Are you truly resolute in your decision? Chen Mu met his gaze fearlessly. Indeed. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended upon Chen Mu, as if to force him to kneel. Yet, as the pressure reached him, it disintegrated instantly, leaving Li Wanqing in astonishment. Wei Zhenhai, realizing what was happening, positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Mu, bellowing, Li Wanqing, do you dare to lay hands on a new disciple during the selection conference? Do you believe that you alone hold sway in this great wilderness academy? At these words, Li Wanqing became aware of his actions, as if he had been momentarily possessed by a malevolent force. Now, regaining his composure, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The other peak masters exchanged glances, sensing the shift in Li Wanqing. Jianghuai, the master of Lingdan Peak, asked, Wanqing, what ails you? The remaining disciples were oblivious to the events, but upon hearing Wei Zhenhai's words, they grasped that Li Wanqing had indeed acted against Chen Mu. Why? Simply because Chen Mu did not choose his Ling Jin Peak? Li Wanqing shook his head, replying, I am fine. Then, amidst the astonished gazes, Li Wanqing approached Chen Mu, bowing slightly. I apologize. I was momentarily out of sorts. As compensation, you may spend a day in the Great Wilderness Academy. With that, he turned to the other peak masters and bowed slightly, stating, esteemed colleagues, I am feeling unwell today and shall take my leave. All matters concerning Ling Jin Peak will be handled by Shang Wei Xin. Understood, master. With that, Li Wanqing vanished without a trace. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Watching the spot where Li Wanqing had just been, Chen Mu fell into contemplation. His earlier attack was clearly intended to eliminate me. Who intervened on my behalf? As Chen Mu scanned the faces around him, he discerned no abnormalities. With the distraction concluded, only 3 remained. Nangongyi and Yin Yi both opted for Ling Jin Peak, despite being an exceptional fire spirit root. It was evident that Ling Dan Peak would have been the superior choice for Nangongyi, yet he resolutely chose Ling Jin Peak to follow Yin Yi. As for the most sought-after Hu Yun, she selected Ling En Peak. For one, Ling En Peak admitted only female disciples. For another, its leader, Su Miao, offered generous incentives. With the selection conference concluded, everyone departed contentedly, but none were happier than Wei Zhenhai and Fang Shiji. What awaited them next was the Ling Peak Grand Competition 3 months hence. The Grand Competition would see disciples from each peak engage in battles, with the victorious side claiming additional cultivation resources and the opportunity to venture into the wilderness for training. Without strength, one was unworthy to enter the wilderness. Following the conclusion of the selection conference, the disciples returned to the main peak, with Chen Mu's choice of Ling Beast Peak standing out as the most dismal, for he was the sole disciple to select it. On the way, Wei Zhenhai turned back to Chen Mu and inquired, "Young man, your choice of Ling Beast Peak must surely harbor ulterior motives?" Chen Mu was taken aback. "What motives?" Wei Zhenhai responded. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Is it merely for the promise of abundance? What else could it be?" Chen Mu countered. "In a world vast as this, nothing surpasses the importance of sustenance. Do you comprehend the hardship of hunger?" Chapter 37. You have no spiritual root. Wei Zhenhai accompanied Chen Mu back to the Spirit Beast Peak. Unlike other main peaks, which are adorned with numerous structures, the Spirit Beast Peak appeared remarkably unspoiled by human hands. Lush greenery flourished everywhere, crystal-clear streams meandered through the landscape, and only a few wooden cabins dotted the area. With the arrival of the newcomer Chen Mu, the entire Spirit Beast Peak housed merely 8 individuals. As they approached the wooden cabins, Chen Mu did not encounter a single soul and couldn't help but inquire, "Master, didn't you say there were 6 others on Spirit Beast Peak?" "Oh," Wei Zhenhai replied, hands clasped behind his back as he walked ahead. "Your other 6 senior brothers are likely tending to their own treasures right now." Chen Mu surveyed the surroundings, realizing there was hardly any flat ground. "Where are they taking care of them?" he questioned. Wei Zhenhai gestured toward the mountain above, saying, "Just over there." As Chen Mu was eager to investigate, Wei Zhenhai halted him, pointing to the smallest of the wooden cabins. "That will be your room from now on. Go take a look." Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed toward the cabin. "Master, I already have my own room upon just arriving?" Wei Zhenhai chuckled, following him. "Of course. I had your senior brothers build it a few days prior." "Ah?" Chen Mu turned back in confusion. "Master, how did you know I would come?" With a mysterious smile, Wei Zhenhai replied, "Do you remember the Donglai Tavern?" Chen Mu nodded, recalling it as the place where he had eaten his fill. "That is also an establishment of our Spirit Beast Peak. In the future, when you visit the great wilderness city, you can go there to eat whatever you like without needing to pay." "Really? That's wonderful," Chen Mu exclaimed, thrilled as he explored his new room. Although it was modest, it contained all the essentials. Soon after, he approached Wei Zhenhai. "Master, may I go to the mountain peak to see my senior brother's treasures?" He licked his lips, his ambition evident. Wei Zhenhai smiled gently, saying, "Not yet. Follow me." He led Chen Mu into his room, sitting on a cushion and gesturing for Chen Mu to sit opposite him. "At this moment, I still do not know what kind of spiritual root you possess. Allow me to examine it, so I can make appropriate arrangements for your future cultivation." Chen Mu nodded in agreement. The day the measuring stone had shattered, he had nearly incapacitated the inner sect disciple Fang Wenyu before entering the Great Wilderness Academy, coupled with his performance in the ruins. Everyone believed his spiritual root must be at least a top-tier single root. No one doubted Chen Mu's talent. Wei Zhenhai extended a finger, lightly placing it on Chen Mu's forehead. A stream of gentle spiritual energy flowed into Chen Mu's body. This energy posed no threat, exploring freely. However, after a thorough examination, Wei Zhenhai's brow furrowed slightly. "This shouldn't be the case." "What is wrong, master?" Chen Mu asked in confusion. Without responding to his inquiry, Wei Zhenhai sent another wave of energy into Chen Mu. Again, he found nothing. Meeting Chen Mu's gaze, Wei Zhenhai hesitated, caught between words. "What is it, master? Am I not impressive?" Chen Mu declared with pride, having never doubted his own capabilities. "You." Wei Zhenhai's face was a portrait of conflict, torn over whether to disclose this information to Chen Mu. Yet, considering Chen Mu's abilities, he seemed anything but ordinary. "You have no spiritual root," Wei Zhenhai stated flatly, his expression shadowed by an unexplainable gloom. But Chen Mu appeared oblivious to the implications. "No spiritual root? What does that mean?" he asked earnestly. Wei Zhenhai gritted his teeth before replying, "Without a spiritual root, it means you are merely an ordinary person, incapable of cultivation. All the techniques within the Great Wilderness Academy require a spiritual root for practice." Upon hearing Wei Zhenhai's words, Chen Mu showed no signs of sorrow. Instead, he recalled an encounter in the demon realm with an elderly man who claimed, "I can cultivate, but the path to cultivation is known only to me." At this, the sorrow on Wei Zhenhai's face cleared, and he fixed his gaze on Chen Mu. A celestial being? Where did you encounter such a figure? Just someone I met in the demon realm, Chen Mu replied. For a moment, Wei Zhenhai fell into contemplation. Chen Mu's assertion meant that he could not assist Chen Mu in cultivation. What purpose, then, did his role as a master serve? Since you say that, you must indeed be able to cultivate. Schedule a visit to the Great Wilderness Academy. Perhaps you will find something worthwhile there. By the way, how did you come by your strength? Wei Zhenhai inquired, intrigued. Chen Mu was merely 12 or 13 years old, yet his prowess surpassed that of his peers. By eating. Eating? Wei Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief. When did eating become the primary path to cultivation? He had always thought that consuming rare spiritual beasts and plants merely supplemented cultivation. Suddenly, he recalled that Chen Mu had eaten a fire-wing horse in the ruins, subsequently acquiring the same fiery wings. It became evident that Chen Mu's constitution was extraordinary. Chen Mu, Wei Zhenhai cautioned gravely, while your wings are yet to fully develop, you must not reveal the secret of your constitution, even to me. Oh, Chen Mu nodded. Somewhat bewildered, did he possess a special constitution? Realizing he could not assist Chen Mu in cultivation, Wei Zhenhai decided to allow him free rein in his eating habits. Yet, he would soon come to regret this decision. Let us go, meet your senior brothers on the mountain. All right. The mention of his senior brothers ignited Chen Mu's enthusiasm. Wei Zhenhai placed a hand on Chen Mu's shoulder, turning his form, and the two ascended to the mountain peak. However, they still did not see anyone. Master, where are they? Wei Zhenhai smiled slightly, patience. Then, with a wave of his hand, an invisible wall shimmered with ripples. Let us go. Chen Mu, bewildered, followed Wei Zhenhai through the luminous barrier. The next moment, blinding light compelled him to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in an expansive plain, basking in golden sunlight. Wow! Chen Mu gazed around, unable to see an end in sight. A gentle breeze tousled a strand of hair from his forehead. Master, where is this? Observing the scene before him, Wei Zhenhai was thoroughly pleased. This is the true visage of our spirit beast peak. He then called out, Little rascals, why aren't you coming to greet your junior brother? Suddenly, several unusual sounds erupted, and in the next moment, 6 figures appeared before them. Each individual looked far from the dignified demeanor of other peak disciples. Some had dirt smeared across their faces, while others sported unidentifiable beast fur atop their heads. Master, is this the new junior brother? Chapter 38. Entering the Great Wilderness Library, the speaker was a seemingly simple-minded, plump man, his head adorned with a mane of animal fur. Indeed, Wei Zhenhai placed a hand on Chen Mu's shoulder, introducing him to the others. This is your new junior brother. He achieved 4th place in this year's new disciple assessment. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 6 individuals brightened. So, has a genius finally arrived at our Spirit Beast Peak? Does this mean we can participate in the upcoming Spirit Peak competition? Their chatter filled the air until Wei Zhenhai called out, urging them to settle down. Hold on. First, let us have Chen Mu introduce himself. The first to step forward was the chubby and earnest senior brother. Junior brother, I am Ma Xiangdong, primarily responsible for the Spirit Beast Garden. Next, a tall, slender senior brother approached. Junior brother, I am Qingqiu, in charge of the Spirit Tree Garden. Following him were the 3rd brother Yu Yi, the 4th brother Situ Huandong, the 5th brother Hu Hua, and the 6th brother Zong Gongzheng. Each was diligently fulfilling their responsibilities in this vibrant place. Although Zong Gongzheng held the highest cultivation level, he was merely at the late stage of qi training. Chen Mu respectfully clasped his hands and greeted them. Greetings, brothers. I am Chen Mu. Among these 6, the youngest was already 18 years old. Chen Mu's arrival made them reminisce about their own beginnings. Wei Zhenhai smiled again, saying, Well, now that you all know each other, you must take good care of our hard-won junior brother. The eldest brother, Ma Xiangdong, patted his chest resolutely. Rest assured, master, if I have a morsel of food, junior brother will have a bone to gnaw. With a smack, the 2nd brother, Qingqiu, playfully struck Ma Xiangdong on the back of his head, exclaiming, P.S. our junior brother, not your pet dog. Laughter erupted, filling Spirit Beast Peak with a harmonious atmosphere. By the way, Wei Zhenhai continued, Didn't you say you had plenty of delicious food that no one was eating? He patted Chen Mu's shoulder. Now that we have a person here, our little brother can eat a lot. Suddenly praised, Chen Mu felt a bit bashful. Subsequently, he released Little Gray from the Spirit Beast space, a concept that Wei Zhenhai had explained to him. Every contracted beast possesses its own space. The distinction between spirit beasts and demon beasts lies in the fact that spirit beasts, once tamed, do not attack humans or consume them, whereas demon beasts do. As soon as Little Gray emerged, it eagerly exclaimed, "I'm finally out." Instantly, the 6 senior brothers expressed great interest in the talking Little Gray. Observing this, Wei Zhenhai merely smiled and departed. That evening, the eldest brother Ma Xiangdong personally cooked a feast to welcome Chen Mu. He had slaughtered a blood river chicken, a particularly exquisite demon beast he had recently raised, one that outsiders had yet to taste. Alongside this were various spirit plants, spirit fruits, and the fragrant 10-mile spirit rice, a proud creation of the third brother Yu, which had never been shared with outsiders. Good food, of course, had to be enjoyed first by themselves. This dinner was the best meal Chen Mu had ever had, leaving even Little Gray stuffed to the point of rolling over. The next day, as Chen Mu stepped out of the wooden cabin, the other senior brothers had already gone off to work. "You're up," Wei Zhenhai called out from the courtyard, where he was brewing a pot of tea, its aroma wafting in the air. Chen Mu approached Wei Zhenhai, inquiring, "Master, where are the brothers?" "They're already up," Wei Zhenhai replied with a faint smile. "They sleep very little and head to the mountain top as soon as they awaken. Take a seat." "Oh," Chen Mu nodded, sitting across from Wei Zhenhai. As Wei Zhenhai poured him a cup of tea, he lifted his own cup, only to see Chen Mu gulping it down in one go. Delicious. Wei Zhenhai's mouth twitched, and he took a gentle sip before setting down his cup. "Today, I will take you to the Great Wilderness Library to see if there are any suitable techniques for you." Yesterday, he had departed to discuss matters with the other peak masters, but they had come up empty-handed. Upon arriving at the Great Wilderness Library, located in the Spirit Sword Peak, several individuals were already present, including Hu Yunyun, Yin Yi, Nangong Yi, Shang Weixin, and Su Miao. The moment Yin Yi saw Chen Mu, her eyes sparkled as she dashed toward him. "Chen Mu, you're here." In contrast, Nangong Yi merely tightened his fists. Noticing Yin Yi, Chen Mu nodded slightly, saying, "You all are here too." He then glanced at Hu Yunyun and Nangong Yi, to which Hu Yunyun offered him a slight smile, while Nangong Yi remained silent. Su Miao approached with a smile, greeting Wei Zhenhai. "Wei Ge, you seem to have taken your time." Wei Zhenhai chuckled heartily. "Miao Mei, you can't blame me. My disciple is new here and had a few drinks with his brothers last night, so he woke up late today. Please don't hold it against us." Yin Yi softly remarked to Chen Mu, "Didn't your spirit beast peak hold a welcome party for you? How enviable." She lamented that they had nothing of the sort. Shang Weixin, overhearing, chimed in gently, "Don't fret. Our spirit sword peak has welcomed a large number of new disciples this time. We will certainly celebrate properly." Yin Yi smiled and cupped her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." Since the peak master of Spirit Sword Peak, by Li Wanqing, had begun seclusion after leaving yesterday, all matters concerning the new disciples had been entrusted to Shang Weixin. Wei Zhenhai interrupted the ongoing pleasantries, saying, "All right, we're here for an important matter today. You'll have plenty of time to chat after you leave the library. Besides, our Spirit Beast Peak isn't off limits. Miao Mei often comes over for meals." At this, even the older Su Miao felt her cheeks flush slightly. "Wei Gu, the good things from your Spirit Beast Peak never circulate outside. If I don't visit, how can I taste those delicacies?" The others couldn't help but become curious about what delicious food Spirit Beast Peak had to offer. The 4 of them arrived at the library entrance, and Wei Zhenhai spoke again. "You have only 1 day. Within this time, you must find a technique that suits you and memorize it. The techniques in the Great Wilderness Library cannot be taken out. Do not entertain thoughts of cultivating inside. For when the time is up, you will be expelled." The 4 responded in unison, "Understood." Wei Zhenhai nodded, and at that moment, the door swung open. "All right, go in." The 4 entered together, and the door closed behind them, enveloping them in an ancient atmosphere. Chen Mu turned to the others and asked, "Have you all decided what you want to look for?" Yin Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Didn't Peak Master Wei give you a decision?" I'm quite unique. The techniques here don't suit me." Chapter 39. Why are the words in this book running everywhere? Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Yin Yi grew increasingly bewildered. The Great Wilderness Academy encompassed all the martial arts of the Northern Wilderness, including numerous techniques from the mortal realm. How could it possibly lack methods suitable for human cultivation? "Then you." Yin Yi glanced at Chen Mu, a hint of concern etched on her face. "Fee, let us first seek out the techniques that senior brother instructed us to find." Nangong Yi cast a glance at Chen Mu before turning his attention back to Yin Yi. Chen Mu nodded in agreement and urged, "Indeed, do not waste any more time. Off you go. Then you should search diligently as well." After speaking, the 2 departed towards a section focused on sword-related techniques. Meanwhile, Hu Yunyun remained rooted in place, not following them. Curious, Chen Mu inquired, "Why have you not gone to find a technique?" After a moment of silent contemplation, Hu Yunyun replied, "I have already confirmed my technique. I can assist you in your search." Chen Mu found it hard to believe what he had just heard. "Did you not just arrive?" Hu Yunyun smiled gently. "So what if I did? My purpose in coming to the Great Wilderness Academy was precisely for this. Once I enter the Great Wilderness Library, I can retrieve it directly." Intrigued by her certainty, Chen Mu asked, "What technique is it?" Hu Yunyun took a step forward, gesturing for him to follow. "If you wish to know, come with me." Eager to learn more, Chen Mu followed closely behind, occasionally glancing at the techniques they passed by. Eventually, they arrived at the very center of the library, where an altar stood, upon which rested a solitary technique, encased in a protective light barrier. Chen Mu approached and touched the barrier, only to discover he could not penetrate it. "What kind of technique is this? Am I not even allowed to take a look?" He gently tapped the barrier and turned to Hu Yunyun. Without a word, Hu Yunyun stepped towards the light barrier. "Hey, did you not hear me?" Before he could finish, Hu Yunyun had entered the barrier and retrieved the technique. "Wait." Chen Mu was nearly driven to frustration, ready to smash the barrier. "Isn't this unfair?" Within the barrier, Hu Yunyun held the technique aloft, presenting its cover to Chen Mu. "Do you see?" Squinting, Chen Mu read the characters on the cover aloud. 5 elements. Transformation. Formula. At his words, even Hu Yunyun could barely contain her amusement, as she pointed to the 5 characters and recited them from top to bottom. 5 elements, transformation formula. Chen Mu nodded in realization. "Oh, so that character is pronounced Zao. Then you should begin your transformation." With that, Chen Mu began perusing the nearby shelves, but each volume appeared as a series of incomprehensible symbols to him. Before long, just as Chen Mu furrowed his brow over one technique, Hu Yunyun's voice broke the silence. "You're holding it upside down." Startled by her sudden exclamation, Chen Mu exclaimed, "How can you move so quietly?" He placed the technique back on the shelf and continued his search for a suitable one. "What kind of technique do you desire?" Hu Yunyun inquired. Chen Mu turned to her. "Aren't you supposed to memorize the entire technique? How can you have done so already?" He was skeptical that she could have committed it to memory in such a short span of time. A charming smile crept across Hu Yunyun's lips. "I possess a photographic memory. Any technique, once seen, is indelibly etched in my mind." Chen Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. How extraordinary! Just as Hu Yunyun was about to respond to his compliment, she fell silent at his next words. "If you visit here a few more times, wouldn't you memorize all the techniques? You could sell them to others and make a fortune." Lost in his scheming, Chen Mu bore a mischievous grin. "How about this? Once we leave, you write them down and I'll sell them. We can split the profits 50-50. Upon realizing Chen Mu was actually considering this, Hu Yunyun's expression darkened. Fearing he would continue, potentially drawing the ire of the library's overseers, she interrupted him. "Each time you enter the library, you can only retain the memory of one technique. Any others will be erased upon your exit." She continued, "Moreover, should you dare to disclose the techniques of the library to the outside world, you will incur the wrath of the Academy's law enforcement hall. The Great Wilderness Academy is the pinnacle of strength in the entire Great Wilderness City. No one wishes to sabotage their future with such foolishness." However, Chen Mu and Appo's curiosity remained piqued. "But how will they know which technique I wish to take with me?" Hu Yunyun, finding his question rather foolish. Hu Yunyun chose not to engage in further debate. "You should focus on what technique you desire. This vast library is not easy to navigate." "Oh, right." Chen Mu snapped back to attention. "I'm not even sure what I want. As long as I can comprehend it, that would suffice." "Comprehend?" Hu Yunyun turned her head in confusion. "Is that not an easy task?" She casually picked up a technique and opened it before him. "What about this one? Can you understand it?" Chen Mu leaned in, almost burying his head in the pages. Unable to contain herself, Hu Yunyun pushed him back and returned the book to its place. "Clearly, you cannot comprehend it. Techniques are categorized by rank, for instance." The technique Hu Yunyun had previously selected, the 5 elements transformation formula, is one of the elite celestial grade techniques. However, its cultivation requirements are stringent, necessitating a supreme 5-element spiritual root. This particular technique was created by the first adept who possessed such a rare spiritual root. The area they currently occupied was designated for Earth-grade techniques, yet Chen Mu still found them beyond his understanding, necessitating a change of location. "Follow me." With that, Hu Yunyan pivoted and headed towards the area of profound grade techniques. Where are we going? Chen Mu set aside a technique and hurried after Hu Yunyan. The profound grade techniques were evidently more numerous than those preceding them, even surpassing the total in the library. The lower-tier yellow-grade techniques were sparse, as most were deemed unworthy of inclusion in the library. Hu Yunyan presented a technique before Chen Mu. What about this one? Can you comprehend it? Chen Mu leaned closer, squinting, then rubbed his eyes and looked again. Wait, why are the words moving everywhere? Upon hearing this, Hu Yunyan took the technique back to examine it. This is merely a standard technique. What do you mean by moving? She then retrieved another technique and flipped it open for him. What about this one? Is it still moving? Chen Mu focused intently for a moment, unable to resist rubbing his eyes again as he continued to gaze. This one is moving even faster. Through this series of trials, Hu Yunyan finally reached a conclusion. I think I have a grasp of your predicament. Chapter 40, The Manifestation of Intent. Upon hearing Hu Yunyan and Appo's words, Chen Mu could not help but perk up his ears. What problem? He was entirely unaware of any issue he might have. Hu Yunyan fixed her gaze upon Chen Mu's face, articulating each word with utmost seriousness. You possess a cognitive impairment. Cognitive impairment? Chen Mu responded with a puzzled expression. What on earth is that? Hu Yunyan set aside her cultivation technique and explained, I have encountered this term in the ancient text of my clan. Cognitive impairment refers to a complete lack of understanding regarding the content of a cultivation technique. Consequently, one would be unable to practice. Ah? Chen Mu revealed a look of astonishment. If that is the case, have I come here in vain? Hu Yunyan remained silent. For this was her first encounter with someone of this nature. That may not necessarily be the case. Hu Yunyan offered a comforting remark. Perhaps there are simply no techniques suitable for you here. This statement was merely a placating remark intended for Chen Mu. If even the Great Wilderness Library lacked appropriate techniques, then it was certain that the entirety of Great Wilderness City would offer no cultivation methods for Chen Mu. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed. Little girl, you do possess some discernment. An elderly man clad entirely in white appeared beside them without either of them noticing. Had he not spoken, they would have remained oblivious to his presence. Hu Yunyan, momentarily taken aback, quickly clasped her hands in respect. May I inquire who this esteemed elder is? The old man stroked his white beard, assessing Hu Yunyan with keen eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. A top-tier 5-element spiritual root. I have not seen one in over a century. If you strive diligently, you shall surely become a sage of your own domain. The old man did not address Hu Yunyan's inquiry, but instead lavished her with praise. The realm of the sage is a coveted goal pursued by countless great cultivators throughout their lives. In response to the old man's commendation, Hu Yunyan displayed no arrogance. Rather, she once again bowed respectfully. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. The term esteemed elder served to bridge the gap between their statuses. Those who frequented the library were either leaders of academies or administrators of the library. Haha. Henceforth, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out in the Drunken Spirit Grove at the Back Mountain. The Back Mountain of the Great Wilderness Academy is not a place accessible to just anyone. Typically, only the chief disciples of each peak and their leaders may enter. Thus, it was evident that this elderly man was extraordinary. Hu Yunyan bowed once more. Then, I shall trouble you often in the future. Haha. Listening to the exchange between the two, Chen Mu found himself somewhat bewildered. Who is this person? After conversing with Hu Yunyan, the old man's gaze fell upon Chen Mu. The smile that had adorned his face gradually transformed into a solemn expression. Such heavy karma. Upon hearing this, Hu Yunyan's gaze towards Chen Mu grew increasingly serious. Only Chen Mu remained puzzled. What is karma? The old man remained silent, gazing intently at Chen Mu for a prolonged moment, before he heaved a sigh. Never mind. Hu Yunyan's gaze was darting between the old man and Chen Mu. Suddenly, the old man posed a rather abrupt question. Little child, do you have anything in particular that you wish to accomplish? Chen Mu, perplexed, pointed to himself. Are you asking me? Naturally. The old man nodded affirmatively. Chen Mu fell into contemplation, uncertain as to why he had departed from the demon realm. As an elder had instructed him to leave, he even found his past memories somewhat hazy, something I particularly wished to do. Chen Mu stroked his chin and ultimately concluded, I wish to taste every kind of demon beast in the world. Does that count? Upon hearing this, the old man paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Chen Mu was bewildered. Was what he said truly that amusing? Excellent. A noble aspiration. But do you know that there are countless demon beasts in the world? What of it? Chen Mu responded nonchalantly, as long as it is a demon beast. he would dare to consume it. Observing Chen Mu's demeanor, the old man momentarily lost his train of thought, as if reminiscing about the past. Elder? It was only when Hu Yunyun softly called out that the old man returned to his senses. Excellent. This exclamation could pertain to either Chen Mu's ambition or his fearless disposition. I believe there exists a cultivation method suitable for you. Following the direction indicated by the old man's finger, they glanced over, discovering it was merely the area for the most rudimentary yellow-tier techniques. Upon hearing that there was a suitable method for him, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. Really? The old man stroked his beard and replied, Indeed, it is true. You too should cultivate diligently, as you will be needed to stabilize the situation in the future. This statement undoubtedly affirmed their innate talents. As the old man prepared to depart, Chen Mu could not help but inquire, May I seek you out in that grove? The old man turned to Chen Mu and replied, If you come to drink with me, that would be acceptable. However, if you wish for me to teach you cultivation, I would be of no assistance. Chen Mu nodded in understanding. He was not the first to express such sentiments. After the old man departed, the two proceeded towards the direction he had indicated. They began to search through the texts one by one, with Chen Mu merely glancing at each to discern its suitability for him. Hu Yunyun, do you not find that old man rather peculiar? Hu Yunyun turned to him, puzzled. In what way is he peculiar? I cannot quite articulate it. Chen Mu stated matter-of-factly, though he sensed a faint white aura emanating from the old man, indicating he was benevolent. Nevertheless, the old man imparted a strange impression, as if he were present yet simultaneously absent. If you do not understand, then do not dwell on it. Let us focus on finding your cultivation methods. Ultimately, they combed through the entire area but found no suitable techniques for Chen Mu. After placing down the last text, Chen Mu plopped down onto the ground. That old man could not have been deceiving me, could he? Hu Yunyun furrowed her brow slightly. It is unlikely, if what he said was true. Then we have thoroughly searched this area, and every text resembles those we encountered earlier. At her words, Hu Yunyun fell silent. They indeed had not discovered anything. After resting for a moment, Chen Mu felt a pang of hunger. Never mind, let us return and dine with our master. Just as he stood up, a nearby bookshelf trembled slightly, and suddenly, a book fell, striking Chen Mu on the head. Ouch! What is this? Hu Yunyun immediately spotted the book and bent to retrieve it. The manifestation of intent. Upon opening it, she found not a single word within. Only one illustration after another of demon beasts. This is. Chen Mu leaned closer, joining Hu Yunyun as they examined the book. As he gazed, he was instantly captivated. He felt as if the previously still images of the demon beasts began to animate. The diverse forms and movements imprinted themselves in Chen Mu's mind, giving rise to a series of actions, each imbued with its own might, as though the demon beasts truly stood before him. Noticing Chen Mu's rapt attention, Hu Yunyun gently called out, Chen Mu? Chapter 41, Epiphany. However, Chen Mu had entered a marvelous state of mind, completely oblivious to Hu Yunyun's calls. He gently took the book from Hu Yunyun's hands, flipping through the pages, and the images of various mystical beasts seemed to come alive before him. Realizing this, Hu Yunyun ceased her interruptions, understanding that Chen Mu had discovered a suitable cultivation method. Time passed, and before long, Yan Yi and Nan Gong-yi also arrived at the scene. Chen Mu. Upon seeing him, Yan Yi eagerly approached. Yet, Hu Yunyun interjected, Do not disturb him. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yan Yi's face, but upon observing Chen Mu's engrossed state, she merely huffed and settled down at a distance. At that moment, Chen Mu was immersed in his own consciousness, incessantly mimicking the movements of the mystical beasts. Like this. However, each movement felt rigid and awkward for Chen Mu, whose body was somewhat inflexible. Even when he learned the motions, he felt incapable of exerting himself as they did. A day swiftly passed, and they were unceremoniously expelled from the library. Outside, the three waited, aside from Wei Zhenhai, who harbored some concern. The other two remained calm while sipping tea. Su Miao glanced up at them, a smile gracing her lips. Oh, they're out. Wei Zhenhai immediately sprang to Chen Mu's side, yet Chen Mu remained in his meditative state. What is this? Wei Zhenhai queried, looking at the other three. But Yan Yi and the others were equally puzzled. Hu Yunyun spoke up. He has found a fitting cultivation method and seems to have gained enlightenment. Upon hearing this, a wave of joy spread across Wei Zhenhai's face. Wonderful, wonderful. He had initially feared it would be a fruitless trip, but to his surprise, Chen Mu indeed made a significant breakthrough. Shang Wei Xin observed the meditative Chen Mu, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations, Uncle Zhenhai. Your junior brother has attained enlightenment on his first visit to the library. It appears that method is truly compatible with him. Haha. Wei Zhenhai waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing extraordinary. This lad merely has good fortune. Though he feigned modesty, inside, Wei Zhenhai was overjoyed. Su Miao, overhearing him, rolled her eyes. Wei Ge, your grin could light up the sky, yet you say it's nothing special. If it were truly so, then even prodigies like Hu Yunyun and Yin Yi wouldn't have achieved enlightenment without even a glance. Miao's sister, do not undermine the confidence of others. Wei Zhenhai addressed the trio. You are all talented individuals. Return and cultivate diligently. Shang Wei Xin raised his hand in a gesture of farewell to the two peak masters. To the two esteemed uncles, I shall take my leave. Su Miao turned to Shang Wei Xin, her voice gentle. No need for that. Your master is in seclusion, and you must have many matters to attend to. Afterward, she looked toward Hu Yunyun. Yunyun, let us depart. Yes, master. Hu Yunyun offered a slight bow to the others, casting one last glance at Chen Mu before following Su Miao away. Since that's settled, I shall also escort Chen Mu away. Wei Zhenhai gestured, enveloping Chen Mu in a robust surge of spiritual energy, lifting him gently. Only when Chen Mu disappeared did Yan Yi withdraw her gaze. All of this was observed by Nan Gongyi. Upon returning to Spirit Beast Peak, Wei Zhenhai placed Chen Mu in his wooden cabin. Just then, the senior brother Ma Xiangdong returned from the mountaintop with Xiao Hui. Renowned for his expertise in nurturing spirit beasts, Ma Xiangdong had a good rapport with Xiao Hui. Upon spotting Chen Mu, Xiao Hui flapped his wings excitedly. Master. Wei Zhenhai, however, gestured for silence and subsequently cast a barrier around Chen Mu's cabin to prevent disturbances before stepping out. Only then did Ma Xiangdong inquire, Master, what is the matter with junior brother? Wei Zhenhai resumed his tea-drinking posture and replied lightly, Did I not take your junior brother to the library yesterday? He found a suitable cultivation method and attained enlightenment. Really? Ma Xiangdong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wei Zhenhai regarded him, questioning. What joy do you derive from your junior brother's enlightenment? Of course I am delighted, master. Ma Xiangdong sat opposite Wei Zhenhai, continuing, He is our junior brother. Once he becomes powerful, our Spirit Beast Peak will no longer be at the bottom in the upcoming Spirit Peak competition. Hearing this, Wei Zhenhai shot him an incredulous glance. Is it not your fault for being so lackluster? If only you all dedicated even a fraction of the effort you put into nurturing beasts to your cultivation, you wouldn't still be in the Qi refinement stage at over 20. Ma Xiangdong sheepishly scratched his head. Master, I am not over 20. I just turned 20 this year. Additionally, cultivation depends on talent. If it weren't for you taking us in all those years ago, we might have perished outside the great wilderness city. In an instant, time seemed to rewind several years. Meanwhile, back at Spirit Girl Peak, Hu Yunyun began her own cultivation and soon entered a state of enlightenment as well. The new disciples of this generation were indeed formidable. As time passed, a month quietly slipped away. Chen Mu, covered in dust, stirred as he awoke, his hand involuntarily twitching. As he opened his eyes, a glimmer of unprecedented sharpness flashed within. Where am I? After a moment, he managed to move his head, glancing around to find this was not his cabin. But his body remained immobile, and having gone a month without sustenance, he was utterly drained. Xiao Hui, Master, Chen Mu weakly called out. But due to the barrier set by Wei Zhenhai, no one could hear him. At that moment, Xiao Hui, who was assisting Ma Xiangdong in feeding the spirit beasts, turned his head towards the mountain below. He is awake. He is awake. Xiao Hui exclaimed thrice in excitement. Ma Xiangdong, puzzled, looked at the little creature perched on his shoulder. Who has awakened? Master has awakened. Xiao Hui joyfully bounced on Ma Xiangdong's shoulder. Ma Xiangdong's face lit up with elation as he asked, Really? I heard Master call for me. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiangdong immediately dropped what he was holding and dashed towards the exit. What spirit beasts? They won't starve to death in a day. As he reached the exit, he shouted, Junior brothers, our junior brother has awakened. Ma Xiangdong sprinted down to their residence halfway up the mountain, where Wei Zhenhai was leisurely enjoying his tea. This tea was, after all, brewed by Yui. Master, Master. Seeing Ma Xiangdong's frantic demeanor, Wei Zhenhai gently set down his teacup and inquired softly. What is it? How many times must I tell you not to be so hasty? Oh master, please don't reprimand me just yet. Ma Xiangdong seized Wei Zhenhai and Amp, Appo's, arm and pulled him toward Chen Mu and Amp, Appo's, cabin. Junior brother has awakened. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenhai and Amp, Appo's, brow furrowed slightly. Chen Mu has awakened? Impossible. He was adamant. I set a barrier. If he had awakened, how would I remain unaware? Chapter 42. Exiting the retreat, Wei Jinhai wore a solemn expression as he stated, "This is the first time your junior apprentice has achieved enlightenment. It is crucial for his future cultivation. Please do not disturb him." As soon as he spoke, the other 5 junior brothers arrived outside the wooden cabin. The second brother, Qianqiu, inquired, "Elder brother, didn't the junior apprentice awaken? Where is he? Who told you Chen Mu has awakened?" Wei Jinhai frowned, sensing a malicious intent aimed at harming Chen Mu. If his enlightenment were to be interrupted, it could potentially prevent him from reaching such a state again. Ma Xiangdong turned to Xiao Hui and asked, "Xiao Hui, has the junior apprentice truly woken up?" At that moment, Chen Mu, weakened, had already lost consciousness. Xiao Hui flapped its wings and shouted, "He is awake. My master is awake. He even called for me." However, Wei Jinhai scrutinized Xiao Hui with suspicion. Setting aside the barrier I created to shield him from disturbances, how could you possibly know that Chen Mu called for you while you are atop the mountain? He strongly suspected that this bird was intent on causing harm to Chen Mu, especially since Chen Mu had previously compelled it to form a servant contract through forceful means. Unable to contain its anger any longer, Xiao Hui retorted, "Old bastard. If my master dies in there, I curse you to have a son with no anus." The moment those words escaped, the other 6 present held their breath in shock. Even Wei Jinhai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Chen Mu had initially taken Xiao Hui in because it claimed to be able to curse. Yet, Wei Jinhai never anticipated that the first person to be cursed upon their exit would be himself, and so crudely. Casting a glance at Chen Mu's cabin, Wei Jinhai couldn't help but wonder if Chen Mu had truly awakened. However, why hadn't his barrier provided any feedback? Ma Xiangdong, feeling anxious, suggested, "Master, shall we take a look inside?" After a moment of hesitation, Wei Jinhai chose to trust Xiao Hui. Dispelling the barrier, the group gently pushed open the cabin door, revealing that Chen Mu had unknowingly collapsed on the floor. "Junior apprentice, master." They rushed into the cabin and helped Chen Mu to his feet. "Master," the junior apprentice. Wei Jinhai extended 3 fingers to Chen Mu's neck, and after a moment, he let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into Chen Mu's body. Everything appeared normal, yet the smoothness of his meridians left him astounded. They were not only over twice as thick as a month prior, but there were also no blockages. "He's fine. He's in better condition than ever." Ma Xiangdong pressed. "Then why is he unconscious?" Wei Jinhai shot him a glare and replied, "You would faint too after not eating for a month. Quickly prepare. Once your junior apprentice wakes up, he will likely want to feast." Yui expressed concern, but the junior apprentice has eaten in so long. Suddenly overeating might harm his body. Rest assured, Chen Mu's constitution is extraordinary. Simply prepare double the usual amount of food. Upon hearing this, the 6 of them stood up and left, heading up the mountain to gather provisions. Wei Jinhai waved his hand lightly, and the dust on Chen Mu was brushed away, allowing him to settle gently onto the bed. "Let him rest a bit longer." Then, turning his gaze mischievously towards Xiao Hui, he remarked, "Now, we must discuss the matter of your curse." Before Xiao Hui could react, Wei Jinhai seized it and exited the cabin. In the courtyard, Xiao Hui was hung up on one side, occasionally receiving slaps from Wei Jinhai, who had also sealed its mouth to prevent it from speaking. Meanwhile, Wei Jinhai pondered why he had not sensed Chen Mu collapsing within his barrier. It was as if something was deliberately concealing Chen Mu's condition from him, preventing him from discovering the truth. Yet, he was a cultivator at the spirit separation stage, even if not the most formidable. He was among the elite in the great wilderness city. Whoever could achieve such a feat must possess at least one realm superior to his own. Furthermore, this was the Great Wilderness Academy. External strongholds could not infiltrate, as any disguise would be detected by the protective array. Before long, night descended, and Chen Mu was roused by the tantalizing aroma of food. Before even opening his eyes, his nose instinctively directed him towards the source. So fragrant." Wei Jinhai was the first to hear Chen Mu's voice and swiftly entered his room, followed closely by the other brothers. "Chen Mu, you're awake?" Hearing someone call his name, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes to find 7 smiling faces gazing back at him. "Master, brothers, I'm so hungry." Chen Mu grinned as he spoke. Ma Xiangdong immediately chimed in, "Junior apprentice, the meal is ready and just waiting for you to join us." Inside the wooden cabin, a sense of harmony prevailed, while the bird that was suspended upside down was completely forgotten. Still lacking strength, Chen Mu was carried out by his elder brother Ma Xiangdong. In the courtyard, a large table was laden with an abundance of fragrant dishes. Chen Mu couldn't help but swallow at the sight of the feast. "It smells so good." At that moment, Yui brought out a large basin, mysteriously placing it before Chen Mu and covering it with a lid. Third brother. What is this? Yui beamed with pride and replied, Junior apprentice, this is the 8 treasures purple rice I specially prepared for you. Do try it. It will surely amaze you. As Yui looked on with anticipation, Chen Mu lifted the lid, and the enticing aroma enveloped him instantly. The top layer was adorned with the 8 treasures cultivated by Yui himself. Although Chen Mu did not know their worth, they looked utterly delicious. Beneath it lay the newly developed purple spirit rice, even more delectable than the previous spirit rice. Wow, it smells incredible. Thank you, third brother. No need to thank me. Just let me know whenever you want to eat. Yui replied, taking a seat. At this moment, Ma Xiangdong jested, third brother, did you only prepare 1 serving? What about ours? Yui scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. Well, I thought the master and brothers wouldn't enjoy it, so I only prepared 1. Observing this warm scene, Chen Mu fell into a daze. He realized that he had never experienced such a moment before. Just then, a female voice floated over. I've been smelling something delicious from afar. I wonder if I might join for a meal? Everyone turned towards the sound to see Su Miao approaching with Hu Yunyun. The brothers quickly stood and bowed. Fairy Miao. Su Miao was well acquainted with the members of the Spirit Beast Peak, and the title Fairy Miao was one she had requested them to use. Hu Yunyun also greeted the group before her gaze settled on Chen Mu, a smile gracing her features. Don't stand on ceremony. Su Miao scanned the array of delectable dishes on the table, a glimmer of excitement dancing in her eyes. It seems we VE arrived just in time. You haven't tea started yet. Turning to Wei Jinhai, she added with a grin. Wei Gu, Yin Yun, and I happen to be quite hungry as well. Wei Jinhai chuckled helplessly, having anticipated her arrival. He then turned to Ma Xiangdong and instructed, Elder brother, add 2 more sets of bowls and chairs. Chapter 43. The grand competition of Spirit Peaks commences. Once seated, Su Miao's gaze finally settled upon Chen Mu. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Chen Mu stared at the feast before him, consumed by an overwhelming desire to begin eating. He lacked the energy for conversation. It's nothing. Just hungry. Let's eat. With those words from Wei Jinhai, Chen Mu eagerly lifted a large bowl and commenced his meal. His speed was astonishing. Before they had even taken a couple of bites, Chen Mu had already emptied his bowl. Had it not been for their quick hands, shoveling more food into their own bowls, they would have been left with mere scraps. After the meal, Chen Mu, satisfied, patted his belly. Finally, I feel revitalized. Su Miao looked at Wei Jinhai in shock. Is he really going to eat that much? In any other peak, he would surely be unable to sustain such an appetite. Haha. Wei Jinhai awkwardly scratched his nose. Being able to eat is a blessing, after all. Post-meal, a few senior brothers helped to tidy up, and Su Miao seized the opportunity to call Wei Jinhai aside for a discussion. Thus, only Hu Yunyun and Chen Mu remained in the vicinity. For a moment, they were at a loss for words, having not seen each other for a month. After a brief silence, Hu Yunyun was the first to break the ice. Have you been in deep contemplation this past month? Chen Mu nodded. Yes. Then you must have gained quite a bit. Hu Yunyun continued, curious. She had only contemplated for 10 days, but had already mastered the 5 elements transformation technique. Chen Mu, having contemplated for an entire month, must have made significant progress. It's all right. I've merely grasped the essence of it. There's still time for practice. Fortunately, as a member of the Spirit Beast Peak, Master Brother Ma Xiangdong had raised numerous spirit beasts for Chen Mu to observe and learn from their forms. First, practice the form, then comprehend the intent. Their conversation meandered until Su Miao returned with Wei Jinhai. Wei Gu, thank you for the hospitality today. We shall take our leave. Hu Yunyun turned to Chen Mu with a gentle smile. Goodbye. Chen Mu waved in response. Once they had departed, Wei Jinhai looked at Chen Mu with a teasing expression. Chen Mu, you too. Chen Mu looked at Wei Jinhai, confusion etched upon his face, especially at the dancing eyebrows of his master. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Master, have you developed a twitch in your eyebrows? Wei Jinhai retorted, You rascal. He sat across from Chen Mu, fixing him with an intense gaze. Speak honestly. What is the nature of your relationship with Miao Mei? Chen Mu, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean? Wei Jinhai seemed at a loss for words. ISN and AMP, Oppos, to your relationship a tad too. Intimate? What and AMP, Oppos, what's wrong with that? Chen Mu remained confused. With a gleam of gossip in his eyes, Wei Jinhai pressed on, So. You too. You know. Listening to Wei Jinhai and Oppos, vague insinuations, Chen Mu felt utterly speechless. Master, have you been possessed? I and Oppos am perfectly fine. Wei Jinhai hesitated to directly ask about the nature of Chen Mu and Oppos' relationship with Hu Yunyun, as their conversation had seemed perfectly normal. Yet, he could not shake off the feeling that Hu Yunyun and Apos' gaze towards Chen Mu was rather peculiar. After Wei Zhenhai departed, Chen Mu felt as though something was amiss. Suddenly, it struck him, where was Xiao Hui? At that moment, Xiao Hui, having been left in a corner and silenced by Wei Zhenhai, was silently falling apart. In the days that followed, Chen Mu diligently visited Ma Xiangdong and Apos' spirit beast garden, observing the behaviors of the spirit beasts. He performed a series of peculiar movements, much to the amusement of Ma Xiangdong and Xiao Hui, who laughed heartily. Time flew, and soon the day of the grand competition of spirit peaks arrived. For Spirit Beast Peak, Chen Mu was the sole representative. During this time, the pillars of vital energy within him had matured, achieving a state comparable to the completion of foundation establishment. At the martial arts arena of Spirit Sword Peak, disciples from various peaks gathered to participate in the grand competition. The event entailed not only contests among new disciples but also matches among senior brothers. After all, only the victorious would qualify for the opportunity to experience the ruins, a place brimming with treasures. A single entry would guarantee one would not return empty-handed, and with the peak masters safeguarding the proceedings, unforeseen accidents were rare. The participating disciples formed distinct formations, yet on Chen Mu and Apos' side, he stood alone, accompanied only by Xiao Hui perched on his shoulder. Spirit Beast Peak had indeed sent someone to partake in the grand competition. The newcomer, Yanyi, had been present for 3 months, but had never crossed paths with Chen Mu during that time. Her gaze fell upon Chen Mu, laden with an indescribable emotion. For 3 whole months, she had not seen him. This was partly due to her own dedication to training, but also because she did not wish to disrupt Chen Mu and Apos' cultivation. When Su Miao arrived at the martial arts platform with a group of female disciples, the male disciples and Apos' sparkled with excitement. Hu Yunyun greeted Su Miao before promptly moving to Chen Mu and Apos' side. Is Spirit Beast Peak represented by just you? With a helpless shrug, Chen Mu replied, what can I say? My senior brothers are uninterested in this. Hu Yunyun nodded, smiling. Then be cautious today. Chen Mu was taken aback. Cautious of what? Don't you know that the new disciples' matches are based on a challenge system? And what of it? Chen Mu still appeared puzzled. Challenges are limited to half an hour. If 2 challengers approach you, you only have that half hour to recover. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu finally understood. The more challenges he faced, the more disadvantageous his position. Well then, I shall take this opportunity to test the fruits of my training over the past 3 months. With that declaration, Chen Mu and Apos' eagerness was palpable. Seeing this, Hu Yunyun's lips curved into a subtle smile. It appears you are quite confident. Noticing her mischievous grin, Chen Mu asked, you aren't planning to challenge me, are you? Guess. Hu Yunyun laughed as she returned to her own peak's position. Their interaction had not escaped Yanyi's notice. However, she was uncertain how to approach Chen Mu. Feeling a lingering gaze upon him, Chen Mu turned to find Yanyi's eyes locked onto his. He offered her a slight nod, to which Yanyi responded with a smile and a nod of her own, leaving it at that. Soon, the grand competition of Spirit Peaks officially commenced. Traditionally, the event was hosted by Li Wanqing, yet he was currently in seclusion. Thus, the role fell to Ning Yukai, the master of Spirit Tool Peak. The grand competition upheld the principles of prioritizing the contest over camaraderie, admonishing participants not to go to extremes against their peers and to know when to hold back. The competition was divided into 2 segments, confrontations among seasoned disciples and contests among the newcomers. In terms of spectacle, the matches involving the new disciples were far more captivating. Among the seasoned disciples, their strengths were well known, and it was generally expected that Shang Weixin would claim first place once more. After all, he was the chief disciple of Spirit Sword Peak, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship. This was Chen Mu's first time witnessing Shang Weixin in action, and he was genuinely astounded. If only his Qiankun Ding could display such elegance, he would be invincible. Chapter 44. Chen Mu, come up here. What surprised Chen Mu the most was that the little junior sister who once called him a good-for-nothing, named Hu Xianxian, wielded a massive sword. She drove the other disciples back one by one. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, nor should the vastness of the sea be measured in mere buckets. Ultimately, without a doubt, it was Shang Weixin who triumphed. At last, the time for the new disciple competition arrived, and everyone wore expressions of eager anticipation. It was rumored that the top 2 new disciples this year were both beauties. Would there be a chance for a delightful encounter with the beautiful junior sisters? I advise you to tread carefully. The first place newcomer is like a rose with thorns. Many senior brothers who ventured to Ling Peak were defeated. So fierce. Then I suppose I shall observe the second-place contender. The second place is none other than the young lord of Great Wilderness City. Do you dare? The sparse murmurings around did little to influence the crowd. Hu Yun remained veiled, drawing scornful glances from the envious. Among the crowd, Fang Shiji watched Chen Mu with cold eyes. He had diligently trained for 3 months, eagerly awaiting this moment to defeat Chen Mu and avenge his elder brother. 3 months prior, Chen Mu had intimidated him with his sheer strength, rendering him unable to strike. Now, having mastered formations at Lingzhen Peak, he was certain he could trample Chen Mu beneath his feet. Yet, he had forgotten that while Chen Mu had been beating Fang Wenyu, he had been training for 3 years at the Great Wilderness Academy. The challenge among the new disciples officially commenced. As the words fell, Fang Shiji immediately leapt onto the martial stage, pointed at Chen Mu, and shouted, "Chen Mu, I challenge you, come up here." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the direction of Fang Shiji's finger. There stood Chen Mu, leisurely nibbling on a spirit fruit given by his third senior brother, Yue. Some uninformed older disciples were quite curious. Did these two have some past grievances? I remember this. It seems that the one named Chen Mu incapacitated that person's elder brother during the assessment. That would explain it. Who is that person's elder brother? Have you not noticed that someone has been absent from our inner sect for the past 3 months? Having finished the spirit fruit, Chen Mu casually tossed the pit aside, dusted off his hands, and made his way to the martial stage. Just then, a senior sister suddenly approached him and grasped his arm. Chen Mu looked at her in confusion. Is there something you need, senior sister? I'm in a hurry to get on stage. The senior sister produced a slip of paper, wrote something on it, and affixed it to Chen Mu's forehead. Littering will incur a fine of 10 spirit stones. What? In an instant, Chen Mu found himself bewildered. Laughter erupted from the surrounding disciples. Ha ha. This kid has no idea that Sister Mina is a member of the Law Enforcement Hall. How audacious of him to litter so openly. Perhaps no one informed him. Ha ha ha. Faced with the unyielding senior sister, Chen Mu could only accept the slip. On the stage, Fang Shiji's forehead was throbbing with veins as he roared, "Chen Mu, are you not coming up? Are you afraid of being beaten by me?" Turning his head, Chen Mu regarded Fang Shiji with disdain. "What are you barking about? Do you wish to end up like your brother?" Fang Shiji and Appo's expression darkened. Initially, his father had arranged for an assassin to ensure that if Chen Mu dared to leave the Great Wilderness Academy, he would not return. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Mu had turned into a turtle at the Spirit Beast Peak. Now was a rare opportunity. Humph. Fang Shiji scoffed. "Today, I am no longer the person I was 3 months ago. You shall pay for your actions from 3 months prior." Above the arena, Wei Zhenhai cast a sidelong glance at Shuchang Yuan, the master of Lingzhen Peak, and said lightly, "Shuchang Yuan, I hear he is now your disciple? Is this the disciple you have nurtured?" Shuchang Yuan remained unfazed, smiling slightly. Young people can be a bit impetuous. Some matters, when suppressed for too long, only hinder their cultivation. It is better to resolve them entirely on the martial stage. Besides, contests inevitably involve some bumps. What do you think? Shuchang Yuan stared at Wei Zhenhai, unwilling to yield an inch. Wei Zhenhai chuckled coldly. "Do you truly believe he can win? And if not?" Shuchang Yuan replied lightly. "A person without spiritual roots, no matter how strong, what use is that?" 3 months ago, only a few who entered with Chen Mu were aware of his acquisition of techniques from the library. Coupled with Wei Zhenhai and Appo's prior discussions with them, they now all believed Chen Mu to be merely a slightly stronger waist. "Very well." Wei Zhenhai coldly glared at him. "I hope you remain this composed later." Hearing Wei Zhenhai and Appo's words, Shuchang Yuan frowned slightly, pondering where Wei Zhenhai and Appo's confidence stemmed from. Could it be that Chen Mu was not truly without spiritual roots? With a light leap, Chen Mu ascended the martial stage. All eyes once again fell upon him, including those from Ling Peak. Besides Su Miao, a beautiful young woman turned to the veiled Hu Yun and whispered, "Is this the Chen Mu? I cannot sense any spiritual energy emanating from him." Hu Yun merely smiled slightly. "He is quite special." "Oh." The beautiful young woman gasped softly before shifting her gaze back to the martial stage. Ning Yukai stepped forward, advising the two, "Keep it light. If one side concedes, the other must immediately cease." As he retreated to the edge of the stage, he called out to begin. Everyone expected the two to rush at one another, yet both remained stationary. What is happening? Why are they not moving? No. The Wood Spirit Root Jr. is moving. Fang Shiji made a hand gesture, casting a spell. Wood Spirit. Vines of imprisonment. Immediately, vines sprouted beneath Chen Mu, ensnaring his feet in place. Seeing this, Fang Shiji sneered. "Let us see how you move now." He then charged towards Chen Mu, suddenly producing an axe from his hand. A disciple exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't he from Lingjun Peak? Why not set up a formation instead of opting for close combat? Could it be he has learned the formations yet?" Shuchang Yuan's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Wei Zhenhai. "Brother Zhenhai, it appears that Shiji has taken the lead in this first clash. Is that so?" Wei Zhenhai replied with a mere smile. In the next moment, a smirk appeared on Chen Mu and Appo's lips as he struck a peculiar pose, exclaiming, "Monkey form." Then, the vines at his feet shattered, and Chen Mu's figure became notably agile, effortlessly dodging Fang Shiji's axe as he passed by. In that fleeting moment, he delivered a resounding slap to Fang Shiji's face. The clarity of the sound resonated, unmistakably heard by all. A distinct palm print appeared upon Fang Shiji's face. Chapter 45, The 5 Emotions and 7 Extinctions Formation. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, and confusion filled Fang Shiji and Appo's eyes. Had he just been humiliated? Slowly, he turned his gaze towards Chen Mu, who was scratching his head with a seemingly indifferent expression. Yet to Fang Shiji, it appeared as though Chen Mu was mocking him, ridiculing him. The next moment, an overwhelming hatred erupted in Fang Shiji's eyes. "Chen Mu." His voice was hoarse, as if he wished to tear Chen Mu apart. At that moment, a voice interjected, "Why are you calling your grandfather?" However, it was not Chen Mu on the stage who spoke, but the small gray bird perched on Wei Zhenhai's shoulder. Instantly, the crowd turned their attention to the little creature. Wei Zhenhai chuckled and tossed a piece of jerky to the small one, remarking how cunning it was. Meanwhile, Shu Changyuan, not far from Wei Zhenhai, wore a displeased expression. On stage, Fang Shiji, consumed by rage, unleashed his full power, causing vines to sprout from the ground. Yet, Chen Mu was as agile as a monkey. No, at that moment, he truly resembled a monkey. The vines conjured by Fang Shiji evoked a nostalgic feeling of the forest in Chen Mu. Realizing his techniques were utterly ineffective against Chen Mu, Fang Shiji's countenance darkened further. But worse was yet to come. Seizing a vine, Chen Mu swiftly turned and charged at Fang Shiji. In response, Fang Shiji displayed a cold smile. "Humph. Chen Mu, you are truly walking a path of no return." With that, a sword materialized in Fang Shiji's hand, pointed directly at Chen Mu. It was actually a spiritual weapon. Wasn't he supposed to be a formation master? The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Meeting Wei Zhenhai's gaze, Shu Changyuan stroked his beard and smiled. "My disciple is exceptionally gifted and has dabbled in swordsmanship. He should have no trouble." As Chen Mu charged toward Fang Shiji, just as he was about to collide with Fang Shiji's sword, Yan Yi felt a tightening in her heart. Yet, just before impact, Chen Mu's body pivoted abruptly, evading Fang Shiji's blade. "What?" Fang Shiji exclaimed in disbelief, seeing the mischievous grin on Chen Mu's face, and he felt a sense of foreboding. In the next heartbeat, Chen Mu delivered a powerful kick to Fang Shiji's backside, sending him sprawling into the dirt. Many disciples around them voiced their confusion. Wasn't he from the Spirit Beast Peak? How could he toy with a genius disciple from the Spirit Array Peak? Indeed, he was toying with him. It seemed the Spirit Beast Peak was about to rise. Fang Shiji slowly rose, his face clouded with gloom as he glared at Chen Mu, gritting his teeth. "Chen Mu, do you dare to face me head-on?" Following their earlier exchange, he was increasingly convinced that Chen Mu relied on petty tricks to humiliate him repeatedly. "Oh? You think that was not a direct confrontation?" Chen Mu smirked. "Humph." Fang Shiji retorted, "Of course. Otherwise, why would you be dodging?" Hearing Fang Shiji's words, Chen Mu's lips curled into a sly smile. "Since you have said as much, I shall demonstrate the chasm between us." Suddenly, an overpowering aura erupted from Chen Mu. Why can I sense such a formidable presence from him without detecting any fluctuations of spiritual power? This sentiment was shared by many. In their cultivation practices, they usually enhance their presence through the accumulation of spiritual energy. Yet, Chen Mu, lacking spiritual roots, could not cultivate spiritual power. However, his cultivation of the myriad forms of intent, which solidified his body and gathered intent through blood, allowed him to possess an unparalleled vigor. At that moment, Fang Shiji felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, as if a true demon was before him. Chen Mu's eyes suddenly widened as he uttered, "Wolf form." Instantly, a crimson phantom appeared behind him, a wolf with a third eye on its forehead. The spectral three-eyed wolf. Shu Changyuan leaped from his seat, astonished. They had once slain such a young demon. Though it was young, it possessed the strength of a demon core. Wei Zhenhai, though surprised, maintained his composure, saying, "It is merely a phantom. Why are you so frightened?" The small gray bird joined in, squawking, "Coward! Coward!" Observing this peculiar duo, Xu Changyuan felt a surge of anger but suppressed it. As Chen Mu opened his eyes, the spectral wolf also unveiled its third eye. Fang Shiji instinctively took a step back, almost losing grip of his sword. In the next moment, Chen Mu lunged at Fang Shiji, who prepared to defend himself but suddenly found Chen Mu had vanished. Then, an intense pain surged through his abdomen. Bitter bile erupted from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock. While being flung backward, Chen Mu swiftly appeared behind him, his feet locking around Fang Shiji's neck and propelling him into the air. Chen Mu then vanished once more, positioning himself above Fang Shiji, flashed a smile, and said, "Goodbye." Boom. With a forceful kick, he sent Fang Shiji crashing onto the arena, fracturing the ground beneath him. Fang Shiji lay in the center of the arena, coughing up blood, his spiritual sword falling to the side. Chen Mu descended gracefully, casting a glance at Fang Shiji before turning to the referee, Ning Yukai, and inquiring, "Does this count as my victory? Or must I throw him off?" Ning Yukai. He had anticipated that Fang Shiji would not match Chen Mu, yet he never expected such a one-sided beating. With a sigh, he finally addressed Chen Mu. "Wait a moment." Before Ning Yukai could finish, Fang Shiji surprisingly stood up again, glaring at Chen Mu with resentment. I have not lost yet." "Oh. Quite resilient," Chen Mu remarked, slowly approaching Fang Shiji, preparing to deliver a kick to send him off. However, as Chen Mu drew near, Fang Shiji suddenly burst into laughter, a bizarre phenomenon that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Then, Fang Shiji spoke slowly. "Chen Mu, your arrogance is the very opportunity for my revenge." The next instant, a blinding light enveloped the arena, forming a luminous barrier that separated the two from the outside world. Wei Zhenhai's pupils constricted as he leapt from his seat. The 5 emotions and 7 extinctions formation. This is one of the celestial-level formations of the Spirit Array Peak, clearly beyond Fang Shiji's capability to activate. Xu Changyuan's expression soured as well, realizing why Fang Shiji had desperately pleaded for formidable formations. He never imagined it would be used to harm his own peers. Wei Zhenhai cast a dark look at Xu Changyuan. Celestial-level formations belong to the academy. Most inner disciples cannot learn them. Why did you impart such knowledge to a new disciple? In response, Xu Changyuan remained silent. Su Miao interjected. The pressing matter is to halt this. It cannot be stopped now. Xu Changyuan replied languidly, as all eyes turned to him, eager to hear what he would say next. Chapter 46. I will challenge Chen Mu. A grave expression flickered in Xu Changyuan's eyes as he stated. Word by word, he is using his own flesh and blood as the focal point to forcibly activate the 5 emotions and 7 annihilations formation, intending to perish alongside Chen Mu. Upon hearing this, Su Miao furrowed her brow in disbelief, questioning, "Such a malicious method, and you would teach it to a new disciple?" "It is not me," Xu Changyuan defended. "I would never employ such a method." At this, the onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that the only culprit left could be the Fang family. Wei Zhenhai's countenance darkened as he uttered, "What a notorious Fang family. Is it impossible to forcibly break the formation?" Su Miao pressed on. Xu Changyuan shook his head. "It is not feasible. A forceful breach could lead to the demise of both parties." Within the formation, Fang Shiji seethed with resentment. "Chen Mu, do you have any idea how long I have awaited this day?" Chen Mu surveyed the myriad of swirling stick shadows around him, sensing that this formation was even more formidable than the one used by Hu Yunyan previously. "Do you truly believe I am so feeble? Had it not been for the intent to lower your guard, I would have retaliated long ago." At this moment, Fang Shiji exhibited no signs of injury and shrugged casually. "This 5 emotions and 7 annihilations formation is a grand gift I have prepared for you over the past few months. Although activating it comes at a significant cost, and its power is but a fraction of its full potential, it is not too difficult to eliminate you. After all," he reasoned, "even if Chen Mu possessed extraordinary talent, he could not possibly form a golden core within such a brief span of 3 months." Fang Shiji slowly approached Chen Mu, a stick materializing in his hand. Observing Chen Mu and Appo's calm demeanor, Fang Shiji and Appo's dissatisfaction grew. "You seem utterly unperturbed." However, Chen Mu merely smiled. "The formation is indeed impressive, but regrettably, it is you who is orchestrating it." "What do you mean?" Fang Shiji and Appo's expression darkened instantly. Chen Mu struck a pose reminiscent of a standing rooster, and in the next moment, a phantom of a blue-feathered heron appeared behind him, signifying, "If I kill you, the formation shall naturally collapse." Heron form. Upon hearing this, Fang Shiji tightened his grip on the stick, sneering, "Let us see if you possess that capability." With a sudden swing, Fang Shiji brought the stick crashing down towards Chen Mu, while countless stick shadows simultaneously surged toward his position. Yet, behind Chen Mu emerged a pair of fiery wings, propelling him into the air and allowing him to evade the onslaught of shadows. Fang Shiji looked up at the airborne Chen Mu, his voice icy. You truly are adept at fleeing. Flee? Chen Mu smiled faintly. What I intend to do is not to run. In the next instant, Chen Mu's speed surged dramatically as he dove toward Fang Shiji. Seeing this, Fang Shiji immediately swung his stick, conjuring a multitude of stick shadows to shield himself. Humph. The 5 emotions and 7 annihilations formation is both offensive and defensive. I shall see how you intend to breach it. Yet suddenly, Chen Mu's voice echoed. Why must I breach the formation? What? Fang Shiji was taken aback. In midair, Chen Mu produced his Qiankun cauldron and struck it forcefully against Fang Shiji's swinging stick. The collision produced a thunderous sound that reverberated, prompting everyone to cover their ears. Fang Shiji froze for a moment, and it was within that fleeting instant that Chen Mu closed the distance, seizing him by the throat. A sensation of suffocation surged within Fang Shiji as he flailed helplessly. No. Chen Mu, you cannot kill me. I am the second young master of the Fang family. Crack. With cold eyes, Chen Mu snapped Fang Shiji's neck, extinguishing his life. From the moment Fang Shiji harbored murderous intent towards him, he had already been marked for death by Chen Mu, just as he would not spare any beast that posed a threat to him. As Fang Shiji crumpled to the ground, the formidable 5 emotions and 7 annihilations formation also collapsed. The spectators outside, unable to see what transpired within, only beheld the final scene once the formation dissipated. Fang Shiji's eyes rolled back, his head twisted at an unnatural angle. Is he dead? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Ning Yukai frowned, stepping forward to sense Fang Shiji's extinguished aura. He turned back to glance at Chen Mu with a complex expression. Chen Mu, however, calmly stated, Now, I have one, correct? Seeing Chen Mu's composure, Ning Yukai regained his focus. Ling Beast Peak, Chen Mu wins. An exclamation arose from the disciples. He has killed someone. Shouldn't he be apprehended? Indeed, such malice in a competition, completely disregarding the Academy's rules. Yet, others countered, was it not Fang Shiji who first harbored murderous intent towards Chen Mu? Did he not deserve to be killed in retaliation? But he did not manage to kill Chen Mu, did he? Ha, how amusing. After being countered, what could he possibly use to kill? In an instant, the disciples divided into 2 factions, arguing vehemently, while Chen Mu, with an air of contentment, strolled aside and began munching on a spiritual fruit. Hu Yunyun approached Chen Mu, grinning. Hey, you've killed someone, and you're not the least bit concerned? And why should I be? Chen Mu replied, taking a bite of the fruit. He sought my life, so I took his. At this, Hu Yunyun merely smiled and extended her delicate hand towards Chen Mu. Puzzled, Chen Mu inquired, what is it? The fruit. You cannot hoard it all for yourself. Reluctantly, Chen Mu retrieved another fruit and placed it in her hand. Hu Yunyun took a gentle bite before continuing. What does it feel like to kill? Similar to slaying a beast. Chen Mu responded nonchalantly, unburdened, for he could perceive the malevolent aura surrounding Fang Shiji. As the disciples continued their quarrel, Shu Changyuan emerged. Silence. His thunderous roar echoed in everyone's minds, jolting them into an immediate hush. Shu Changyuan turned to Chen Mu, who met his gaze. Fang Shiji practiced nefarious arts with intentions to harm his fellow disciples. His demise is entirely self-inflicted. Disciples, cease your discussions. What? Fang Shiji actually practiced malevolent arts? Do you think he could activate a celestial grade formation otherwise? Shu Changyuan returned to his seat, his expression still grim. Following this, Yin Yi, Hu Yunyun, and others took their turns in the arena, and with Fang Shiji's fall, no one dared to challenge Chen Mu again, until Nangong Yi stepped onto the stage, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Chen Mu. I will challenge Chen Mu. This declaration left everyone astounded. Did he not fear for his life? Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Yin Yi's brow creased slightly. In response, Chen Mu finished off the fruit in a few bites, intending to discard the core, but recalled the earlier reprimand from his senior sister. In a moment of indecision, he grasped Hu Yunyun's hand and, to the astonishment of all, placed the core in her palm. Wait, is he out of his mind? My goddess's hand is not a trash receptacle. This junior brother. Did he just touch your goddess's hand? Do not hold me back. I wish to duel him. No one is stopping you. Hu Yunyun stared, bewildered, at the seed in her hand, then at Chen Mu's retreating figure on the stage. Chapter 47. Danger approaches. Upon taking the stage, Chen Mu gazed at Nangong Yi and inquired, what prompts you to challenge me? He believed there had been no prior conflict between them. Yet the other party had consistently exuded hostility. With a long sword in hand, Nangong Yi fixed his gaze upon Chen Mu. Is a reason necessary to challenge the strong? Indeed, the strong rise to face challenges head-on. Chen Mu nodded and replied, now I understand. Best of luck, junior brother Nangong. Suddenly, a senior sister from Lingjian Peak called out, drawing numerous gazes towards her. Unfazed, she proudly puffed out her chest. Isn't that senior sister Shanhaijing from the inner sect? What could her actions signify? Fool, isn't it obvious? Nangong Yi merely nodded in that direction, but when he withdrew his gaze, he noticed Yen Yi's attention was fixed on Chen Mu, causing his fists to clench tighter. Chen Mu, I have long wished to spar with you. I hope you will give your all. A slight smile graced Chen Mu's lips. Since you have said so, I shall certainly hold nothing back. With that, Chen Mu struck a peculiar and enchanting pose, drawing upon the power of the Huang. Instantly, a shadow resembling a horned fox manifested behind him. The appearance of this specter left everyone in bewilderment. What kind of beast is this? I've never seen it before. Could it be something he encountered in the wasteland? Wei Zhenhai and several other peak masters shared the confusion. Brother Wei, as the master of the spirit beast peak, you must have seen such a creature before. Never. Wei Zhenhai frowned. This lad's experiences surpass our expectations. As the specter materialized behind Chen Mu, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded at the spirit beast peak. Every spirit and demon beast knelt in reverence. Ma Xiangdong, witnessing this spectacle, retreated repeatedly, muttering, what on earth is happening? Once Ning Yukai shouted for the match to commence, both combatants surged towards one another. Flames enveloped the long sword in Nangong Yi's grasp. He has mastered the fiery sword technique in merely 3 months, exclaimed a disciple from Lingjian Peak. The fiery sword technique, a high-level profound sword skill, was indeed a testament to his genius for achieving mastery in such a short time, largely due to his cultivation of the fiery Tianqin method, which complemented his training. Nangong Yi focused intently on Chen Mu, unleashing 2 fiery projectiles from his sword. Fiery first style, Radiant Sun. Yet, Chen Mu merely bent at the waist and slipped between the 2 flames. Soon, fiery wings sprouted from his back, propelling him forward with astounding speed. Sensing a fierce gust approaching, Nangong Yi quickly crossed his sword before him. Boom! In the next instant, Chen Mu's fist collided with his sword, propelling Nangong Yi towards the edge of the martial platform. He barely managed to stabilize himself with his sword. Before he could relax, Chen Mu's fist followed swiftly. How insidious! Why not wait for me to stand before attacking? Do you think those beasts will wait for you? The mind is a precious asset, yet some individuals fail to employ it. As Chen Mu's fist approached, Nangong Yi forcefully pushed off the ground, narrowly evading Chen Mu's pursuit. He rebounded onto the martial platform. His expression grave. Such immense strength. I must not allow him to close the distance. Gripping his sword tightly, he swiftly struck out several times. Fiery third style. Heavenly net. A torrent of flames surged towards Chen Mu, leaving him with no choice but to leap from the martial platform, an admission of defeat. However, Chen Mu smiled faintly, producing his Qiankun Ding and spinning it before hurling it at the fiery net, swiftly following behind. Indeed, Nangong Yi's heavenly net inflicted no damage upon the Qiankun Ding. Nearby, Ning Yukai observed Chen Mu's artifact, eager to discern its composition. As Chen Mu maneuvered through the flames, he prepared to counter Nangong Yi's Qiankun Ding, only for it to vanish abruptly. In its place was Chen Mu's fist. Gritting his teeth, Nangong Yi unleashed a crescent-shaped sword aura. Fiery second style. Eclipsing moon. This time, standing in close proximity, Chen Mu had no chance to evade. He resolved to withstand the blow. As he met Nangong Yi's attack, his figure momentarily hung in the air before, to the astonishment of the onlookers. Nangong Yi's sword aura shattered into fragments. Incredible! Someone exclaimed, and in that moment, Nangong Yi realized the chasm between him and Chen Mu. Just as he was about to concede, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead. The crowd looked up, their murmurs of confusion rising. What is happening? Where has the sun gone? This is a celestial phenomenon. Could Master Bai Li be breaking through? Before they could ponder further, the clouds coalesced into a singular figure, accompanied by a piercing voice. At last, I have found you, boy. With that declaration, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, targeting the martial platform. Whether aimed at Nangong Yi or Chen Mu remained uncertain. Impudent. Wei Zhenhai and 4 others swiftly soared into the air, collectively striking the giant hand, managing to deflect it momentarily. However, Each of them staggered back, their expressions grave. In midair, the figure swept past Wei Junhai and his companions. Oh, 5 at the spirit separation stage. His eyes turned cold. But you think you can impede me? Wei Junhai's face darkened, yet he stepped forward. I care not who you are, or your purpose. This is the Great Wasteland Academy. If you know what is good for you, leave at once. Ha ha. The figure laughed in response. I am quite curious to see what qualifications you possess to obstruct me. With that, a massive claw lashed out, targeting Wei Junhai and his companions. Wei Junhai stepped forward, invoking the Golden Buddha technique. As steadfast as rock, a golden specter emerged, shielding the group. Yet Wei Junhai was forced back several steps by the claw's force, and the golden specter shattered. Coughing up blood, Wei Junhai stared incredulously at the figure before him. Transcending tribulation stage. The words took everyone by surprise, but soon they split into 2 flanking formations, launching an assault on the figure. Humph! A mayfly shaking a tree. The figure spread his arms wide, hair flowing wildly, as the attacks from Su Miao and her companions failed to approach him in the slightest. Then, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they became vertical pupils. Devouring domain. A wave of devouring energy surged forth, and Wei Junhai and his companions felt themselves ensnared by an overwhelming pressure, their internal spiritual power rapidly dissipating. Chapter 48. The Dean Rescues Me. Wei Junhai and his 5 companions were no match for that individual. In an instant, anxiety gripped the crowd. Who exactly was this person? Even the 5 peak masters were powerless against him. Shang Weixin, gripping his sword, gazed skyward, yet he could do nothing but watch the struggle of the peak masters. Suddenly, the man's aura intensified. Since you all wish to obstruct me, then perish. As his words faded, a surge of dark energy erupted from his being, rushing towards the immobilized 5. Who dares to be so audacious in my great wilderness academy? A resonant voice boomed, swiftly annihilating the dark energy unleashed by the man. Master! Shang Weixin exclaimed in surprise. The figure of Bailey Wanxing gradually materialized in the air. Upon witnessing the dire plight of Wei Junhai and the others, Bailey Wanxing merely waved his hand, summoning countless swords from behind him. Sword domain. Wei Junhai and his companions emerged from the engulfing domain, their faces alight with joy as they regarded Bailey Wanxing. You have broken through to the integration stage and entered the tribulation period? Wei Junhai inquired. Bailey Wanxing nodded slightly to the group. By sheer luck. The man across from them fixed his gaze on Bailey Wanxing, murmuring, another in the tribulation period? Yet, what does that matter? The man's devouring domain rapidly expanded, and Bailey Wanxing could distinctly sense his sword domain being consumed. Frowning, he finally spoke. Form a formation. I will hold him off. Agreed. The 5 responded in unison. Even if all 6 of them joined forces, they were unlikely to prevail without a formation. Countless swords reappeared behind Bailey Wanxing, his brow furrowing. 10,000 swords descend from the heavens. In an instant, the myriad swords danced within the man's devouring domain, frequently launching assaults towards him. Meanwhile, the other 5 positioned themselves at each cardinal point, encircling the 2. They channeled a peculiar incantation, with Shu Chongyuan leading the formation. With hair billowing behind him, he moved his hands with unwavering precision. Heaven is the sky, earth is the ground. Heaven and earth unite, banishing all demons. 5 elements subduing demon formation, extinguish. In a heartbeat, the 5 encircled the 2, spinning rapidly. While Bailey Wanxing and the man appeared as contrasting figures of yin and yang in a cosmic dance. The man looked up and scoffed. Ha! A mere formation dares to annihilate me? A delusion. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped phantom emerged behind him. In response, the 5 peak masters conjured golden figures behind them, simultaneously assaulting the dragon phantom within the formation. At that moment, those below could perceive nothing. They could only feel the overwhelming spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from above, causing them to tremble with fear. After all, this was a heavenly-grade formation propelled by 5 peak masters, far superior to the wicked arts employed by Fang Shiji moments ago. Just as the crowd believed that the formation could surely vanquish the man, the figures behind Wei Junhai and the others instantly disintegrated. Soul-devouring strike. The 5 felt excruciating pain, their heads throbbing as the phantom behind them shattered, causing blood to flow from their 7 orifices as they plummeted from the sky. Bailey Wanxing was also repelled by the man and Amp, Oppo's strike. At this moment, Bailey Wanxing and Amp, Oppo's expression grew severe. You are an ancient aberration. The man approached Bailey Wanxing, wielding a black flame. Ha! I originally intended to take but one, yet since you insist on feigning deep affection, I shall send you all on your way. Below. Chen Mu felt the oppressive aura above and clenched his fists. Fox Yun, having appeared beside him unbeknownst, softly inquired, "Do you sense that his aura feels somewhat familiar?" Chen Mu turned, his face somber as he replied, "You feel it too?" "Indeed." Fox Yun also bore a grave expression, gazing upward. "I never imagined he would find this place, and with such power." Chen Mu understood that the man had undoubtedly come for him. Back in the desolate ruins, the man's avatar had relentlessly pursued him, demanding he surrender some form of celestial power. The black flame in the man and imp, Oppos, as hand coalesced into a long sword. "You practice the sword path, do you not? Today, I shall ensure you perish by my black flame sword." With that, he surged towards Bailey Wansheng, who now bore the marks of severe injury, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Just as he braced himself to confront the impending assault, a voice, aged yet gentle, resounded, "Stand down." Upon utterance of these words, the man and imp, Oppos' attack instantly dissipated. Bailey Wansheng gradually descended from the air. His gaze filled with disbelief as he beheld the elder who had suddenly appeared, the dean. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the dean of the Great Wilderness Academy, Yuan Zun. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Mu abruptly turned his head to meet Fox Yun and imp, Oppos' astonished gaze, both sharing a moment of shock. "That voice is..." Chen Mu began to speak slowly. Fox Yun, momentarily stunned, nodded, "Indeed. It is the one we encountered in the study hall." In midair, Yuan Zun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stepping forward as though treading upon solid ground. "You should not have come here." Upon hearing Yuan Zun and imp, Oppos' words, the man's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him with his reptilian pupils. "And who are you to protect that boy?" "Indeed," Yuan Zun replied coolly, "I am Yuan Zun, and I shall safeguard that boy." "Huh. Such audacity." The man scoffed, yet he hesitated to act rashly. "Do you know what that boy has done? To protect him is to invite your own backlash." Yuan Zun smiled indifferently, "And what of it? You demon kin are so eager to eliminate him precisely because you fear his talent." Suddenly, Yuan Zun and imp, Oppos' aura surged forth. "Let me tell you this. As long as he remains in the Great Wilderness Academy, none shall take him away." Sensing Yuan Zun's strength, the man's expression darkened. "Old fool. If you are so obstinate, then perish." With that, he lunged at Yuan Zun. However, Yuan Zun merely raised his hand slowly, reciting, "The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way." These 6 words carried an overwhelming pressure, causing the man to retreat in haste. Next, Yuan Zun proclaimed another 6 words. "The name that can be named is not the eternal name." Boom. In an instant, the man was hurled backward in terror, Saint Realm. Consequently, he dared not linger, tearing through the void behind him and vanishing from sight. Yet, his resentful voice echoed, "Old fool, you can protect him for a moment. But can you protect him for a lifetime?" Watching the man flee in disarray, Yuan Zun made no attempt to pursue but remained with his hands clasped behind his back. Casting a glance downward at the assembly, his gaze lingered on Chen Mu for a moment before fading away. "Come find me at the Drunken Spirit Forest." At once, this voice resonated in the minds of Chen Mu and Fox Yun, and they exchanged glances once more, confirming they both heard it. Chapter 49. Retreat. Upon witnessing the departure of the dean, Bailey Wansheng realized that he had to manage the aftermath alone. "Wei Xian, Master." Shang Wei Xian approached Bailey Wansheng and slightly cupped his hands in respect. "You should comfort the disciples. Today as competition is postponed, and the date will be determined later." "Yes, Master." After giving his instructions, Bailey Wansheng, accompanied by Wei Zhenhai and a few others, headed towards the sacred healing pool on the back mountain. "You two follow along." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu and his companion exchanged glances and followed Bailey Wansheng. Watching their departing figures, Yin Yi couldn't help but bite her lip. Throughout the journey, Bailey Wansheng remained silent. It was not until they reached the sacred pool that he spoke, "Follow this path, and you will arrive at the Drunken Dream Woods." Hearing this, Hu Yunyan slightly bowed to Bailey Wansheng. "Thank you, Master Bai." As Bailey Wansheng watched them leave, he appeared lost in thought. Soon, the two arrived at a bamboo grove, filled with the sounds of birds and flowing water. Before them lay a verdant river, with a bamboo hut visible on the opposite bank. "Come over," a voice echoed in their minds. Suddenly, a floating bamboo bridge appeared on the river, and the two stepped onto it without any tremor. However, with each step, ripples spread across the water's surface. Upon reaching the hut, they found an elderly man seated on a bamboo chair, pouring his 3rd cup of tea. "Please, sit." The two exchanged glances and took their seats opposite the old man. Yuan Zun smiled slightly, This tea has been treasured by me for many years. Do taste it. Hu Yunyun was the first to pick up the cup. Bowing to Yu Wenzun, thank you, Dean. Subsequently, Chen Mu followed suit, mimicking Hu Yunyun. Thank you. Dean. Yu Wenzun's hearty laughter filled the air. No need for such formality. Just be yourselves. Really? Chen Mu looked at Yu Wenzun with skepticism. The old man stroked his beard and replied, Indeed. I've lived long enough. My old friends have long departed. Others who know me fear I might consume them. Chen Mu gulped down his tea and said earnestly, Old man, I want to learn the skills you demonstrated earlier. However, Yu Wenzun shook his head. As I mentioned, I cannot teach you. Why not? Chen Mu was perplexed. Previously, in the demon realm, the old man had also claimed he couldn't teach him. Now, in this academy, it was the same. What, then, is your purpose here? Yu Wenzun simply glanced at Chen Mu meaningfully. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Gently sipping his tea, Yu Wenzun continued, However, this place will indeed restrict your growth. Chen Mu looked at Yu Wenzun. Are you suggesting I should leave? Yu Wenzun did not respond directly but asked, You should have guessed the identity of that person today, right? At the mention of that individual, a grave expression crossed both their faces as they nodded. Hu Yunyun spoke. This time, it shouldn't be a mere projection, right? Correct. Yu Wenzun elaborated. He is the 9th son of the world-destroying demon dragon, Qiwen. This time, he was careless, but I believe next time, he will not come alone. Does he dare to return? Chen Mu exclaimed. Didn't you send him fleeing in terror? Yu Wenzun refilled their cups and chuckled. So what? How can you be certain he won't bring other ancient beasts next time? At this, Chen Mu scratched his head, feeling somewhat speechless. What exactly did I do to provoke them? Hu Yunyun turned to Chen Mu, her lips parting slightly. Shouldn't you be the one to answer that? Chen Mu shrugged helplessly. The truth is, I don't know. It's related to the power of the Chenghuang within you, Yu Wenzun stated casually. Chenghuang power? What of it? Observing Chen Mu's still bewildered expression, Hu Yunyun spoke slowly. I have seen it in ancient texts from my family. Chenghuang resembles a fox, with horns on its back, and is a divine beast of the world. Whether human or beast, wherever it exists, prosperity shall endure for eternity. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's eyes widened. So magnificent. Does this mean that having the Chenghuang power within me grants me similar abilities? Precisely. Yu Wenzun affirmed. Thus, the demon clan intends to capture you before you reach your full potential, to extract the Chenghuang power from within you. Not a chance. Chen Mu declared indignantly. One day, I shall devour them all. Ha ha. Then you indeed have a long road ahead. Yu Wenzun laughed heartily. Hu Yunyun looked at Chen Mu with keen interest. I'm curious. How did you come to possess the Chenghuang power? Chen Mu pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, I remember. Back in the demon realm, there was an old man who said he gave it to me. At this, Hu Yunyun merely nodded. Yu Wenzun then clarified the purpose of summoning them here. The reason I called you here is that I plan to take Chen Mu to the wasteland, where you can significantly enhance your strength. Chen Mu nodded. Sounds great. After witnessing today's battle, he was eager to improve his abilities. Then, Yu Wenzun turned to Hu Yunyun and spoke, Your talent, being the only one with a 5-element spiritual root in nearly a century, compels me to invite you to join us. What do you think? Hu Yunyun readily agreed, knowing that training under the dean of the Great Wilderness Academy would yield remarkable results. I am willing to follow the dean. However, Yu Wenzun waved his hand. Hold on, don't rush to agree. This journey may take 3 to 5 years. You should discuss it with your family first. While he understood Chen Mu could manage alone, Hu Yunyun's exceptional talent meant her training speed would not lag if she remained at the Great Wilderness Academy. Hu Yunyun glanced at Chen Mu and smiled. Dean, there's no need for discussion. I wish to follow you. Yu Wenzun's smile broadened. Very well. The two did not linger long in the drunken dream woods before departing. On the way, Chen Mu asked Hu Yunyun, Do you feel no attachment to your family? Hu Yunyun smiled gently. I have no relatives left. It makes no difference whether I am at home or not. Chen Mu's mouth fell open in surprise. So you're just like me. Hu Yunyun shot him a look of exasperation. Who else like you? At least I have a home. Meanwhile, Chen Mu felt as if he had never truly belonged anywhere except at the Spirit Beast Peak. Chapter 50. 5 years in the wasteland. After their separation, the two returned to their respective peaks, with only 2 days remaining. Upon learning that Chen Mu was about to depart, the 6 senior brothers, though reluctant, did not wish to hinder him. Wei Zhenhai, despite his injuries, returned to the Spirit Beast Peak to spend their final days together. Chen Mu had genuinely cherished their bond. Yet the appearance of Qi Wen implied that he harbored a significant secret. He chose not to inquire further, nor to investigate. Upon entering the wasteland, chaotic forces surrounded them, making Qi Wen's quest for Chen Mu seem utterly fanciful. On the eve of Chen Mu's departure, Yan Yi arrived at the Spirit Beast Peak, her voice trembling as she asked, "Are you leaving?" Chen Mu had intended to inform her of his plans the following day, yet she had come to him first. "Will you return?" Yan Yi pressed on. She was perplexed by her own feelings. Perhaps it was the rarity of encountering someone who genuinely regarded her as a friend that made it hard for her to accept. Yet, isn't life a series of comings and goings? Chen Mu smiled at Yan Yi and replied, "I will certainly return." His words were like a gentle breeze, caressing her ears with warmth. "When you return, I will come to meet you." With that, Yan Yi turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Mu felt a smile tug at his lips. Since arriving here, despite the troubles, he had found many who cared for him. After wandering through the demon realm for over a decade, he experienced a newfound emotion, reluctance. However, he understood he must leave, otherwise, the academy might suffer undue misfortune because of him. He needed to grow stronger, to surpass those formidable demons, and to take control of his own fate. The next day, the three departed from the academy, with only a few seeing them off. Besides the 6 peak masters, there were Shang Weixin, Yan Yi, and a junior sister beside Shang Weixin. With the presence of Yu Wenjun, they faced little threat from demon beasts. Soon, they settled by a water source in the wasteland, where a demon beast lay hidden in the water, which they promptly prepared for dinner. "Principal, this spot is quite suitable. Let us settle here." Since arriving in the wasteland, Chen Mu felt as if he had returned home, bouncing with energy. However, Yu Wenjun waved his hand lightly, and 3 wooden houses appeared instantly. Though modest, they were habitable. "You all clean up first. I shall go catch a demon beast." 5 years passed quietly. A young man sat atop a golden-winged rock, joyfully exclaiming, "Principal Shaoan, I have brought back food." Thud! The golden-winged rock landed lifelessly. In front of the wooden house, Yu Wenjun had just brewed tea, while Hu Yunyan was meditating nearby. Observing this, Chen Mu stepped forward and remarked, "It's been so many days, and Xiaoyan hasn't tea broken through yet?" Yu Wenjun shot Chen Mu a glance as he poured tea. "Do you think it's as simple as eating demon beasts to achieve a breakthrough? Cultivation requires comprehension." Chen Mu swiftly moved to sit opposite Yu Wenjun, retaining his usual lack of humor as he drank a cup of tea in one gulp. Exquisite tea. Given Chen Mu's gluttonous drinking style, it was a wonder he could discern the flavor. "What is your current realm?" Upon hearing Yu Wenjun's inquiry, Chen Mu merely clenched his fists. "I'm not certain, but I now possess 5 pillars of vital energy." He then turned to regard the golden-winged rock he had just captured, a demon beast nearing transformation. "After consuming this beast, I should be able to achieve a complete breakthrough with the 5th pillar." Though he had anticipated this, Yu Wenjun couldn't help but inhale sharply. In just 5 years, Chen Mu's strength had reached a level comparable to that of a transcendent cultivator. "I'll go stew it now." Chen Mu stood, dragging the rock's carcass aside to begin cooking. He tossed in various spiritual herbs he had found in the wasteland into the Qingqiu cauldron. Over the years, Chen Mu had mastered the cauldron's operation, capable of refining the beast's flesh and blood into a demon core. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing even Yu Wenjun, who had long ceased to require sustenance, to sniff the air. "This little rascal has no idea how he does it. Even I, an old man, find it tempting." At that moment, Hu Yunyan erupted with a soaring aura, 5 colors flashing in succession. Chen Mu quickly stood, looking towards her in delight. "You've broken through." Yu Wenjun rose, stroking his beard, and stood beside Chen Mu, a gentle smile gracing his features. "This girl's talent is certainly on par with yours. Through her own efforts, she has achieved a breakthrough to the transcendent realm in just 5 years. Given time, the 2 of you will undoubtedly become saints. Even if Qi Wen were to show up, he would likely become your prey." As Hu Yunyan's aura gradually subsided, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Turning slightly, she spotted Chen Mu and Yu Wenjun nearby. Chen Mu waved at her. "Xiaoyan, come over. It's time to eat." Hu Yunyan smiled gently and walked towards them. "Brother Mu, principal." Indeed, after 5 years of companionship, their relationship had transformed significantly. They had become akin to siblings. "Breaking through is excellent," Yu Wenjun simply remarked as Chen Mu approached the table, clutching the stew he had prepared. "What are you still dawdling for?" Come over and eat. Having already consumed the demon core of the golden-winged rock, which neither Yu Wenjun nor Hu Yunyan cared for, Chen Mu fetched 2 bowls and a basin, along with a ladle, and began serving the meat broth. 1 ladle for the principal, 1 for me, 1 for Xiaoyan, and 1 for me again. Ultimately, Chen Mu filled a basin while the other 2 received a bowl each. What could they do? Yu Wenjun and Hu Yunyan exchanged amused glances, resigned to indulging him. I'm starting. Chen Mu tilted his head back and drank heartily. For one must not waste good food. After finishing a basin of broth, Chen Mu felt a slight warmth coursing through his body and promptly sat down to meditate. Seeing this, Hu Yunyan teased, "It seems Brother Mu is about to break through again." Yu Wenjun nodded in agreement, saying, "This lad appears to have no bottlenecks whatsoever." As Chen Mu meditated, golden light began to swirl around him, a sign of the mountain sea technique operating autonomously. Within him, the 5th pillar of vital energy rapidly ascended, soon reaching fullness, followed by the emergence of a 6th pillar. Suddenly, flaming wings burst forth from Chen Mu's back, gradually extinguishing to reveal a pair of golden wings sprouting from him. Astonishingly, flames ignited at the feathered tips of these wings. These were the wings of the golden-winged rock. Chapter 51. The Inferno of the Mortal Realm, the Great Wilderness City. No, Yu Wenjun spoke. Not only that, but it has also evolved alongside his previous wings. Compared to Hu Yun, Chen Mu bore a striking resemblance to a celestial beast. The golden fiery wings behind Chen Mu suddenly unfurled, spanning over 3 meters. Within his sea of consciousness, Chen Mu gazed at the slowly retracting scroll of mountains and seas, which now contained an additional image. Unfortunately, it was merely an ordinary golden-winged pong. Clenching his fist, he murmured, "Surely, I must be more formidable than Xiaoyan now." With that, he exited his sea of consciousness. Upon emerging, Chen Mu immediately noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 2 and hastily inquired, "What happened?" Yu Wenjun glanced at Chen Mu and replied, "The great wilderness city has been attacked by beasts." Attacked by beasts? A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mu's face as he seated himself once more and asked, "What exactly transpired?" Yu Wenjun recounted the transmission he had just received. In recent days, countless beasts had surged into the great wilderness city, resulting in heavy casualties. More importantly, Qiwen himself had arrived, declaring that if Chen Mu was not surrendered within 3 days, he would annihilate the great wilderness city. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the trio grew grave. It was evident that this was an attempt to coerce Chen Mu into revealing himself. After a lengthy pause, Chen Mu gritted his teeth and declared, "Director, we must return." Yu Wenjun regarded Chen Mu and said, "Do you not understand? Their actions are designed to prevent your further growth. As long as you continue to develop steadily, you will undoubtedly attain sanctity. Moreover," Yu Wenjun continued, "as long as you do not reveal yourself, they will not eradicate everyone." Yet, Chen Mu shook his head, saying, "Director, they are beasts. Slaughter is their very nature. Thus, whether I appear or not, they will pursue total annihilation." After some contemplation, Yu Wenjun ceased to dwell on the matter. "In that case, let us return and see what kind of storm Qiwen can stir." With that, both turned their gazes toward Hu Yun, who merely smiled gently and said, "Why are you looking at me? Wherever Brother Mu goes, I shall follow." Chen Mu grinned, patting Hu Yun on the shoulder. "Fear not. I will protect you." After 5 years, Hu Yun had blossomed into an even more enchanting presence, her figure increasingly striking. Having resolved to return, the trio wasted no time and swiftly arrived at the great wilderness city. However, within the city, smoke of war billowed, and beasts roamed freely, some even feasting upon corpses. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay scattered everywhere, rendering it a veritable hell on earth. Witnessing this, a surge of fury welled within Chen Mu, his fists clenched tightly. Hu Yun stepped forward, gently grasping Chen Mu's hand. At that moment, the city's prison held countless citizens captive, including the city lord, Yan Huaguang. Fang Wenyu, flanked by 2 beasts, entered the prison. Ordinary citizens, upon seeing this, retreated in fear, cramming into corners. Fang Wenyu displayed a cruel smile. "Today, since that bastard Chen Mu has yet to appear, let us drag out another 100 to slay." Nearby, the imprisoned Yan Huaguang coldly regarded Fang Wenyu, his voice hoarse. "Fang Wenyu, you traitor of the human race, you shall not die well." At this moment, Yan Huaguang had long since lost his humanity, clearly having endured inhumane torment. Fang Wenyu approached Yin Huaguang's cell, a faint smile gracing his lips as he maintained his facade of a genteel gentleman. City Lord, I call this being a man of insight. Yet you persist in withholding Chen Mu's whereabouts. Do you truly believe he would dare return to save you? Or do you imagine that the people of the Great Wilderness Academy can escape? At this moment, the Great Wilderness Academy had been ensnared in a barrier set by Qi, leaving no living creature able to escape. They could only watch helplessly as the tragedy unfolded in the Great Wilderness City. Suddenly, Fang Wenyu yanked Yin Huaguang's collar, revealing a sinister smile. I've heard that the young lord has grown more enchanting these past few years. I wonder what flavor he carries. Ha ha ha, at Fang Wenyu's words. Yin Huaguang glared fiercely at him. If mere gazes could kill, Fang Wenyu would have perished countless times. Fang Wenyu, you lapdog of the beast clan. You shall not die well. Fang Wenyu, unimpressed, scratched his ear, replying, all I hear from you are the same two phrases. If that's all you can muster. It appears you truly do not know the whereabouts of that bastard Chen Mu. In that case, you are of no further use. With a wave of his hand, Fang Wenyu commanded, take this old man away. Let him serve as a feast for my brothers. The two humanoid beasts behind Fang Wenyu stepped forward, dragging Yin Huaguang away. On a distant mountain, Chen Mu and his companions surveyed the desolation of the great wilderness city, their anger mounting with each passing moment. You two handle the beast in the city. I shall confront Qinwen. The two nodded. Director, be careful. Qinwen alone is no match for me. With that, Yu Wenjun vanished from sight. Brother Mu, what shall we do? Chen Mu's eyes blazed with unquenchable fury as he uttered a single word. Kill. The two figures vanished. And wherever they passed, every living beast met with a gruesome end. In the execution grounds of the great wilderness city, Fang Wenyu lounged in a high seat while below. 100 individuals knelt in submission. Fang Wenyu caressed the back of his chair with satisfaction, remarking, is this how the city lord used to feel while overseeing executions? Quite delightful indeed. He then straightened his posture, gazing down at Yin Huaguang with a smile. Old man, did you ever think you would find yourself here, facing execution? Yin Huaguang shot a cold glance at Fang Wenyu, retorting, Fang Wenyu, I reiterate, allying with beasts, you shall not die well. Seeing Yin Huaguang and Appos' defiance, Fang Wenyu lost interest. The beast clan thrives while the human race has become expendable. Only by following the beast can one achieve the pinnacle of existence. As he spoke, Fang Wenyu slipped into a frenzied ecstasy, arms outstretched as if in supplication. Lowering his head, he cast a sidelong glance at Yin Huaguang. Forget it. A mere mortal like you will never comprehend. He drew a token and tossed it aside. Let the execution commence. Fang Wenyu and Appos' minions raised their blades. Yin Huaguang kept his head held high, refusing to bow. Just as the blades descended, an inexplicable force intervened, halting them midair, followed by a golden longsword that soared through the air, dispatching them all. Witnessing this, Fang Wenyu jolted upright, his pupils dilating in shock. Who dares? Show yourself. In response to his furious shout, a calm voice resonated behind him. No need to shout. Your father is here. Chen Mu stood behind Fang Wenyu, effortlessly crushing the heads of the two beasts that had accompanied him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fang Wenyu and Appos' pupils constricted violently, retreating in haste. You. Chapter 52. Rescuing the City Lord and Others. Upon realizing that Chen Mu had stealthily approached from behind, having vanquished two formidable demon beasts of the Demon Core stage, a flicker of terror crossed Fang Wenyu and Appos' eyes. Chen Mu and Appos' prowess was indeed terrifying. With a cold gaze fixed on Fang Wenyu, Chen Mu remarked, it appears that sparing your life was a grave error. Fang Wenyu and Appos' face contorted with anger upon hearing Chen Mu and Appos' words from the past. Below, Hu Yunyan swiftly liberated everyone from their bindings. Suddenly, Fang Wenyu erupted into laughter. Ha! Chen Mu, you have finally arrived. In an instant, Chen Mu surged forward, gripping Fang Wenyu by the throat. Of course, I came. If I didn't, how could I exterminate you wretched beings? Suspended in Chen Mu and Appos' grasp, Fang Wenyu, however, wore a look of smug satisfaction. Kill us? Can you truly achieve that? At his words, Chen Mu frowned, his grip tightening as he had no desire to waste time with Fang Wenyu. With a sudden crack, Fang Wenyu's neck broke, and he ceased to struggle. Chen Mu discarded Fang Wenyu and Appos' lifeless body aside, and turned to walk towards Hu Yunyun, only to be met with Fang Wenyu and Appos' eerie laughter echoing behind him. Chen Mu, I told you, you cannot kill me for. Chen Mu turned to behold Fang Wenyu, now transformed into a beast with a bull's horns and horse's head. I have been bestowed with the gift of immortality by the demon emperor. Seeing Fang Wenyu in this grotesque form, Chen Mu merely clenched his fists and approached him slowly. Then allow me to ascertain whether you are indeed immortal. With a flourish, Chen Mu's golden fire wings unfurled behind him, propelling him towards Fang Wenyu with astonishing speed. Too swift for even the beastly Fang Wenyu to perceive. Before he could utter another word, Chen Mu's fist connected with his chest. Thud. Fang Wenyu's chest caved in, and he distinctly felt something shatter within him. No, it cannot be. I am immortal. With a resounding thud, Fang Wenyu collapsed to the ground. Disbelief etched in his eyes. Below, Yin Huaguang gazed at the unfamiliar Chen Mu, equally astonished. In merely 5 years, he had evolved to such a terrifying degree. Chen Mu approached Yin Huaguang and inquired softly, City Lord Yin, are you unharmed? Yin Huaguang shook his head, indifferent to the gruesome wounds adorning his body. Beside him, Hu Yunyan regarded Yin Huaguang and asked, City Lord Yin, how could you allow such a petty thief to run rampant? With a sigh that seemed to age him a decade, Yin Huaguang lamented, alas, it is all the doing of ancient beasts. They possess domains that render us powerless to resist. Ancient beasts? Chen Mu seized upon this crucial information. Are there not just one? Yin Huaguang and Appos' eyes conveyed an inscrutable emotion. I cannot ascertain the exact number, but 3 have indeed made their presence known. At this revelation, Chen Mu's expression shifted. Dread washed over him. Oh no. What of the Dean? Hu Yunyan grasped Chen Mu's hand reassuringly. Do not fret, Brother Mu. The Dean will surely be safe. Redirecting his attention to Yin Huaguang, Chen Mu continued, our current mission is to assist City Lord Yin in eradicating the beast from the Great Wasteland City. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu forced himself to regain composure and asked Yin Huaguang, City Lord Yin, where are the others imprisoned? Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through Yin Huaguang and Appos' body, prompting Hu Yunyan to produce a healing pill, which he promptly swallowed. The others should still be in the dungeon. That scoundrel Fang Wenyu only tormented me, while the others were merely confined. Upon reaching the dungeon, they encountered a guard beast, swiftly dispatched by Chen Mu. In the innermost cell, the occupants, alerted by the commotion, pressed against the bars, peering outside. Madam? Madam? Upon hearing Yin Huaguang and Appos' voice, Mrs. Yin immediately responded, My lord. Yin Huaguang approached the cell door, grasping Mrs. Yin's hand through the bars. My dear, are you unharmed? Tears streamed down Mrs. Yin's face. Only moments ago, she had received news of Yin Huaguang and Appos' impending execution to feed the beasts. Overcome with emotion, she wept uncontrollably. And seeing her husband alive before her rekindled the lost hope within her. As the two shared a poignant moment, Chen Mu interjected, City Lord Yin, let us first rescue everyone. At the sound of his voice, Nangong Yaya within the cell exclaimed excitedly, Chen Mu, is it truly you? The name elicited varied reactions among the prisoners. Their plight was largely due to Chen Mu's actions, after all. With a resounding crash, Chen Mu forcefully opened the cell door, and joy illuminated the faces of all within. A figure dashed forward, enveloping Chen Mu in a tight embrace. Chen Mu, it's really you. Now 20 years old. Nangong Yaya had matured significantly, her graceful figure exuding a captivating fragrance that enveloped Chen Mu. He felt momentarily at a loss, eventually settling on gently patting her back. It's all right, Sister Yaya. Everything is over now. After a prolonged moment, Nangong Yaya released Chen Mu, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Nangong Chuanli observed his daughter and Appos' demeanor and couldn't and Appos' help but shake his head. In the past, she would often visit the Great Wasteland Academy under the pretext of seeing her brother, but at that time, Chen Mu had been in a state of enlightenment, unable to be disturbed. Little did they know, 5 years had elapsed since their last meeting, leaving no opportunity for farewells. At the rear, Nangong Zhaozhao still regarded Chen Mu with disdain. It was Yin Huaguang who broke the silence. Let us exit first. Chen Mu concurred. Yes, let us discuss this outside. He and Hu Yunyan led the way, with Hu Yunyan playfully pinching Chen Mu's side, causing him to wince. What are you doing? You truly are favored by the ladies. Hu Yunyan shot him a playful glare, her tone tinged with jealousy. What are you saying? Sister Yaya is a good person. Their playful banter did not go unnoticed by Nangong Yaya, who felt a tinge of unexpected emotion. As the group emerged from the dungeon, the ground trembled violently beneath them. What is happening? Chen Mu looked towards the direction of the Great Wasteland Academy, exchanging a glance with Hu Yunyan, both filled with concern. Finally, Yin Huaguang spoke. You should go. Our spiritual energy is gradually recovering. We can handle the remaining beasts. Chen Mu nodded. Then we shall leave the rest to the city lord. With that, he began to depart with Hu Yunyun, only to be called back by Nagong Yaya. Wait. They turned to see Nagong Yaya approaching. Smiling as she offered a sachet containing a safety talisman. I intended to give this to you 5 years ago, but her unspoken words hung in the air, laden with meaning. Nagong Yaya embraced Chen Mu once more, whispering, "Welcome back safely." Chapter 53, The Fall of Jiolong, The Emergence of the Demon Dragon. Nagong Yaya's concern warmed Chen Mu's heart. He smiled and waved his hand, assuring her, "I will, Sister Yaya." After saying this, he vanished with Hu Yunyun before the crowd. As soon as they left, tears streamed down Nagong Yaya's face uncontrollably, for reasons she could not comprehend. She had an unsettling feeling that Chen Mu would not return from this journey. Nagong Chen approached and embraced Nagong Yaya. "Do not worry, my dear, he will be fine." Despite having witnessed his daughter countless times sketching portraits of Chen Mu, it bewildered him how little they had actually met. The group from the Great Wilderness Academy was trapped within a formation, capable of sending messages outside but unable to let any living being escape. Moreover, they had no way of receiving any news. Meanwhile, Yuan Zun was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 ancient mythical beasts. Among them were Qiwen, the 8th son of the annihilation demon dragon Fushi, and the 7th son, Bilian. All 3 beasts were at the tribulation stage, yet Yuan Zun, a sage, stood firm against them. With a powerful strike, he repelled Fushi, locking eyes with the 3 beasts. "Qian, do you dare to tread upon my great wilderness city? Do you think there is no one here to oppose you?" Qiwen's eyes narrowed, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "Humph. Old man, how long can you, a mere flickering candle in the wind, endure?" Fushi maintained a calm demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke softly. "Old sir, achieving sagehood is no easy feat. I advise you to hand that person over to us, and we shall guarantee our departure." "Ha!" Yuan Zun scoffed, disbelief etched across his face. "You dare negotiate terms with me? You are not worthy. Since you have come today, I shall ensure you leave with nothing." As he spoke, Yuan Zun's aura surged, compelling the 3 beasts to retreat in shock. The crowd below, including by Li Wanqin and others, could only watch helplessly. Wei Zhanhai slammed his fist against the wall, causing it to shatter. "Are we to stand by and watch? And what do you propose? Do you have a way to break this formation?" Ningyu Kai pointed at the barrier that trapped them, a formation laid by Qiwen with all their might. Even Yuan Zun would require considerable time to dismantle it. "I wonder how that lad is faring," Wei Zhanhai murmured. Bai Li Wanqing replied softly, "It is best if he does not appear now." "Why?" They all turned to him, but he simply gazed upward, remaining silent. In midair, the 3 beasts found themselves momentarily at a disadvantage. They knew they were no match for Yuan Zun, yet they intended to outlast him, believing the old man could not endure longer than they could. Evidently, Yuan Zun was aware of this, and he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Just then, Chen Mu and Hu Yunyun arrived. As they emerged, Qiwen's gaze locked onto Chen Mu, licking his lips. "Ah, young man, you finally made your appearance." With that, a massive dragon claw, imbued with immense force, lunged towards Chen Mu. Sensing the imminent danger, Chen Mu found himself unable to move. The majestic presence of the great China within the formation roared, "Quick, dodge, you fool." As Qiwen's claw descended upon Chen Mu, Yuan Zun suddenly appeared before him, effortlessly deflecting the massive paw. Qiwen's eyes flashed with danger. "Old fool, you seek death." In the next moment, Qiwen proclaimed, "The prey has arrived. Why do you not reveal yourselves?" As his words echoed, 6 more figures gradually emerged, all fixated on Chen Mu. It seemed the power of the Qing Huang had been fully refined by him, perfectly poised for the creation of the broken abyss pill, which would allow them to transcend the tribulation. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other 8 figures gleamed with fervor. They had long coveted the Qing Huang, born of the heavenly Tao, yet had not dared to act. Yuan Zun raised his gaze slightly, scanning the 9 beasts, and spoke softly. "Legend has it that the 9 sons of the annihilation demon dragon are born at odds with one another, each occupying their own lair. I never expected to see them congregate here at the Great Wilderness Academy." Qiwen smirked disdainfully. "Old man, you ignored me when I spoke kindly. Now prepare to meet your end." "Meet my end?" Yuan Zun gradually ascended into the air, hands clasped behind him, as if the surrounding air had come to a standstill. When he finally raised his hands, a gentle breeze stirred, lightly tousling his white hair. In the blink of an eye, his white locks transformed, reverting to a youthful visage. Behind him, a golden figure appeared, as if made of solid substance. "Such trivial banner is beneath me. None know I am the true immortal." As these words left his lips, an overwhelming force radiated from him, causing varied expressions to flicker across the faces of the 9 beasts. The golden figure behind Yuanzun slowly opened its eyes, and the 9 beasts coughed up blood. At that moment, the only thought in their minds was to flee. Yet as they turned to escape, they found themselves frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Now you wish to run? It is too late. Boom. 9 plumes of blood mist erupted, and the formation trapping by Li Wanqing and the others disintegrated instantly. They looked up in awe at Yuanzun. The dean has ascended to immortality. In truth, Yuanzun had long been capable of transcending sagehood, breaking free from the shackles of this world. But he had chosen not to. As he hovered in the air, Chen Mu's eyes glimmered with admiration. Suddenly, thunder rumbled above, and a vortex appeared. From within the vortex emerged a colossal dragon head. To his astonishment, this world also held beings who had ascended. Yuanzun lifted his gaze towards the dragon head. "You are the Annihilation Demon Dragon?" The dragon head murmured to itself. "The Annihilation Demon Dragon? It has been ages since I heard that name." Then, the dragon's enormous eyes opened wide. "Are you the one who killed my 9 sons?" "It was I. What will you do about it?" Yuanzun maintained his calm demeanor. He sensed that the dragon head before him was not its true form. The dragon head opened its mouth, slowly inhaling the previous blood mist. "Since you killed my sons, I shall take his life." As the words fell, a force locked onto Chen Mu before Yuanzun could react, and Chen Mu was already airborne. Yuanzun swiftly reached out, grasping Chen Mu. As 2 forces tugged at him, Chen Mu felt as though his body was being torn asunder, only to be reassembled. Yuanzun furrowed his brow, yet he dared not relent for a moment. Otherwise, Chen Mu would surely perish. "Ah, I see." The dragon head spoke again. And in the next instant, a torrent of dragon breath surged forth, aimed directly at Chen Mu. At this moment, Yuanzun had no strength left to intervene. Chapter 54. The Curse of the 9 Dragons. Upon witnessing the impending danger, Wei Zhenhai swiftly ascended into the air, determined to intercept the blow. However, before he could reach his destination, an overwhelming force struck him down, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. In an instant, the dragon's breath was less than 2 meters away from Chen Mu, and no one believed he could withstand such a blow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a slender figure broke through the layers of obstruction and positioned herself in front of Chen Mu. It was none other than Hu Yunyun. As the dragon's breath was about to descend upon Hu Yunyun, Chen Mu, in excruciating pain, managed to open his eyes and beheld her smiling face. "Brother Mu, this time. It is finally my turn to protect you. No. Please don and amp. Amp. Oppos. T." Chen Mu reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp Hu Yunyun. But in the next instant, her form dissolved into dust before his very eyes. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck Chen Mu and amp. Oppos. S hard. Meanwhile, the dragon head was clearly displeased. How could one penetrate my defenses? It then lifted its gaze to the swirling vortex above. "Is time running out? Very well. I shall collect a small interest. The remaining vendetta shall be settled by them in due course." With that, it exhaled 9 crimson rings of light that descended upon Chen Mu. "Before my sons are resurrected, let you endure the torment of the curse of the 9 dragons." After completing its incantation, the dragon head was drawn up into the vortex above. Yuanzun, with a grave expression, pulled Chen Mu back to his side and began to assess his condition. Chen Mu's face was a canvas of agony, as though he had been through a harrowing ordeal. With the departure of the dragon head, tranquility returned to the surroundings, and aside from Su Miao, no one seemed to notice the disappearance of Hu Yunyun. She tirelessly searched for Hu Yunyun's soul with her spiritual senses, yet yielded no results. At the spirit beast peak, within Chen Mu's wooden cabin, a few individuals stood: Yuanzun, Wei Zhenhai, and Xiao Hui. Director, Chen Mu. Wei Zhenhai expressed his deep concern as he gazed at the bed where Chen Mu lay, his complexion alternating between pale and ashen. Xiao Hui, equally worried, stood at the head of the bed, softly calling, "Master." Yuanzun's expression was grim as he spoke softly. "That old fiend is indeed ruthless, ultimately using the blood of its 9 sons to cast the curse of the 9 dragons upon Chen Mu, sealing his 8 senses and soul." Wei Zhenhai's pupils dilated in disbelief. Does that mean Chen Mu will become a helpless being unable to do anything? Yuanzun remained silent, for the truth was indeed as grim as it sounded. "Director, is there no way?" Wei Zhenhai's voice trembled, not expecting their first meeting after 5 years would end in such separation. "There is a way." Upon hearing Yuanzun's words, Wei Zhenhai was filled with hope and eagerly asked, "What is it?" I can implant the Great Compassion Mantra within Chen Mu to counteract the curse of the 9 dragons, Yuan Zun stated gently. Upon hearing that Chen Mu had a chance of salvation, Wei Zhenhai urged, then please do it quickly. The Great Compassion Mantra requires the essence blood of 9 individuals for its implantation, Yuan Zun continued. Furthermore, once the mantra is implanted, Chen Mu cannot remain in the Great Wilderness Academy. Wei Zhenhai was taken aback. Why can an amp, oppos, he stay in the academy? Because once the aura of the curse of the 9 dragons dissipates, that old fiend will surely return. Yuan Zun raised his gaze, peering through the roof as if he sensed a pair of eyes observing from above. Then we can send Chen Mu to the lower wilderness. Yuan Zun shook his head. It is futile. As long as he remains in the northern wilderness, he will be discovered. Are you suggesting? Wei Zhenhai inquired hesitantly. Gazing at the tormented Chen Mu, Yuan Zun replied coolly, he can only be sent to the human realm. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenhai furrowed his brow but soon reconciled himself with the thought. It would be best to send Chen Mu to a kind family, sparing him further suffering. That will not do. Yuan Zun firmly rejected. Wherever in the human realm he goes, it must be left to fate. Otherwise, it will provide that old fiend with a trail to follow. Wei Zhenhai ceased his insistence, stepping outside to inform others of Chen Mu and Oppo's condition. In the end, the last to offer their essence blood included 6 peak masters, along with Yin Yi and Shang Weixin, culminating with Yuan Zun himself. Essence blood represents the quintessence of a cultivator. Losing even a drop would undoubtedly have a significant impact on their cultivation. At the Spirit Sword peak of the Great Wilderness Academy, in the center of the Divine Movement Array, Chen Mu lay quietly within the formation. This is the final chance to bid farewell. When we meet again, it may be 10 years or 100 years, all dependent on fate. Yuan Zun and Oppo's voice echoed softly. The group approached slowly, casting one last glance at Chen Mu. Yin Yi observed his profile, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, as Yuan Zun activated the formation, a brilliant white light shot into the sky, visible to all within Great Wilderness City. Upon witnessing the white light, Nangong Yaya suddenly felt a pang of heartache, as if something precious was leaving her. Time passed, and beside the Divine Movement Array, only Yin Yi, Wei Zhenhai, Xiao Hui, and Nangong Yi remained. Nangong Yi called softly, and Yin Yi turned, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. After one final glance at the spot where Chen Mu had vanished, she turned away and departed. In the end, only Wei Zhenhai and Xiao Hui remained rooted in place. After a long silence, Wei Zhenhai finally spoke. Xiao Hui, from now on, you shall cultivate alongside me. In the human realm, within a remote village in the Great Zhou Kingdom, in a hazy state, Chen Mu felt something prodding at his nose. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find a small girl with 2 bun-like pigtails, clad in a tattered hemp garment, holding a tuft of dogtail grass and poking his nose. Upon noticing Chen Mu and Oppo's eyes opening, the girl dropped the grass, backing away until she collided with the wooden wall. Then, she dashed out, shouting, Mother! Father! He is awake. Chen Mu slightly turned his head, not focusing on the wooden room, and murmured, Where am I? Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his head, and he felt as if he had been asleep for an eternity, having experienced a strange dream. In that dream, 9 dragons incessantly devoured his essence blood, followed by 9 chains that bound the dragons tightly. When he opened his eyes again, he found a middle-aged man before him, accompanied by a woman who was gently holding the shoulder of the little girl. Young man, you truly are awake? The middle-aged man's face bore an incredulous expression as he gently patted Chen Mu. Seeing the 3, Chen Mu propped himself up, eventually managing to sit up with the middle-aged man and Oppo's assistance. Where's this? Chen Mu asked hoarsely, and the middle-aged man poured him a cup of water, responding, This is Hongyu Village. Chapter 55. A new beginning. Months have passed, and Chen Mu has finally regained his strength. However, aside from knowing his name, he remembers nothing else. Wah! Brother Mu, Xiao Pang is bullying me. Zhou Xiaohui, wiping her tears, rushes towards Chen Mu, who is busy handling fish caught in the net. He quickly wipes his hands and lifts the 4-year-old girl into his arms. What's wrong, Xiaohui? Zhou Xiaohui sobs in Chen Mu and Oppo's embrace. Xiao Pang took my little windmill. What? He dared to snatch your windmill? Take me to him, and watch how I teach him a lesson. Since awakening, Chen Mu has retained no memories, and the Zhou couple, seeing his pitiable state, decided to keep him with them. They go fishing daily, and with Zhou Xiaohui alone at home, they are always anxious. Upon reaching the seaside, they spot a chubby boy gleefully running with a windmill in hand. Little windmill, ahu ahu however. Before he can enjoy his fun for long, Chen Mu swiftly lifts him up and snatches the windmill from his grasp, handing it back to Zhou Xiaowei. Here. Hold it tight. Zhou Xiaowei and Amp. Appo's tears are replaced with laughter as she runs off with her windmill. Meanwhile, the chubby boy dangles in the air, nearly crying. Chubby boy, if you dare take anything from Xiaowei again, believe me, I and Amp. Appo's make your brother regret it. Though Chen Mu has lost his memories, his strength is undeniable, and no one in the village can match him. Wah! The chubby boy bursts into tears in Chen Mu and Amp. Appo's grip. Just then, a young man comes running over. Chen Mu, you're bullying my brother again. Chen Mu drops the boy and reaches out to grab the young man, who is caught off guard. He swiftly delivers a punch to his eye, leaving it swollen and bruised. If you let your brother snatch my sister's things again, next time I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish. The young man trembles, shielding his face with his hands. I'm sorry, Chen Mu. I didn't tell him to take it. I don't care. He stole it, so I'm punishing you. With that, Chen Mu tosses the young man to the ground. He cannot bully a 5 or 6-year-old, but can certainly take it out on the boy and Amp. Appo's older brother. Turning, he calls out to the still-running Zhou Xiaowei, Xiaowei, it's time to go home. Hongyu Village is a small settlement in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Nestled by the Red Fish Sea, the name derives from the presence of red fish in the waters, symbolizing good fortune. Each fishing trip yields a bountiful catch, and the villagers have never encountered storms. When they unexpectedly catch a red fish, they kiss it lightly before releasing it back into the sea. Upon returning home, Chen Mu resumes his work with the fish, turning to Zhou Xiaowei with a warning, Xiaowei, don't wander off. Suddenly, a drop of rain lands on Chen Mu and Amp. Appo's hand. He looks up to see the previously clear sky now shrouded in dark clouds, threatening heavy rain. Oh no! Chen Mu hastily brings in the fish drying outside. Just as he retrieves the last basin, a loud clap of thunder resounds, startling Zhou Xiaowei into tears. Wah! Brother Mu! The rain descends abruptly, and Chen Mu holds Zhou Xiaowei close, furrowing his brow as he gazes at the torrential downpour. This rain came far too suddenly. He worries about Zhou Dainiu and the others still at sea. I wonder how Uncle Dainiu and the others are doing. They should be able to return safely, right? Not only is Chen Mu concerned, but the rest of the villagers are anxious as well. The village chief always predicts the weather before they head out to sea. And today's omens indicated no rain. Yet, here they are, faced with a deluge. Under Chen Mu's soothing presence, Zhou Xiaowei eventually drifts off to sleep. After placing her on the bed and muffling her ears, he dons a straw hat and raincoat and steps outside. At the dock, others have gathered, including the village chief and Appo's son, Zhu Zheng. Hearing movement behind him, Zhu Zheng turns, surprised. Chen Mu, what brings you here? Where's Xiaowei? Chen Mu approaches, standing beside him. Xiaowei is asleep, and I felt uneasy, so I came to check. Zhu Zheng nods, sharing the same unease that brought him here. It's strange. My father said there wouldn't be any rain today. How could it pour like this? Even in the past, if there was a discrepancy, it was never this severe. Chen Mu remains silent, gazing into the distance. Time passes, and eventually, a mast appears on the horizon. They're back. Zhu Zheng, not as optimistic as Chen Mu, asks excitedly, really? Indeed, I see the mast. Soon, amidst the turbulent waves, several small boats precariously return to shore, and miraculously, everyone is safe. Chen Mu spots Zhou Dainiu and rushes towards them. Uncle Dainiu, are you all right? Seeing Chen Mu, Zhou Dainiu is momentarily taken aback before asking, Chen Mu, what are you doing here? I was worried about you all, so I came to check. As he speaks, Chen Mu places the straw hat on Zhou Dainiu's head and holds the raincoat over him. Xiao Mu, you don't need to give us yours. Wear it yourself. Zhou Dainiu's wife attempts to return the hat to Chen Mu. I'm fine, Aunt Dainiu. Let us head back. What if Xiaowei wakes up and can't find anyone? She'll be scared. Hearing this, Aunt Dainiu refrains from insisting, and Zhou Dainiu calls out to the others, everyone. Let us hurry back and avoid catching a chill. The villagers watch enviously as Zhou Dainiu and the others depart. Zhou Dainiu is so lucky to have such a sensible son. My own foolish boy is probably off playing in the water somewhere. Once home, the three shake off the rainwater. Xiao Mu, quickly dry off and change into dry clothes. You'll catch a cold. Chen Mu smiles and complies. In the room, Zhou Xiaowei has awakened, but instead of crying, she has wrapped herself in her blanket. When did you wake up, Xiaowei? Upon seeing Chen Mu, her tears flow anew. Brother Mu. Chen Mu hastily changes clothes before picking her up. I'm sorry, Xiaowei. I shouldn't have left you alone at home. Zhou Xiaowei merely clings to Chen Mu's neck, snuggling closer. Brother Mu, I didn't cry. I knew you were out looking for uncle and aunt. All right, Xiaowei is so brave. I'll reward you with a little fish later. As they step outside, Zhou Daniu has just changed and emerges. Xiaowei, come down. Your brother is exhausted after a long day. Zhou Xiaowei turns her head away defiantly. I want tea. You little girl. You're almost 5 and still want to be carried? Aren't you embarrassed? Yet, Zhou Xiaowei only hugs tighter. Chen Mu chuckles. It's all right, Uncle Daniu. By the way, Uncle Daniu, how did this sudden storm come about? Chapter 56. Chen Mu braves the rain to fetch medicine. Zhou Daniu tightened his clothing and cast a glance at the torrential rain pouring from the sky. It was indeed strange. The rain had come without warning. I must visit the village chief. Chen Mu nodded, urging caution. This deluge arrived with alarming ferocity, signaling troubling times ahead. Suddenly, Chen Mu noticed that the little girl in his arms had fallen silent. Xiaowei? Has she fallen asleep again? He gently lowered Zhou Xiaowei, observing her slightly flushed face, and hurriedly placed his hand against her forehead. Ouch, she and Appo's burning up. Aunt Daniu. Chen Mu quickly carried Zhou Xiaowei to Aunt Daniu, who was busy cooking. Aunt Daniu, Xiaowei seems to be unwell. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaowei and Appo's pallor, Aunt Daniu and Appo's demeanor shifted instantly to panic. Oh dear, she exclaimed, taking Zhou Xiaowei from Chen Mu and rushing towards their room. Chen Mu followed closely behind, perplexed. He watched as Aunt Daniu rummaged through various cabinets. Aunt Daniu, what are you searching for? He inquired. Medicine, she replied, her urgency palpable. This girl has a peculiar condition. She always runs a fever when it rains. It hasn't rained in months, and I nearly forgot about this. After a frantic search, Aunt Daniu and Appo's face fell as she slapped her palm against her forehead. Oh no. We and Appo's out of medicine. What shall we do? Chen Mu quickly reassured her. Dawn and Appo's. Worry, Aunt Daniu. Where can I find the doctor? I will fetch it. Aunt Daniu looked at him with concern. But the doctor is in town, and with this torrential rain, there are no carts available. Just tell me where he is. Aunt Daniu. I will go. Tears welled in Aunt Daniu's eyes. In such heavy rain, how can you possibly go? I'll run. Chen Mu grasped Aunt Daniu's shoulders, urging her to remain calm. I run fast. I'll be back from town in no more than 2 hours. However, Aunt Daniu remained unconvinced, fretting over the tempest outside. Chen Mu insisted, don't worry, Aunt Daniu. Xiaowei's health is the priority. Eventually, Aunt Daniu, with a determined resolve, relented and provided Chen Mu with 500 copper coins for the medicine. Chen Mu, be careful. Put on these 2 raincoats, one in front and one behind, and wear this hat securely. As Aunt Daniu adjusted the hat on his head, Chen Mu smiled broadly. Rest assured, Aunt Daniu, I will return promptly. With that, he dashed back into the rain, heading towards Qingyun town, unknowingly embarking on a journey that would change everything upon his return. As Zhou Daniu arrived at the home of village chief Zhu Yuwei, he overheard someone berating Chen Mu. It must be that Chen Mu, before he came, nothing ever went wrong in Hongyu village. In just a few months, we nearly perished at sea. Silence. Do not speak without evidence. Village chief Zhu Yuwei admonished sharply. Zhou Daniu entered with a cold demeanor, glaring at the speaker, who had been beaten by Chen Mu earlier that day. Go-san. My Chen Mu is always hard at work at home. If I hear you slandering him again, do not blame me for turning against you. Go-san's eyes widened. He is innocent? Look at my eye. He did this to me. That is your own fault. You must have provoked him. Zhu Jing interjected, offering Zhou Daniu a seat. Calm down, Uncle Daniu. We all know Chen Mu's character. Do not pay attention to Go-san. Zhou Daniu snorted, then sat down, turning to Zhu Yuwei. Have there been any developments? Such discrepancies have never occurred before. Zhu Yuwei's expression grew serious as he surveyed the gathered crowd. We suspect someone captured a red fish and did not release it, instead consuming it, thus offending the red fish god of the sea. These words left everyone stunned, except for Go-san, whose face betrayed a hint of guilt. Meanwhile, Chen Mu sprinted through the rain, his clothing soaked despite the 2 raincoats. After running for an indeterminate time, he finally spotted a pavilion and dashed inside, unaware that 3 individuals were already present. The trio, a woman and 2 men, wielded swords and wore identical attire. Just as Chen Mu twisted his garments to wring out the water, a voice broke the silence. Excuse me. Young man, is Hongyu village in this direction? Chen Mu looked up to see a young man smiling at him, while the other 2 regarded him with equal curiosity. Who are you? Upon hearing Chen Mu's question, the young man slightly bowed. We are disciples of Qingqiu Mountain, descending to train. We sensed something unusual in this area and decided to investigate. Chen Mu nodded. He was aware that Qingqiu Mountain was the sole cultivation sect in Qingqiu Town, known for its benevolent disciples and esteemed reputation. Yes, it's indeed that way. The young man turned to glance behind him and continued, "Would you kindly guide us? We are embarrassed to admit that this is our first excursion down the mountain, and we have lost our way several times." Chen Mu shook his head decisively. "I'm sorry, but my younger sister is ill, and I must hurry to Qingqiu Town to fetch medicine for her." Upon hearing this, the young man quickly clasped his hands together in gratitude. "Then we shall not trouble you any further." Chen Mu nodded to the three and immediately plunged back into the rain, racing towards Qingqiu Town. The female disciple approached the young man, observing Chen Mu's retreating figure. What a devoted individual! In such dreadful weather, he risks his own safety to procure medicine for his sister. The other young man stood, chuckling, "Do not worry, senior sister. If you were ever in such a predicament, I would do the same for you." The girl merely rolled her eyes. "I only hope you won't cast me out." Eventually, Chen Mu arrived, breathless, at Qingqiu Town, yet he did not pause, swiftly making his way to the apothecary Aunt Daniu had mentioned. "Doctor, I need medicine." The elderly man behind the counter, noticing Chen Mu's disheveled state, quickly approached. "Young man, there's no need to rush. Please, tell me what you need." Chen Mu leaned on his knees, breathlessly stammering, It's Zhou Daniu." Upon hearing that name, the elder immediately understood. "I see. Come inside and rest. I will fetch the medicine for you." Zhou Daniu had frequently visited this apothecary for medicine in the past, but it had been a couple of months since his last visit. The elder had assumed he had recovered. Chen Mu glanced at the shop's decor, hesitating to enter, choosing instead to wait at the threshold. He was drenched, and stepping inside would surely dirty the floor. When the elder emerged with the medicine and spotted Chen Mu still lingering at the door, he gently scolded, "You foolish child, why are you still standing out there? Come in, come in." The elder held the medicine in one hand and a bowl of hot tea in the other. Chapter 57. The red fish transforms into a jiao. Yet, Chen Mu remained motionless, standing at the doorway. "Doctor, I shall not intrude. I do not wish to dirty your floor again. I will take the medicine and depart." Seeing Chen Mu resolutely refuse to enter, the elderly man ceased his persuasion, simply approaching the entrance and extending the bowl in his hand. "It does not matter at this moment. Here, have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself." Chen Mu did not decline. He accepted the bowl from the elder's hands and drank it down in one gulp. The elder could not help but inquire, "Given such heavy rain, did you run here?" Chen Mu wiped his mouth and returned the bowl, saying, "Thank you, doctor." The elder handed over the medicine to Chen Mu. "I presume matters at home are urgent. I shall not delay you further. Off you go." Chen Mu accepted the medicine, tucking it deep into his clothing, expressed his gratitude once more, and handed the elder 500 copper coins before turning to leave. The elder, clutching the purse, watched Chen Mu, who was hunched over as he ran away, murmuring, "He is indeed a good child." In truth, the value of this medicine far exceeded 500 copper coins. As he journeyed back, the rain intensified, so heavy that Chen Mu could scarcely see the path ahead, greatly hindering his speed. After an hour and a half, he finally returned. However, from the heights, he saw no trace of the village. It had been entirely submerged by the sea. Stumbling forward, he took a couple of steps before collapsing into a muddy puddle, his hat falling aside. No, it cannot be. He quickly got up and ran downwards, but before he could make it, a colossal wave surged from the distance. "Uncle Daniu! Aunt Daniu! Little Hui!" Chen Mu shouted loudly, oblivious to the approaching giant wave. Suddenly, a figure clad in white appeared, swiftly grasping Chen Mu and leaping towards the distant mountains. There were two others accompanying this figure. These three were the same ones Chen Mu had encountered upon his departure. Looking up, Chen Mu recognized the youth's face and felt a surge of relief. "It is you. Have you seen Uncle Daniu and the others? They must have escaped when the village was submerged, right?" In response to Chen Mu's anxious expression, the youth slightly bowed his head. "I am sorry. By the time we arrived, the village was already gone." With a thud, Chen Mu sank to his knees, the medicine package spilling from his arms. "No, it cannot be. Uncle Daniu and the others must have made it out." Seeing Chen Mu muttering to himself, the youth refrained from saying more. At that moment, the young girl approached the youth, casting a sympathetic glance at Chen Mu, then turning to the youth, "Master brother, something has appeared." The trio's gaze fixed upon the turbulent sea, where a mass of dark clouds loomed, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, a colossal figure vaguely discernible within. The youth spoke coldly. I did not expect such a beast to be hidden at the foot of Qingyan Mountain. The girl gazed into the distance, stating, the beast has devoured the entire village. It seems to have evolved into a jiao. At this, Chen Mu numbly raised his head to look at the dark clouds nearby. The youth's voice continued, no worries. That beast has only just broken through to the spirit-gathering stage, reaching the intelligent phase. The three of us have already attained full foundation establishment. Dealing with it should be more than sufficient. Another youth stepped forward, but how can we fight it in the sea? We cannot fly. Suddenly, a glint of coldness flashed in the youth's eyes, then we shall lure it ashore. The girl turned her head, a look of confusion in her eyes. Master brother, are you suggesting? Before she could finish, the youth retrieved a fragrant spiritual herb from his waist pouch. Dragon saliva herb. The girl exclaimed in surprise, Master brother? This is a second-tier dragon saliva herb. Where did you obtain it? The youth smiled slightly. I found it on the way here. Well done, Master brother. The younger youth chimed in. No wonder you said earlier you needed to take care of something. It was to secretly pick spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, the beast in the lake caught the scent of the dragon saliva herb, its vertical pupils fixated on the direction of the three. It then soared towards them. And the youth's expression hardened. It comes. Suddenly, the youth turned to Chen Mu. Little brother, do not despair. This beast has harmed your family. You should hide for now. Once we subdue it, you shall have your chance to slay it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu sprang to his feet and moved a short distance away to observe, his gaze fixed intently on the beast. As the beast drew closer, the girl gasped again. It is indeed the red-scaled armored jiao. The youth unsheathed his sword, gazing at the red-scaled armored jiao. It is said that a red fish deity resides in this sea, protecting the villagers here. It seems it is indeed that deity, but rather than protection, it appears to have been keeping them as livestock, awaiting the day it breaks through. The entire village would serve as its sustenance. Upon hearing this, the youth's face grew colder. These damned beasts have birthed such intelligence. The younger youth, already eager to take action, exclaimed, Master brother, sister, let us not waste time. Let us take it down directly. Do not be reckless. The youth cautioned. The red-scaled armored jiao charged towards the youth holding the dragon saliva herb, its massive maw seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Beast, do not act so arrogantly. The youth leaped high, landing atop the red-scaled armored jiao, and struck down with his sword, leaving only a scratch. Such strong defenses. The red-scaled armored jiao rolled over, throwing the youth off its back, then swung its tail at him. Master brother, be careful. Seeing the incoming tail, the youth jumped back, unleashing a sword chi that struck the tail of the red-scaled armored jiao. With a roar of pain, the jiao howled in fury. The youth shouted, form the Qingqiu sword formation. The three took their positions, swords in hand, circling the red-scaled armored jiao. Qingqiu sword chi. 3 sword chi struck the jiao. And even with its formidable defenses, 3 wounds appeared. Seeing this, the red-scaled armored jiao took to the air, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? The youth furrowed his brow and flew upwards, charging at the red-scaled armored jiao. Qingqiu sword technique. Cloud emergence. With that strike, he severed one of the jiao's claws. The beast emitted a piercing scream, crashing to the ground. The younger youth could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, Master brother is truly impressive. The youth's lips curled into a slight smile, but just as he prepared to speak, he sensed impending danger. Indeed, the next moment, a threatening ball of light shot forth from the red-scaled armored jiao's mouth, aimed directly at the younger youth who had just spoken. Dodge! The girl shouted. But the youth had never faced such a scenario, frozen in place. Just as the youth was about to be struck, the master brother dashed in front, blocking the attack with his sword, but soon both were sent flying. They collided heavily against the stone wall, followed by a resounding crash. Master brother, junior brother. The girl anxiously glanced in their direction, only to find the red-scaled armored jiao had swiftly appeared above her, mouth agape. Chapter 58. Returning Chen Mu to Qingqiu Mountain, the enormous maw appeared as if it were about to devour the young girl whole. In the distance, 2 young men watched the scene in horror. Be careful, junior sister. Senior sister, watch out. Yet, the speed of the crimson-scaled armored serpent was too swift for the girl to evade. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the serpent and forcefully closing its gaping mouth. It was none other than Chen Mu, who leaped down from a height and landed upon the serpent's back. His eyes shone with a fierce crimson hue as he unleashed a barrage of punches upon the creature. With each strike, a deep impression of his fist marred the serpent's back, leaving the 3 cultivators speechless in astonishment. In pain, the serpent thrashed violently. But Chen Mu and Appo's strength exceeded their wildest imaginations, leaving it with no choice but to wildly whip its tail. The young girl was sent sprawling aside by the force of its movements. You beast, return the lives of my uncle Dinyo. Return the lives of my aunt Dinyo. Return the life of Xiaohui. With each cry, Chen Mu and Appo's strength increased until finally he lost all semblance of rationality and sank his teeth into the serpent and Appo's neck. Nearby, the younger of the two youths gaped in disbelief at Chen Mu and Appo's actions. Was he truly attempting to bite the beast to death? To their astonishment, the serpent emitted a mournful wail as blood streamed from Chen Mu and Appo's mouth. At that moment, he resembled a frenzied beast himself. With a resounding gulp, Chen Mu drained the serpent and Appo's blood, ultimately collapsing motionless onto the ground. Yet he had no intention of letting it off so easily. His eyes still burning crimson, he targeted the serpent and Appo's abdomen, biting through it and reaching inside to extract a demon core. Just as he prepared to consume it whole, the three finally snapped out of their shock. No, however, they were a moment too late. After swallowing the demon core, Chen Mu collapsed in the rain. The three rushed forward, with the leading youth supporting Chen Mu and probing for his vital signs. A demon core is not something just anyone can consume. For ordinary people, doing so would lead to one inevitable outcome, a catastrophic explosion of their body. How is he, senior brother? Is he all right? The girl inquired anxiously. For it was Chen Mu who had saved her life moments ago. The youth's spiritual energy scanned Chen Mu's body, revealing that the demon core had posed no harm to him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He is fine. Upon hearing this, the other two relaxed as well. The younger youth suggested, let us return to the pavilion we were in before. It is unwise to remain drenched in the rain. The storm and Appo's instigator lay dead, never imagining it would be bitten to death by a person devoid of spiritual energy. As they departed, the girl stowed the serpent and Appo's carcass into her spatial bag. Even without the demon core, the beast and Appo's body remained valuable. Meanwhile, within the unconscious Chen Mu, a scroll was diligently recording. Soon, the torrential rain ceased. But Hongyu village had vanished. The trio carried Chen Mu back to Qingyun town, seeking out a medical clinic, coincidentally the very one Chen Mu had visited for medicine. The youth gently laid Chen Mu down. Doctor, please take a look at this young brother. Ah, it and Appo's him. The elder exclaimed upon seeing Chen Mu and Appo's condition. The youth looked at the elder and asked softly, Doctor, do you know him? Indeed. The elder promptly checked Chen Mu and Appo's pulse. Not long ago, he came to collect medicine from me. What has happened to him? The youth recounted the events that had transpired, and with the elder and Appo's examination, a conclusion was swiftly reached. Fortunately, it is nothing serious. He simply overindulged and fainted from the sudden influx of energy. The elder gazed at the three, drenched and dripping. Are you disciples of Qingyun Mountain? The leading youth slightly bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, during our descent, we went to Hongyu village and discovered something amiss, but alas, we were too late. At this, the elder and Appo's aged hands trembled. You mean to say Hongyu village is gone? The youth nodded gravely, glancing at the unconscious Chen Mu. He must be the sole survivor of Hongyu village. The elder sighed deeply. Alas, such is fate, such is fate. The girl approached the youth, quietly asking, Senior brother, what shall we do with him? The youth found himself at a loss. At that moment, the younger youth spoke up. Why not take him back to Qingyun Mountain? He managed to slay that beast and consumed its core. He must not be an ordinary person. But Qingyun Mountain does not permit outsiders. The girl interjected. This is the rule of Qingyun Mountain. No one may bring outsiders onto the mountain. Ah, I have an idea. The younger youth exclaimed. We could seek out Master Kong from the dining hall and ask him to take him in. When Qingyun Mountain recruits disciples again, we can let him try. The younger youth and Appo's suggestion was not without merit. After all, Chen Mu had saved their lives, and they could not abandon him. At that moment, the elder brought out 3 cups of hot tea, saying, Here, have some tea to warm yourselves. I understand you are disciples of Qingyun Mountain, so this may be of little use. The leading youth accepted the tea first, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, doctor. After a brief respite, the 3 changed into dry clothes provided by the elder, who generously offered a clean outfit, albeit slightly old-fashioned, for Chen Mu, ensuring it was at least clean. Once they were refreshed, the trio bid farewell to the elder and set off on their journey back to Qingyun Mountain. As they departed, the elder sighed softly. Ah, the tranquility of Qingyun Town, thanks to Qingyun Mountain. Qingyun Mountain consists of a total of 3,330 tiers of steps from the base to the peak. For an ordinary person wishing to enter Qingyun Mountain, this serves as the first trial. The dining hall they mentioned is not located within Qingyun Mountain, but at the 3,000th tier. Typically, the meals for the ordinary disciples of Qingyun Mountain are delivered from the dining hall. Soon, the three arrived outside the dining hall, and the youth carrying Chen Mu shouted, "Master Kong." This call summoned three rotund figures from within. "Oh, if at ISN and AMP. Oppos, T brother Li Jingyun. What brings you here?" Li Jingyun offered a slight smile. "Big Fatty. Is Master Kong in?" Big Fatty wiped his hands on a rag, tossed it aside, and brushed his clothing before calling to the other two portly figures, "Stop gawking. If you don't finish up, Master will have a word with you when he returns." Afterward, Big Fatty approached Li Jingyun. "Master has gone down the mountain to procure ingredients today." Only then did Big Fatty notice Chen Mu on Li Jingyun and AMP. Oppos' back, exclaiming, "Oh no, what has happened to this little junior brother?" Chapter 59, Awakening. The portly Depang gazed at the unconscious Chen Mu, mistakenly believing him to be a newly initiated disciple of Qingyun Mountain. Li Jingyun stepped forward to elucidate. "He is not a disciple of Qingyun Mountain, but due to our involvement, he has sustained some injuries. He lacks any family, so we brought him here." Upon hearing this, Depang looked at Li Jingyun with astonishment. "Are you attempting to violate the regulations of Qingyun Mountain?" "Of course not," Li Jingyun clarified. "Bringing him here is merely to request a favor from Master Kong, to temporarily shelter him until he recovers and can leave." Depang and AMP, Oppos' expression reflected his inner turmoil as he stroked his round face. "But Master is not here. Moreover, there are only three of us. We can hardly manage our own tasks, let alone care for him." At that moment, a young girl stepped forward and said, "Depang, there's no need to fuss over him. We will check on him whenever we have the time." Depang glanced at the girl and then at Chen Mu, still evidently troubled. Just then, a jovial voice resonated from behind them. "Oh, why is the dining hall so lively today?" They turned to see the somewhat rotund Master Kong. "The cook, Master," they exclaimed, bowing in respect, clearly acknowledging his esteemed position. Upon noticing Master Kong's return, Li Jingyun took a step forward, "Master Kong." However, before he could continue, Master Kong raised a hand to interrupt him. "I know what you wish to say. I will not accept him." Kang's outright refusal left Li Jingyun and the others momentarily dumbfounded. The girl stepped forward, wanting to protest, but Master Kong turned and walked toward the dining hall. "Depang, see our guests out." With no choice, Depang reluctantly bowed to the trio, stating, "That is simply how Master is." Seeing this, the girl pouted and placed her hands on her hips. "I've heard that Master Kong has a peculiar temper, but I didn't and AMP, Oppos, believe it until now." The younger boy quickly stepped forward to cover her mouth. "Senior sister, he hasn't and AMP, Oppos, gone far. What if he hears? Next time you come to eat, he might add some and AMP, Oppos, seasoning and AMP, Oppos, to your meal." Upon hearing this, the girl turned pale, and Li Jingyun interjected, "Enough? Master Kong is not that type of person." "This indeed reflects our lack of foresight," the boy said, his expression softening somewhat. However, glancing at Chen Mu, he voiced his concern, "But what will happen to him?" "We can and AMP, Oppos, just send him back down." Li Jingyun shook his head. "That one and AMP, Oppos, do. He has consumed the blood of the serpent dragon and ingested its demon core. He needs to recuperate in peace." At this juncture, the younger boy suggested, "Why don't we return and plead with Master? Our Qingyun Mountain has always prided itself on being benevolent. Surely he will agree." Li Jingyun shook his head again. "Benevolence is a guiding principle for our actions. But regulations are regulations. They must not be broken. This one work, and that one work." The younger boy plopped down on the steps. "So what do you propose we do? We brought him here, and we can't just abandon him." Li Jingyun surveyed the surroundings and said, "At this point, we can only place him outside. We will come to check on him periodically." The girl looked around in confusion. "But where can we possibly put him? There are only tall trees." "Senior brother, you can and Oppos, mean." "Indeed." Li Jingyun gently set Chen Mu down and handed him to another youth before striding toward the nearby trees. Seeing this, the girl quickly objected, "Senior brother, that would damage the property of Qingyun Mountain. We would be punished." Li Jingyun gently pushed her hand away with a smile. "It's merely a punishment." With that, he continued toward the trees, and the girl hesitated, glancing back at Chen Mu, biting her lip before following him. "Hey, are you both really going to do this? What about me?" Just then, Depeng emerged from the dining hall, calling out loudly, "You can't do this, Li brother." Li Jingyun and the girl turned to see Depeng lumbering toward them. "Depeng, what do you mean? What is the issue?" Depeng glanced at Chen Mu, then turned a troubled gaze toward Li Jingyun. "If you place someone here, what will the other disciples think of our dining hall? And what do you suggest we do?" Li Jingyun regarded Depeng, his demeanor calm but authoritative. "Should we simply cast him down the mountain?" Depeng waved his hands repeatedly. "I didn't say that. It's just..." He wished to take in Chen Mu, but without Master S' consent, it was a difficult position for him. "Depeng, let them bring him." Master Kong and Amp, Appo's voice called from behind, and at once, joy lit up the faces of the four. "Ah, thank you, Master." Depeng smiled brightly at Li Jingyun. "Quickly. Master has agreed." Li Jingyun smiled and bowed to Depeng. "Thank you." After bringing Chen Mu to a room in the dining hall and placing him on the bed, Li Jingyun once again bowed to Master Kong, expressing his gratitude. 10 days. Master Kong's voice was devoid of emotion. "If he has not awakened by then, I will cast him down the mountain." It was evident that this was Master Kong's greatest concession. Li Jingyun nodded and replied, "If he has not awakened in 10 days, I will personally take him down." As he prepared to leave, Li Jingyun addressed Depeng. "Depeng, I will rely on you to take good care of him. We will visit whenever we can." With that, he slipped a spirit stone into Depeng and Amp, Appo's hand. For cultivators, spirit stones were the currency of exchange. Depeng accepted it, grinning widely at Li Jingyun. "Rest assured, brotherly, with me around, there will be no issues." After Li Jingyun and the others departed, 2 more portly youths approached, known as Air Pang and Xiao Pang. "Depeng, are you really going to take care of this kid? Are you up to it?" "Yes, Depeng, we have so many tasks to complete in a day." Just then, Master Kong had somehow appeared behind them, his voice steady and unwavering. "Are you all quite idle?" Air Pang quickly straightened up. "Ah, Master, I haven't fetched the water yet. I'll be on my way." With that, he dashed off in a hurry. Xiao Pang raised his hand and said, I still need to handle the ingredients. I'll be going too." At last, only Depeng remained, muttering, "Master." Master Kong approached Chen Mu and Amp, Appo's bedside. Observing the unconscious youth, murmuring, "A tangle of clouds. The future is fraught with twists and turns. The weight of cause and effect is too heavy." This utterance seemed directed at no one in particular. Fortunately, 5 days later, Chen Mu finally opened his eyes. Taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, he surveyed the room, pondering. "Where am I?" At that moment, Depeng entered, holding a bowl of water. Their eyes met, causing Depeng to fumble the bowl, which shattered upon hitting the ground. "He is awake! He is awake!" Depeng shouted as he bolted out of the room. Chen Mu barely had time to call after him, for he felt a surge of warmth radiating from his chest. Chapter 60 Departure from Qingyuan Mountain. Chen Mu keenly sensed the intensifying warmth coursing through him, which ebbed and flowed in harmony with the movements of his hands. With a gentle lift of his hand, he struck out towards the door. An invisible wave of force surged forth, colliding with the rotund figure of Depeng, who had just entered, sending him hurtling backward. "Ouch!" Hearing the exclamation, Chen Mu looked up to find several faces staring at him in astonishment. Air Pang rushed forward to assist Depeng. "Big brother Depeng, are you all right?" Depeng, clutching his waist, angrily stomped inside and scolded Chen Mu. "How ungrateful! After all my dedicated care over these past few days, is this how you repay me?" Seated on the bed, Chen Mu, still feeling rather weak, repeatedly apologized. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect you to come in so suddenly." At this moment, Li Jingyun finally spoke up. What was that just now? He could sense that it was not merely a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Chen Mu glanced at his own hands and replied, "I'm not sure. I just felt an urge to unleash a certain power." Just then, Master Kong entered, searching for something while saying, "That was the entrance of a martial artist." "Entrance of a martial artist?" Li Jingyun exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't it necessary to refine the body from a young age to achieve this?" He seems. Realizing his words might be perceived as offensive, Li Jingyun refrained from continuing and turned to Chen Mu with a sidelong glance. The entrance of a martial artist is not necessarily tied to age. With that, Master Kong seemed to find what he was looking for and prepared to leave. "Now that you're awake, it's time to depart." He showed no intention of keeping Chen Mu. Li Jingyun wore a conflicted expression as he looked at Chen Mu, wishing to keep him for a while longer. However, since the last discovery of Chen Mu lacking spiritual roots, he understood that retaining him would serve no purpose. Having regained some strength, Chen Mu rose from the bed. But after lying down for so long, his legs felt unsteady, causing him to stumble slightly. Little brother, why don't you rest for another day? I'll plead with Master Kong. Chen Mu gently brushed aside Li Jingyun's hand. No need. I have already troubled you for too long. I am Chen Mu. He introduced himself, extending his hand. In his heart, he deemed this person worthy of friendship. Li Jingyun of Qingyun Mountain. Li Jingyun took Chen Mu and Appo's hand, and their brief exchange was devoid of further words. As they stepped outside, they found Master Kong and the others preparing to dine. Chen Mu bowed to Master Kong and to Peng. My apologies for the disturbance these past few days. I shall forever be grateful for your kindness. With that, he turned to descend the mountain. For reasons unknown, the others felt a lingering discomfort within. Peng glanced at his master, puzzled by his apparent indifference. Watching Chen Mu's retreating figure, Master Kong's expression was laden with turmoil. Wait. At last, just as Chen Mu was about to step onto the stairs, Master Kong called out. The others looked at him with anticipation. It's time for dinner. Let us eat before you leave. At these words, disappointment flickered in the eyes of the group. Chen Mu turned around, intending to decline, but his stomach audibly protested. Peng and Peng approached him with smiles. Hey, since you're here, you must join us for a meal. This is a dish personally prepared by my master, something outsiders seldom taste. Reluctantly, Chen Mu accepted the invitation for a meal, which turned out to be quite delightful. His appetite proved formidable, even surpassing that of the notoriously gluttonous Peng. My goodness, have you not eaten in days? Peng exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, Peng leaned in and whispered, Hasn't he been eating while unconscious, has he? After the meal, Chen Mu rose once more and bowed to everyone, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality. He then turned to Li Jingyun, smiling, brotherly. The mountains are high and the roads long. May our paths cross again. Li Jingyun nodded in response. Until we meet again. This time, no one hindered Chen Mu's departure. Though Master Kong spoke before he left, if you wish to practice martial arts, you may head to Longhu Mountain. Chen Mu paused momentarily, but continued his descent. Li Jingyun sighed and returned to the mountain. For a long while, Master Kong stood on a peak, gazing at Chen Mu's retreating figure, murmuring, This is all I can do to assist you. Upon returning to Qingyun town, Chen Mu was halted by a voice as he passed a medical clinic. Young man. Turning, he recognized the elderly doctor from whom he had previously obtained medicine, who waved at him with a smile. Chen Mu approached and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help last time, doctor. The elder waved his hand dismissively. It was but a small matter. However, the old man's expression turned grave as he looked at Chen Mu. I've heard about the situation in Hongyu village, you. In response, Chen Mu shook his head expressionlessly. Do not worry, doctor. I will not act recklessly. The elder sighed with relief. That is good to hear. Jordania was a friend of mine. I never anticipated such turns of fate. What are your plans next? The elder inquired, fixing his gaze on Chen Mu. Chen Mu turned his gaze toward the distance, a sense of confusion washing over him. Noticing his demeanor, the elder quickly added, If you have nowhere to go, I am in need of an apprentice. Understanding the elder and Appo's intentions to assist him, Chen Mu pondered, but ultimately declined. Thank you for your kindness, but I wish to explore Longhu Mountain first. Longhu Mountain? The elder's face registered surprise. That is quite far. Yet Chen Mu's expression conveyed determination. It is of no concern. I merely wish to take a look, as if on a journey. Wait a moment. The elder then retreated into his abode, returning shortly with a bundle and a map. This is a map to Longhu Mountain. He unfolded the map, pointing out the location to Chen Mu. This bundle contains some clothes I no longer wear. Consider it a gift. Holding the two items, Chen Mu felt deeply moved. The people of both Hongyu village and Qingyun town were truly kind-hearted. The elder patted Chen Mu on the shoulder with a smile. Though Danyu is no longer with us, you must live on for them. Eventually, Chen Mu accepted the gifts. As he departed, the elder stood at the doorway, resembling a parent bidding farewell, continually waving with a smile. However, just as he moved a short distance away, Chen Mu heard a commotion behind him. Ah, a beast has entered the town. At this, Chen Mu and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed back, plagued by an ominous feeling. Upon returning to the elder's clinic, he was horrified to see a rodent the size of a 5- or 6-year-old child clinging to the elder's neck, gnawing at him. Chapter 61. The world's sex cannot accommodate you. Surrounding individuals, eager yet apprehensive, shouted loudly in an attempt to scare off the monstrous beast. No, Chen Mu and Appo's S pupils constricted as he shouted and dashed towards the elderly man. Don't go. It's dangerous. Someone nearby tried to grab Chen Mu, but he was unable to catch him. Chen Mu reached the old man and grasped the monstrous rat, yet he dared not exert force, for it had latched onto the old man and Appo's neck. He could only pummel the creature with punch after punch. Let go. Release him. Please. Chen Mu's eyes were wide with terror. Finally, whether the rat felt pain or simply could no longer hold on, it relinquished its grip on the old man. Chen Mu stumbled backward with the rat, and the surrounding crowd quickly stepped aside. The rat emitted a piercing screech and immediately lunged at Chen Mu, but he seized it with both powerful hands. Subsequently, he slammed it onto the ground, rendering the creature momentarily dazed. However, Chen Mu had no intention of letting it off easily. He repeatedly smashed it against the earth, blood splattering everywhere. It was not until he felt the rat and Appo's body go limp that he wearily sank to the ground and released his grip. Not far away, a young man rushed over with a child in his arms, crying uncontrollably. Father! Father! The child echoed his cries, Grandfather. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mu was left in a daze, unable to fathom how the elderly man, who had just smiled and sent him off, now faced such misfortune. Was it mere chance? Among so many people, why did it choose to attack an old man? Lost in thought, Chen Mu grabbed the bundle the old man had given him and fled, almost as if in fear. When he reached a nearby stream, he thrust his head deep into the water, surfacing only when the overwhelming sensation of suffocation struck him. Gasping for air, "It's me, all my fault." Whether it was the elderly man who had aided him or the villagers of Redfish Village, they had perished because of him. They should not have been so kind. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Master Kong on Qingshan Mountain not to keep him. Gazing at his reflection in the water, a fierce determination flickered across Chen Mu's face. Monstrous beasts. It's all those damn beasts. I will learn martial arts. I will eradicate every last one of them. These words were squeezed out from between clenched teeth. At that moment, a languid voice interrupted. Your ambitions are commendable, but alas, you lack the strength. Chen Mu turned to see a ragged beggar seated atop a black donkey, looking at him with a mocking grin. Who are you? Chen Mu asked, regarding the beggar with caution. The beggar merely shrugged. Is my identity not clear enough? Not wishing to engage further, Chen Mu wiped his face dry, grabbed his bundle, and turned to leave. However, the beggar followed closely behind, urging the donkey along. An hour later, Chen Mu could no longer contain himself and shouted back at the beggar. Why are you following me? The beggar, indifferent, scratched his nose and wiped it on the donkey and Appo's tail. Who is following you? The road is wide. Why can't I walk? Chen Mu found himself at a loss for words. Time passed, and the two continued on their way. Chen Mu focused solely on reaching Longhu Mountain. Young man, you wish to go to Longhu Mountain, correct? The beggar suddenly spoke, directing a question at Chen Mu. Confused, Chen Mu glanced back at him. You too? The beggar reclined on the donkey, clearly enjoying himself, and did not respond. Shall we make a bet? Chen Mu furrowed his brow, uncertain of the beggar's intentions. What kind of bet? The beggar replied carelessly. Let us wager whether you can enter Longhu Mountain. Seeing the beggar's confident demeanor, Chen Mu felt a flicker of doubt. What gives you such certainty? If you enter, what then? The beggar abruptly sat up on the donkey, regarding Chen Mu with a calm smile. Without such a hypothetical, you certainly cannot enter. Humph. I will enter to prove you wrong. Chen Mu was resolute. He believed in taking matters into his own hands. At that moment, the beggar spoke again. How about this? If you cannot enter, you must kneel and bow 3 times, calling me your master. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu turned to scrutinize the beggar once more. Tattered, emaciated, and unkempt. Bow to you? Learn how to beg? The beggar once again lazily sank back onto the donkey. Just say whether you dare or not. But looking at you, I see you certainly lack the courage. What is there to fear? Chen Mu accepted the beggar's wager, determined to join Longhu Mountain. Days later, the pair finally arrived at the foot of Longhu Mountain, with only the ascent remaining to reach the mountain gate. All right, go ahead. I'll wait here for you to return and kneel, the beggar said, already laying down on the ground to sleep. Humph, you might be waiting until next year. With that, Chen Mu set foot on the path up the mountain, while the beggar opened his squinted eyes and shook his head. Ah, until you clash with Longhu Mountain. Yuan-Ti turned back. After climbing for a while, Chen Mu faintly glimpsed houses atop the mountain, excitement bubbling within him. He was finally arriving. Just then, a gentle voice called out, Young friend, why not come over for a cup of tea? Following the voice, He saw an elderly man with white hair and a kind smile seated in a pavilion ahead. Chen Mu approached and sat down across from him. "Elder you are." Before Chen Mu could finish, the old man filled his cup with tea. "My young friend, drink this tea and then descend the mountain." At these words, Chen Mu paused, his hand trembling as he stared at the old man. "Why?" The elder gazed back at him, gently stroking his beard. "Longhu Mountain is not suitable for you." Confused, Chen Mu could not comprehend. He had yet to even step foot inside. How could it be deemed unsuitable? Setting down his cup, he fixed his gaze on the elder. "Elder, may I know the reason?" The old man shook his head. "I cannot say." He then added, "I can only tell you that not only is Longhu Mountain unsuitable for you, but all sects in the world are unfit for you." These words struck Chen Mu like a thunderbolt. If all sects were unsuitable, how could he practice martial arts? How could he eradicate the monstrous beasts? His fists clenched and then relaxed. Ultimately, Chen Mu said nothing, not even sipping the tea before him. He understood. They were afraid of him. Just like Master Kong on Qingshan Mountain, they knew everything but dared not speak. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu slowly rose and bowed to the old man. "Thus, I have disturbed you." With that, he turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. At the foot of the mountain, the beggar, spotting Chen Mu's return, teased, "Oh, you're back so soon? Faster than I anticipated." Chapter 62, The Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Observing that the old beggar was still present, Chen Mu felt a wave of irritation wash over him and turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going?" the beggar called out, hastily stopping Chen Mu. "You have yet to fulfill your wager." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu gritted his teeth and knelt before the beggar, performing 3 deep bows. "Master, I pay my respects with 3 prostrations." "Ah, splendid." The beggar nodded in satisfaction, repeatedly affirming his approval. After completing the bows, Chen Mu rose, ready to depart. He sought the next place where he could learn martial arts, convinced that in such a vast world, there must be a haven for him. "Where do you think you and Appos? Off to now." The beggar called out once more. This time, a hint of impatience flickered in Chen Mu and Appos' eyes. "I and Appos, V bowed my head and acknowledged you as my master. What more do you want?" With a gentle pat on the donkey and Appos' rear, the beggar approached Chen Mu earnestly. "Since you have taken me as your master, it is only natural that I impart my martial skills to you." Chen Mu and Appos' brow furrowed at the beggar and Appos' words. "You can truly wield martial arts? What kind of question is that?" The beggar retorted with indignation. "In my prime, I was the second most formidable warrior. Second only to one, above tens of thousands." Chen Mu and Appos' gaze swept over the beggar. If what he claimed were true, how did he end up as a beggar? His current state was, frankly, more pitiful than Chen Mu and Appos' own. "Can you really perform martial arts?" Chen Mu asked skeptically. The beggar proudly turned his head away. "Of course. Moreover, aside from me, I doubt anyone else would dare to teach you martial arts." This sentiment echoed the old man and Appos' words on the mountain, which bore a similar meaning. "Are you not afraid of being influenced by me?" At this, the beggar scoffed. "I only believe in the notion that my fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Leading Chen Mu to the edge of a clear brook, where the water sparkled and fish occasionally swam by, the beggar instructed him to drink from the stream. Chen Mu rushed over, cupping his hands to drink, startling the nearby fish. "Ah, I was dying of thirst." "All right," the beggar called gently, "come sit down. I am about to impart my ultimate skill." Having dismounted from the donkey, the beggar sat cross-legged on a flat stone. Chen Mu quickly positioned himself opposite the beggar, filled with anticipation. "From now on, you may call me old dog." The beggar slowly raised his hands, fixing his gaze on Chen Mu. "Follow my lead. Raise your hands, and then close your eyes." Obeying the beggar and Appos' instructions, Chen Mu pressed his palms together. The beggar and Appos' voice continued. "The cultivation of martial artists differs from that of immortal cultivators. We lack spiritual roots, thus we can only cultivate our vital energy. The more robust our vital energy, the easier the cultivation becomes. The first step for a martial artist is to open the meridians." He explained that opening the meridians meant using one and Appos' own vital energy to break through the blocked 8 meridians: the governing vessel, conception vessel, penetrating vessel, belt vessel, yin heel vessel, yang heel vessel, yin wei vessel, and yang wei vessel. Feel my true energy circulating within your body. One complete cycle constitutes a full circuit. As Chen Mu listened, he felt his vital energy begin to flow throughout his body, moving from top to bottom and returning to the governing vessel at the crown. It was as if he were being cleansed. After guiding Chen Mu through a full circuit, the beggar retracted his hands and returned to the donkey and Apos' back. Observing Chen Mu's progress, the beggar nodded in satisfaction, noting his excellent talent. He had entered the realm with just one attempt. If only he could open the meridian sooner. Just as the thought left his lips, a surge of energy radiated from Chen Mu's body. Have you opened a meridian already? The beggar gazed at Chen Mu in disbelief. He had only guided him through one full cycle, and yet he had managed to open a meridian? When did martial arts become so effortless? In his own past, he had to toil for an entire day and night to barely open a single meridian. Surely it must be mere luck. With that, the beggar, feeling fatigued, dozed off on the donkey's back, waking only as the sun set. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted nearby, startling the donkey into a gallop. Thankfully, the beggar managed to soothe it back to calmness, his astonishment growing as he observed Chen Mu, who was deep in meditation. Did you really open the final 2 meridians so effortlessly? It has only been a single day. Just then, Chen Mu abruptly opened his eyes, thrusting his palms downward and propelling himself into the air. It was as if a torrent of true energy yearned for release, and to the astonishment of all, a majestic dragon's roar emanated from his mouth. This was the dragon elephant. The beggar's eyes widened in amazement as he watched Chen Mu revel in the display of power. When he had practiced this technique, he had been unable to manifest the dragon elephant. The distinction between those who could and could not was the ability to unleash the full potential of this technique, using vital energy to coalesce the dragon elephant and dominate their foes with sheer presence. As Chen Mu gracefully descended, he reveled in the newfound strength of his fists. Previously, he had sensed an infinite power within him, yet could not harness it. Now, simply by channeling his true energy, he could unleash it fully. Elated, Chen Mu rushed to the beggar's side. Old dog, have I succeeded? The beggar pinched his nose and reclined backward. Yes, you have succeeded. Now go wash yourself. You reek. Chen Mu sniffed himself and indeed detected a rather unpleasant odor. With a splash, he leaped into the water, instantly muddying the previously clear brook, sending ripples throughout. I'll catch a few fish while I'm at it. The beggar called out, for they had yet to secure their dinner for the night. Understood. Chen Mu dove underwater and resurfaced after a while, triumphantly holding up a large fish to the shore. Old dog, catch. As the fish flew through the air, the beggar remained motionless atop the donkey, merely extending 2 fingers. With a gentle motion, a surge of true energy caught the fish, allowing it to land softly on the ground. Chen Mu continued fishing, eventually reeling in 10 fish before ceasing his efforts. After climbing ashore, the beggar reclined on the donkey's back and inquired softly, "Why did you catch so many?" "One would suffice." "I know, the rest are for me," Chen Mu replied. The beggar sighed. As Chen Mu opened the bag the old man had previously given him, intending to change into a new outfit, he discovered a pouch of coins inside. For a moment, he paused, opening it to reveal 1,000 copper coins, which felt surprisingly weighty. Noticing this, the beggar squinted at Chen Mu. "What is the matter?" "Nothing." Chen Mu replied nonchalantly, pocketing the coins before changing into fresh clothes and starting a fire to roast the fish. "Old dog, what kind of skill did you teach me? It feels so wonderful." The beggar rested his hands behind his head while gazing at the sky. "Of course, this is a cultivation method specifically designed for those without spiritual roots. I have named it the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill." Chapter 63, Qingqiu Town, the Dragon Elephant Wave Ruah skill. Chen Mu flipped the roasted fish in his hand, marveling at its formidable name. What a powerful name. Indeed. The old dog replied with a sense of pride, for this was a skill he had devised. Generally speaking, every human is born with a spiritual root, even if they have never utilized it. The absence of a spiritual root occurs in only 2 scenarios. One is like Chen Mu, who is born without one. The other is someone who initially possesses one, but has had it removed. "What is my current realm?" Chen Mu inquired with curiosity. The old dog, without looking at him, replied nonchalantly, "You are merely at the ordinary opening of the 8 meridians. This is just the beginning. You will need to establish a qi mansion within your chest cavity to enter the qi nourishing stage." The old dog spoke conservatively, not revealing the full truth to Chen Mu, mainly to prevent him from becoming arrogant. "And how does one establish this qi mansion?" Chen Mu pressed further. The old dog shot him a glance and cautioned, "Do not aim too high. You have just entered the opening meridian stage today. The most crucial task in the days to come is to solidify your foundation. Otherwise, if your base is unstable, the path ahead will become increasingly difficult." Chen Mu found the old dog and Apos' words to be quite insightful. Soon, the first fish was perfectly roasted, and Chen Mu handed it over to the old dog. When the old dog saw the 9 large fish that Chen Mu had left, he couldn't and amp, Oppos, help but stare in disbelief. Can you truly digest all this? Well, I suppose so. I and Oppos, eaten more before. Chen Mu replied casually. The night passed in silence, under a sky adorned with stars. The following day, before the sun had risen, Chen Mu felt something licking his face. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was the old dog and Oppos' donkey. With disdain, he swatted it away. Awake now? Prepare yourself. It and amp, Oppos, as time for this morning and amp, Oppos, as training. Chen Mu approached the stream, cupped water in his hands, and washed his face. Just as he settled down, the old dog continued. From now on, you must circulate the dragon elephant wave Ruo skill once before sunrise and again before sunset. Without questioning further. Chen Mu followed the old dog on the donkey and amp, Oppos, back to perform the skill. Soon, they completed one full cycle just as the sun rose in the east. An ethereal purple aura enveloped both of them. Chen Mu exhaled a breath of stagnant air, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. Refreshing. Chen Mu exclaimed as he stood up, filled with excitement. Old dog, where shall we go next? With no destination of his own, Chen Mu could only follow the old dog wherever he led. Walk 10 miles in this direction. Following the old dog and Oppos, they soon spotted a small path. After 10 miles, there is a town. We shall go there. For Chen Mu, 10 miles was hardly a distance. The old dog remained perched on the donkey and Oppos' back, and before long, they arrived at the town the old dog had mentioned. At the entrance, a large stone bore the inscription, Qingqiu Town. As the old dog passed by Chen Mu, he remarked, I didn't and Oppos. Expect you to recognize a few characters. What do you mean? Chen Mu retorted, slightly annoyed. After all, he had lived in Hongyu village for several months, where a teacher would occasionally take Zhou Xiaohui to school, and he would eavesdrop on their lessons. Qingqiu Town was considerably larger and more prosperous than Qing'an Town, thanks to its proximity to a vast lake known as Qing Lake. The townsfolk relied on this lake for their livelihood. Chen Mu's mouth watered at the sight of countless street food vendors. Old dog, what shall we do next? First, we need to withdraw some money. Upon hearing the old dog and amp, Oppos' words, Chen Mu was taken aback. Withdraw money? Where do we get money? You have money? Was and Oppos, he just a beggar? Where would he possibly have funds? When they arrived at the entrance of a gambling house, Chen Mu finally understood what the old dog meant by withdrawing money. Hey, old dog, you don and Oppos, mean we are going to gamble, do you? Chen Mu whispered, lowering his voice. The old dog merely smiled. The quickest and most legitimate way to make money, of course, is through gambling. Saying this, he mounted the donkey and entered. The surrounding onlookers parted to make way. What is happening? Even a beggar has money to enter a gambling house? The old dog and Chen Mu approached a gambling table where they would play a game of points. Hey, old dog, do you have any money? None. The old dog replied with conviction. But you do. Chen Mu and Oppos' eyes widened. I do not. You and Oppos, re-talking nonsense. Yet, the old dog reached into Chen Mu and Oppos' clothes and pulled out a pouch of coins. Fear not. With me around, you shall not lose. At the other end of the table sat a shifty-eyed thin man, who had evidently been without challengers, as money was piled before him. Care for a round? The old dog called out. The thin man glanced at the old dog with disdain, but continued counting his money. You a beggar have money? Clang. The old dog tossed the pouch onto the table, producing a sharp sound. Shall we play? Seeing that this beggar truly had funds, the thin man smirked. Since you were so eager to give me your money, I shall oblige. Soon, a dealer approached the table, and a silent exchange of victorious glances passed between the thin man and the dealer. Naturally, no one else noticed this moment, as the gambling game was about to commence. A crowd began to gather. A beggar is here to gamble, and he is betting against that guy, who has an Oppos. He lost a single hand today. Hearing the murmurs around him, Chen Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it was his money at stake. Leaning close to the old dog and Oppos' ear, he whispered, Old dog, perhaps we should reconsider gambling? The old dog gently pushed Chen Mu away. Just watch. With no other choice, Chen Mu resigned himself to the fate of his money. The game commenced, and the dealer dealt 2 cards to each player. The thin man glanced at his cards, a smirk forming on his lips. Meanwhile, the old dog did not even look at his cards and simply tossed the entire pouch onto the table. 1,000 copper coins. The thin man was taken aback. His opponent had not even glanced at his cards, but dared to place a bet. How could he back down now? I'll match that. Excitedly, the thin man revealed his cards, 1-8 and 1-9, totaling 17. How will you beat me? The old dog smiled and gestured to Chen Mu. It and Appos. Esther turned to flip the cards. What? Me? Chen Mu was incredulous, pointing at himself. The old dog replied, it's your money. Naturally, you should reveal it. Glancing at the thin man and Appos' cards, Chen Mu was uncertain if his were better or worse. Choosing to close his eyes and turn his head, he flipped his 2 cards all at once. Oh my! When he heard the gasps from the crowd, he opened his eyes to find he had revealed 2 9s, just enough to surpass the thin man. Haha, we won! Chen Mu exclaimed, shaking the old dog's shoulder, while the old dog merely smiled faintly. Pushing the 1,000 copper coins towards Chen Mu, the thin man and Appos' expression soured. He discreetly glanced at the dealer, who appeared equally bewildered. Let us go again, the thin man declared, his face stern. The old dog extended his hand, signaling the dealer to continue. Chapter 64. The sudden downpour. As the old dog and Chen Mu leisurely emerged from the gambling den, Chen Mu was exuberantly counting his winnings. Old dog, I never anticipated your luck at cards would be so fortuitous. The onlookers within the establishment cast envious glances at the departing duo, yet none dared to intervene. The scrawny man who had intended to cheat was now incapacitated on the ground. Just a trivial skill, Chen Mu exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he contemplated the future. With such a fortune, they could finally escape the hardships of wandering and have a comfortable place to stay. Upon hearing this, the old dog shot Chen Mu a disdainful glance. Ambitious, Aran, and Appos, Tiwi. At that moment, a disheveled girl rushed towards them. Make way, make way. Upon hearing her anxious voice, Chen Mu instinctively stepped back, narrowly avoiding a collision, though their shoulders brushed against each other. As their gazes met, the world seemed to fade around them. And in the depths of her eyes, he glimpsed a universe of stars. He was momentarily entranced until the girl and Appos' voice broke the spell. I'm sorry. As her apology echoed in the air, Chen Mu was jolted back to reality, noticing several men pursuing her from behind. Stop. He stood there, dazed, watching the figures vanish into the distance. The old dog and Appos' teasing voice snapped him out of his stupor. Still watching, you foolish boy. Huh. Chen Mu turned back, quickly understanding the old dog and Appos' implication from his expression, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he scratched his head. I'm not. No need to explain. I understand completely. The old dog chuckled, patting his donkey and Appos' rear and heading in the opposite direction. This is what the young folks call love at first sight, right? I too was young once. Chen Mu hurried after him. It's not what you think. I was merely captivated by her unique eyes. Forget it. You wouldn't comprehend. Where to next? Arriving at a shop, the old dog guided him to purchase a Qiankun bag to store their money. This item was quite common and relatively small, with a capacity of around 1,000 copper coins. Chen Mu was astonished to see that the small bag could hold all their winnings. He gently patted the Qiankun bag nestled in his arms. With this, they need no longer fear theft. Turning to the old dog, he suggested, let us grab a bite to eat. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant flash illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening roar. The sound was so overwhelming that Chen Mu instinctively covered his head. Once the noise subsided, he slowly lifted his gaze to find the sky ominously overcast. Why is it suddenly going to rain? The old dog, however, peered through the crowd towards the distant Qing Lake. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Chen Mu looked at him quizzically. What do you mean by that? The old dog merely shook his head. Nothing much. Many people were now rushing home. The streets that had once been bustling now eerily quiet, with shops shuttered. We should find an inn to stay at. This rain is likely to be fierce. As he finished speaking, Chen Mu felt a raindrop land on his cheek. We need to hurry. It's starting to rain. The two of them began to run. And just as they entered an inn, the gentle patter of raindrops transformed into a torrential downpour. 2 rooms, please, cried Chen Mu. 1 room, please, echoed another voice simultaneously. Turning around, he was taken aback to see the very girl he had just encountered. It's you, she exclaimed, while he replied, it's you. The innkeeper glanced between them and sighed, I'm sorry, but we only have 2 rooms available. Chen Mu eyed the old dog, who was nearby sipping tea, and then turned back to the innkeeper. I was here first. I want both rooms. Why should you get both? The girl retorted. We arrived together. Wouldn't it be fair for each of us to have a room? The girl's face was dirty, her hair wrapped in a cloth, resembling a weary farmer. Chen Mu pointed towards the old dog and replied coolly, I'm afraid we're 2 people. The girl glanced at the old dog, realized he was a beggar, and saw him smiling and raising his teacup. She huffed in annoyance. I don't care. I want a room. The innkeeper found himself in a predicament. In his line of work, offending anyone could be disastrous, even a beggar. Why don't you two discuss it? The girl tossed a pouch of coins towards Chen Mu, landing at his feet. I'll give you 500 copper coins. Let us share a room. How about that? Chen Mu looked at the pouch, which seemed oddly familiar. He compared it with the pouch in his Qiankun bag, and indeed, they were identical. A flicker of guilt crossed the girl's eyes, yet she held her head high. What are you staring at? Can't two pouches look alike? This is all I have. If you want to agree, I'll... She glanced around, noting the many eyes upon them, and then dramatically sat down. Oh, woe is me. Orphaned and alone. Now I'm being bullied even in an inn. Seeing her sobbing on the ground, Chen Mu felt a wave of frustration. A fellow guest spoke up. Young man, this girl seems to be having a tough time. He glanced at the old dog and added, with this dreadful weather, it won't stop for days. You two strapping lads should just share a room. Exactly. We're all travelers. Let us show some understanding. The girl, still seated, wiped her invisible tears while attempting to suppress a smile. Reluctantly, Chen Mu acquiesced. All right. Enough of the act. You can have a room. He had already suspected her act, yet seeing her plight, he felt a twinge of sympathy. The girl flashed a bright smile, swiftly retrieving the pouch she had tossed. Thank you, big brother. She handed the pouch to the innkeeper. Please give me the larger room. Her rapid change in demeanor caught Chen Mu off guard. After the innkeeper arranged their accommodations, he led them to their adjoining rooms, which were similarly furnished. As Chen Mu approached the window and pushed it open, he noticed the girl next door doing the same. Their eyes met, and she offered him a gentle smile before retreating. Suddenly, Chen Mu noticed something and called to the old dog. Old dog, come see. We can see the lake from here. Peering out the window, the old dog observed the once serene lake now roiling with waves. There's nothing spectacular. Go find the innkeeper and order some food. Chapter 65, The Lake Monster. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Mu and his companion had spent 3 days at the inn. Yet the rain outside showed no signs of abating, causing the water level of the Qing Lake to rise significantly. Old dog, what do you think is going on? How can it rain incessantly like this? At that moment, Chen Mu and Old Dog were not dining in their room. Numerous other guests surrounded them. Hey, you must be from out of town, a patron at the adjacent table remarked, eyeing Chen Mu. Upon receiving a nod in affirmation, the individual's expression turned to one of realization. In our Qingpu town, this happens every year. Once it starts raining, it lasts for at least 3 days. Chen Mu furrowed his brow, glancing at the man. Doesn't that disrupt everyone's daily life? Of course it does. Another chimed in. But what can we do? We are no deities who can simply command the rain to cease. Then a third voice added, it is said that Qing Lake is the home of a water monster. And whenever it returns, we are cursed with relentless downpours. Nonsense. Chen Mu muttered under his breath, turning to Old Dog. There can't be a beast in that lake, right? Old Dog calmly picked up a piece of meat. If we are here, we might as well enjoy it. What is there to panic about? Chen Mu nodded slightly. After all, it had been like this even before their arrival, and nothing had gone amiss then. Just as Chen Mu reached for a piece of meat, a figure sat down at their table. Turning his head, he saw a girl in a white dress, her chin resting on her hands, smiling at him radiantly. Who are you? Chen Mu blurted out, feeling a sense of familiarity. At his words, the girl's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of reproach. I merely changed my clothes and washed my face. Have you forgotten me already? Recognizing the familiar voice, Chen Mu exclaimed, Little beggar? I am Li Qingyi, she retorted, annoyance flashing across her face. Compared to 3 days ago, Li Qingyi appeared immaculate, and despite her youth, she already bore the charm of a beauty. Were it not for her distinctive eyes, Chen Mu might not have recognized her. Your attire seems rather costly, he commented. Li Qingyi ignored him, clearly miffed, and began to eat. Over the past 3 days, they had become somewhat acquainted, prompting Chen Mu to pull his chair closer. Hey, Li Qingyi, may I ask you something? He inquired, reaching for her arm. She promptly withdrew, stating, Let us keep it to conversation. No funny business. I still have plans to marry. Realizing his mistake, Chen Mu retreated, lowering his voice. I just heard that there's a water monster in the lake. Is it true? A water monster? Li Qingyi regarded him skeptically. Who said that? Chen Mu gestured towards the other guests. They were all talking about it. It seems everyone is aware. She murmured. Chen Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Is it real? Li Qingyi put down her chopsticks and recounted the tale with care. Centuries ago, Qingpu town experienced such weather. Once it rains, it continues unabated. Every town leader has sent people to investigate the lake, but no one has ever found anything. Even immortal beings were summoned, providing only a few years of tranquility. The later leaders ceased to concern themselves with the lake's mysteries, instead fortifying the town's drainage system to prevent flooding during prolonged rain. There are even claims of sightings of that monster, a peculiar fish, entirely azure, adorned with bird-like wings. But those who have seen it soon went mad. Listening intently to Li Qingyi, Chen Mu, and Apos' expression grew serious. A fish with wings was indeed bizarre. Meanwhile, Old Dog continued to eat without pause. What and Apos' the fuss? Regardless of how you look at it, it's merely a beast, he said between bites. Chen Mu then noticed the food on the table. Old Dog had nearly devoured it all. Old Dog, you lack manners. After their meal, the rain intensified, and the guests returned to their rooms. Chen Mu opened the window, only to see Li Qingyi staring intently in one direction. Following her gaze, he spotted a figure on the lake's embankment, wielding a long sword and wearing a straw hat, standing motionless. The figure's eyes were fixed on the lake as if searching for something. What is that person doing? Why stand in the rain? Chen Mu asked. Without turning, Li Qingyi replied coolly, that is the current mayor of Qingpu town. He is searching for the so-called water monster. Chen Mu's eyes widened. He wouldn't dare. Indeed, Li Qingyi affirmed. Ever since he arrived in this town, whenever it rains, he stands there, seeking the monster with the intent to kill it and eliminate any future threat. The figure gradually grew larger in Chen Mu's sight. Old Dog, having approached, remarked softly. He can indeed be considered a hero. Moments later, Li Qingyi's voice trembled slightly, but every hero must pay a price. Gazing at the figure, Chen Mu inquired. Is he a cultivator? After a pause, Li Qingyi replied, no. At that instant, thunder rumbled overhead, and a wave surged from the lake, crashing towards the man. Chen Mu instinctively leaned out to observe. When the wave receded, the figure remained steadfast, unmoving. Gradually pulling back, Chen Mu turned to Old Dog. Can you discern his strength? Old Dog shook his head. The cultivation of martial artists is often chaotic. Generally, there is no distinction between realms. What about what you taught me? That is my unique creation. The only ones capable of mastering it are individuals like you or me. Old Dog and Apos' words were somewhat cryptic. What did he mean by individuals like me? As Chen Mu pondered this, another figure approached the embankment, holding an umbrella, and stood alongside the first. It was as if two silhouettes stood resolutely against the surging waves. Yet, as if to punish their audacity, the sky erupted with lightning and thunder, the rain blurring everyone's vision. No one dared to venture outside. Gradually, the water level in Qing Lake rose to unprecedented heights. Should it overflow, Qingpu town would surely face inundation. The man with the umbrella spoke slowly. This rain feels different this time. The man in the straw hat, now drenched, replied softly. What is different? The umbrella-wielding man gestured towards the lake. Do you believe it would truly dare to flood your Qingpu town? At this, a look of determination flashed across the straw hat man and Apos' face. It dares. Chapter 66, The Flooding of Qingpu Town with a Powerful Shout. The man in the straw hat cleaved through the oncoming wave, splitting it in two. Sensing the man and Apos' fury, the once turbulent surface of the lake settled considerably. The umbrella-wielding man sighed. It seems there will be no emergence this time. Let us go. Qingyi is quite worried about you. Upon hearing this name, the man in the straw hat froze momentarily, turning to the umbrella man. Qingyi, when did she return? She has been back for several days. The two men then turned back, with the umbrella man slightly adjusting his umbrella towards the man in the straw hat. Observing this, Chen Mu also withdrew his gaze, only to notice that the window next door had been shut without him realizing. Glancing back, he saw the old dog had already closed his eyes on the donkey's back, seemingly resting. Thus, Chen Mu settled on the bed to cultivate his energy. When he opened his eyes again, he was startled by the sounds of banging from next door. Frowning, he exited and arrived at the doorway of the adjacent room, where a man stood holding an umbrella. Inside, Li Qingyi was crying out in despair. Why? Why must you kill it? The man in the straw hat clenched his fists and replied with unwavering conviction, because it deserves to die. If it lives, Qingpu town shall never know peace. And what of me? Li Qingyi glared at him, her eyes brimming with tears. What about mother? If you die, what will happen to us? At this, silence enveloped the room. The man in the straw hat lowered his head slightly, as if evading the weight of her words. Chen Mu, who had just arrived, suddenly grasped the relationship between the two. Li Qingyi was indeed the daughter of the town chief. Yet, it appeared a rift had formed between them that could not be bridged. Upon noticing Chen Mu, the man with the umbrella offered him an apologetic smile. Li Qingyi, once wailing uncontrollably, gradually sank down, her cries shifting to silent sobs. The man in the straw hat raised his hand slowly, as if to comfort the girl. but ultimately refrained from doing so. After a prolonged silence, Qingqiu lifted her head, her eyes red, and fixed her gaze upon the man in the straw hat. You should leave. When you return, I shall tell mother that you have died, perished at the hands of the very water monster you are obsessed with. After a moment, the man in the straw hat managed to utter a single word, very well. He then turned and made to leave, pausing briefly before departing. Qingqiu, I apologize to you and your mother, but I must see this through. With that, he departed resolutely. The man in the straw hat was named Li Qianfeng. Having served as the town chief of Qingqiu for over a decade, during which he tirelessly pursued the lake and Appos, water monster, he could have led a tranquil life as a town chief, sharing happiness with his wife and daughter, but he was unwilling. To vanquish the lake monster was his life's pursuit. He could not turn back until he reached his goal. After the two left, Chen Mu cautiously entered the room. Are you all right? He asked, finding Qingqiu crouched on the floor, her head buried between her legs. After a time, she shouted, Waiter, bring me some wine. Wiping her tears, Qingqiu turned to Chen Mu with a smile. Do you drink? Once the room was filled with bottles of wine. Qingqiu did not invite Chen Mu to join her but instead drank alone. Chen Mu, concerned, cautioned, drinking like this, you'll easily get drunk. What of it? Qingqiu replied nonchalantly. If drinking isn't for getting drunk, then what is the point? With that, she took another large swig from the wine jar. After today, I shall simply be Qingqiu, the daughter of Lu Xuemei. Laughing, Chen Mu watched as the girl across from him grew increasingly erratic. Unsure of how to comfort her, he picked up a cup and joined her in drinking. Meanwhile, the old dog shook his head, reflecting on the tenacity of one and Appos as obsessions throughout a lifetime. Outside, the rain pattered softly while sparse conversation filled the room. Eventually, both succumbed to intoxication, slumping on the floor as they fell asleep. Upon awakening, Chen Mu felt a chill at his backside, as though a mountain lay upon him. Opening his eyes, he discovered Qingqiu leaning against his shoulder. One leg heavily draped over him, a sleeping posture unbecoming of a young lady. Upon moving, he noticed the floor was damp. Investigating further, he found it was soaked through with water, causing his brow to furrow in concern. What is going on? Did the rain cause flooding inside? Just as he was about to push Qingqiu and Appos' leg aside, she slapped his face lightly. Don't move, I want to sleep a little longer, she murmured, tightening her grip on him. Taken aback by her sudden action, Chen Mu turned to her side profile, muttering, You sleep like a pig. He then pinched her nose, forcing her to open her mouth as she struggled to breathe. Only when she began to panic did he relent, allowing her to wake up abruptly. What are you doing? She demanded, but soon realized something was amiss. She was indeed cuddling with Chen Mu. Qingqiu quickly recoiled, clutching her clothes. Relieved to find she was still dressed as she had been the day before, she hesitantly glanced at Chen Mu and meekly asked, You didn't take advantage of me, did you? Chen Mu was at a loss for words, thinking it was rather him who had been taken advantage of. I'm not that depraved, he retorted, rising to his feet only to discover his entire backside was wet and somewhat numb. What is wrong with this room? Why is there water all over the floor? Only then did Qingqiu notice her own soaked state. Frowning, she struggled to rise. What is happening? This never happened before. Chen Mu approached the window and opened it, and what he saw made his heart sink. Outside, the area was already submerged. The water level had reached the second floor. Debris and branches swirled in the muddy waters, flowing in one direction. Noticing Chen Mu's stillness, Qingqiu furrowed her brow and pushed him aside. What is wrong? She questioned, moving to the window. Upon seeing the entire Qingqiu town engulfed in murky water, her disbelief was palpable. How could this happen? Qingqiu gazed outside, incredulous. The rains before have never been this severe, yet they never flooded Qingqiu town. Suddenly, Chen Mu recalled the old dog next door and rushed to the door, flinging it open and dashing over. At that moment, the old dog was gazing solemnly out the window. Old dog. The old dog turned to see Chen Mu and simply said, You're awake. Now that you're awake, we need to leave. Qingqiu joined them at the door. And Chen Mu inquired, But the outside is flooded. How can we possibly leave? Where there is a will, there is a way. At that moment, Qingqiu exclaimed, I have an idea. Chen Mu turned to her, curious. What idea? We can dismantle this wooden wall and use it as a raft. Chapter 67, The Ruin of Qingqiu. The emergence of the water monster. Qingqiu's method is currently the only solution. They discovered the crisis too late. All right, I'll take charge, Chen Mu exclaimed, effortlessly dismantling the wooden wall between the two rooms. Observing this, Qingqiu was taken aback. You possess such strength, the old dog interjected with a jest. With all that he eats, if he weren't and oppos, T strong, I and oppos, D be baffled as to where it all goes. Chen Mu then kicked down an external wall, casting the wooden debris onto the water and oppos' surface, and the two swiftly jumped atop it. When they turned back to assist the old dog, they were startled to see his donkey had somehow leapt up as well. Chen Mu released his grip, and they began to drift, gazing at the submerged houses around them. Feeling a twinge of sorrow, Li Qingyi murmured, I wonder if anyone managed to escape in time? Chen Mu glanced at her reassuringly. Do not worry. Surely someone must have given a warning beforehand. As for the two of us, we must have missed it due to last night and oppos' revelry. It and oppos' all the old dog and oppos' fault for not calling us. Suddenly, from atop a roof, a woman holding a child shouted with gleaming eyes, help! Save us! The two exchanged a determined glance. Quick, prepare to jump. Chen Mu directed the wooden wall while Li Qingyi ready to catch the mother and child. However, the child, frightened by the rushing waters and the crude makeshift raft, clung to the woman, exclaiming, Mother, I'm scared. The woman wiped the rain from the boy's face, trying her best to comfort him. Do not be afraid. Just follow this big brother and sister, and you will be safe. Ultimately, it was the mother who tossed him onto the raft. The boy, lying on the wooden wall, softly called out, Mother, hurry and jump over. At that moment, the woman steeled herself, but before she could leap, the house beneath her suddenly collapsed, and she lost her balance, plunging into the water. Mother! Seeing this, Chen Mu instinctively reached out, but in an instant, the woman vanished beneath the raging current. Chen Mu's face turned ashen. A life had just slipped away before his eyes. The frightened boy fainted, collapsing into Li Qingyi and Oppo's arms. Chen Mu. Li Qingyi gently called out, sensing his darkened expression. He replied softly, Let us go. As the group drifted, they eventually found a foothold near a mountain, where many others had gathered, evidently also driven to this refuge. Upon seeing new arrivals, someone shouted urgently, Come quickly. Chen Mu and the others hastily leapt off and ran toward the crowd on the mountainside. They had constructed a shelter from the rain, and Li Qingyi entrusted the child to a nearby woman before joining Chen Mu. His countenance remained grim, and she gently patted his shoulder. Chen Mu, it was not your fault. If only I had acted faster, he murmured, staring at his hands. Li Qingyi, at a loss for words, was suddenly interrupted by a shout. Look, people are fighting over there. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu and Li Qingyi sprang to their feet, gazing in that direction to witness a man with a bamboo hat and another wielding an umbrella engaged in combat with a colossal beast with numerous tentacles. Is that the water monster? Who is battling it? It's the town chief. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. The mention of Li Chanfeng and Oppo's name brightened the previously somber atmosphere. Li Qingyi and Oppo's expression turned complex as she looked into the distance. With each thrash of the beast, immense waves crashed against the town structures. Chen Mu clenched his fists, quietly asking the old dog, Is that a monster? The old dog nodded. Indeed. It is a beast. But how could such a creature appear here? In the distance, Li Chanfeng swung his sword, severing the beast's tentacles one by one. Finally, he leaped high into the air, and the crowd witnessed a blinding flash of light. When they looked again, the beast had been cleaved in two. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, praising Li Chanfeng's prowess. Yet, amidst the jubilation, Li Qingyi felt a sense of dissonance. Is this truly what you sought? Once the monster was vanquished, the umbrella-wielding man turned to Li Chanfeng, but he had already turned his gaze toward the crowd on the mountainside. At that moment, a massive maw suddenly opened beneath Li Chanfeng, as if to swallow him whole. This scene unfolded swiftly, and as he turned in shock, he saw the monstrous jaws closing. Father! Li Qingyi cried out, and had it not been for Chen Mu's grasp, she would have dashed forward. Then, a colossal wave surged toward the crowd. Quick, take cover. The wave is coming. Panic ensued as everyone retreated. Chen Mu dragged Li Qingyi back, while the old dog remained still. Old dog! Chen Mu shouted. But it seemed the old dog did not hear. The wave, upon reaching him, was halted by an invisible barrier, losing its force and flowing harmlessly past. The crowd stared in awe at the old dog's silhouette, their minds racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, in the air, Li Chanfeng remained. But the figure with the umbrella had vanished. Before Li Chanfeng stood a giant flying fish with wings. The water monster. Indeed. This was the true culprit behind the flooding of Qingpu town. Chen Mu approached the old dog. What kind of beast is that? The old dog narrowed his eyes, answering. That is an ancient creature, the Qingqiu. Ancient creature. For some reason, upon hearing this name, a sharp pain pierced Chen Mu's head. On the lake's surface, Li Chanfeng, sword in hand, fixed a fierce glare on the Qingqiu. You finally dare to show yourself. At that moment, the Yingyu's enormous eyes turned, seemingly not focused on Li Changfeng. Chen Mu slowly raised his head to gaze into the distance, inadvertently locking eyes with the Yingyu. In that instant, he sensed that the creature was targeting him. Another wave of pain surged through his head, and he clutched it, bowing down. Li Qingyi approached, steadying his hand, her voice laced with concern. Chen Mu, what's wrong? After a moment, Chen Mu regained his composure, his eyes fixed intently on the Yingyu. Old dog, help me slay it. The old dog did not respond verbally, but leapt from the donkey's back, soaring toward the Yingyu. Chen Mu, you. Stay back. Chen Mu growled, seizing a piece of floating wood as he moved toward the Yingyu. Chapter 68. The Ancient Beast, Yingyu. Watching Chen Mu depart into the distance, Li Qingyi felt powerless to intervene. At that moment, Chen Mu seemed to be an entirely different person. Li Changfeng, wielding his longsword, cast a glance at Chen Mu and the old dog, expressing gratitude for their assistance. In response to Li Changfeng's words, neither of them spoke. Their gazes fixated intently on Yingyu. At that moment, Yingyu's gaze was also directed towards Chen Mu. With a call reminiscent of a mandarin duck, Yingyu's tail struck the water's surface, causing countless water bubbles to rise slowly. Observing this, the three individuals became vigilant, their eyes locked on Yingyu's movements. In the next instant, Yingyu whipped its tail from side to side, and those water bubbles sped toward the trio, moving with the swiftness of a released arrow. With an unstoppable momentum, the consequences of being struck were unimaginable. Dodge! Li Changfeng's expression shifted, and he leaped backward in an instant. The old dog, floating midair, agilely evaded the water projectiles with deft sidesteps. This display immediately revealed his prowess to Li Changfeng. Only Chen Mu struggled to leap across the floating boards to evade the onslaught. In midair, the old dog snorted coldly. A mere beast dares to be audacious. He then clasped his hands together, slowly spreading them apart, conjuring flames that enveloped his palms. Great burning flame palm. A colossal fiery hand descended from the heavens, charging towards Yingyu. Boom. In an instant, white mist erupted, evaporating the surrounding moisture and obscuring the vision of the onlookers. However, Chen Mu remained cautious. Suddenly, a water arrow shot forth from the mist, aimed directly at him. By the time he reacted, the water arrow was already upon him, and the two airborne figures remained oblivious. With a roar, Chen Mu clenched his right fist, a dragon-like phantom materializing behind him as he struck out with tremendous force against the incoming water arrow. Yet, their brief contact sent him flying backward, skimming across the water's surface before plunging into the depths. Little brother, Li Changfeng shouted in Chen Mu's direction. However, the old dog merely replied indifferently, he is unharmed. Throughout the encounter, the old dog's gaze had never wavered from Yingyu. It seems you have been living comfortably, beast. This attack has not even grazed you. At this, Li Changfeng turned to the old dog in surprise. Elder, do you know it? Just a beast, the old dog replied coldly, drawing closer to Yingyu as he formed intricate hand seals, summoning countless sword-shaped energies around him. 10,000 swords. In an instant, innumerable energy swords targeted Yingyu, which seemed to sense impending danger, letting out a mournful cry to the heavens, whether in plea for help or in surrender. Descend, the old dog commanded, and all the energy swords surged towards Yingyu, intent on transforming it from fish to hedgehog. At that moment, a massive beast emerged from behind Yingyu, swallowing it whole. The energy swords were entirely thwarted by this sudden apparition, and in an instant, the lake turned crimson. The newly emerged beast bore numerous wounds and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Seeing this, the old dog's expression darkened. If you wish to sacrifice yourself to save it, then perish. With that, he conjured a gigantic energy sword and thrust it fiercely at the beast. The sound of piercing flesh echoed, and the creature sank into the lake, a torrent of crimson staining the waters. Li Changfeng stared at the old dog in disbelief, stammering, Elder, that beast, has it truly perished? Suddenly, a splashing sound erupted from behind as Chen Mu soared from the water, pausing momentarily in midair before beginning to descend. Below him, Yingyu gaped with its colossal maw, seemingly poised to devour Chen Mu. Humph! Chen Mu scoffed, if you wish to consume me, let's see if your teeth are strong enough. He controlled his descent rapidly towards Yingyu's mouth, a dragon-like figure manifesting behind him. He clenched his fist tightly and struck one of Yingyu's teeth with force. Bang! A resounding crack echoed as the tooth shattered. Chen Mu used the recoil to swiftly distance himself before Yingyu's jaws could close. Witnessing this, Li Changfeng regarded Chen Mu with newfound respect, astonished that such strength could reside in one so young. In pain, Yingyu plunged headlong into the water, no longer daring to surface. The trio kept their eyes fixed on the undulating lake's surface, the rain continuing to pour relentlessly. After a while, with no sign of Yingyu re-emerging, Chen Mu glanced at the old dog. Old dog, do you think it has lost its will to fight? The old dog furrowed his brow, surprised that such creatures possessed this level of intelligence. Suddenly, a massive mouth opened behind Chen Mu, but being ever vigilant, he would not be so easily consumed. With a powerful push, the floating board beneath him shattered, and as he leaped towards another, his peripheral vision caught the beast aiming to devour him. Not Yingyu. Chen Mu's heart raced. There were other beasts aside from Yingyu. Just as he was about to land on the floating board, another enormous maw burst from the water, swallowing him whole before the trio could react. Chen Mu, the old dog shouted, unable to contain his alarm. Li Changfeng, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, rushed toward Yingyu. On the shore, the spectators held their breath, fearing to make a sound. Upon witnessing Chen Mu's consumption, Li Qingyi instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a scream. Li Changfeng struck fiercely with his sword against Yingyu, leaving a long gash. In an instant, Yingyu's massive tail swept, sending Li Changfeng crashing against a distant rock wall. The old dog's expression turned frigid, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Nine Heaven's divine dragon transformation. With a furious roar, a spectral dragon appeared behind him. And as he grasped the air, it seemed as if he had acquired razor-sharp claws. Beast, pay with your life. The old dog charged at Yingyu, raking his claws across its body, instantly leaving 5 gory scratches. In agony, Yingyu twisted, attempting to plunge back into the depths. Yet, the old dog's eyes narrowed. Thinking of escaping, he seized Yingyu's tail, exerting all his strength to hurl it into the air. At that moment, Li Changfeng returned, gripping his sword tightly as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each cutting through the air and striking Yingyu. Blood streamed from numerous wounds, staining the murky lake a deep red once more. The old dog propelled himself forward, shouting, "Spit him out." He delivered a powerful punch to Yingyu's abdomen, sending shockwaves of pain throughout its body, causing even its wings to twitch momentarily. "Spit him out." The old dog struck again on the opposite side of Yingyu's abdomen. These 2 strikes seemed to exhaust his strength, and Yingyu began to descend slowly. Just as they thought it might surface again, it suddenly dove deep into the water. Chapter 69. The Return of the Yingfish. As the Yingfish attempted to flee, the old dog's pupils constricted, and he dashed downwards with haste. Stay. Yet, all that remained for him was the splash of water stirred by the fish's tail as it dove into the depths. With the Yingfish submerging, the lake's surface gradually settled into tranquility, and soon, the rain in the sky began to diminish. The old dog relentlessly struck the lake's surface with his fiery palms, shouting hoarsely, "Come out! Show yourself!" With each strike, a column of water erupted skyward. Watching from afar, Li Changfeng felt uncertain about how to proceed. It was not until the rain ceased entirely that he extended his hand, realizing no drops fell, and murmured, "The rain has stopped, which means it must have departed." Every time the Yingfish appeared, it would rain for several days, and only when it left would the rain cease. This also implied that Chen Mu would not return. The old dog, however, seemed to go mad, continuously battering the lake's surface, mumbling, "Come out. Show yourself." Li Changfeng did not intervene. After a while, the old dog finally exhausted himself, and just as he was about to plunge into the water, Li Changfeng swiftly stepped forward and caught him. Upon returning to the mountaintop with the old dog, everyone was silent. Logically, the Yingfish had retreated, and they should have been elated, but there was none of that. After all, Chen Mu had been devoured by that very fish for their sake. Moreover, the entire town had been submerged, leaving them homeless. What reason did they have to rejoice? The crowd cleared a space, allowing the old dog to rest on the ground. Li Changfeng gradually stood, his gaze sweeping over the drenched citizens, pausing momentarily upon seeing Li Qingyi. He then spoke softly, "Everyone, the water monster has retreated. Even as you dwell in sorrow, we must begin the reconstruction of our homeland." This time, Qingpu town had suffered the gravest destruction. Countless citizens had been swept away by the flood, their fates unknown, and the town structures lay in ruins. Rebuilding would not be a task to accomplish in a day. After delivering his message, Li Changfeng approached Li Qingyi, his expression filled with remorse. "Qingyi, this place is too perilous. You should return and tell your mother I'm sorry." With that, he turned and left, leaving Li Qingyi with teary eyes, observing the grieving faces of the citizens. When her gaze fell upon the old dog, she noticed an old donkey, seemingly emerging from nowhere, gently licking the old dog's face. Taking a deep breath, Qingqiu made a resolution. The night passed in silence. And by the next day, the sun finally emerged, casting its warm rays over the people, providing them with some solace. The mud and water in the town had receded, but debris and branches littered the area, presenting a scene of devastation. Li Chafeng raised his arm and proclaimed, "Fellow townsfolk, let us begin the reconstruction of our town today." Instantly, the citizens shed their despondence and began to devote their efforts to rebuilding. Just as Qingqiu prepared to join them, a large group approached from a distance. "Brother Chafeng, I've brought reinforcements to assist you." "Brother Chafeng, I have come as well." They were from neighboring towns, having rushed over upon hearing of Qingpu town's plight. Along with their manpower, they had brought clean clothes and warm food. Upon receiving the provisions, Qingqiu was rendered speechless. When the old dog awoke, he found only his old donkey by his side. Raising his head, he noticed several makeshift wooden shelters already constructed nearby. Scanning the area, he saw Li Chafeng engaged in conversation with some individuals, seemingly oblivious to Chen Mu's fate. The old dog propped himself up with his hands and sat up. The old donkey crouched beside him, as if inviting him to mount. With a slight smile, the old dog gently patted the donkey's head. "Thank you for your hard work." After a difficult climb onto the donkey's back, the old dog chose not to greet anyone and turned to leave. When Qingqiu returned, she discovered that the old dog had vanished. On a distant hillside, the old dog gazed down at the tranquil lake. After a long pause, he softly uttered, "You little rascal, I know you're not so easily defeated. Come out." Suddenly, an elderly man clad in simple robes and with flowing white hair appeared beside him, sharing his gaze upon the lake. This man was the same elder who had earlier persuaded Chen Mu to leave Longhu Mountain. He spoke softly, "Friend, you must understand. This is his destiny." "Destiny?" The old dog scoffed. "To hell with destiny." The elder glanced at him with a sigh. "We are all mere mortals. How can we contend with fate? You are not deeply entangled with him. Retreating now may yet preserve your life." The old dog merely smiled bitterly. "A worthless life. What is there to fear?" He then shot a disdainful glance at the elder. "People like you, the longer you live, the more you cherish life, shunning even the slightest risk." The elder recognized the derision in the old dog's words but chose not to argue. Longhu Mountain was not far from here. If they intended to lend support, why wait until after the event? After a while, the elder finally spoke. "Before I came here, Qingpu town would only see rain for days." The old dog let out a cold laugh. "What? You're suggesting that beast was summoned by him?" The elder fell silent, indicating his agreement. "Hypocritical." The old dog retorted coldly. "A beast is a beast. Does it truly think that its inaction is out of fear of you?" Having said this, the old dog lost interest in conversing with the elder, declaring, "We are not of the same path. We shall not conspire together." Just as he gently patted the donkey and Appo's rear and prepared to depart, the previously tranquil lake began to bubble ominously. The commotion drew everyone and Appo's attention. The old donkey halted, as did Li Chafeng, both staring intently at the lake's surface. The bubbles multiplied, resembling boiling water. All eyes focused on the center of the lake. And someone apprehensively suggested, could the water monster be returning? Yet the sky remained clear, with no signs of rain. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted from the water's surface, followed by a massive figure leaping out of the lake. It let out a pained wail, flapping its wings and thrashing about. It was the Qingfish. Seeing it, a spark of excitement flickered in the old dog's eyes. "You little rascal, I knew you wouldn't perish so easily." Without regard for his own weakened state, he surged towards the center of the lake. The elder observed this scene in silence, showing no intention of offering assistance. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng quickly set down what he was holding, drawing his sword as he rushed toward the commotion. "Father!" Qingqiu shouted. Li Changfeng paused, slowly turning his head to see Qingqiu offering him a gentle smile. "Be safe." In response, Li Changfeng and Appo's lips curled into a soft smile, affirming with a firm yes. As he hurried toward the lake's center, great fiery palm, the old dog unleashed two powerful strikes against the Qingfish. Chapter 70. Grave injury to Qingqiu. Originally thrashing about, Qingqiu emitted a piercing scream under the relentless assault of the old dog. The latter's expression was as frigid as his words, devoid of any warmth. "This time, I shall carve you open." Just then, Li Changfeng soared in with his sword, unleashing a blade of energy that swiftly marred Qingqiu's body, leaving a fresh wound. The previous injuries on Qingqiu had yet to fully heal. But as an ancient beast, it was a unique entity, having healed sufficiently despite its wounds. "Taste my sword." Li Changfeng and the old dog flanked Qingqiu, forming a pincer movement. I have practiced swordsmanship for decades, solely for the day I can personally slay this beast. He raised his hand, pointing at the wailing Qingqiu. On the mountain, an elder observed the struggle below with a complex glimmer in his eyes. At that moment, several young disciples approached him. Master, shall we not assist them? One inquired, while the others nodded in agreement. However, the elder merely sighed. Some matters are destined to be unfulfilled, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, utterly futile. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances but fell silent, watching intently. On the lake's surface, the old dog, undeterred by his weakening state, continued to strike Qingqiu relentlessly. The waters turned crimson once more. Yet, to their bewilderment, Qingqiu neither retaliated nor fled. Seeing Qingqiu and Oppo's diminished strength, Li Qiankun called out, Elder, I possess a sword that can vanquish this beast. I implore you to buy me some time. Very well. The old dog once again invoked the Nine Heavens divine dragon transformation, engaging Qingqiu in combat. Meanwhile, Li Qiankun ascended into the air, gathering his true energy. In the sky, he raised his sword high, his aura growing ever more formidable, sending ripples across the water below. Soon, a magnificent golden sword materialized in his grasp, as if it were a tangible entity. Predecessor, Li Qiankun shouted. The old dog glanced back and quickly distanced himself from Qingqiu. Before he could retreat, Li Qiankun swung his greatsword. Heavenly Gang! Fury Slash! A sharp blade of energy cleaved through the lake and Oppo's surface and struck Qingqiu with tremendous force. Instantly, a visible gash appeared on Qingqiu, eliciting a more agonized scream. Boom! The sword energy dissipated, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent countless droplets flying. Qingqiu bore a massive wound, with its innards starkly visible. At that moment, a figure erupted from the gash, none other than Chen Mu. Chen Mu. Upon seeing him emerge unscathed, the old dog and Oppo's face lit up with joy. I knew you would perish. Chen Mu grinned. I still have much to learn from you. How could I possibly die so easily? On the shore, Li Qingqiu, witnessing Qingqiu's grievous injury and Chen Mu's safe return, covered her mouth and began to weep softly, tears of joy. Just then, a child approached, tugging at her hand, looking up at her. On the mountain, the elder wore an expression of astonishment. He had never anticipated that an ordinary person could cultivate to such a degree. No, it should be three ordinary individuals. Be it Chen Mu, the old dog, or Li Qiankun, none possessed spiritual roots. Having unleashed that strike, Li Qiankun gasped for breath, his eyelids heavy. Yet the corners of his mouth curled upwards. He had finally achieved his goal. As he felt himself falter, the old dog swiftly swooped in to catch him. Meanwhile, Qingqiu gradually sank beneath the water. Chen Mu hurried to the old dog and Oppo's side, assisting Li Qiankun back to shore. Father! Father! Li Qingqiu anxiously rushed forward to examine Li Qiankun and Oppo's condition, as concerned onlookers gathered around. He is fine, merely exhausted. A brief rest will suffice. Upon hearing the old dog and Oppo's reassurance, the crowd exhaled in relief. Together, they helped Li Qiankun to a resting place while others resumed their reconstruction efforts. Chen Mu glanced at the citizens laboring to rebuild, then turned his gaze to the distant lake. Old dog, has that creature perished? The old dog shook his head gravely. Regardless of the outcome, that beast is an ancient entity. Its thick hide is one aspect. It possesses other abilities yet to be revealed. What should I do now? Should we merely wait for it to recover? But what alternative do we have? Should we plunge into the waters to confront it? That would be courting death. The old dog, having drained much of his energy over the past 2 days, added, let us all recover fully, and then we shall confront it together. Agreed. Chen Mu exclaimed excitedly. At that time, we shall bring it back to stew. Suddenly, Chen Mu sensed a prying gaze upon him. Turning toward the source, he found nothing but emptiness, leaving him puzzled. Scratching his head, he approached the old dog with a flattering smile. Old dog, your flame palm appears quite formidable. May I learn it? The old dog shot him a glance. That's called the Great Burning Flame Palm. Yes, the Great Burning Flame Palm. Chen Mu responded eagerly. Mimicking the gesture, the old dog, unreserved, intended to pass on all his skills to Chen Mu. They found an open area, where the old dog sat atop a donkey and began to explain. The Great Burning Flame Palm is a technique I created long ago, requiring the convergence of true energy from all 8 meridians into the abdomen, then directing it to the palm. As he spoke, the old dog swiftly executed a palm strike against the lake's surface. Observing this, Chen Mu pondered and nodded thoughtfully. Then, with eyes closed, he focused on the true energy within his 8 meridians. True energy from the 8 meridians converging in the abdomen, directing to the palm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. executing a palm strike that released a formless energy, crashing down upon the lake and sending up a towering column of water. Witnessing this, the old dog was taken aback. The technique he had painstakingly developed over 6 months had been mastered by this lad in a single attempt? Chen Mu beamed at the old dog. Old dog, have I learned it? The old dog, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, replied, well, it's decent. He feigned nonchalance, stating, the great burning flame palm isn't an extraordinary technique. Oh. Chen Mu continued to alternate his palms, executing several strikes that sent fish leaping from the lake. No need for the fishermen to cast nets. Seeing Chen Mu so adept, the old dog wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, this lad's talent is astonishing. At that moment, Chen Mu furrowed his brow and approached the old dog. Old dog, why does your palm ignite with flames, while mine merely manifests as a palm strike? The old dog pondered for a moment before responding calmly, because you lack innate spiritual roots. Lacking innate spiritual roots? Chen Mu was still somewhat confused. But don't you lack roots as well? The old dog shook his head. No, mine are merely absent due to postnatal circumstances. Chapter 71. The Three Heroes Battle Qingqiu. Is there no tomorrow? Chen Mu's curiosity deepened upon hearing the old dog's words. The old dog gazed into the distant sky, reminiscing about a past he was reluctant to discuss. Once, he too was a prodigious youth endowed with an extraordinary fire spiritual root, achieving the pinnacle of Qi training at the age of 14 and completing his foundation establishment by 15. Such formidable talent rendered his contemporaries dim in comparison. Countless esteemed sects offered various treasures and elixirs to entice him to join, and in the end, he chose the most powerful of them all, the Eternal Life Immortal Palace. Little did he know, that was the beginning of his nightmares. First, his exquisite fire spiritual root was extracted, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. Then, his entire family was annihilated overnight. Had he not leaped into a ravine, he would have long been silenced. Listening to the old dog recount these events with apparent ease, Chen Mu's fist clenched involuntarily. Rest assured, old dog, I shall avenge you. The old dog turned, a smile on his face. In truth, I have long since moved on. The Eternal Life Immortal Palace stands as the most powerful sect in the world, with its numerous ascended beings far too many to count on 2 hands. He then looked at Chen Mu and said, do not harbor thoughts of revenge on my behalf unless one day you can step into the realm of the saints. Akin to a sage among cultivators, then you may seek justice for me. Once one achieves the status of a saint, they move freely, and when saints clash, only the minions below suffer destruction. Chen Mu's gaze was resolute as he replied, fear not, old dog. I will surely succeed in reaching the realm of saints. The corners of the old dog's mouth involuntarily curled upwards at Chen Mu's determination. He believed in Chen Mu's character, and even more so in his innate talent. For Chen Mu, the realm of saints was merely the beginning. Soon, a day passed, and Chen Mu had fully mastered the old dog's great burning flame palm, along with its derivative, the great burning flame finger. At that moment, Li Qingyi brought them some food, including fish and steamed buns. Chen Mu picked up a bun and devoured it in 2 bites, prompting Li Qingyi to roll her eyes at him. Eat slower. No one's competing with you. As Chen Mu munched on the bun, he inquired, how is your father? He has awakened, but he is still somewhat weak. Chen Mu nodded in response and picked up a grilled fish. Just as he took a bite, the sun above was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds. He instinctively looked up. What's happening? Is it going to rain again? No sooner had he spoken than raindrops began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour that obscured visibility. Li Qingyi's expression changed. Chen Mu, I must return. She turned and dashed away, while Chen Mu approached the old dog, who was intently staring at the lake ahead. Old dog. It has returned. Chen Mu instantly comprehended who it was and turned to gaze at the lake's surface, where a figure stood silently, beneath its feet. The tumultuous waters seemed poised to overflow. That figure. Chen Mu gasped, struggling to believe his eyes. It must be. The old dog's words rendered Chen Mu's expression grave as the rain obscured his vision. Let us go. It appears he seeks a final confrontation. With that, the old dog gracefully leapt from the donkey's back and soared toward the lake. Chen Mu hurried after him, taking rapid strides. Upon reaching the shore, Li Chafeng also rushed over with his sword, coincidentally meeting Chen Mu. Li Townhead, your condition. Li Chafeng shook his head. I'm fine. Yet, his pale complexion belied his words. Before the 3 could advance, the figure at the lake's center approached them, wielding a long spear. With each step, it seemed as though he walked upon solid ground, and the rain around him actively avoided his presence. When the figure stood before them, they could finally discern his ghastly visage, marred with scars and bearing a deep wound that exposed bone on his chest. Undoubtedly, he had transformed into Qingqiu. Yingyu's gaze swept over the trio, and a cruel smile crept across his face. Excellent. All three are here. He then turned to Li Qianfeng, rasping. This wound on my chest is a gift from you, so I shall claim your life as recompense. Next, he glanced at the old dog without a word, and finally, his eyes landed on Chen Mu, the murderous intent radiating from him palpable. This left Chen Mu perplexed. Few of his injuries were inflicted by him. So why was the animosity directed so heavily toward him? Once I consume you, I shall no longer be trapped in this meager lake. Yingyu's declaration left the three bewildered, pondering what he meant by being trapped. Chen Mu stepped forward, his voice cold. Yingyu, your reign of terror ends today. Yingyu smirked. Such bravado. Let us see if you possess the capability. With that, he twirled the spear in his hand, launching a blade of energy toward Chen Mu. Slicing through the curtain of rain with astonishing speed. Chen Mu's eyes narrowed as he evaded, while Li Qianfeng and the old dog quickly closed in on Yingyu to engage him in combat. Yingyu merely deflected Li Qianfeng's sword with a casual sweep of his spear, sending him staggering backward. However, the old dog's palm wind caught him off guard. At that moment, Chen Mu darted behind Yingyu, unleashing two powerful strikes. Yingyu caught a glimpse of him in his peripheral vision, leaping effortlessly to evade Chen Mu's onslaught. Just then, Li Qianfeng swiftly ascended above Yingyu, bringing his sword down with intent. Forced to descend, Yingyu was met with the old dog's great burning flame palm and Chen Mu's great formless palm. Boom. The two palms struck vigorously against Yingyu. Yet, as the brilliance faded, he remained unscathed, standing defiantly before them. You three are truly insufferable. He raised his spear, and the waters beneath him responded to his command, swiftly erecting a towering wall of water that surged toward the trio. The sheer expanse of the water wall left them no avenue of escape, compelling them to unleash their might in defense. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed within the water wall. The old dog's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Be careful." Thud. Li Qianfeng slowly looked down, seeing the spear that had pierced through his chest, his hand reaching out to touch the wound but hesitating in fear. Blood dripped from the spear tip into the lake below. Ah. Across from Li Qianfeng, Yingyu wore an expressionless face. This is the price for wounding me. With a forceful thrust, he hurled Li Qianfeng into the lake. Witnessing this, Chen Mu's pupils dilated, his mouth opening in a silent scream. In the distance, Li Qingyi, upon witnessing this scene, was reduced to tears, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. Having dealt with Li Qianfeng, Yingyu turned, aiming his spear at Chen Mu. Now, it is your turn. Crack. Chen Mu clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Yingyu. You shall perish. He charged toward Yingyu, unleashing two powerful strikes along the way, both of which were effortlessly deflected by Yingyu's spear. While Yingyu was fixated on Chen Mu, the old dog once again employed the Nine Heavens divine dragon transformation, swiftly appearing behind him. A dragon claw surged forth, propelling Yingyu away, and at that moment, Chen Mu awaited above, fist poised for a devastating blow. The old dog's right hand clenched into a fist, a dragon's head forming atop it. Dragon fist. Bang. Yingyu was sent flying by a single punch, and at that moment, amidst the misty rain, a glimmer of cold light re-emerged. A long spear, imbued with an unparalleled momentum, surged directly towards Chen Mu. Chapter 72, Sacred Artifact. In an instant, the long spear arrived before Chen Mu, catching everyone off guard. No one had anticipated that the throne Yingyu possessed such a hidden maneuver. The spear enlarged in Chen Mu's gaze, leaving him no avenue for escape. Chen Mu. The old dog shouted, swiftly rushing towards Chen Mu's direction, aiming to seize the spear. Yet, the spear slipped through his fingers and pierced directly into Chen Mu's chest. At that moment, the old dog's pupils dilated, and his breath momentarily halted. As the spear approached his chest, a flicker of memory ignited in Chen Mu's mind. However, before he could delve into those recollections, a thunderous sound erupted from his chest. An unfamiliar cauldron materialized before him, robustly shielding him from the spear's assault. The front of the cauldron bore the character Qian, while the back displayed Kun. Upon seeing the cauldron, Chen Mu exclaimed, "Qiankun Ding." As those words left his lips, a surge of energy emanated from the Qiankun Ding, and astonishingly, the spear shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, the Qiankun Ding remained unscathed, even beginning to orbit around Chen Mu, as if filled with exuberance. The old dog, witnessing this scene, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previous moment had been perilously thrilling. Bang! In the next moment, Yingyu soared into the air, delivering a kick that sent the old dog flying. Old dog! Chen Mu shouted, his gaze fixated on Yingyu. The Qiankun Ding continued to whirl around Chen Mu, seemingly intent on safeguarding him. Yingyu narrowed his eyes, observing the spinning Qiankun Ding with newfound caution. This enigmatic object had just obliterated his weapon. Now it's just the two of you. Even with a fine weapon, what can you accomplish? Yingyu's face brimmed with confidence as he grasped another long spear that materialized in his hand. Chen Mu remained silent, charging towards Yingyu, while the Qiankun Ding, as if sensing his intent, swiftly descended upon Yingyu. Bang! Yingyu brandished his spear, unhesitatingly colliding with the Qiankun Ding. At that moment, Chen Mu maneuvered to the side, unleashing a series of palm strikes toward Yingyu. Yingyu slightly turned his head, countering the incoming attack by repelling the Qiankun Ding, swiftly twirling his spear to block Chen Mu's assault. Thud! Unbeknownst to them, the old dog had positioned himself behind Yingyu, delivering a powerful punch to Yingyu's back, causing him to lurch forward. Initially, Chen Mu's attack served merely as a distraction. The true assault lay with the old dog. The force of the old dog's punch was immense, and Yingyu, now halted at a distance, spat out a mouthful of blood. His lifeless eyes glared at the old dog, as if deciding to deal with this old fool first. The old dog's gaze sharpened, his fists tightening. In the next moment, Yingyu charged at the old dog like a streak of light. However, the old dog remained unperturbed, executing a fluid yet powerful series of punches, a black and white pattern materializing before him. Tai Chi Qiankun in hand. In an instant, Yingyu's spear came to a halt before the old dog, rendering him immobile. A flicker of panic crossed Yingyu's face. What is this? Out! With the old dog and Appo's command, Yingyu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against a distant mountainside. Seeing this, Chen Mu shouted in exhilaration, "Old dog, that move was incredible." The old dog turned, grinning proudly at Chen Mu. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you," but before he could finish, a spear pierced through from behind, impaling the left side of the old dog and Appo's chest, blood trickling down the spearhead. Old dog, Chen Mu and Appo's eyes widened in horror, yet Yingyu, with a swift kick, sent the old dog tumbling down. With one foe dispatched, Yingyu felt elated. That strike indeed hurt, but it was futile. He then turned, a grin adorning his face as he gazed down at Chen Mu. "Now it's just you left. How shall I toy with you?" He regarded Chen Mu and Appo's strength with utter disdain. "I want you dead." Chen Mu roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged at Yingyu. The Qiankun Ding, spinning around him, hurtled toward Yingyu. Yet, with a mere sweep, Yingyu deflected the Qiankun Ding, then swiftly repositioned himself before Chen Mu, delivering a kick to his chest. Thud! Chen Mu crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Yingyu had discerned how to contend with Chen Mu and Appo's Qiankun Ding. As long as he did not engage it head-on, it would not shatter. Observing Chen Mu, who clutched his chest and struggled to rise, Yingyu and Appo's spear gleamed with deadly intent. "Forget it. Let us end this quickly, lest the night grow long with dreams." He was indeed feeling somewhat drained. Swish! The spear surged toward Chen Mu, swift as lightning. Chen Mu and Appo's eyes narrowed, barely able to discern the distant light rushing toward him. Still not enough? A question surfaced in Chen Mu's mind, and his struggling hands gradually loosened. Seeing this, a smirk crept onto Yingyu's lips. "It's over. I finally seized this power." Boom! The next moment, a colossal sound erupted, jolting the nearly dormant Chen Mu awake. It was the Qiankun Ding once more, standing resolutely before him, shattering Yingyu's spear anew. Yingyu's brow furrowed tightly. What is happening? I'm out of strength. Why can he still manipulate that cauldron? Suddenly, the clouds above began to swirl, giving rise to a massive vortex. Within the whirlpool, a red light descended, enveloping both Chen Mu and the Qiankun Ding. What is this? Yingyu gazed in disbelief at the levitating Chen Mu. Meanwhile, the old dog, lying on the ground, slowly turned to look at Chen Mu, equally astonished. "This is a sign of the Qi mansion being opened." As he spoke, the old dog coughed up another mouthful of blood. In midair, Chen Mu's hands involuntarily spread wide, as the Qiankun Ding approached his chest, gradually shrinking and spinning incessantly, utilizing the ding as a mansion. The old dog gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief. From the recent battle, it was evident that this cauldron was no ordinary object. It almost seemed to possess a spirit. Now, using it as a mansion, the outcomes could be both beneficial and detrimental. Witnessing this scene, a grimace twisted Yingyu's features. Impossible! He clenched his hands, wielding two spears that charged swiftly towards Chen Mu. Yet, as the spears neared the red light, they disintegrated instantaneously. No, it cannot be. How could he possibly gain the recognition of a sacred artifact? Yingyu and Appo's expression darkened, relentlessly hurling spears at Chen Mu. But each met the same fate as it approached the crimson glow. A sacred artifact is a weapon forged by a saint. Initially uncertain upon seeing the Qiankun Ding, it was only now that he realized it was indeed the legendary sacred artifact, destined to merge with Chen Mu. Chapter 73. Establishing a domain and refining Qingqiu. After a series of futile attempts, Qingqiu fixed his gaze on Chen Mu, his eyes brimming with resentment. The duck that was almost in his grasp had simply flown away. In the next moment, Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes, and the Qiankun Ding instantly burrowed into his chest. At that moment, Chen Mu felt his aura surge rapidly. The 8 meridians that had been drained of true energy were swiftly replenished. Yet, the true energy within his body continued to grow, drawing in the surrounding elemental energy of heaven and earth into Chen Mu's being. All of it converged towards his chest. And then a red light gradually descended from the sky, merging into Chen Mu and Apos' body. Immediately, a wave of energy radiated outward from Chen Mu, dispersing in all directions. The whirlpool above dissipated, and even the rain ceased. The old dog glanced at Chen Mu, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Sacred artifact. Red Qi domain. With a slight tilt of his head, he fainted. Qi domains also possess varying qualities: the ordinary white Qi domain, the rare blue Qi domain, the precious purple Qi domain, and the extraordinary golden Qi domain. As for the red Qi domain, even the old dog was witnessing it for the first time. Chen Mu lowered his head slightly, casting a cold glance at the not-so-distant Qingqiu, and spoke with a chilling tone. Qingqiu, you have committed heinous acts. Surrender now. Upon hearing this, Qingqiu erupted into maniacal laughter. Committed heinous acts? Ha! I merely seek to pursue a higher realm, and that makes me wicked? In the next instant, a glint of killing intent flashed in Qingqiu's eyes. You are merely a fledgling who has just opened a Qi domain. How dare you speak to me like that? Get lost. With that, a jet of water surged toward Chen Mu. However, as it reached him, it was blocked by the ding. Once again, that ding. A look of surprise crossed Qingqiu's eyes. Did it not become your Qi domain? Chen Mu did not respond to his question, instead shifting his hands and pointing at the Qiankun Ding. Qiankun Ding, go? The ding swiftly ascended above Qingqiu, and an ominous feeling washed over him. He attempted to flee, yet he was no match for the speed of the Qiankun Ding. A beam of red light descended from above, and Qingqiu immediately felt all strength drained from him. It was as if his connection to the outside world was severed by that red light. No. He struggled within the red light, but his body was drawn closer to the Qiankun Ding, ultimately being sucked into it. Chen Mu changed his hand movements once more, casting a spell upon the Qiankun Ding. Refine. Soon after, horrifying screams echoed from within the ding. No. Oh. Until the sounds faded, only a white, demonic core remained within the Qiankun Ding. The ding slowly floated towards Chen Mu, along with the core, merging into his chest. Having completed this, Chen Mu's eyelids felt as heavy as mountains, and he slowly closed them, directly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the rain ceased, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Chen Mu felt a tickle in his nose, and he suddenly sneezed, then sat up. Just as he sat up, before he could survey his surroundings, a delicate visage blocked his view. For a moment, Chen Mu was taken aback, and at that instant, the girl waved her jade hand in front of him. Hey, Warren and Apos, do you just awake? Why do you look so dazed? Upon hearing her melodious voice, Chen Mu felt a sense of familiarity, followed by sheer delight. You, who are you? Looking at the girl before him, Chen Mu managed to ask. Seeing that he was unharmed, the girl let out a sigh of relief, but soon after, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face at his earlier question. You forgot me. Huh? The girl pouted, feigning anger. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu rummaged through his mind, trying desperately to recall any memory of her, but found nothing. I'm sorry, miss. It seems I was injured before. When I woke up, all I remembered was being in a fishing village, and I can't recall anything else. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the girl immediately squatted down in front of him, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Seeing her worried expression, Chen Mu felt a warmth wash over him. I'm fine. I just can't remember anything from before. Do you know the old me? Confirming that Chen Mu was okay, the girl sighed in relief, gazing earnestly into his eyes. I do. In the past, you used to call me Xiaoyun, and I called you Mugo. Suddenly, vague images flickered in Chen Mu's mind, followed by a sharp pain. The images transformed into 9 chains binding him tightly, with 9 distinct dragon heads at the other ends. Seeing Chen Mu clutching his head and crying out in pain, the girl panicked, hastily stabilizing his form, calling out urgently, Mugo. What's wrong? Mugo. Not far away. The Qiankun Ding stood still, with a milky white demon core floating inside it. The ding shimmered, and the core began to melt slowly. Threads of white energy flying over to lift Chen Mu. The girl turned her head, spotting the Qiankun Ding, her heart leaping with joy. Qiankun Ding. As the white threads integrated into Chen Mu's body, the pain he felt gradually subsided. At that moment, an ancient tome nearby flipped open, beginning to record. Qingqiu. With a fish and amp, Appos, S body and bird and amp, Appos, S wings, voice like a mandarin duck. Bestow the power to control water. Witnessing this scene, the girl found it utterly marvelous. She had not anticipated that within Mu Ge lay such wonders. Chen Mu sat on the ground, yet he could feel the 9 chains binding him tightly. The more he struggled, the more agony he endured. When the milky white demon core was completely absorbed, Chen Mu awoke, gazing at the girl, whose face sparkled with excitement. Once again asking, "Who are you?" This time, the girl did not display any disappointment. Instead, she smiled and introduced herself to Chen Mu. "Mu Ge, you can call me Xiao Yun." "Xiao Yun?" Chen Mu murmured softly, then looked around. "Where is this?" Xiao Yun's light voice chimed. "This is your Qi domain." "Qi domain?" Chen Mu stared at his seemingly boundless Qi domain, his brows slightly furrowing. Yet, did the old dog not say that Qi domains are finite? Why is mine so vast? Xiao Yun grinned. "That must be because you, Mu Ge, are truly remarkable." Chen Mu slowly rose, his gaze falling upon the Qiankun Ding not far away. Approaching the ding, he fell into contemplation. Xiao Yun peeked over his shoulder. "What is it, Mu Ge?" Chen Mu placed his hand on the Qiankun Ding, carefully sensing it. "Why do I feel so familiar with this ding?" Xiao Yun quickly jumped in front of Chen Mu, explaining, "Of course you're familiar with it. It is, apart from me, your closest companion." Seeing Chen Mu slip into thought again, Xiao Yun hurriedly interrupted, fearing he would suffer once more. "Mu Ge, you should go out now. You've been asleep for several days." Only then did Chen Mu cease his contemplation, raising his head to look at Xiao Yun. "Earlier, you mentioned this is my Qi domain. Why are you here?" Chapter 74. Departing from Luoyun City. The young girl turned her head, meeting Chen Mu and Amp, Appos, as puzzled gaze. A moment of hesitation flickering through her mind. She was uncertain whether to recount that past to him. Perhaps it would be better for him to recall it on his own. Thus, she spoke softly, "Due to certain special reasons, I could only ascend to the Qi furnace. When the Qi furnace becomes your Qi abode, I had no choice but to accompany you within." Her words appeared sincere. And as Chen Mu gazed at the nearby Qi furnace, he fell into contemplation. He was baffled as to why he was able to wield it, even managing to refine ancient beasts. "Brother Mu, do you know why it is called the Qi furnace?" The girl's voice chimed again. Chen Mu turned his head, his eyes landing on her delicate features. "Why?" With a gentle smile, she pointed at the Qi furnace and replied, "Because it has Qi at the front and Kun at the back." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Mu vanished from his Qi abode. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself staring at a cobwebbed ceiling. Just as he began to look around, Li Qingyi entered, carrying food. Her face lit up with joy upon seeing him awake. "You're awake." Chen Mu propped himself up on his hands and sat up, prompting Li Qingyi to rush over to assist him. "No need. I can manage." Li Qingyi halted her movement, watching as Chen Mu sat upright, then handed him the food she had brought. "Eat something. You've been unconscious for several days." Chen Mu took the bowl she offered and glanced around, asking, "Where and Amp?" "Amp? Appos? As the old dog?" Since waking up, he had not seen the old dog and Amp, Appos, as figure and could not believe that he had perished so easily. "The old dog is fine," Li Qingyi said, handing him a spoon. "He woke up before you and is healing in the adjacent room." Chen Mu sighed in relief, recalling the moment the old dog was pierced through by a spear. He still felt a twinge of fear. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls of the kanji, he suddenly remembered, what about Mayerly? He should be all right? Since the old dog was unharmed, he felt that Li Changfeng should also be fine. Li Qingyi merely lowered her head in silence, her shoulders trembling slightly. Noticing this, Chen Mu reached out a hand and gently patted her shoulder. Days later, Chen Mu, the old dog, and Li Qingyi stood before the tranquil surface of the green lake, where people were fishing peacefully. "Are you leaving?" Li Qingyi and Amp, Appos, gaze remained fixed on the lake, avoiding looking at Chen Mu and the old dog. "Yes." Chen Mu nodded, having lingered here for far too long. It was time to depart. "And you?" He turned to observe Li Qingyi and Amp, Appos, profile, sensing something amiss on her face. Li Qingyi murmured, "I don and Amp, Appos, no, but I must at least take my father and Amp, Appos, ashes back." After a brief pause, the three parted ways, heading in opposite directions. And Greenpa Town would soon welcome its next mayor. On the road, the old dog lay on the back of the old donkey with his hands behind his head. Observing this, Chen Mu could not help but inquire, "Old dog, how come you were pierced through the heart, yet remain unscathed?" Your recovery is quicker than mine. Who told you my heart was pierced? The old dog did not even bother to open his eyes. Chen Mu, puzzled, leaned closer. Didn't that guy pierce your left chest? At this, the old dog finally opened his eyes and glanced at Chen Mu. Who told you the heart is always on the left? The old dog's words left Chen Mu dumbfounded. Watching the old donkey walk away, murmuring, so that's the case. Snapping back to reality, he hurriedly chased after them. Hey, old dog, where are we headed next? Luoyang City. The old dog and Appo's voice came from ahead. Luoyang City? Chen Mu asked curiously. What is the purpose of going there? To find an old acquaintance. Chen Mu opened the map, searching for a while before finally locating Luoyang City. That and Appo's quite far. From their current position, it was approximately 200 miles to Luoyang City, with about 100 miles of mountainous terrain in between. The old dog's indifferent voice continued. Walking is also a form of cultivation. Chen Mu put away the map, casting a sideways glance at the old dog. Then why don't you get down and walk? Since he encountered this fellow, he had never once seen him leave the donkey and Appo's back, except during fights with Qingqiu. Thus, the trio continued onward, their shadows stretching longer on the ground. Old dog. How's my Qi abode? Ordinary. Just ordinary? What comes after I establish a Qi abode? Don't be overly ambitious. First, solidify your foundation. One day later, the three finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. To reach Luoyang City, they must cross over this mountain. Chen Mu lay on a flat rock, resting, unwilling to move even an inch. The old dog withdrew his gaze from Chen Mu, concluding, let us rest here tonight and aim to cross the mountain tomorrow. The surrounding sky had grown dark, with only the moonlight providing a semblance of illumination. After resting sufficiently, Chen Mu finally sat up from the stone, leaving behind his imprint. Old dog, what mountain is this? ISN and Appo's. See it written there? Go see for yourself. Following the direction of the old dog's finger, Chen Mu indeed spotted a massive stone standing nearby, inscribed with 3 bold characters. Tianyu Mountain, he remarked, quite imposing. Just then, a low growl from a beast echoed around them, and Chen Mu's eyes lit up as he turned to look. Soon, a tiger emerged, circling around Chen Mu as if assessing its prey. A slight smile crept onto Chen Mu and Appo's lips. Dinner had arrived. Unfortunately, it was not a mythical beast, just an ordinary wild animal. In the next moment, the tiger found its angle and lunged at Chen Mu. With a swift motion, Chen Mu merely waved his hand, sending the tiger crashing against a nearby stone wall, barely conscious. With a final stretch, the tiger succumbed. Clapping his hands, Chen Mu approached the tiger and Appo's carcass. My apologies. You came to me. He dragged the tiger back to the old dog before venturing out to gather some firewood. He also filled a pot with water from a clear stream. When Chen Mu pulled out the pot, Xiaoyan followed closely behind him, having remained by his side all along. Upon returning to their resting place, the old dog lifted his head slightly, glancing at Chen Mu before quickly averting his gaze. As Chen Mu prepared to stew the soup, Xiaoyan softly remarked, Brother Mu, it seems he cannot see me. Chen Mu glanced at the old dog, and then at the girl beside him, softly affirming with an Once the meat stew was ready, its aroma was unexpectedly delightful. Xiaoyan eagerly took her bowl, savoring 2 servings. The old dog took a sip and froze, gazing at Chen Mu. What did you add to this soup? Chen Mu, puzzled, shook his head. I didn't add anything. Why? Chapter 75, The Mountain Village. Upon hearing this, the old dog shook his head, dismissing any concern. The night passed without incident, and before dawn broke, Chen Mu was awakened by the old donkey's affectionate licks, prompting him to commence his training. It wasn't until a surge of violet energy coursed through him that he felt a wave of relief wash over his body. Come on, old dog. I feel invigorated. Today, we shall conquer this mountain, he declared. However, as Chen Mu scaled one mountain, he discovered yet another towering peak behind it, stretching endlessly before him. After half a day of trekking, his earlier bravado had dissipated. No, I can't go on, old dog. Let's take a break, he gasped. He had never felt such exhaustion from a day's journey before. Since entering Tianyu Mountain, he found himself utterly drained within mere hours. We are nearly halfway, came the old dog and Appo's voice. Chen Mu, taken aback, thought, what? Only halfway? Struggling to maintain his composure, he approached the old dog. Before them loomed the highest peak, unmistakably taller than all the others, resembling a colossal dragon's head. Old dog, look below. Is that a village? Chen Mu exclaimed. The old dog gazed down, spotting wooden huts nestled between the 2 peaks. However, the old dog did not share Chen Mu's excitement. The presence of human habitation in such a remote area might not bode well. Quickly, old dog, let us descend and find some food, Chen Mu urged. His earlier fatigue forgotten. Seeing Chen Mu dash down, the old dog had no choice but to follow. By the time the old dog reached the foot of the mountain, Chen Mu was already surrounded by a throng of villagers, making his way to the so-called village chief's home. Inside the chief's abode, an elderly man with a kind visage regarded Chen Mu warmly, offering a display of fruits and vegetables he had never encountered before. Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Chief, are all these for me?" The chief smiled, his face crinkling with age. "As a guest, please feel free to indulge." Just as Chen Mu reached out, a thought struck him, and he slowly withdrew his hand. Noticing this, the chief inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing. I simply wish to wait for my master before partaking," Chen Mu replied, shaking his head. The chief's satisfaction grew as he observed Chen Mu, replying, "No problem at all, we have plenty." Despite the chief's persistent encouragement, Chen Mu refrained from taking anything. Soon, the old dog arrived, prompting Chen Mu to wave eagerly, "Old dog, over here." Throughout their journey, the old dog had sensed nothing amiss. He nodded respectfully to the chief. "My apologies for the intrusion, esteemed elder." The chief waved his hand dismissively, his expression brightening. "Not at all. Our village rarely receives visitors. Your arrival today must be the will of the mountain god." "Mountain god?" The old dog furrowed his brow at the chief's words. At that moment, Chen Mu presented an unfamiliar fruit to the old dog, who accepted it with a glance, eagerly consuming it. The chief explained with a smile, "When you arrived, you must have noticed that this mountain is called Tianyu Mountain, and our village is known as Tianyu Village. Behind us lies the highest peak of Tianyu Mountain, aptly named Tianyu Peak." He gestured toward the fruits before them. "These bounties are countless in this mountain, all bestowed upon us by the mountain god." Hearing this, Chen Mu and the old dog exchanged glances. The chief continued with a hint of nostalgia, "We are fortunate to have the mountain god's protection. Otherwise, our village would have long ceased to exist." Surrounded by towering trees, their village basked in sunlight, flanked by two flowing streams. The villagers of Tianyu village enjoyed remarkable longevity. The chief himself was 150 years old, yet still capable of self-care. As the chief extolled the virtues of the mountain god, Chen Mu and the old dog refrained from dissent, as they were still savoring the provisions offered to them. After resting, when Chen Mu and the old dog prepared to take their leave, the chief warmly insisted they stay for the night. "The villagers have gone hunting and will return only in the evening. It is a rare occasion for us to host guests, and we must celebrate." Having just enjoyed their hospitality, the two felt reluctant to depart so abruptly. That evening, the chief's son and grandson returned home. "Did you encounter any trouble?" the chief inquired. With a smile, the son patted the two captured animals he carried. "With the mountain god's protection, how could there be any mishaps? We even caught 2 wild wolves." "Excellent. Go tell the villagers that tonight we shall hold a bonfire feast." The chief's grandson stepped forward, puzzled. "Grandfather, is there a special occasion today? Why the celebration?" At that moment, Chen Mu and the old dog emerged from the house, met by the eager gazes of the chief's son and grandson. "Grandfather, we have guests." Chen Mu felt a twinge of discomfort under their scrutinizing gaze, but managed to smile and wave, "Greetings. We merely passed through and did not wish to intrude." "Not at all. We are thrilled to have you," the chief's grandson exclaimed, draping his arm around Chen Mu's shoulder. "It has been ages since anyone visited our village." He turned to his father. "Father, since we have guests, we must celebrate." "Indeed." The chief and Apos' son readily agreed, setting aside the game he carried. "I will inform everyone." He then excitedly hurried away. Observing their enthusiastic demeanor, Chen Mu and the old dog exchanged concerned glances. This was highly unusual. A secluded village suddenly receiving 2 visitors. Not only refraining from hostility, but extending warm hospitality, felt akin to a prelude to a feast. As they watched the bustling activity of the chief's grandson and others, a troubling thought crossed Chen Mu's mind. Could these so-called villagers be all beasts in disguise? Glancing back at the old dog, their eyes met. The old dog subtly shook his head, indicating that they were not beasts. This only deepened Chen Mu's confusion. Could they genuinely be merely hospitable? At that moment, the chief and Apos' grandson approached, offering them halves of watermelon. "Here, enjoy some fruit while we prepare for the bonfire feast." Thank you," Chen Mu responded, momentarily breaking his train of thought as he began to eat. Eventually, they gathered in a spacious area where a bonfire was ignited. Surrounded by the day's freshly hunted game, they formed a circle around the fire, engaging in lively dances, and though Chen Mu was pulled into the festivities, he lacked the skills to dance. The old dog, unable to join in, observed from a distance. He noted the smiles on their faces, apart from Chen Mu's genuine joy. The others wore expressions that seemed to mask deeper truths. Chapter 76, albeit as the singing and dancing came to a halt and the bonfire flickered out, Chen Mu, having indulged in some wine, succumbed to a pleasant intoxication. After escorting the two back to their quarters, the village chief's son departed with others. The old dog's gaze lingered on them until the door closed, at which point it shifted to Chen Mu, who lay embracing a pillow. His lips curved in a smile, as if still lost in a joyful reverie. Come, let us drink and dance some more. This was Chen Mu's most relaxed moment. Burdened by numerous responsibilities before, he had never laughed so freely. The old dog gently patted the old donkey and Appo's rear and squatted in the corner. In the dead of night, the room was filled with faint rustling sounds. The old dog did not fully open his eyes but squinted at the unfolding scene. He observed the village chief's son, accompanied by a few others, lifting Chen Mu onto a platform and binding him with ropes before stealthily exiting. The old dog, curious about their intentions, quietly followed. However, his brow furrowed when he saw them heading towards Tianyu Peak. What could they possibly want with Chen Mu on the mountain? Ahead, those carrying Chen Mu wore expressions of excitement, as though they had long awaited this moment, finally capturing their prey. At the summit, beneath a colossal dragon head, the village chief and several others knelt fervently, not daring to raise their heads. He's here. A faint voice pierced the air as they brought Chen Mu forth. The village chief slowly turned to gaze at him, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Quick, place him on the altar. Their fervor towards Chen Mu was meticulously orchestrated. Watching Chen Mu, the village chief greedily licked his lips. How delightful. Once the master consumes his essence, we shall relish his flesh. In that moment, the dragon head's eyes gleamed, emitting two beams of light that shot straight towards Chen Mu. Just then, an unexpected force surged, pulling Chen Mu away from the path of the beams. Suddenly, a violent tremor rippled through the air, as if the dragon head had been angered by the sudden removal of its offering. The villagers immediately fell to their knees, shouting, "Lord Dragon God, quell your wrath." Beside them, the old dog, clutching Chen Mu, regarded the villagers with a cold, scrutinizing stare. After a brief pause, the tremors ceased, and the villagers rose, glaring at the old dog with resentment, especially the village chief, who regarded him as if he were already a corpse. Daring to intrude upon their sacrificial ceremony, he had sealed his own fate. With that, the villagers brandished farming tools, inching closer to the old dog. The old dog's gaze fell upon the village chief, his voice icy. "You are neither human nor beast. What manner of creature are you?" No beast could elude his keen perception, yet he could not discern the true nature of these beings. The village chief and Appo's son swung a scythe at the old dog, retorting, "You shall find your answers in hell." Boom. The old dog unleashed a blazing palm strike, obliterating the foremost attackers into a cloud of black smoke. Was it truly this effortless to dispatch them? Yet, the next moment, the figures coalesced back into form, and the village chief's son reappeared, cracking his neck and uttering, "So, you are a cultivator." With that revelation, he charged at the old dog once more, accompanied by the others. The old dog's brow furrowed. He could not fully eradicate these foes. Suddenly, a flash of light surged forth, forcing the assailants back. The Qiankun Ding materialized, accompanied by Xiaoyun, her face marred with indignation. "If you wish to harm Brother Mu, you must first contend with me." With a flick of her wrist, she maneuvered the Qiankun Ding above the villagers. No, the emergence of the Qiankun Ding filled them with sheer terror, as if they had encountered a malevolent force. In the next heartbeat, amidst the villagers' wails, the Qiankun Ding absorbed them, refining them into a demon core the size of a thumb. So they were indeed beasts. The old dog murmured softly. The girl approached Chen Mu with concern, ensuring he was merely asleep before returning to his body. The old dog regarded Chen Mu with keen curiosity. This lad truly encountered all manner of events. At dawn, as the first light of day broke, the old donkey licked Chen Mu awake. "Ah." Chen Mu stretched, feeling his entire body sore. "Good morning, old dog." The old dog ignored him, already deep in his cultivation. Chen Mu, too, settled into a meditative posture, oblivious to his surroundings as he began to cultivate. It was not until a streak of violet light entered the horizon that they concluded their practice. Only then did Chen Mu take in his surroundings, realizing there was no trace of the previous room. "Old dog, how did you bring me up here?" "I had no intention of bringing you here," the old dog retorted, perplexed. "Then how did I arrive?" Chen Mu pondered aloud, rising to survey the area. Upon catching sight of the dragon head, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Instantly, the 9 chains in his mind tightened. Hearing no response, the old dog turned to see Chen Mu crouching on the ground, seemingly enduring immense agony. What ails you? Cold sweat dripped from Chen Mu and Amp Appo's brow, falling in heavy droplets. As the old dog reached out to investigate, Chen Mu suddenly dashed towards the dragon head, delivering a powerful blow that shattered it. At that moment, the excruciating sensation dissipated. Chen Mu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Observing his state, the old dog lightly patted the old donkey and Amp Appo's rear and approached Chen Mu. Do you harbor a grudge against this creature? The creature in question was, of course, the dragon head behind him, and it was clear that the villagers had orchestrated this entire scenario. Chen Mu shook his head, struggling to articulate, I do not know. But seeing it fills me with discomfort. After a moment, he regained his composure, rising to crush the remnants of the dragon head beneath his foot. He turned to the old dog. Let us bid farewell to the villagers. After all, they did host us last night. Upon hearing this, the old dog cast a peculiar glance at Chen Mu. Those villagers you speak of were preparing to bind you and offer you to the very dragon head you shattered. Chen Mu and Amp Appo's expression stiffened, glancing down at the remains with a complex mix of emotions. Why would they do such a thing? Did they deceive us all along? I can only tell you that they intended not only to sacrifice you, but to consume you. The old dog and Amp Appo's voice resonated darkly, each word piercing Chen Mu and Amp Appo's heart like a dagger. The joy of the previous night had been his alone. So did you eliminate them all? Chen Mu raised his head, gazing at the old dog. Chapter 77. Arrival at Luoyun City. Meeting Chen Mu and Amp Appo's gaze, the old dog spoke calmly. I cannot bear the weight of this burden. They were all captured by your cauldron. Chen Mu touched his chest, realizing why he had felt a surge of power within him the previous night. Let us go. While Chen Mu was still lost in thought, the old dog had already set off, heading down the mountain in another direction. Chen Mu hurried after him, asking, Old dog, what were those things yesterday? Did you not say they were not monsters? After the two departed, a plume of black smoke emerged from the remnants, slowly merging into the surrounding stone walls. If one were to view from above at that moment, they would see that the mountain range, stretching for hundreds of miles, resembled a colossal dragon coiling in the air. At the peak of Tianyu Mountain, a pair of eyes intently watched the retreating figures of Chen Mu and the old dog. After some time, the two finally reached the outskirts of Luoyun City. The bustling crowd, entering and exiting, showcased the city and Appo's prosperity. Chen Mu looked up at the 3 large characters inscribed on the city gate, Luoyun City. He turned to the old dog and exclaimed, Old dog, we have arrived. Just as they were about to enter, a person intercepted them, commanding, Halt. A soldier clad in armor, wielding a spear, scrutinized them. Where do you come from? Do you have a travel permit? A travel permit? Chen Mu questioned, glancing at the old dog, who rummaged through his belongings but found nothing. How could this be? Did we lose it in Qingpu town? Hearing the old dog's words, the soldier frowned slightly. Then from where do you hail? Brother, we come from Qingpu town. Chen Mu quickly explained. Qingpu town. The soldier clearly recognized the place. I heard it recently suffered a severe flood. Are you here as refugees? Exchanging glances, Chen Mu and the old dog nodded in unison. Yes, indeed. Our possessions were swept away by the flood, and we have come here to seek refuge with friends. If that is the case, then please disclose the identity of your friend, and I shall send someone to fetch them, the soldier stated, showing no intention of letting them pass without further inquiry. Chen Mu and Amp Appo's lips twitched. That won't be necessary, will it? The soldier waved his hand dismissively. Not a bother. You have just experienced a disaster and traveled great distances to reach here, but without a travel permit, we find ourselves in a difficult position. Your friend must come to assist. Having reached this impasse, Chen Mu turned to the old dog, for he had no friends to call upon. The old dog looked at the soldier and quietly spoke. His name is Luo Qiushui. As soon as the words left his lips, the surrounding soldiers and passers-by froze momentarily, before swiftly encircling Chen Mu and the old dog. Chen Mu retreated to the old dog's side, whispering, Hey, old dog. Is your friend a wanted criminal in Luoyun City? At that moment, the previously courteous soldier regarded them with a cold expression. Where did these two cunning fiends of the monster clan come from, daring to impersonate our lord and Amp Appo's friend? Startled, Chen Mu widened his eyes, turning to the old dog. Your friend is the city lord? Then why are you still a beggar? The old dog shot him a look of disbelief. Seeing that they refused to answer, the soldier waved his hand, ordering, Arrest them. These two are surely spies of the monster clan. Take them back to face the city lord's judgment. As the crowd closed in, Chen Mu quietly asked, "Hey, old dog, what should we do? We can end amp, oppos, just attack ordinary people, can we? If you wish to be captured, then remain still." The old dog retorted just as a clear voice rang out beside them. "Stop." Chen Mu turned to see a lavishly decorated carriage at the side, the voice emanating from within. The soldier approached the carriage and bowed. "Miss, they are not spies of the monster clan. Allow them entry." The clear voice from the carriage rang out again. "Understood, miss." The soldier returned to Chen Mu and the old dog, gesturing for the others to lower their spears. "Apologies for the misunderstanding." Chen Mu also inclined his head in response. "No problem, it is your duty." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Mu and the old dog followed the carriage inside. Leaning closer to the old dog, Chen Mu whispered, "Why did she help us? Why not ask her directly?" "She's right in front of you," the old dog replied. Chen Mu quickly waved his hand, creating distance. "I'd rather not." Before the old dog could inquire further, the girl's voice chimed in from the carriage again. "You are the heroes who saved Qingpu town, are you not?" "How do you know?" Chen Mu blurted out. It had only been a few days since they left Qingpu town. Could their fame have spread so swiftly? "Are we that famous now?" The girl laughed lightly. "Of course. To slay the lurking beast in Qingpu town is an accomplishment worth spreading far and wide." Chen Mu, intrigued, asked, "But how did you recognize us?" "It seems others do not know us." After glancing around, he noticed no one was deliberately looking their way. "That is because someone from Qingpu town intentionally concealed your identities. Otherwise, could you stroll about so freely?" The girl explained. "Heroes are always in demand." Hearing this, Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. "That is wonderful. I do not wish to be the center of attention every day." The girl's curious voice came from the carriage. "Why not? Others would announce their heroism to the world." Adopting the old dog and Oppo's demeanor, Chen Mu reclined with his hands behind his head, stating nonchalantly, "Who wants to be a hero? It's too tiring. I just want to eradicate all monsters." As silence fell, the girl's eyes flickered with emotion. She gently pulled back a corner of the curtain, catching a glimpse of Chen Mu's profile. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Chen Mu glanced at the carriage, and the girl promptly withdrew the curtain, akin to a child caught in a secret. "You still Haven and Oppos." T explained how you recognized us, Chen Mu prompted. Regaining her composure, the girl feigned indifference. "Naturally, someone informed me. They described a beggar riding a donkey and a youth with a righteous demeanor who teamed up to slay the water monster." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu beamed at the old dog. "Did you hear that? A beggar riding a donkey, hee hee." The old dog remained unfazed, eyes closed in contemplation. After a while, the girl's voice emerged again. "Earlier at the city gate, did you truly claim to know Luo Qiushui?" The old dog replied matter-of-factly, "Indeed, we do." The girl took a deep breath and said, "In that case, follow me, I will take you to see him." The old dog, puzzled, opened his eyes to regard the carriage. "What is your relationship with Luo Qiushui?" Chapter 78. Strolling through Luo Shui City, Chen Mu could not help but slightly tilt his head to gaze at the carriage ahead, as a melodious voice emerged from within. "He is my father." Both individuals behind him halted momentarily, and Chen Mu turned his attention to the old dog, uncertain of the truth behind the words. The old dog softly murmured, "After decades, this fellow and Oppo's daughter has grown so much." The voice from the carriage rang out again. "I have often heard my father mention a friend who was supposed to visit, yet he has never arrived." Upon hearing this, the old dog fell into a reverie. Recalling the time he escaped from the Chongqing Immortal Palace and encountered Luo Qiushui, who was also being hunted, they quickly bonded, becoming comrades in their plight. Noticing the old dog's silence, Chen Mu gently tapped him. "Hey, old dog, right?" The old dog cast a faint glance at him, his expression impassive. Thus, the atmosphere fell into silence once more until the trio arrived at the Lord's residence. As the carriage curtain lifted, a young lady clad in a light yellow gown stepped out, parting the fabric with grace. Chen Mu curiously leaned forward, making eye contact with her, and she responded with a warm smile. The young lady possessed delicate features and wore her hair simply, secured with a white jade hairpin. While holding a fan embroidered with two birds, she inclined her body slightly, addressing them, "Gentlemen, please follow me." Her demeanor exuded confidence, revealing her status as a refined lady. However, Chen Mu's attention was elsewhere. He leaned towards the old dog and whispered, "Old dog, she doesn't seem well." The old dog remained silent, but his mind was filled with the image of the young lady's unnaturally pale face. After leading Chen Mu and the old dog to the reception room, the young lady served them fine tea and bowed once more, saying, "Gentlemen, my father should still be occupied with official matters. I shall fetch him shortly." The old dog nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble. Once she departed, the old dog took a sip from his tea, and Chen Mu imitated him. Old dog. It appears you are not a beggar after all, able to enjoy tea. Just after taking a sip, a maid promptly refilled their cups. Before long, hurried footsteps approached. And as the old dog lifted his gaze toward the door, he saw a figure standing at the entrance. A middle-aged man with a head of black hair, interspersed with strands of white, looked on with eyes full of excitement as he beheld the old dog seated on the donkey. He hesitated momentarily before calling out, Old dog? The old dog revealed a long-lost smile as he looked at Luo Qiushui. What is this? It's only been 25 years. And you fail to recognize me? Upon hearing the familiar yet strange voice, Luo Qiushui rushed forward, embracing the old dog as if they were childhood friends reunited after many years. At that moment, the young lady arrived belatedly, and as Chen Mu turned around, she greeted him with a sweet smile. After a moment, the old dog gently patted Luo Qiushui's shoulder. All right, the children are watching. Luo Qiushui finally released the old dog, her eyes still brimming with excitement, when suddenly her gaze fell upon the old dog's folded leg. Her expression froze. Your leg? The old dog waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He then gestured toward Chen Mu, who stood beside the young lady. Let me introduce you. This is my disciple, Chen Mu. Luo Qiushui scrutinized Chen Mu with a smile, exclaiming, Indeed, a fine-looking young man. To be your disciple, he must possess remarkable talent. He's just average. He resembles me enough that I reluctantly took him on, the old dog replied. Luo Qiushui glanced at Chen Mu again, then called the young lady over. Allow me to introduce my daughter, Luo Qingqiu. Luo Qingqiu offered a slight bow to the old dog. Greetings, Uncle Dog. Ah, truly. You are as beautiful as your mother was in her youth. Chen Mu's gaze swept over the group, sensing that both had intriguing stories from their past. Just as he thought to sit quietly and listen, Luo Qingqiu spoke again. Father, Uncle Dog, you must have much to discuss after so many years. Why don't I take young Master Chen for a stroll around Luo Shui City? Just as Chen Mu lifted his teacup for a sip, he heard Luo Qiushui agree. That sounds good. Take him around well. At that, Chen Mu realized he would miss out on the old dog's stories. Departing from the reception room, Luo Qingqiu smiled at Chen Mu. Young Master Chen, I presume you have never visited Luo Shui City before? Miss Luo, please just call me Chen Mu. The title of and Appos, young master and Appos, feels peculiar to me, he replied. Luo Qingqiu nodded lightly. Then you may call me Qingqiu, as my family does. Soon, they found themselves on the bustling streets of Luo Shui City, accompanied by several maidservants. The surroundings were filled with sights Chen Mu had never encountered before. After all, this was a grand city, incomparable to the humble Qingpu town. At that moment, Xiaoyan unexpectedly emerged from within Chen Mu's body. The scene left Chen Mu momentarily stunned. Xiaoyan, why are you out? There are so many people. However, before Xiaoyan could respond, Luo Qingqiu inquired with curiosity. Chen Mu, what are you talking about? Noticing that Luo Qingqiu seemed oblivious to Xiaoyan's presence, Chen Mu pointed to the empty space beside him, causing her face to pale further. Chen Mu, you're not scaring me, are you? Just then, Xiaoyan approached Luo Qingqiu and waved her hand before her, yet she remained unresponsive. Indeed, she cannot see me. Chen Mu sighed in relief. Well, that's good. Luo Qingqiu gently tugged at Chen Mu's sleeve, her brow furrowed with concern. Chen Mu, did you see something you shouldn't have? At this, Xiaoyan crossed her arms defiantly. I am not something you shouldn't see. No, I am not a thing. No. Chen Mu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, his expression darkening. Seeing this, Luo Qingqiu grew even more anxious, thinking that in just a short time, she had exposed him to something unclean, and she would surely be scolded by her father upon their return. Chen Mu, she called out again. And he snapped back to attention. Huh? Qingqiu, did you call me? Seeing his expression return to normal, Luo Qingqiu sighed in relief. Just now you. Oh. I was merely recalling some matters. Chen Mu provided a vague explanation. However, before they could continue their conversation, a group of people approached them swiftly. The leading youth was aggressive, his gaze fixed intensely on Chen Mu. Upon noticing the newcomer, Luo Qingqiu furrowed her brows and called out, Zhuang Jian. What do you intend to do? Chapter 79. The unwarranted dispute. Zhuang Jian stared intently at Chen Mu, his eyes wide with incredulity. Qingqiu, why are you out shopping with this man? Who is he? His words were laden with accusation, and even Chen Mu felt an uncomfortable prickle at his tone. Luo Qingqiu's expression darkened immediately. Zhuang Jian, do I need to report to you about whom I choose to spend my time with? Moreover, we are not well acquainted. So kindly address me by my full name. Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Jian looked wounded, his eyes pleading. Qingqiu, surely you must know my feelings for you? How can you be out shopping with another man? In that moment, Chen Mu understood. This man was most likely a suitor of Luo Qingqiu. And now he regarded Chen Mu as a rival. Just as he prepared to clarify the situation, Luo Qingqiu interjected coldly, I am unaware of your feelings. But I am well aware of your nightly escapades in various brothels. I would appreciate it if you could conduct yourself with dignity. Should you continue to harass me? Do not expect me to regard our familial ties. Luo Qingqiu's rejection was unmistakable, yet Zhuang Jian appeared exhilarated. Qingqiu, I knew you cared for me. Otherwise, why would you investigate my whereabouts? Rest assured, my encounters with them are merely frivolous. Once we are wed, I shall cease all such activities. Chen Mu frowned at these shameless proclamations. How could he utter such disgraceful words with such nonchalance? Bah, how utterly shameless. It was a sentiment echoed by Xiao Yun. Chen Mu stepped forward, arms crossed. My good sir, did you not hear her say this is none of your concern? Upon seeing Chen Mu, Zhuang Jian's face darkened once more. Who do you think you are? I am speaking to Qingqiu. What right do you have to interject? Just as he was about to respond, Luo Qingqiu unexpectedly linked her arm with Chen Mu's and coldly declared, he is the fiancé my father arranged for me. The revelation left everyone, including Chen Mu, in a state of disbelief. After a moment, Zhuang Jian let out a hollow laugh. Qingqiu, I know you are only fabricating this to reject me, but my family, the Zhuang family, is the wealthiest merchant house in Luoshui City. If you marry me, the Lord's residence will never lack for funds again. Zhuang Jian's claim was not unfounded. The Zhuang family controlled one-third of the shops in Luoshui City. Bolstered by Luo Qiushui's support, they had grown into an uncontrollable beast. Chen Mu swiftly regained his composure, casting a disinterested glance at Zhuang Jian. Is wealth truly so impressive? Zhuang Jian sneered, his demeanor shifting. Indeed, wealth is impressive. If my family were to withdraw from Luoshui City, the city would regress a decade overnight. Qingqiu, I initially hoped to win you over with affection, but now I declare that you are mine. His greedy gaze roamed over Luo Qingqiu, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. He believed that upon marrying her, the Zhuang family could continue to encroach upon other businesses, ultimately turning Luoshui City into their own fiefdom. Luo Qingqiu's expression turned icy as she tightened her grip on Chen Mu's arm. Zhuang Jian, are you plotting rebellion? Rebellion? Zhuang Jian let out a boisterous laugh, finding her words absurd. Luo Qingqiu, do you truly believe that the Luo family still holds dominion over Luoshui City? Allow me to enlighten you. The Zhuang family has long since taken control of the city. We merely require a legitimate pretext to persuade your father to step aside. As he spoke, Zhuang Jian took a few steps toward Chen Mu and Luo Qingqiu, his intentions clear. If I can secure you, my plans will proceed smoothly. Yet you chose to employ a pretty face to reject me. At that moment, a group of armed individuals emerged, encircling Chen Mu and the others. While the common folk scattered in terror, you have successfully ignited my wrath. Zhuang Jian narrowed his eyes at Luo Qingqiu. You have turned my previous actions into a farce, though they were merely an act. But from now on, you shall endure my desires night after night. His gaze was filled with lewd intent as he raked his eyes over Luo Qingqiu, who he had long desired. Compared to the women of the brothels, merely seeing Luo Qingqiu ignited a fire within him. Had it not been for his father's repeated warnings about timing, he would have already acted against her. Now that the moment was ripe, he cast aside all hesitation. As Zhuang Jian's gaze bore down on her, Luo Qingqiu shrank back, hiding behind Chen Mu. She was an ordinary person. If Zhuang Jian were to capture her, she would rather die. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was still grappling with the absurdity of being embroiled in this conflict so soon after arriving in Luoshui City. Yet, as a friend of her father, he could not abandon her. Brother Mu, please take action and teach this despicable man a lesson. Xiaoyun exclaimed angrily from the side. Although she was unaware of the full context, Zhuang Jian's previous remarks were undeniably vile. Zhuang Jian smirked, already plotting what he would do once he captured Luo Qingqiu. He raised his hand high and shouted, Attack! Kill the men indiscriminately and capture Luo Qingqiu alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding men surged forward. At that moment, however, two of Luo Qingqiu's maids suddenly turned against the others, killing two of their companions before swiftly advancing toward Chen Mu. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mu's expression hardened. He merely sidestepped slightly, guiding Luo Qingqiu out of the way of the two daggers. Then, with a powerful strike, he sent the assailants crashing into a nearby wall, where they spat blood and perished on the spot. The sudden turn of events left the previously charging assailants frozen in fear. Zhuang Jian's pupils widened in disbelief as he shouted, You are a cultivator. Chen Mu, unfazed by Zhuang Jian's shock, gently pulled Luo Qingqiu behind him. Xiaoyun stood by, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze at Zhuang Jian. Even though he was unaware of her presence, with an icy demeanor, Chen Mu stared at Zhuang Jian, his expression unyielding. Indeed, I had no interest in your quarrel. But you crossed a line when you sought to take my life. Zhuang Jian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with venomous malice. Yet, he quickly suppressed that emotion. Smiling as he addressed Chen Mu. My apologies, esteemed friend. I was unaware of your status as a cultivator. Please accept my humble offer of 10,000 gold coins. And let us put this matter to rest. Currently devoid of any cultivators by his side, he could only attempt to placate Chen Mu, hoping to secure a verbal agreement. Until his father arrived with a cultivator of his own to subdue Chen Mu. Chapter 80. The Golden Armored Man Appears. Zhuang Jian was merely a young and impetuous youth, with the schemes etched upon his face. As he reveled in his own cleverness, a cold voice interrupted his thoughts. You did not say that just now. With that, Chen Mu vanished like a gust of wind, reappearing before Zhuang Jian. An ordinary person like him stood no chance of evading Chen Mu's assault. Gripped tightly by the neck, Zhuang Jian felt a surge of panic as he struggled. No, you cannot. Kill me. I am a disciple of the Eternal Life Palace. His words came out in gasps, yet Chen Mu understood him clearly. Upon hearing the name Eternal Life Palace, Chen Mu's gaze hardened, and he released Zhuang Jian's throat. Just as Zhuang Jian thought Chen Mu was intimidated by the name and prepared to mock him, a finger pressed against his forehead. Chen Mu's voice, laced with icy resolve, echoed, one day, I shall pave the way for the old dog to the Eternal Life Palace. With a swift motion, Zhuang Jian's head exploded, and a wave of terror washed over the onlookers, causing them to abandon their weapons and flee. However, the Qiankun cauldron soared forth, leaving none unscathed by its strike. Returning to Luo Qingqiu's side, her complexion had turned even paler, especially after witnessing the gruesome scene of Zhuang Jian's demise, making her feel nauseous. Are you all right? Just as she intended to speak, a wave of nausea surged, and she hurried to a corner to vomit. It took a while for Luo Qingqiu to recover. Though her pallor remained, Chen Mu, observing her state, felt a sense of helplessness. He glanced at the nearby Xiaoyun and softly inquired, what should we do? After a moment of thought, Xiaoyun suggested, just pat her back. I've seen others do that when they feel unwell. Hesitant, Chen Mu pondered. Would a gentle pat send Luo Qingqiu crashing to the ground? Nevertheless, he approached her, exerting control over his strength as he gently patted her back. Are you all right? As Luo Qingqiu attempted to rise, an unexpected force from behind sent her kneeling to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Mu reacted quickly, grasping her delicate, soft hand, which felt slightly slippery. Xiaoyun, exasperated, covered her forehead and remarked, Brother Mu, do you intend to crush her? Ignoring Xiaoyun's jest, Chen Mu carefully helped Luo Qingqiu to her feet, guilt flickering across his face. I'm sorry, He had restrained his strength. Yet he was surprised by her fragility. Luo Qingqiu retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, wiped her mouth, and smiled apologetically at Chen Mu. It's all right. I've troubled you. Noticing that Chen Mu still held her hand, her cheeks flushed instantly. Chen Mu, realizing this, promptly released her hand. An awkward silence enveloped them. And just as he was about to speak, sounds of combat erupted in the air. Instinctively, Chen Mu shielded Luo Qingqiu behind him and looked up to see a figure clad in golden armor, wearing a golden mask, engaged in a fierce battle with the old dog and Luo Qiushui. Old dog. Father. The voices of Chen Mu and Luo Qingqiu echoed in unison, filled with concern as they gazed skyward. As Chen Mu beheld the golden-armored figure, a sharp pain pierced his mind, flashes of memories flickering within. He bore the anguish and slowly lifted his gaze, fixing it on the figure suspended in the air. Suddenly, Luo Qingqiu's cold hand grasped Chen Mu's, her voice laced with anxiety. Chen Mu, what is wrong? Hearing her voice dispelled the visions in his mind, and he turned to her, shaking his head gently. I'm fine. In midair, the three combatants distanced themselves, the golden-armored man's gaze sharpening as he fixated on the old dog. I didn't expect to find you here. You've really managed to hide well. The old dog snorted. You, a mere wretch from the Eternal Life Palace, have come here as well? The golden-armored man paused, his hand forming a golden longsword. Your tongue remains as foul as ever. Today, you shall be left behind. With that, the three resumed their fierce engagement. Chen Mu watched the aerial battle, his expression grave. He hadn't anticipated the golden-armored man's formidable prowess, managing to hold his ground against two attackers. Such a battle was beyond Chen Mu's capability to join. Any rash action would only hinder the fight. Just then, a group of people emerged. Among them a middle-aged man with a grim expression. As he surveyed the lifeless bodies around him, all belonging to his clan, his gaze fell upon a headless corpse, causing his body to freeze. My son. The man rushed forward, cradling the corpse in his arms, wailing in despair. "My son." Recognizing the anguished figure, Chen Mu immediately understood that this man was Zhuang Jian's father, the ungrateful head of the Zhuang family. Finally, he lifted his head. Glaring fiercely at Chen Mu and Luo Qingqiu, his teeth clenched. You killed my son." Faced with the wrath of the middle-aged man, Chen Mu positioned Luo Qingqiu firmly behind him, bracing for an impending attack. But the next moment, the man shouted towards the sky, "Immortal, my son." Before he could finish, a beam of light pierced through his head, brain matter splattering. Luo Qingqiu, hearing the sound, pressed her head fearfully against Chen Mu's back. In midair, the golden-armored man cast his gaze downward, observing yet another headless body slowly toppling backward. "You dare!" he bellowed, sending the two men before him flying with a wave of his hand. With a sudden surge of power, he struck at Chen Mu. The force so immense it cleaved the air around them. In the air, the old dog and Luo Qiushui shouted in alarm, "Get away!" However, Chen Mu, locked in the golden-armored man's sights, could not evade, and Luo Qingqiu lacked the strength to do so, leaving her to hide behind Chen Mu. "Brother Mu, use this." Xiaoyan's voice rang out as the Qiankun cauldron swiftly positioned itself before Chen Mu. Chen Mu's eyes narrowed as he forcefully pushed the Qiankun cauldron forward, charging toward the incoming colossal palm. The golden-armored man sneered disdainfully, "A mere insect thinks it can obstruct my attack." With a thunderous collision, a shockwave erupted, sending Chen Mu and Luo Qingqiu reeling backward. Luo Qingqiu was flung violently against the wall, spitting blood before losing consciousness. "Qingqiu!" In midair, Luo Qiushui roared, his eyes bloodshot as he charged at the golden-armored man. The old dog also retaliated with a powerful strike, forcing the golden-armored man to evade. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Chen Mu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Qiankun cauldron, tremble!" With a resounding boom that echoed throughout the heavens. All present felt a momentary halt. Xiaoyun had already braced herself, covering her ears and shutting her eyes. The golden-armored man's massive palm disintegrated in the wake of the overwhelming tremor. Chapter 81. The escape. As the colossal palm disintegrated, Chen Mu exhaled deeply, lunging forward to kneel on the ground, supporting himself with both hands. The Qiankun Ding swiftly flew into his chest, and Xiaoyun vanished from sight. After catching his breath, Chen Mu abruptly turned to gaze at Luo Qingqiu, who had succumbed to unconsciousness not far away. "Qingqiu." He dashed towards her, gently lifting her. And upon feeling her pulse, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, she had merely fainted. Just then, an anxious voice echoed from above, "Chen Mu, take Qingqiu and flee." Chen Mu looked up at the old dog duo. "What about you go? Don't worry about us." At their urging, Chen Mu swiftly hoisted Luo Qingqiu onto his back, crossing her arms around his neck, and without a backward glance, he sprinted away. The golden-armored man scoffed, trying to escape. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword hurtled towards Chen Mu with relentless force. Sensing the menacing aura approaching from behind, Chen Mu caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and furrowed his brow. That presence had once again locked onto him. There was no evading it. He quickly turned, sliding backward a short distance, raising two fingers to his chest. Water control technique. Water wall. As his words fell, a crystal-clear wall of water formed before him, repelling the incoming sword. The three figures suspended in midair were taken aback, especially the golden-armored man water spirit root. "Yet you think this can withstand my blade?" True to his expectation, the sword pierced through Chen Mu's water wall effortlessly. However, Chen Mu seemed prepared. Before the sword could breach the wall, he initiated his next move. Water control technique. Water tornado. An immense water tornado enveloped Chen Mu, swirling wildly and attracting all nearby objects. With the water tornado as a shield, he began to run. Wherever he went, the tornado followed him, absorbing the sword's impact as it made contact, rendering it powerless, ultimately joining the debris it collected. The golden-armored man's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated that he couldn't even detain a mere youth. His aura surged once more. "Then you two shall not escape." Meanwhile, after running a considerable distance, Chen Mu dissipated the water tornado and hurriedly made his way back in the direction they had come from, carrying Luo Qingqiu on his back. After a full hour of running, feeling the bumps and jolts, Luo Qingqiu slowly regained consciousness, noting that they were no longer in the confines of Luo Shui City. She softly called out, "Chen Mu." Hearing her voice, Chen Mu halted, a hint of anxiety in his tone. "Qingqiu, you're awake?" "Mm." Luo Qingqiu replied in a voice barely louder than a whisper, "Please set me down." Gently, Chen Mu placed her on the ground. But as soon as her feet touched the earth, she erupted into a fit of coughs, spewing fresh blood. This scene left Chen Mu at a loss. "Qingqiu." Luo Qingqiu, accustomed to such occurrences, offered him a reassuring smile. It's nothing. My body has always been like this. Since childhood, her constitution had been exceptionally frail. Despite her father's relentless search for renowned physicians, nothing had proven effective. According to those doctors, Luo Qingqiu would not live beyond the age of 20. Now, with just a month left until her 20th birthday, the reality weighed heavily on her. Noticing their surroundings were too open, Chen Mu glanced around and suggested, "This place is too exposed. We should find somewhere to hide." As he spoke, he crouched before Luo Qingqiu, who was momentarily taken aback. She could walk on her own. Noticing her hesitation, he turned back slightly, urging, "Come on." Chen Mu, worried for her fragile state, didn't he think twice. "All right." Luo Qingqiu softly acquiesced. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned against him. As a young woman, her thoughts often wandered. Earlier, in her unconscious state, she hadn't had such concerns, but now, feeling the strength of Chen Mu's sturdy back, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Chen Mu slowed his pace, and suddenly, a playful remark from him relaxed Luo Qingqiu's taut nerves. "You're holding onto my neck so tightly. Do you wish for me to perish more slowly?" "Huh?" For a moment, Luo Qingqiu was taken aback, but upon noticing her grip, she loosened it, stammering, "I'm sorry." She had momentarily lost concentration, unaware of her own strength. In truth, her grip was not strong, but her entire being was tense, evident to Chen Mu. Thus, Chen Mu continued walking quietly. And as they progressed, Luo Qingqiu gradually relaxed, resting her head gently against him. "Chen Mu, am I heavy?" she inquired, her voice frail and weak. However, Chen Mu's response revitalized her spirits. "Heavy? Let me put it this way. I could devour 10 beasts of your weight." Initially, Luo Qingqiu didn't grasp his meaning. But after a moment, she lightly tapped his shoulder, playfully chiding, "How can you flatter a girl like this?" After walking for some time, they finally entered a wooded area. Part of Tianyu Mountain. Chen Mu found a flat patch of ground, gathered some weeds, and helped Luo Qingqiu sit down. At this point, he was drenched in sweat. "Chen Mu, you should sit and rest for a bit." "Oh, all right." He settled beside her, and as soon as he did, Luo Qingqiu took out a fresh handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Momentarily caught off guard, Chen Mu stammered, "I can do it myself." They were seated close together, and the unique scent of Luo Qingqiu's youthful fragrance left Chen Mu momentarily dazed. Feigning seriousness, Luo Qingqiu chided, "You carried me so far. You must be exhausted. Let me help you." With that, she firmly swatted away Chen Mu's outstretched hand. Just as the two basked in this tender atmosphere, two figures emerged from the distance. The old dog and Luo Qiushui exchanged glances, uncertain if they should approach. After Chen Mu had fled with Luo Qingqiu, they too had escaped the golden armored man, finding their way here with the help of the old donkey. Suddenly, as Luo Qingqiu wiped Chen Mu's sweat, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Chen Mu swiftly caught her as she staggered, prompting the two newcomers to hasten towards them. Old Dog, Lord of Luo City. Both bore numerous injuries, and Luo Qiushui crouched before Luo Qingqiu, grasping her hand as her complexion paled considerably. Chen Mu couldn't help but ask, "Lord of Luo City, what exactly is wrong with Qingqiu? How could a mere shock lead to such severity?" Luo Qiushui's expression darkened as she gently released Luo Qingqiu's hand. Qingqiu's health has been fragile since childhood. This injury has triggered a relapse of her condition. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu inquired with confusion, "What ailment?" Chapter 82. The devouring spirit bug. Luo Qiushui gently shook her head, a sense of melancholy surging within her. In truth, Luo Qingqiu's condition was not accurately described as an illness, for none of the esteemed physicians who had examined her could determine the nature of her ailment. They could only prescribe various remedies to slow the decline of Luo Qingqiu's health. Perhaps it was her fate to suffer thus, yet it was a pity for the child. Chen Mu's expression was grave as he observed the waning vitality in Luo Qingqiu's pallid face. Meanwhile, the old dog fell into deep contemplation, and after a long pause, he recalled something. Perhaps she had been afflicted with a spirit bug. Upon hearing this, both Chen Mu and Luo Qiushui gazed at the old dog in disbelief, with Luo Qiushui's eyes widening in astonishment. A spirit bug? How could that be? Luo Qiushui had never permitted outsiders to approach Luo Qingqiu. It was only in the past 2 years, when Luo Qingqiu expressed a desire to venture outside, that he had acquiesced. The only individuals who had come into contact with her were those renowned physicians. Could they be responsible? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered that when Luo Qingqiu was still a child, Zhuang Datong had brought in a famous doctor. Could it be? The old dog stepped forward, grasping Luo Qingqiu and Appo's delicate hand, which was barely substantial enough for a grip. A gentle stream of true energy flowed into Luo Qingqiu and Appo's body, initiating a thorough examination. At last, the old dog discovered a void in the area of her lower abdomen. It resembled the state of his own spirit root, which had been extracted. Turning his head, the old dog and Appo's gaze grew solemn as he looked at Luo Qiushui. She once possessed a spirit root, did she not? Spirit root? Luo Qiushui was even more shocked. Then resolutely stated, there has never been one. I have personally examined her. However, the old dog was certain she must have once possessed a spirit root. At that moment, the already unconscious Luo Qingqiu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. In an instant, everyone saw a bulge forming on Luo Qingqiu's arm, seemingly attempting to escape from her body. This is. The old dog quickly encircled the bulge on her forearm, leaving it no avenue of escape. The next second, the bulge burst through Luo Qingqiu's skin, and a repulsive white worm emerged, flapping its wings as it sought to flee. Yet, the old dog swiftly grasped it, trapping it mid-air, his eyes suddenly ablaze with hatred as he gritted his teeth, devouring spirit bug. Luo Qiushui did not recognize the creature, but upon witnessing it emerging from his daughter and Appo's body, his countenance darkened. Is the devouring spirit bug a type of spirit bug? With a decisive motion, the old dog crushed the devouring spirit bug, reducing it to a pool of blood on the ground. No wonder the denizens of the Eternal Life Immortal Palace extended their reach to Luo Shui City. It was evidently for the sake of Qingqiu and Appo's spirit root. Chen Mu and Luo Qiushui exchanged bewildered glances. Old dog, clarify this. The old dog and Appo's gaze fell upon the pool of blood on the ground, and an uncontrollable hatred surged within him. The devouring spirit bug is a vile spirit bug cultivated by the Eternal Life Immortal Palace, specifically implanted within the human body to devour spirit roots. Once a spirit root is utterly consumed, the individual's life draws to a close. Moreover, they can summon these spirit bugs back, refining them to obtain superior spirit roots. This implies that Luo Qingqiu originally possessed at least a superior spirit root. The members of the Eternal Life Immortal Palace nearly all possess superior spirit roots, and most of them acquired them in this manner. Boom. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushui swung a fist, shattering a nearby row of trees. You, Zhuang Datong. You, Eternal Life Immortal Palace. Chen Mu and Appo's face mirrored his disgust, yet he questioned. But old dog, don't they claim to care for the world's populace? Humph. The old dog let out a cold snort. They are merely wolves in sheep's clothing. Rotten to the core, even worse than the demon race. At least the demon race would not engage in such heinous acts. They would simply devour their kin directly. Just then, Luo Qingqiu gradually awakened, noticing the unsightly expressions on the three faces. She softly called out, Father, Uncle Dog, Chen Mu. Luo Qiushui hurried over. Concern edged across his face as he grasped her hand, feeling its coldness and frailty. Qingqiu, Father is here. Father is here. Knowing that her time was limited, she gently lifted her hand to caress Luo Qiushui and Appo's face. Father, I am fine. I am just a little tired. At her words, a wave of sorrow surged within Luo Qiushui, yet he could not show his grief, forcing a smile. Qingqiu, rest assured, Father will save you. You will be fine. A faint smile broke through Luo Qingqiu's pale visage. All right, I believe in you, Father. Her gaze then fell upon Chen Mu, whose expression was complex. Father, I wish to speak with Chen Mu for a moment. All right, all right. After releasing Luo Qingqiu's hand, Luo Qiushui swiftly turned away, tears streaming down his cheeks as he walked into the distance. The old dog followed suit. Once they had departed, Luo Qingqiu gently patted the space beside her, smiling as she said to Chen Mu, sit. As Chen Mu sat down, Luo Qingqiu leaned against his shoulder, causing him to momentarily stiffen. Gradually, he relaxed, and the two shared a comfortable silence. After a while, Luo Qingqiu murmured, Chen Mu, I wish I had met you sooner. In the distance, Luo Qiushui and the old dog stood side by side, gazing into the horizon. Old dog, is there truly no way to save her? The old dog remained silent, his eyes fixed ahead, until Luo Qiushui turned to him, prompting him to speak softly. There is a way, but the chance of success is less than 10%. Luo Qiushui's fist clenched tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Then it is worth a try. Given Luo Qingqiu's current condition, she will undoubtedly perish soon. And with that 10% chance, at least there remains a glimmer of hope. What is the method? I would even be willing to sacrifice myself. In his life, Luo Qiushui felt he had wronged two individuals. One was Luo Qingqiu's mother, whom he had failed to protect. The other was Luo Qingqiu herself, whom he had also failed to safeguard. No need for you to sacrifice yourself, the old dog replied. but we will need a powerful beast to extract its blood and bones to replace Qingqiu's. Luo Qiushui furrowed his brow, looking at the old dog. What kind of strength qualifies as powerful? At the very least, it must be able to transform. Meanwhile, Luo Qingqiu had drifted off to sleep on Chen Mu's shoulder. He gently laid her on the ground. Just then, the old dog and Luo Qiushui returned. And Chen Mu immediately rose. Old dog, Lord Luo, have you devised a means to save her? The old dog nodded and replied, Chen Mu, prepare to set out. Where to? Tianyu Peak. According to Luo Qiushui, there lurks a powerful beast in Tianyu Mountain, a discovery he made months ago. Chapter 83, The Transformation of Qiwen. At the foot of Tianyu Peak, Chen Mu placed Luo Qingqiu into the Qiankun Ding, holding it aloft. Xiaoyan followed closely behind. This is the place. When we arrived, that lad almost became a sacrifice to those villagers. Upon hearing the words of the old dog, Chen Mu felt a flush rise to his cheeks. The group ascended the mountain, but as they reached the summit, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Meanwhile, in Luoshui City, a figure clad in golden armor sat in the Lord and Apos' seat, while Feng Datong served him like a servant. Are the citizens of the city safe and sound? The golden-armored figure inquired. Rest assured, immortal. Everything is arranged, and those who disobey have been dealt with. The golden-armored figure nodded and addressed Feng Datong. You have done well. After I depart, Luoshui City will be entrusted to your management. Feng Datong immediately knelt before the golden-armored figure, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, immortal. However, I have one request. He pressed his forehead to the ground, too afraid to look up. After a long pause, the voice of the golden-armored figure finally echoed. Speak. I beseech the immortal to assist me in capturing the one who killed my second brother and nephew. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Feng Datong's eyes burned with boundless hatred, while the golden-armored figure's lips curled into a slight smile. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Very well. Before he could finish, the expression on the golden-armored figure's face suddenly froze, and he stood up abruptly, his teacup disintegrating into dust. Immediately, boundless killing intent surged in his eyes. You wretched dog. You have ruined my years of effort. Feng Datong, prostrated on the ground, was frightened and retreated, bewildered by what had transpired. At the peak of Tianyu, countless villagers knelt on the ground, offering their devout worship. In front of them was the enormous dragon head, which Chen Mu had previously destroyed. Moreover, these villagers were the very ones who had been slain last time. Most importantly, on the altar beneath the dragon head, many were bound, their wrists slashed, blood continuously flowing into the blood trough below. Luo Qiushui and Apos' brow furrowed tightly. These were the citizens of Luoshui City. Previously, they had not dared to capture people so brazenly, but ever since Chen Mu and Apos' escape, they had become utterly unrestrained. Chen Mu stepped forward, and upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of killing intent flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the dragon head. In that moment, it felt as if their gazes locked. In his mind, Chen Mu envisioned an image, a colossal dragon surveying him from above. Old dog, will you stop them? As soon as he spoke, a chilling wind swept through the area, and countless leaves danced in the breeze. The nearby stream ceased its flow, abruptly halting its gushing. Time was running out. The old dog's gaze fell upon the dragon head, and in the next instant, the kneeling villagers transformed into wisps of black mist, merging into the dragon head. A purple light surged into the sky, swirling ominously amidst dark clouds, as if awaiting something to descend. Thunder roared above, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the dragon head. It shattered into countless pieces, and the purple light intensified. Chen Mu looked up, fixated on the purple light in the sky. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. In the next moment, everyone beheld a dragon's shadow flickering within the dark clouds. A resounding dragon roar echoed, causing Luo Qiushui's eyes to widen in disbelief as she gasped. Could it be a dragon? Meanwhile, Xiaoyun, sharing Chen Mu's grave expression, remained fixated on the figure above. Suddenly, the entire space was engulfed in momentary darkness, and when visibility returned, a figure slowly descended from the purple light. The gazes of all present followed his descent. With a thud, he landed, sending a shockwave that rustled everyone's garments. As he opened his eyes, a pair of obsidian vertical pupils locked onto the crowd. A smirk slowly formed on his lips, both teasing and mocking. Chen Mu. We meet again. The revelation that this figure recognized Chen Mu caused both Luo Qiushui and the old dog to turn their gaze toward him. However, Chen Mu stared intently at the figure, exclaiming in unison with Xiaoyun, Qiwen. The old dog quickly turned to regard the distant figure, his heart trembling with trepidation. Who? Qiwen, the ninth son of the world-destroying demon dragon? It should be in the desolate ruins of the northern wastes. Countless questions flooded the old dog's mind. He had initially believed a certain dragon had transformed, but he had never anticipated this. Qiwen's gaze settled on Chen Mu before casually glancing at Xiao Yun. You have grown rather feeble in my absence. His words left the old dog in shock. Chen Mu had evidently encountered Qiwen before. Meanwhile, Luo Qiushui was oblivious to Qiwen's identity, her thoughts consumed with capturing this beast to save her daughter. Chen Mu himself was unsure why he recognized this figure, but a persistent voice in his mind urged him to devour it. This implied that during his lost memories, this being must have existed. Why are you here? Chen Mu inquired. But Qiwen merely lifted his foot and approached them. That's a good question. Qiwen halted a short distance from Chen Mu. I am here for revenge, and to reclaim what rightfully belongs to our demon clan. As he spoke, Qiwen clenched his hand in the air, and in an instant, a colossal hand reached out toward Chen Mu. Chen Mu rolled away just in time, narrowly avoiding Qiwen's attack. Surprised that Chen Mu had evaded him, Qiwen exclaimed, "Oh, you have begun to cultivate." In his previous understanding, Chen Mu was not supposed to be capable of cultivation, as he had not been recognized by the heavenly Tao. As Qiwen made his move, the old dog and Luo Qiushui swiftly charged at him. Chen Mu and Appo's eyes narrowed, and he too leaped into the fray. The four engaged in a fierce battle, with Qiwen employing both hands and feet, finding himself somewhat at a disadvantage. Only then did he take a closer look at the old dog and Luo Qiushui. One is a nascent soul stage cultivator, and the other, an unknown realm of practitioner. Qiwen and Appo's expression grew serious, and in that instant, the old dog unleashed a powerful blow. Qiwen and Appo's feet connected with the ground, propelling him backward. Before he could regain his footing, Chen Mu struck again, delivering a forceful palm strike. While the blow connected solidly, Qiwen remained unscathed. Qiwen looked up at Chen Mu, declaring, "Indeed, you cannot be allowed to live." A formidable aura erupted from Qiwen, sending shockwaves that hurled the others back several steps. Dust clouded their vision, forcing Chen Mu to shield his eyes and peer through the gaps in his arm at Qiwen. He slowly ascended into the air, a suit of black armor instantaneously enveloping him. Subsequently, a black spear descended from the heavens, embedding itself in the ground beside Qiwen. Chapter 84. The reappearance of the three past demon prison array. The Qiwen's lightly descended to the ground, grasping the black spear, slowly lifting its head to gaze in the direction of Chen Mu. I have heard that you unscrupulous individuals delight in disguising yourselves as the innocent to prey upon the unwary. As it spoke, the spear in Qiwen's hand twirled gracefully. The tip now aimed directly at the three individuals. Thus, I shall crush you without mercy, although it had merely just taken shape. The disparity compared to its former peak was vast. Nevertheless, it held no doubt that these three could not possibly contend with it. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Qiwen's, both the old dog and Luo Qiushui wore expressions of grave concern. In the next instant, the old dog and Appo's aura surged dramatically, transforming into the nine heavens divine dragon. An imposing presence comparable to Qiwen's enveloped the surroundings, prompting Qiwen's to cast a sidelong glance in its direction. With a scoff, it remarked, "Daring to employ such inferior techniques before a true dragon? You seek your own demise." With that, Qiwen's vanished from sight, only to reappear before the old dog. Anticipating this, the old dog swiftly reached out, conjuring a colossal dragon claw to intercept Qiwen's and Appo's spear. As their powers collided, a shockwave erupted, sending countless stones and debris flying in all directions. Outside, Chen Mu could only wave his hands to clear the air, squinting to discern the surroundings. At that moment, the previously stagnant stream surged forth once more. With a flick of his hand, Chen Mu wielded the water manipulation technique, Waterfall. The stream, drawn by Chen Mu's command, rushed towards them. The standoff between Qiwen's and the old dog broke as they swiftly retreated into the air, evading the deluge summoned by Chen Mu. The waterfall cascaded past Chen Mu, cleansing the summit of its debris. Qiwen squinted, regarding Chen Mu with newfound respect. To think you possess such power? A surge of murderous intent filled Qiwen's and Appo's heart. Chen Mu and Appo's talent was exceedingly formidable, and allowing him to continue growing would prove exceedingly troublesome. In an instant, the spear in Qiwen's and Appo's grasp gleamed ominously. Be cautious. Though Qiwen's remained still, the old dog had already darted in front of Chen Mu, striking towards Qiwen's. Meanwhile, Chen Mu rapidly coalesced his own palm, but this time, it was not formless as before. The surrounding waters gathered before him, hurtling towards Qiwen's. Suspended in midair, Qiwen's gripped the spear tightly, a crackling thunder emanating from its tip. Swirling shadows of darkness enveloped it, and a sly smile crept across Chaiwan's and Appo's face as it taunted, "Can you withstand this strike?" With a whoosh, the spear sliced through the air, hurtling towards the two with such speed that evasion seemed impossible. Yet, at that moment, a dragon silhouette materialized around the old dog, which began to dance in tandem with the old dog and Appo's movements. A black and white yin-yang fish emerged before the old dog, successfully halting the spear and Appo's relentless advance. Chen Mu, witnessing the old dog's effortless defense against such a powerful assault, felt a surge of exhilaration. "Old dog, that move is incredible. Once we deal with this fiend, you must teach me." The old dog's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his hands never ceasing their movements until the spear's pressure was mitigated. With a fierce shake, he sent the spear hurtling away, shattering a nearby boulder. In midair, Chaiwan's merely extended a hand, and the spear flew back into its grasp. Its narrowed eyes fixated on the old dog. "Old creature, I had not anticipated your true prowess." At that moment, Luo Qiushui, sword in hand, had stealthily approached Chaiwan's from behind. Chaiwan's immediately sensed the threat and attempted to evade, only to find its feet frozen in place. Unbeknownst to Chaiwan's, Chen Mu had not remained idle. Seizing the opportunity while Chaiwan's was distracted, he manipulated the moisture beneath it. The old dog swiftly condensed the vapor into ice, immobilizing Chaiwan's lower half. Luo Qiushui seized this chance, charging towards Chaiwan's with her sword aimed at its heart. The plan seemed destined for success, yet at the critical moment, as her blade neared, Chaiwan smirked. "You think to slay me with this?" In the next instant, a black vortex materialized at Chaiwan's and Appo's heart, drawing Luo Qiushui and Appo's sword into its depths, vanishing in an instant. Had she not released her grip in time, she too would have been consumed. Chaiwan's raised a hand, transforming it into a dragon claw as it lunged towards Luo Qiushui. "If you wish to meet your end, I shall oblige." Suspended in the air, Luo Qiushui, devoid of support, could only raise her arms defensively against Chaiwan's impending strike. The old dog, sensing the urgency, shouted, "Old Luo." Just as Chaiwan's claw was about to descend upon Luo Qiushui, a beam of golden light cascaded down, enveloping Chaiwan's. The dragon claw dissipated instantly, and Chaiwan's was forcefully pressed to the ground. "What is this?" The old dog's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to see Chen Mu. One hand braced on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Beside him, Xiaoyan wiped her forehead, relieved to have arrived in time. Suddenly, Chen Mu shouted, "Old dog!" Lord Luo quickly stabilized the other two positions. With a flicker of their gazes, the two spotted two glowing points, forming a triangular formation that encircled Chaiwan's. The descending golden light seemed poised to crush Chaiwan's entirely. Feeling the familiar array, Chaiwan's gritted its teeth, pushing against the ground with all its might. "Not this array again!" Xiaoyan placed her hands on her hips, triumphantly addressing the restrained Chaiwan's. "Indeed, this is the 3-pass demon prison array, specifically designed to eliminate creatures of your ilk." Previously, she had single-handedly employed this array to obliterate Chaiwan's avatar. Now, with Chen Mu and the others combining their powers, the array's potency was immeasurable. As the golden light bore down upon Chaiwan's, the black armor adorning its form began to dissipate into wisps of smoke. Gradually, the black spear standing nearby also disintegrated. And as Chaiwan's black battle armor vanished, golden blades emerged from within the light. They sliced across Chaiwan's, leaving a multitude of wounds. The immense pressure nearly caused Chaiwan's to grind its teeth to dust, sweat intermingling with blood as it dripped to the ground. The old dog and the others were equally astonished. They had not anticipated the array's ferocity, capable of restraining even a being as powerful as Chaiwan's. At that moment, Chaiwan's eyes turned pitch black, resembling a swirling vortex of darkness. "Do you truly believe that this can kill me?" As the words left its lips, a dark mist enveloped Chaiwan's, its gaze fixated on Chen Mu, a spectral form of a dragon-headed fish lingering behind it, with eyes brimming with murderous intent. It surged through the golden light towards Chen Mu. Gradually, it rose to its feet, causing the golden blades to be consumed by the black aura surrounding it. "I, Chaiwan's, shall not stumble in the same place twice." Chapter 85, The Burning of Essence Blood with the Furious Roar of Qiwen. He transformed into a beast with a dragon's head and a fish's body. Ascending along the golden light, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, causing the entire Tianyu mountain to tremble as if awakening a colossal dragon. The earth quaked, and the forms of Chen Mu and his companions became unsteady. Suddenly, the golden light shattered, and all three spat out blood. Qiwen did not pause, soaring into the clouds above, where thunder and lightning erupted at the summit of Tianyu Peak. "Dragons swimming in shallow waters, how dare you play with shrimp?" In the sky, Qiwen's voice, laced with boundless rage, boomed, "You ants. Are you prepared to face the wrath of this Dragon King?" As these words fell, a massive dragon head emerged from the clouds, and he slowly opened his mouth, releasing a jet of black flame. The group hurriedly dodged, but as Chen Mu gestured to summon water to extinguish the inferno, it vanished without a trace upon nearing the black flames. They could not be extinguished. Humph! A cold snort reverberated through the air. "You think mere mortal water can extinguish my devouring flames?" Boom! At that moment, countless bolts of lightning descended, targeting Chen Mu and his companions, no matter where they fled. Another bolt struck before they could catch their breath. The trio found themselves in a dire predicament, facing the true power of Qiwen. Qiwen's focus was primarily on Chen Mu. Today, either he would perish or Chen Mu would not survive. He continuously spewed black flames towards Chen Mu while the thunder drew near. "Let me see how long you can evade. Once your true energy is depleted, it will be your demise." However, unbeknownst to him, Chen Mu's energy reservoir was boundless. His true energy could never be exhausted. Nearby, some passing cultivators witnessed the scene, feeling as if struck by thunder. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation? Such relentless thunderous calamity, could it be that they are destined for sainthood? Though they speculated endlessly, none dared approach, fearing a fate of destruction that would yield no rewards. As time passed and Chen Mu remained vibrant, Qiwen began to lose patience. Even with the entirety of Tianyu Mountain as his vessel, he could barely withstand this intensity. He did not wish to perish here. Thus, a destructive black light began to coalesce from his mouth. As it gathered to a certain degree, the others looked up, realizing the imminent threat of annihilation. Yet they were powerless to escape. Chen Mu fixed his gaze on Qiwen, sensing the closeness of death, and a wave of despair washed over them. "Chen Mu, savor the technique I have prepared just for you." Qiwen and Apos' voice boomed from above. Then, the black light surged forth, obscuring the sun, and in that instant, the trio appeared as if their souls had been devoured, standing in a daze. Destruction of the celestial sphere. The terrifying black beam descended, turning all it touched, flowers, grasses, trees, and stones, into ash in an instant. The air thickened with the scent of death, extinguishing any spark of resistance within them. Their hands fell limply at their sides, awaiting the arrival of death, when suddenly, a glimmer flashed in Chen Mu and Apos' dazed eyes. In the next moment, he gently opened his mouth. "Qiankun Ding." The words were barely audible, as if only he could hear them. The Qiankun Ding soared from Chen Mu's chest, rapidly enlarging above their heads, shielding them from the descending black light. Luo Qingqiu lay quietly within the Qiankun Ding. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from the Ding, pulling the trio's thoughts back to reality. What happened? Why can't I recall what just transpired? Both the old dog and Luo Qiushui were bewildered expressions, their gazes drawn to the Qiankun Ding above. Chen Mu extended a hand, seemingly resisting Qiwen's attack with the Ding. In midair, Qiwen narrowed his eyes, recognizing this object, though he did not know what it was. He dared not show any signs of negligence and summoned all his strength to unleash his devouring power. The pressure from the black light intensified, flattening all of Tianyu Mountain except for the patch of earth beneath Chen Mu and his companions. In an instant, the Qiankun Ding recoiled. Chen Mu's feet dug into the ground, leaving deep scratches. Looking back, he saw a cliff formed from the black light's consumption. Is it still insufficient? Suddenly, Chen Mu's retreat halted, and turning around, he found the old dog and the others bracing against him. Old dog. Yet, the strain on them was not small. The old dog gritted his teeth, saying, "No time for chatter. Push forward." With their combined effort, Chen Mu moved step by step, the Qiankun Ding pushing back the black light. In midair, Qiwen felt an ominous sensation swell within him. He had not anticipated that his ultimate attack would be withstood by this frail youth, Chen Mu. His gaze fell upon the Qiankun Ding, a flicker of unwillingness surfacing in his eyes. What kind of weapon was this? As the black light was gradually pushed back, Qian clenched his teeth and made a decision. He bit his tongue, a drop of essence blood flying from his mouth and merging with the black light. "With my essence blood, I shall shape its true form. Condense." As his words fell, the previously expansive black light began to converge, transforming into a singular beam that descended upon the Qiankun Ding. In an instant, Chen Mu and his companions were forced back once more, faster than before. The old dog glanced back, just as he was about to plummet into the chasm. His eyes narrowed, blood surging through him. In the next moment, the old dog bellowed in fury. "Do you think you are the only one who can burn essence blood?" Suddenly, the trio's retreat halted, as the old dog erupted with an unprecedented formidable aura, propelling Chen Mu forward once again. In midair, Qiwen observed the old dog's actions and could not help but scoff. Foolish old creature, burning all your essence blood. Let us see how long you can endure. If he can just delay for a moment, the old dog will perish from exhaustion. And then how can the remaining two resist my attack? However, caught in between, Chen Mu felt his body squeezed by two immense forces, as if he would shatter. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the Qiankun Ding. Chen Mu, the old dog, and Luo Qiushui shouted in astonishment. But Qiwen above erupted into laughter. Huh? Mere ants, how dare you attempt to defy this Dragon King? Become part of me. As he spoke, the devouring power surged even more, and Chen Mu collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yet, the black beam could not advance further. Remaining locked in a stalemate with the Qiankun Ding, Qiwen furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What was happening? Chapter 86. The supreme power of the universe cauldron unable to withstand the immense pressure, Chen Mu has fallen into unconsciousness. Yet, the universe cauldron remains steadfast before the crowd, impervious to the relentless devouring force of the Qiwen. The cauldron, stained with Chen Mu's blood from before his collapse, seems to ignite, emanating a brilliant light. Gradually, that blood dissipates, merging into the cauldron, which then radiates an overwhelming brilliance, hinting at a power surpassing that of the Qiwen's veracity. In midair, the Qiwen's expression darkens further, a flicker of fear igniting in his eyes. What exactly is this entity? Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupts from within the universe cauldron, instantly shattering the Qiwen's consuming force, rendering him immobile as he begins to descend slowly from the sky. At that moment, all eyes shift to the universe cauldron, and no one notices the unconscious Chen Mu beginning to levitate. As he floats, realization dawns upon the onlookers. Chen Mu. In the next instant, he clenches his fist, and the universe bag emits an even more intense golden light. The Qiwen, hiding amidst the clouds, begins to shrink in size, plummeting downward. No. The Qiwen struggles desperately, yet remains trapped within the confines of the golden light. A chilling scream escapes him. Stop! What are you doing? My body feels so hot. Please, stop! Within the golden light, it is as though the Qiwen's very blood is boiling, on the verge of evaporation. Suddenly, the old dog collapses to the ground, his gaze sharpening. Old Luo, this is the opportunity. Quickly use the method I taught you to exchange blood with Qingqiu. Luo Qiushui hesitates, glancing between the still sleeping Luo Qingqiu and the thrashing Qiwen above. But there is no room for hesitation. The old dog, filled with urgency, coughs up another mouthful of blood. If you don't act fast, the Qiwen will be refined away. Upon hearing this, a resolute glint flashes in Luo Qiushui and Appo's eyes. This is the sole chance to save Luo Qingqiu. He swiftly approaches, biting his index finger to draw blood, and sketches a blood array in the air. Transplantation. Glimpse its life. With a firm slap, the blood array flies toward the space between the Qiwen and Luo Qingqiu. Luo Qiushui watches anxiously as the blood array departs, fearing that the universe cauldron might reject his efforts, rendering all his labor futile. Relief washes over him when the blood array settles securely between the two figures. Under the suppression of the golden light from the universe cauldron, threads of crimson essence are extracted from the Qiwen, weaving through the blood array and entering Luo Qingqiu and Appo's body below. Conversely, the blood threads emerging from Luo Qingqiu, tinged with dark hues, are instantly dissolved by the golden light. As the Qiwen feels his essence rapidly depleting, he struggles even more violently. No, I cannot perish. I am the Dragon King. Amidst his furious roars, the Qiwen and Appo's dragon form gradually condenses into a sphere, ultimately transforming into a demon core. The onlookers gaze in astonishment at this extraordinary spectacle, disbelief etched on their faces. The Qiwen is dead. A faint smile curves the old dog's lips before he collapses to the side, unconscious. No one notices that before the dragon's body became the demon core, a wisp of black mist escaped from the golden light, drifting off into the distance. Once the refining is complete, the demon core gently descends into the universe cauldron, while Luo Qingqiu, still within the cauldron, begins to rise slowly. An invigorating green aura envelopes her, exuding a palpable life force. Luo Qiushui's eyes gleam with intensity as he watches the scene unfold. That aura permeates Luo Qingqiu's body, visibly revitalizing her pallid complexion to a healthy hue. Suddenly, she opens her eyes, green patterns swirling within. With outstretched arms, green motes cascade from her hands, showering Luo Qiushui and the others, restoring their vigor. Chen Mu stirs back to consciousness, rising from the ground to witness this miraculous sight. The old dog regains consciousness as well, though he remains unable to stand, gazing up at Luo Qingqiu in the air. As the motes touch the barren mountaintop, lush greenery rapidly sprouts forth. At that moment, the universe cauldron suddenly flies into Chen Mu's chest, an overwhelming force surging into him, compelling him to refine it immediately. Luo Qingqiu's actions continue unabated when suddenly, a youthful voice resonates. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, they revive with the spring breeze. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Qiushui and the others cast wary glances around, yet they can perceive the sound without citing its source. Who are you? Show yourself. The voice returns, unexpectedly. In this lifetime, I encounter a child with divine wood spirit roots. As the words linger, a white-haired youth clad in white stands beneath Luo Qingqiu, extending a hand toward her. Child, that is enough. The words seem to resonate with Luo Qingqiu, prompting her to lower her arms and descend slowly. The youth catches her with steady hands, but as he turns, he is confronted by Luo Qiushui. Who are you? Where are you taking my daughter? The white-clad youth smiles gently, exuding an aura of warmth, and hands Luo Qingqiu back to Luo Qiushui. I am not taking her anywhere. Luo Qiushui accepts her. Yet suspicion lingers in his heart. The arrival of this enigmatic youth, so silently and swiftly, surely harbors secrets. Just as they begin to retreat, the old dog speaks up. Old Luo, this place is unsafe. We must depart swiftly. The earlier commotion will certainly attract many eyes. Agreed, I will. Before he can finish, the white-clad youth waves his hand, and instantly, they vanish from the mountaintop. Moments later, a golden-armored figure appears at the summit. Beneath the mask, his brow furrows. What has transpired? The aura has abruptly vanished. After a thorough investigation, he finds nothing amiss. As he prepares to leave, a swirl of black mist clings to his form. In a shadowy cavern, with stalactites hanging overhead, the sound of dripping water echoes in the stillness. Luo Qiushui surveys the surroundings before turning to the white-clad youth nearby. Was this your doing? The youth strides toward the seated Chen Mu, casually gesturing. It was a mere trifling. Place your daughter down, let her rest. Despite his wariness toward this mysterious figure, Luo Qiushui senses no hostility emanating from him. After laying Luo Qingqiu on a flat stone, he turns his attention to the old dog. Old dog, how are you faring? The old dog shakes his head in silence, his gaze fixed on Chen Mu in the distance. The white-clad youth kneels before Chen Mu, gently brushing aside a lock of hair. What a mysterious youth. Even I cannot fathom his depths. Meanwhile, Chen Mu is engrossed in refining the Qaiwen's demon core within his energy field, entirely unaware of the events transpiring outside. Chapter 87. The Sky-Rending Barrier, Breaking a Lock. Within the Qi Palace, Chen Mu sat cross-legged, diligently practicing the dragon-elephant prajna skill imparted by the old dog. Around him, a series of golden characters spiraled, representing the Mountain Sea formula. Under the dual refinement of these techniques, the demon core within the Qiankun cauldron rapidly diminished in size. As the demon core was refined, the most significant transformation occurred within the Qiankun cauldron itself. A dragon head, resembling that of a Qiwen, manifested upon its surface, followed by a series of black scales embedding themselves on the side marked with the character Qian. Witnessing these astonishing changes, Xiaoyan gasped in disbelief. Was this the Qiwen? Yet, she remained unaware of the significance of these transformations. At that moment, the previously seen scroll materialized once more, opening to a specific page and beginning to inscribe, Qiwen, one of the 9 dragon offspring, with a dragon's head and a fish's body, blessed with the power of devouring. A radiant light enveloped Chen Mu, and in the next instant, his aura surged dramatically, causing the true Qi within the Qi Palace to tremble. In his mind, Chen Mu still beheld the scene of being bound by 9 dragon-headed chains. However, as his aura ascended, one of the dragon heads began to shatter slowly. With a resounding clang, the final chain broke apart, allowing fragments of memory to penetrate Chen Mu's consciousness. Subsequently, the true Qi from the entire Qi Palace converged above Chen Mu's head at the heavenly gate. In the cave, Chen Mu's body began to levitate gently, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. If this continued, the cave would surely collapse. At this moment, Luo Qingqiu awoke, her eyes wide with concern as she rushed forward. Chen Mu, don't approach him. The old dog bellowed, then coughed twice, astonished that this young man had reached the point of a breakthrough so swiftly. He must be taken to a spacious area immediately, otherwise, we shall all be buried alive. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushui moved to step forward. But the youth in white was quicker, arriving beside Chen Mu first. "It's not that serious," he stated, and in an instant, both he and Chen Mu vanished from sight. "Chen Mu!" Luo Qingqiu exclaimed, rushing forward in alarm, but Luo Qiushui grasped her arm. "It's fine, Qingqiu. That youth harbors no malice toward us." In a secluded little world, the youth in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the suspended figure of Chen Mu. Unrecognized by the heavenly Tao and pursued by demons, this youth can only hide among the human race. "Your future, young man, is fraught with turmoil." As his words faded, Chen Mu seemed to disagree, and a surge of true qi erupted from his heavenly gate, piercing the heavens. Attaining the heavenly gate realm. The potential of this realm is measured by the height to which the true qi ascends. The higher it rises, the greater the potential. The youth in white watched as Chen Mu's true qi soared into the sky, rising ever higher, and a solemn expression flickered in his eyes. "Do you refuse to accept your fate?" he mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Very well, I still have some time left. Let us see how you will breach the heavens." As the breakthrough concluded, a pair of golden wings unfurled from Chen Mu's back, allowing him to descend gently. The youth in white was taken aback once more. Wings of the golden-winged Great Peng. Chen Mu remained seated with his eyes closed, his consciousness still within the Qi Palace. Within the Qi Palace, Chen Mu gradually opened his eyes, inspecting his hands and the wings upon his back. "Brother Mu?" Xiaoyan called softly. Chen Mu lifted his gaze to meet hers, revealing a smile familiar to Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan." Her voice caused her to tremble, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Brother Mu, you have returned?" "Indeed." Chen Mu nodded with a smile, and in the next moment, Xiaoyan plunged into his embrace. Though Chen Mu's memories were not fully restored, he recognized the girl before him, not merely by name, but by essence. Xiaoyan's soft form trembled in his arms as he gently patted her back in comfort. "Brother Mu, I thought you would forget me. How could that be? Once I claimed the title of your brother, it remains for a lifetime." Chen Mu raised his head to gaze at the Qiankun cauldron in the distance, a hint of bitterness swelling within him. In the cave, the youth in white returned with Chen Mu, and Luo Qingqiu rushed forward to inspect him first. Yet, Chen Mu remained unchanged, showing no signs of awakening. "What have you done to him? Why isn't he awakened yet?" The youth in white innocently raised his hands. "This is not my doing." At that moment, the old dog interjected. "He should be fine. Perhaps he is merely recovering." Cough, cough. As he spoke, the old dog succumbed to another fit of coughing, while Luo Qiushui looked on, worry etched across her face. "Old dog, are you truly all right?" The old dog smiled and shook his head, his gaze resting on Chen Mu. "I'm fine." However, the voice of the youth in white resonated softly. "Burning one's essence is indeed a self-destructive act. To burn one's entire essence is akin to suicide." "What?" Luo Qiushui gasped, her eyes wide with shock. "Old dog, you." The old dog struggled to wave his hand. At that moment, the old donkey that had been following him approached. He laboriously climbed onto the back of the donkey. "Old Luo, do not inform Chen Mu of my condition. When he awakens, tell him I have my own matters to attend to. The rest of the path must be traversed by him alone." Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushui's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. "Old dog, do you intend to?" His time is short. He merely seeks a place of peace while he still draws breath. Watching the old dog pat the donkey's rear as he prepared to depart, Luo Qingqiu called out, "Uncle dog." The old donkey halted, and the old dog's voice followed. "Chen Mu is a good child, yet his suffering has been great." With that, he began to leave. The youth in white, observing the silently weeping Luo Qingqiu, sighed deeply. It is merely a depletion of one's essence. It is not beyond remedy." Upon hearing this, the old donkey paused, turning its head toward the youth in white. Luo Qingqiu and the others stared at him in astonishment. You can save him?" "Ha ha." The youth in white burst into laughter, stepping forward. "I, Situ Yinxian, have wrested souls from the grasp of the king of hell more than once." Situ Yinxian? Upon hearing the name, both Luo Qingqiu and her father wore expressions of confusion. Yet the old dog trembled, slowly turning around, his voice quaking. "The master of the 100 Absolutes apothecary, Situ Yunxian." Realizing that the old dog recognized his identity, Situ Yunxian regarded him with newfound interest. "I did not expect you to know me." The old dog took a deep breath and clasped his hands in respect. "I am Lin Baichun, honored to meet the ever-living saint." Situ Yunxian scrutinized the old dog once more. "You even know my title? Have we met before?" Chapter 88. The Saint Venerable seeks disciples. In the mind of Situ Yunxian, there were no memories of the old dog, yet it was evident that this person recognized him. However, an unusual light flickered in the old dog's eyes. Saint Venerable, perhaps you do not remember. Decades ago, the old dog was once a prodigy. Newly arrived at the Hall of Eternal Life, pleading to be accepted. Yet, on the very day he ascended to the Celestial Hall, a young man clad in white descended from the heavens, appearing just as he does now, like a celestial being. Compared to the immortality pursued by the Hall of Eternal Life, this Saint Venerable seemed to embody true longevity. The Hall of Eternal Life captured a disciple from the 100 Absolute Medicine Valley, attempting to coerce the disciple into revealing the unchanging visage of the eternal longevity saint. However, before they could press for answers, the eternal longevity saint single-handedly stormed their gates, declaring, "Release my disciple, or I shall dismantle your Hall of Eternal Life." This proclamation rendered the entire hall silent. Meanwhile, the old dog gazed up at Situ Yunxian in admiration. Listening to the old dog and Apos' account, Situ Yunxian smiled and nodded, realizing the connection they shared. "However, your discerning eye leaves much to be desired." The old dog lowered his head in regret. At that time, he had no intention of joining the Hall of Eternal Life. Yet, he was swayed by the promises they made, leading to his current predicament. Since fate has brought us together, this pill shall surely find its purpose. With that, Situ Yunxian waved his hand, and a verdant pill adorned with 3 golden stripes appeared in his palm. The rich aroma of the pill instantly filled the cave, prompting Luo Qiushui and her daughter to inhale deeply. Luo Qiushui, astonished, exclaimed, "What a potent fragrance! It must be at least a 7th-grade pill." Alchemy is not a skill everyone can master. The grades of pills range from the lowest 1st grade to the highest 9th grade, with each level representing a qualitative leap. Situ Yunxian offered a brief introduction, stating, "This is the Withered Wood Rejuvenation Pill, a masterpiece of mine, capable of regenerating flesh from bone." He tossed the pill gently to the old dog, who carefully caught it and cradled it in his hands. Looking up at the nonchalant Situ Yunxian, the old dog stammered, "Saint Venerable, this is too precious." The Withered Wood Rejuvenation Pill is a 3-striped 9th-grade pill, exceedingly rare in the world. "A pill is merely a pill," Situ Yunxian replied with a faint smile. "In this world, everything revolves around fate. Since we are destined to cross paths, this pill is meant for you. Consume it." Upon hearing this, the old dog solemnly bowed to Situ Yunxian, expressing his gratitude. Holding the pill in his hands, he felt as though he were in a dream. He then swallowed it whole, and an overwhelming surge of life energy immediately emanated from the pill. In an instant, his previously depleted vitality began to replenish itself. Not only that, but he felt the invigorating energy permeate his numb thighs, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through him, leaving him incredulous, just as he was taken aback. Situ Yunxian and Apos' voice resonated once more. "Focus on your recovery. This is an opportune moment to heal your internal injuries." On the donkey and Apos' back, the old dog heard Situ Yunxian and Apos' words and promptly closed his eyes, channeling the dragon elephant wave-like skill. Seeing that both the old dog and Chen Mu were unharmed, Luo Qiushui and Luo Qingqiu both breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Qiushui approached Situ Yunxian, gently cupping her hands. "Esteemed elder, I have been rude before. I hope you can forgive me." Situ Yunxian waved his hand dismissively and turned to meet Luo Qingqiu's scrutinizing gaze. With a gentle smile, he said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Luo Qingqiu, caught off guard by his insight, felt a bit embarrassed. The youthful appearance of Situ Yunxian seemed to mirror her own age, akin to that of Chen Mu. Noticing her silence, Situ Yunxian spoke again. "Are you wondering why he addresses me as elder, despite my youthful appearance?" Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Luo Qingqiu's face. She had merely glanced at him, and yet he discerned her thoughts. Moments later, Situ Yunxuan's voice echoed again, sending a shiver down their spines. "If you are willing to become my disciple, I shall impart this technique to you. What say you?" The first to react was Luo Qiushui, his voice laced with disbelief. "Esteemed elder, you wish to take my daughter as your disciple? But she is nearly 20. Can she still cultivate?" "On the path of cultivation, it is never too late, especially since." Situ Yunxuan's gaze fell upon Luo Qingqiu, brimming with excitement. "She possesses the rare divine wood spirit root. Such a spirit root is most suited for my 100 Absolute Medicine Valley." However, Luo Qingqiu appeared puzzled. What exactly is the divine wood spirit root? Situ Yunxian slowly turned to face the cave entrance. "The divine wood spirit root, I have only heard of thrice. The first was the inaugural master of the 100 Absolute Medicine Valley, who ascended to sainthood and founded the valley. The second was the younger brother of the 13th master, who unfortunately strayed from the path, forcing the then master to take drastic measures. The third was the previous master of the valley, my own teacher. I wonder if he still exists in this world. As he finished speaking, Sidi Yunxian turned back, his kind gaze resting on Luo Qingqiu. You are now the fourth. If you can grow normally, you will undoubtedly become a saint venerable in the future. Hearing Sidi Yunxian and Appo's words, both of them felt their breaths quicken. Saint venerable. That is the pinnacle of strength in this world. Of course, I do not intend to bind you as my disciple. However, the divine with spirit root is rare. If discovered by those with malicious intent, you may find yourself in peril. At this, Luo Qiushui recalled the individual from the Hall of Eternal Life in Luo Shui City. Perhaps their objective was not the city itself, but rather Luo Qingqiu. Had it not been for Chen Mu and the old dog arriving in time, they might have succeeded. Just then, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes, a ring of black patterns shimmering in his gaze before fading away. Upon seeing Chen Mu awaken, Luo Qingqiu, who had been deep in thought, rushed to his side, concern evident in her voice. Chen Mu, how are you? Gazing at the revitalized young woman, her complexion rosy and vibrant, he felt as though she were a different person than before. Chen Mu shook his head. I am fine. What about you? Have you succeeded? Luo Qingqiu nodded, a blush gracing her cheeks, whether from her recovery or some other reason, he could not tell. Yes, Chen Mu. Thank you. Chen Mu simply smiled gently, ruffling her hair. What need is there for thanks? You are the daughter of the city lord of Luo. And the city lord is a brother to the old dog. As your disciple, how could I not save you? Chapter 89. Returned to Luo Shui City. Sisi Yunxian observed the scene before him, imperceptibly shaking his head. He then spoke, You possess a heart as pure as a child. I only hope you can maintain it forever. Hearing his voice, Chen Mu slowly rose and turned to face the speaker. Who are you? Luo Qingqiu recounted the earlier events, and Chen Mu glanced at the old dog in the distance, who was recuperating, and bowed to Sisi Yunxian. Thank you, senior, for saving my master. Sisi Yunxian waved his hand dismissively. My act of saving him does not entail any debt of gratitude from you. After saying this, he turned to Luo Qingqiu and inquired, Little girl, what do you think of the proposal I just made? Of course, if you believe I am unworthy to be your master. There are plenty of people in the 100 Absolute Medicine Valley. Anyone you wish could take that role. A look of hesitation crossed Luo Qingqiu's face as she glanced at Chen Mu beside her, then at Luo Qiushui not far away. In truth, she was reluctant to pursue cultivation, as it would mean parting ways with her father and leaving Luo Shui City behind. After a long pause, Luo Qiushui spoke slowly. Qingqiu, you should agree. Your father is powerless. He was unable to protect you, which is why you nearly fell victim to the Longxing Immortal Hall. Father, it is not your fault. However, upon hearing the name Longxing Immortal Hall, Sisi Yunchuan's expression darkened. Wait a moment. What did you just say about the Longxing Immortal Hall? Seeing Sisi Yunchuan's inquiry, Luo Qiushui had no choice but to recount the previous events. Just then, the old dog completed his recuperation and awoke, radiating vitality. Chen Mu rushed to the old dog's side, exclaiming, Old dog, are you all right? I'm fine, not dead yet. He replied. Then, he turned to Sisi Yunxian. The old dog's gratitude is indelible. In the future, he will certainly repay you. Sisi Yunxian fell into contemplation, causing the others to exchange glances. This does not add up. How could the Longxing Immortal Hall know of her spiritual root? Upon hearing Sisi Yunchuan's murmuring, Luo Qiushui suggested, could it be a coincidence? Impossible. The scoundrels of the Longxing Immortal Hall would not act without benefit. The group was taken aback by Sisi Yunchuan's candid outburst. Suddenly, Chen Mu recalled the earlier death of Zhuang Jian, who had mentioned that they had long been plotting, waiting for the right moment to strike. Thus, it must be that the Fong family orchestrated this, and by chance, they were acquainted with someone from the Longxing Immortal Hall. Otherwise, how could only one person from the Longxing Immortal Hall have come to Luo Shui City? Hearing Chen Mu's words, Sisi Yunxian seemed contemplative. If that is the case, then perhaps I have overthought this. Little girl, come here, you beckoned to Luo Qingqiu. She glanced back at Chen Mu before approaching him. As she drew near, Sisi Yunxian took her delicate hand, causing her to startle and attempt to retract it, but a gentle stream of spiritual energy entered her body, seemingly probing for something. One breath, two breaths. Senior. Luo Qiushui stepped forward, about to speak when he was halted by the old dog, who shook his head. Suddenly, Luo Qingqiu, who had been fine, coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and within that blood was a repulsive worm. Soul-devouring worm. The three exclaimed in unison, with the old dog looking aghast. How could this be? I had clearly forced the soul-devouring worm out. With a wave of his hand, Sister Yunxian produced a pill and offered it to Luo Qingqiu, insisting she consume it. Some soul-devouring worms consist of a mother worm and offspring, usually. The mother worm devours the host's spiritual root while the offspring hides within the host. As he finished speaking, he pointed. And the worm transformed into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. Luo Qiushui, still shaken, patted his chest, relieved that the eternal life saint was present. Otherwise, Luo Qingqiu would have faced further peril. Qingqiu, agree to the senior's proposal. Your father hopes for your well-being. Luo Qingqiu's face remained troubled. She looked at Chen Mu, who nodded slightly. Seeing this, she bit her lip and turned to Sister Yunxian. All right, I'm willing to take you as my master. Upon hearing this, Sister Yunxian and Appo's face broke into a wide smile. Excellent, excellent, excellent. His repeated exclamations of joy conveyed his excitement. As your master, I will help you settle matters here and then take you back to the 100 Absolute Medicine Valley for the formal apprenticeship ceremony. The so-called settling of matters naturally meant reclaiming Luozhui City and dealing with the scoundrels of the Longxing Immortal Hall. Meanwhile, the golden-armored man, who had been resting with eyes closed, suddenly opened them, rage flashing in his gaze. How is this possible? How could that dead dog know of the offspring worm's existence? Who could it be? At that moment, he sensed a pressure closing in on him, locking him in place. This aura is. Outside Luozhui City, Chen Mu and his companions looked at the city, which showed no signs of chaos, frowning in confusion. Lord of Luoqing, the Fong family is rebelling. Have the citizens in the city not taken any action? Chen Mu questioned, as it seemed illogical, even in Qingpu town. The villagers erected a statue in honor of Li Chanfeng. In response, Luo Qiushui and Appo's expression darkened. I fear they have all been captured by Fong Datong. Indeed, many within the city do not support Fong Datong, viewing him as an ungrateful villain. Without Luo Qiushui's initial aid, he would have amounted to nothing. Following him would lead to a dire fate. If they were ordinary citizens, Fong Datong would have slaughtered them all by now, but the functioning of Luozhui City required them. So he had imprisoned them all instead. At the city gate, a group of soldiers bearing the Amp, Appo's, Fong and Amp, Appo's insignia spotted Chen Mu and his companions, promptly informing Fong Datong. Before long, a chilling voice broke through the air. Luo Qiushui, I did not expect you to dare return. Fong Datong emerged, supported by a throng, and upon seeing Chen Mu, his face contorted with unbridled hatred. And you little brat, who killed my brother and nephew, dare to return. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mu raised his hand, and a beam of black light surged towards Fong Datong. Bang! Suddenly, an invisible barrier materialized before Fong Datong, blocking Chen Mu's attack. Only then did Fong Datong realize, cold sweat trickling down his back. It even has a devouring effect. A voice echoed, and the golden-armored man descended, standing before Fong Datong. Fong Datong immediately rushed forward to complain. Immortal, this brat killed my brother, and that girl beside him is the one he rescued. The golden-armored man ignored Fong Datong's incessant prattling, his gaze fixating on Chen Mu. It has only been a short time since we last met, and you have already made a breakthrough. Then, his gaze shifted to Luo Qingqiu, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. And you have grown even more alluring. Luo Qingqiu instinctively hid behind Chen Mu, thoroughly repulsed by his gaze. Chapter 90, Instant Kill of the Golden-Armored Man. Chen Mu slightly turned his body to obstruct the gaze of the Golden-Armored Man. At that moment, the old dog gently tapped the donkey's rear and stepped forward, addressing the figure before him. Wu Ting, do you not fear punishment for leaving the Chongqing Immortal Palace without permission? In the Chongqing Immortal Palace, no one is allowed to venture out unbidden. Once discovered, they will face the soul with punishment. This punishment leaves no physical wounds, yet each lash strikes at the very soul, inflicting unbearable agony. The golden-armored man slowly curled his lips into a sneer. Punishment? That is reserved for traitors like you of the Immortal Palace. Today, I shall take you back, so you may endure the pain of the whip daily. The atmosphere between the two parties instantly became tense, while C2 Yunxian, positioned at the back of the crowd, appeared almost invisible. The golden-armored man grasped a long sword that materialized in his hand. I know not why you have returned, but do you truly believe that a mere additional presence can vanquish me? C2 Yunxian slowly emerged from the rear, a faint smile gracing his features. Is it the case that those from the Chongqing Immortal Palace have become so brazen? C2 Yunxuan's voice was calm, exerting no pressure, yet upon seeing him, the golden-armored man's pupils dilated in shock. He abruptly turned to flee. C2 Yunxian reached out, and the golden-armored man was seized by a colossal hand. crashing heavily to the ground. I say, is it not exceedingly rude of you from the Chongqing Immortal Palace to attempt to leave without acknowledging a senior? The onlookers observed the golden-armored man firmly restrained, offering no resistance, and could not help but be astonished. Indeed, a powerful sage. The golden-armored man knelt on the ground, his upper body bound, unable to muster any strength. Meanwhile, Fong Datong, terrified, seized the opportunity to flee unnoticed. After struggling for a time, the golden-armored man surrendered. Raising his head to gaze at C2 Yunxian, his eyes brimming with dread. I was unaware of your presence, eternal longevity sage. Please forgive me. Yet, for the sage to intervene in our mortal affairs, should this matter be made known, it would surely bring disgrace upon you. Upon hearing the golden-armored man's words, C2 Yunchuan's lips curled into a smile. You threaten me? You are not worthy. Even those ancient ones from the Chongqing Immortal Palace would not dare to speak to me so. As he spoke, the bindings on the golden-armored man tightened abruptly, the sound of cracking bones resonating in every ear. The golden-armored man let out a furious roar, collapsing to the ground, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Great sage. I was wrong. Moments later, he felt a semblance of relief, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Shortly thereafter, C2 Yunxian and Apos' voice resounded once more. To dare to plot against my disciple and Apos' spiritual root, you truly have a death wish. Hearing this, the prostrate golden-armored man's pupils contracted in disbelief. Your disciple? He incredulously turned his gaze toward Luo Qingqiu, to be favored by the eternal longevity sage. She must possess extraordinary talent. Just moments ago, he had nearly obtained her spiritual root. He now blamed everything on the sudden appearance of Chen Mu and his companion. Were it not for them, he would have succeeded, as such thoughts coursed through his mind, despite being immobile. The palpable killing intent surged towards Chen Mu and the old dog. The eternal longevity sage sensed this and was about to reprimand when a beam of light infused with devouring power shot forth from Chen Mu's fingertip. Whoosh! This was the new combat technique Chen Mu had devised after acquiring the power of devourings. Combined with the great formless finger that the old dog had taught him, its might undeniably formidable. In the astonished gazes of the crowd and the golden-armored man, the beam of light pierced through the golden-armored man's forehead. Thud! The golden-armored man's eyes still reflected disbelief, his mouth opening and closing. You dare to kill me. Then, his head drooped, and he died with his eyes wide open. He had never anticipated that in his quest for a certain object, he would lose his life here. C2 Yunxian furrowed his brow slightly, turning to Chen Mu. You have killed him just like that? Chen Mu regarded the corpse of the golden-armored man in the distance and replied indifferently. Why not? Sooner or later, I will flatten their Chongqing Immortal Palace. Are you not afraid of their retaliation? Killing someone from the Chongqing Immortal Palace leaves a mark, and that mark will not vanish until the individual's death. As long as they dare to come, I shall dare to kill. Living in fear, how does one grow? The old dog stepped forward, speaking softly. Wu Ting is an attendant of the Chongqing Immortal Palace. They will soon discover that his life lamp has extinguished. C2 Yunxian gazed at Chen Mu's retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips, as if he glimpsed the spirited self of his youth. Yet now, he felt the weight of age, no longer able to act as freely as he once did. At the city gate, the soldiers had already scattered when Fong Datong fled. The only threat was Wu Ting, and the remaining matters could be handled by Luo Qiushui alone. Thankfully, Fong Datong was not entirely ruthless. He had not slaughtered everyone but merely imprisoned them. 3 days later, Luo Shui City returned to normalcy. Fong Datong, realizing Wu Ting was unreliable, had already fled with his family and all their wealth. As for the remaining participants in the rebellion, they were all imprisoned, their assets confiscated. Luo Qiushui suddenly found himself with a substantial fortune to restore order in Luo Shui City. Outside Luo Shui City, Luo Qingqiu stood reluctantly beside C2 Yunxian, gazing at Chen Mu and his companions across from her. Ultimately, she ran back to embrace Luo Qiushui. Father, your daughter will miss you. Luo Qiushui patted her back, smiling gently. Silly girl, your father will miss you too. Accompany the senior and cultivate diligently. With a nod, Luo Qingqiu stepped away from her father, approaching Chen Mu, her expression complex and her heart in turmoil. Finally, her face flushed. She said to Chen Mu, I will come to find you. Chen Mu was taken aback, then ruffled her hair. Fate is already tenuous. To have met is a stroke of luck. Our paths diverge. Focus on your cultivation with the senior, if fate allows. When we meet again, you shall have made great strides. For reasons unknown, Luo Qingqiu felt a pang in her heart, as if this farewell signified a final parting. Behind them, C2 Yunxian sighed softly, then spoke. Meeting is difficult, and parting is equally so. Qingqiu, we must set forth. Luo Qingqiu's eyes brimmed with tears. She tightly embraced Chen Mu, desperately inhaling his presence. Just as Chen Mu found himself at a loss for where to place his hands, Luo Qingqiu released him and turned away. This time, she did not glance back, following C2 Yunxian as they departed. Only after their figures vanished did Chen Mu turn to Luo Qiushui and declare, "City Lord Luo, if so, we too shall embark." Luo Qiushui nodded. Looking at Chen Mu and the old dog, uncertain of their next destination, Chen Mu turned his gaze to a certain direction, his voice resolute, northward. Chapter 91. The Legend of the Immortal Tree. On a secluded and tranquil path, a white-haired youth accompanied a young girl as they approached a suspension bridge ahead. "Child, do you harbor feelings for him?" Luo Qingqiu was taken aback by her master's direct inquiry, lowering her head and softly affirming with a gentle mm. C2 Yunxian let out a soft sigh and spoke, "Do you understand that he bears great karmic burdens? Being with him will inevitably entangle you in these karmas." "But master, you saved me." Luo Qingqiu's gaze turned towards C2 Yunxian. C2 Yunxian replied thoughtfully, "A life-saving grace must be repaid. But how you choose to repay it will become clear to you in due time." As he spoke, C2 Yunxian handed Luo Qingqiu a medicinal pill. "This is the Breaking Nightmare Pill, which will help you dispel your misfortunes and aid your cultivation journey." Luo Qingqiu accepted the pill but refrained from consuming it immediately. The Breaking Nightmare Pill, also known as the Karmic Pill, has the power to sever all karmic ties when ingested. In Luo Shui City, Luo Qiushui was occupied with disposing of the corpses, yet he found himself at a loss regarding the body of the golden-armored figure. Just as he turned, a hand pierced through his chest, gripping his still-beating heart. Luo Qiushui lowered his gaze slightly, his pupils dilating as he stared at his heart, but before he could react, he was kicked away. In his peripheral vision, he saw the golden-armored figure lift its head and devour his heart. A sinister laugh escaped the golden-armored figure's lips, revealing its slitted eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Mu and Old Dog had been on the road for several days, having departed from Luo Shui City. "Hey, Old Dog, when will your leg be healed?" At that moment, Old Dog was not riding on a donkey but walking on his own, a detail that Chen Mu had previously overlooked. "The pill given by the venerable Saint Master is remarkable. It even healed my crippled legs, having not walked in a long time." Old Dog was eager to take more steps. They walked for half a month without encountering a single living soul. Finally, today, they spotted a village. However, they did not enter carelessly. Having learned from past experiences, Chen Mu became much more cautious. In such desolate wilderness, the appearance of a village must surely be a trap. "Old Dog, can you sense anything within?" Old Dog shook his head and replied, "There is no demonic aura present." Chen Mu recalled hearing this phrase before, only to discover a horde of demons inside. At that moment, a short figure, entirely shrouded in black cloth, passed by them, muttering, "At 3 in the morning. All families are asleep." Upon seeing this person, Chen Mu furrowed his brow and whispered to Old Dog, "Is he human?" Yet, the black-cloaked figure overheard, turning sharply. Despite the veil of his hat, Chen Mu could sense the figure's discontented gaze. "You young lad, what a lack of courtesy." Chastised, Chen Mu apologetically clasped his hands in respect. "Enough, enough." The black-cloaked figure waved his hand. "Seeing that you are still young, I shall not hold it against you." With that, he turned and continued towards the village. Watching the departing figure, Chen Mu looked back at Old Dog. "Old Dog, this person." Old Dog raised a hand to halt his next words. "This individual is not ordinary. Let us first see what lies ahead." They entered the village, which consisted of only a few sparse houses. At the village's inn stood an inn. Here, people come, yet none depart. As Chen Mu examined the sign at the entrance, he pondered its meaning. Old Dog, however, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, multiple pairs of eyes turned towards them. As Chen Mu crossed the threshold, he too was scrutinized by these gazes, each individual remarkably different in stature and attire. At that moment, an elder at the forefront smiled and said, "Welcome. Esteemed guests from afar, please come in." However, the tables inside were occupied, save for a cold-looking woman, a young man in splendid attire, and the earlier black-cloaked figure, who had vacant seats beside them. The cold-looking woman merely glanced at Chen Mu and Luo Qingqiu before returning to her tea, while the elegantly dressed young man curiously scrutinized Chen Mu without extending an invitation to sit. Ultimately, it was the black-cloaked figure who spoke. "Do not mind my words. Come sit with me." Hearing this, the two approached and took their seats. The elder smiled as he walked over to pour tea for them. Chen Mu retrieved several copper coins from his spatial pouch and offered them to the elder, saying, "Thank you, esteemed sir." However, the elder did not reach for the coins, and the surrounding patrons cast strange glances at him. Perplexed, Chen Mu noted the oddity, but the black-cloaked figure tossed a fist-sized pearl to the elder, who then smiled and departed. The black-cloaked figure lifted his teacup, sipped, and remarked casually, "Your copper coins are of no use in these parts." Chen Mu, intrigued, inquired, "Then what is of value?" Beside him, Old Dog took a sip of tea, grimacing at its bitter taste. The black-cloaked figure glanced at Chen Mu, and the onlookers seemed to regard him as an anomaly. After a while, the black-cloaked figure spoke again. "Is this your first visit?" Chen Mu instinctively nodded, not sensing anything amiss. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Before the black-cloaked figure could respond, the elegantly dressed young man interjected, "Young brother, what brings you here?" At this, even the cold-looking woman raised her head slightly to regard Chen Mu. It appeared that those present were quite interested in his purpose for visiting. Chen Mu met the gaze of the young man and softly asked, "And what brings you here?" As soon as he spoke, a burly man beside the young man barked, "Impudent! How dare you pry into my master's affairs? Unworthy!" The young man chided, prompting the burly man to lower his head and step back, offering an apologetic smile to Chen Mu. "I have failed in my duties, and I ask for your understanding." With that, he ceased conversing with Chen Mu. Seeing this, Chen Mu frowned. Though these individuals were clearly not allies, they all maintained a taciturn agreement to remain silent. At that moment, Chen Mu heard Old Dog's voice in his mind. "I believe I understand why they are here." Chen Mu turned in astonishment, filled with confusion, wondering why he could hear Old Dog's thoughts without him speaking, while others seemed oblivious. Without addressing Chen Mu's bewilderment, Old Dog continued, "There is a legend of a most peculiar place, accessible only to those with fate. There lies a mountain known as Qingqiu Mountain, atop which stands a tree called the Immortal Tree, while below it rests a village known as the Immortal Village." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's eyes widened in shock. The villagers there subsist on the fruits of the Immortal Tree, bestowing upon themselves immortal bodies. Thus, countless seekers of eternal life are in search of this extraordinary paradise. Chapter 92. The Lotus Leaf Marsh. Previously, the old dog had merely heard of this place, never imagining that one day he would find himself here. Chen Mu and Appos gaze swept across the faces of the others in the room, each displaying a myriad of emotions, ultimately landing on the cold woman, who seemed to sense his scrutiny and cast him an irritable glance. So, these individuals have come for the so-called Immortal Tree? For a moment, Chen Mu found it rather absurd. If immortality were truly attainable, why would so many pursue the realm of the sage? Among all those he had encountered, only Sidi Yunxian appeared to exhibit any signs of immortality. "Kid, stop staring. It will attract disdain." The figure in the black robe spoke again, though he did not lift his head. After that single remark, he fell silent, and the room was engulfed in an uneasy quiet. Chen Mu could only observe the others with his peripheral vision. Not far off stood a youth clad in fine garments, flanked by several burly men, clearly bodyguards, indicating that he was a privileged young master. In the corner, a middle-aged man wielding a large sword bore a fierce scar across his face, likely a desperate outlaw. Meanwhile, seated at the table opposite the cold woman was a similarly attired young man, suggesting a shared affiliation. As for the cold woman herself, an aura of low pressure surrounded her, seemingly repelling any approach. Just then, the elderly man who had served them tea emerged, holding a lantern. With a smile, he addressed the group. "Everyone, having enjoyed the tea, it is time to set forth." Set forth? A question flickered in Chen Mu and Appos' mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. "Are we headed to the so-called Immortal Mountain?" He turned to the old dog, who gently shook his head, as the elder stepped outside with the lantern. The young master in fine clothes was the first to rise, following closely behind. Next came the scarred man, the cold woman, and the young man. Only after the others had departed did the figure in the black robe rise to follow. "Old dog, shall we go?" The old dog glanced at the departing figures and replied, "It is up to you. If you wish to go, then we shall." He too held skepticism regarding the notion of immortality and feared that following blindly could lead them into peril. After some contemplation, Chen Mu felt compelled to investigate, not for any other reason but to uncover the source of the peculiar happenings. The two trailed at the rear of the group, making their way towards a mountain gate. Upon approaching, they beheld a mural carved into the gate, depicting a group of dark-skinned individuals kneeling before a tree, seemingly in prayer. At the side of the mural, the young master in fine attire began to breathe rapidly. The legendary Immortal Tree was indeed real. Chen Mu raised his head to gaze at the mountain gate, murmuring to himself, "Just based on this mural, one dares to assert its authenticity?" The figure in the black robe, not far from him, overheard Chen Mu's words but merely cast a glance without further comment. Ahead, the elder's lantern had extinguished without them noticing. He turned to face the group and spoke slowly. I can only escort you thus far. Beyond this point, life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility lie in the hands of destiny. With that, he stepped aside, allowing the young master to eagerly advance, followed by the others. As Chen Mu reached the elder, he offered a slight bow, expressing his gratitude. The elder smiled and replied, Young man, allow me to share a piece of advice. Tread carefully and observe, pause and forget, and flow with the wind. Taken aback by the elder's words, Chen Mu bowed once more before entering. Old dog, what did he mean by that? The old dog, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed upwards. Since you began walking, you have sent away the old donkey. This question, you must ponder within your heart. Do not seek answers from me. Chen Mu halted, contemplating the elder and Appo's words as he watched the others ahead. As they continued, Chen Mu suddenly noticed that the group had stopped. In his reverie, he inadvertently collided with the old dog. Ouch! He looked up to see everyone frozen in place. What was happening? Before them lay the first obstacle, a patch of marsh bubbling with black bubbles, dotted with scattered lotus leaves. It was evident that to reach the other side, one could only step upon these leaves. The reason they could not simply fly was that the scarred man had already tested this, only to be flung back. As the young master stepped onto the first lotus leaf, he nearly sank into the marsh. Fortunately, his companions managed to pull him back. Thus, they found themselves at a standstill. After observing for a while, they remained uncertain about the leaves and Appo's patterns. The young master, with a smile, suggested, Everyone, it may not be ideal for me to lead the way. Why not let others go first? The scarred man snorted derisively and stepped forward, retorting, Cowardly wretches. He approached another lotus leaf and tentatively placed a foot upon it. Initially, nothing happened, but as he fully committed his weight, the leaf began to sink beneath him. He quickly retracted his foot, shaken, and exclaimed, What on earth is lurking beneath? After several attempts to gauge the situation, the scarred man suddenly turned his gaze through the crowd and fixed it on Chen Mu at the rear. You come here. Among all present, Chen Mu appeared to possess the least background. Upon hearing the scarred man's command, Chen Mu pointed at himself. Me? The scarred man's forehead bulged with veins, his patience wearing thin. What nonsense! Who else could it be? Clearly, he perceived Chen Mu as an easy target. Chen Mu maintained a smile as he stepped forward. What do you need me for? Do you see those lotus leaves? The scarred man's tone softened slightly. Chen Mu turned to look, nodding. I see them. And then? You're smaller in stature. Test the leaves to find which ones are safe to step on. We will follow behind you. Rest assured. If you guide us through this challenge, I will ensure your safe passage thereafter. The scarred man's proposition seemed amicable, yet it was laced with veiled threats regarding the dangers of misstepping. Chen Mu regarded the scarred man coolly and replied, Has no one ever told you a truth? The scarred man paused. What truth? Ugly on the outside, foolish within. Chen Mu's expression remained icy. For a moment, the scarred man was taken aback, unable to fathom that this youth dared to insult him. As realization dawned, his forehead veins throbbed once more. You seek death. With that, he brandished his large sword and charged at Chen Mu. Meanwhile, the onlookers adopted a disinterested demeanor, quietly distancing themselves from the impending conflict. Regardless of the outcome, the defeated would merely serve as a tool to test the marsh, and they needed only to wait patiently. The scarred man, gripping his sword, advanced slowly toward Chen Mu, who merely shook his head in response. Too slow. Chapter 93. The white mist. Chen Mu abruptly struck out with his palm, sending a gray imprint hurtling towards the scar-faced man. Instantly sensing the impending threat, the scar-faced man halted his advance and swung his blade down. He retreated violently until he was pressed against the cliff wall, with no further escape. A thunderous sound echoed as the cliff bore the mark of the palm strike. The scar-faced man glanced back, a look of gravity crossing his face. Upon inspecting the large blade in his hand, he noticed a trace of black energy lingering on the edge. A practitioner. The icy woman turned her gaze towards Chen Mu's direction, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Practitioners are vastly different from their cultivator counterparts, the most significant distinction being that practitioners lack spiritual roots. The onlooker's expressions towards Chen Mu shifted instantaneously. Chen Mu's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the scar-faced man, preparing to unleash another strike. But the latter sheathed his blade. No more fighting. Chen Mu regarded the man with confusion. Was it really permissible to simply back out? I apologize, young brother. My earlier rudeness was unintentional. Indeed, the weak are undeserving of respect. At that moment, a sudden applause resonated through the air. Chen Mu turned to see the elegantly dressed youth. Bravo! What remarkable skill! The young man strolled over to Chen Mu, grinning. Your prowess is truly extraordinary. That palm strike was nothing short of magnificent. Chen Mu remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at him before turning his attention back to the lotus leaves ahead. He had no desire to entangle himself with these individuals, each with their ulterior motives. When the elegantly dressed youth realized he was being ignored, a fleeting chill crossed his eyes. He then feigned nonchalance and approached Chen Mu, pointing at the lotus leaves. This marsh is indeed peculiar. I wonder what lies beneath. Could it be a monstrous beast? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu crouched down for a closer inspection. Just as he was about to reach for some marsh mud, a sudden bubble burst forth. The black mire rapidly splattered across his face. Chen Mu instinctively turned his head to evade it, quickly rising to create distance. Damn you, the scar-faced man's furious curse echoed behind him. And Chen Mu turned his cold gaze to see the black mire covering the man completely. A chill crept over the scar-faced man, causing him to instinctively clamp his mouth shut. The elegantly dressed youth couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, you've truly met with misfortune. Perhaps it's best to change your attire. As he spoke, he recoiled several steps, eager to avoid the foul stench emanating from the man. Although the youth's disdain irked the scar-faced man, he could tell the youth possessed considerable influence and dared not provoke him. At that moment, the icy woman made her move. Channeling her technique, she summoned ethereal swords that appeared around her. In the next instant, these ethereal swords swiftly embedded themselves into the stone walls on either side, and she stepped onto them, preparing to traverse the marsh. Witnessing this, the elegantly dressed youth's eyes lit up. What a splendid opportunity! Another young man had already followed the icy woman's lead, forcing the elegantly dressed youth to trail behind. Chen Mu's gaze lingered on the old dog in the back, who nodded before hastily catching up. The last to follow, the scar-faced man, still clad in his soiled attire, rushed forward. Those damned women, leaving me behind. However, as he reached the center, stepping forward, the ethereal sword suddenly vanished, and he found himself stepping into nothingness, plummeting into the marsh. Help! The others turned back to witness numerous bubbles rising from the marsh's depths. Yet they merely glanced, offering no further attention. Thanks to the icy woman, they successfully passed the first challenge. The elegantly dressed youth revealed a self-satisfied smile, bowing his hands in thanks to her. Thank you, fair maiden. Had it not been for your assistance, but she clearly wished to ignore him, continuing her path forward, causing his smile to freeze. Finally, as Chen Mu passed by, he cast a strange look at the youth, chilling his aura to the bone. My lord, a subordinate approached, whispering. Yet, the elegantly dressed youth merely glared coldly at the retreating figures of Chen Mu and the icy woman. Soon, the group arrived at the second checkpoint, which presented a fork in the path. Behind them lay one route, while fur branched ahead. Observing this, the elegantly dressed youth spoke again. Everyone, I propose we take the. Before he could finish, the icy woman had already set off down the leftmost path, closely followed by the young man. They completely disregarded the youth's words. Subsequently, the figure in black took the second left, while Chen Mu and the old dog ventured down the rightmost path, leaving the elegantly dressed youth behind, scowling in solitude. My lord, the youth narrowed his eyes like a venomous serpent, daring to ignore this prince? Very well. With a sweep of his sleeve, he took the second path to the right. Now alone, Chen Mu finally had the chance to converse with the old dog. Do you truly believe the tree of immortality exists? The old dog merely replied with indifference. To believe is to have, to disbelieve is to lack. As they walked, a dense white mist began to envelop them. I, for one, do not believe. What about you, old dog? One breath, two breaths. The old dog offered no reply. When Chen Mu turned to look, the space beside him was empty. Where had the old dog gone? Old dog? Old dog. Calling several times yielded no response, evidently. They had unknowingly parted ways. The surrounding white mist was disorienting, hindering Chen Mu's visibility. With each step, he tread cautiously. Suddenly, a horned beast charged towards him through the mist. Chen Mu swiftly sidestepped as the creature barreled past, revealing that beast lurked even within the fog. Yet, with everything shrouded in white, how could he find his way? Then, he recalled the old man's words, and follow the wind, follow the wind. Seizing upon inspiration, Chen Mu halted, extending his hand to feel the direction of the breeze. Finally, he heard it. A gentle breeze caressed his fingertips. Found it. This way. Chen Mu confidently strode in that direction, occasionally spinning around. At that moment, a longsword suddenly hurtled towards him. Chen Mu's gaze sharpened as he pinched it between his fingers. Looking up, he was taken aback to see the icy woman, the very one who had departed first down the left path. It's you, Chen Mu exclaimed. Didn't you choose the far left? How could we possibly meet? Their chosen paths were entirely distinct, and logically, they should not have crossed paths. The icy woman furrowed her brow, her cool voice emerging. Which direction are you traversing? The opposite of yours. Chen Mu replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth, especially since she had earlier guided them through the marsh. Are you lost as well? Upon hearing this, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed her face, and she replied coolly. In such dense white mist, who could avoid losing their way? Chen Mu nodded in agreement, indeed. However, I've discovered a way out, if you wish to escape. Follow closely behind me. Yet, as Chen Mu took a step forward, he felt a hand grasping the hem of his clothing. Chapter 94. The Immortal Fruit. With a fleeting glance back, the ethereal woman grasped Chen Mu's sleeve delicately between two fingers, perhaps sensing his gaze upon her. She awkwardly turned her head away. Chen Mu continued onward, attuned to the direction of the wind. As he walked, the woman regarded him with a peculiar expression, noting his frequent spins in place, a most unusual behavior. What are you doing? She could no longer contain her curiosity. Could it be that he was deliberately avoiding her companionship? No questions, just follow me. Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. The words prompted the woman to unconsciously clench her other fist, vowing that if he were to toy with her, she would make him pay dearly. After a series of back-and-forth movements, the woman felt as though they were merely circling in place, yet suddenly, their surroundings opened up before them. They had indeed emerged from the mist. Confusion washed over the woman. Was it possible that his earlier actions were unintentional? Chen Mu turned back to observe the woman, still lost in thought. Now that we are out, you can let go of me, he suggested. Upon hearing this, she snapped back to reality, releasing her grip on his sleeve while retreating a few paces, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable emotion. However, her actions unintentionally wounded Chen Mu. You clung to me when you needed help, but now that we are free, you turn your back on me. Unbeknownst to him, the woman was engulfed in self-doubt. Why? Why did I not feel repulsed by him earlier? She suffered from a peculiar affliction. Any man's proximity would typically unsettle her, which was why another young man maintained his distance. Sister. A cheerful voice rang out. It was the young man who had been following her all along. I knew you could make it. I was quite frightened when we got separated. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, the woman replied distantly, but the young man bore no ill will. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had moved to the other side. Shortly after, the old dog and the figure in the black robe emerged. To Chen Mu's surprise, the elegantly dressed youth also appeared, albeit in a disheveled state. His entourage of bodyguards nowhere to be found. The old dog approached Chen Mu, and they exchanged no words. At that moment, the elegantly dressed man spoke up. Everyone. The journey ahead may prove more arduous. We must collaborate. Yet, no one acknowledged him, and his smile faltered as he clenched his fist in silence. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared before them, its pointed ears betraying its otherworldly nature. Greetings. You have successfully passed the trial. Welcome to the realm of immortality. Upon hearing this, excitement flickered across the elegantly dressed youth's face as he rushed forward. Are you saying we succeeded? The dark figure smiled in response. Indeed, now please follow me. A feast has been prepared for you. Lead the way. Chen Mu thought, his brows furrowing slightly at the sudden arrival of this mysterious figure. The old dog quietly inquired. What's troubling you? Chen Mu shook his head, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Unbeknownst to him, the ethereal woman observed his every move. The figure in black said nothing, merely following suit. The group trailed behind the mysterious figure to a village where everyone bore the same appearance, identical black skin and pointed ears. Please, take a seat. They were invited, as tables overflowing with delectable food beckoned. The elegantly dressed youth dashed toward a seat and began to devour the offerings without restraint. Chen Mu and a few others sat down but refrained from eating. The youth, holding a piece of meat, looked at them in confusion. Why aren't you eating? Yet, they could not muster even a single word in response. After seating Chen Mu and the others, the enigmatic figure vanished, and the previously bustling surroundings fell eerily silent. Save for the elegantly dressed youth, everyone wore a wary expression. Old dog, do you sense anything? Suddenly, a massive tentacle descended from above, lunging toward the seated assembly. Chen Mu rolled away instinctively, evading the dark appendage. The others remained taut, dodging as the danger struck. Only the elegantly dressed youth stood in disbelief, staring at the tentacle that pierced through his chest. "Why? I am a prince." As his words faded, the tentacle lifted his body high into the air, disregarding his noble status. The group watched the tentacle's trajectory as the ethereal woman was the first to dash towards it, followed closely by the young man. Sister. The figure in black cast a glance at Chen Mu as he passed, then joined the pursuit. Chen Mu turned to the old dog. Shall we follow? The mountain likely harbors formidable beasts. At this, Chen Mu felt invigorated. Perfect. Those beasts deserve their fate. The old dog regarded him with concern, sensing an excessive animosity towards the creatures. Not all beasts are malevolent. Surely, you don't believe they exist solely for humanity's benefit? The old dog fell silent, recognizing that selfishness was inherent to all beings, including beasts. Without lingering on the topic, they followed suit. Eager to discover whether the fabled tree of immortality truly existed on this mountain. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a towering tree swaying gracefully in the wind, its branches sprawling. Before it knelt a group of black-skinned individuals, chanting strange incantations, rhythmically rising and falling in reverence. Before the tree lay the bodies of the fallen, scarred men, the elegantly dressed youth, and his bodyguards. As the foremost figure moved, tendrils extended from the tree, penetrating the corpses. In no time, the bodies were drained, leaving only bones behind. Yet, the tree showed no mercy, consuming even the remnants. Soon, a tentacle hovered above the leading figure, and a peculiar pink fruit slowly began to take form. Is this? In an instant, everyone's breathing quickened. Could this be the immortal fruit? The black figures erupted in joyous exclamations upon witnessing the fruit. Just as the fruit was about to land in the man and imp, Appo's grasp, another shadowy figure, swift as the wind, snatched it away. It was the figure in black, who, after seizing the fruit, stood triumphantly upon a distant slope, trembling with suppressed excitement. The immortal fruit. At last, I have obtained it.